Chapter 1. The Eruption of the Celestial Broadcast System. Under a vast expanse of clear blue sky, a sudden rumbling of thunder reverberated from above, accompanied by a stunning cacophony of sound. Boom, boom, boom. With the thunderous noise echoing on this sunny day, a colossal white screen manifested in the skies above every ninja village, the feudal lord's domains, and even the pure land, shaking the very foundations of reality. In a hidden leaf village, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed upwards, his fingers deftly signaling as countless ninjas began their investigations. Unsure of the safety of this celestial phenomenon, the third Hokage resolved to eliminate the screen first. Thus, attempts were made to detonate the massive screen with explosive tags. However, no matter the effort, the screen remained suspended in the sky, as if conjured from the void. At that moment, a young man stood atop a cliff, his garments billowing in the fierce wind, his brow relaxed and poised. Finally, it begins. He hailed from the modern age, named Yinya, well-versed in the narratives of Naruto and Boruto. As he beheld the familiar sights of the Leaf Village and recalled the frustrating developments of the Boruto saga, Yinya vowed to alter the course of all events. He intended to eliminate the incompetent proxy writer of Boruto, rectify the skewed plotlines, vanquish the Akatsuki who sought to annihilate the Earth, and save the entire ninja world. With this lofty aspiration, he had just traversed into the year when Naruto was 13, when the binding system known as the Celestial Broadcast System erupted forth, causing a seismic shockwave of terror and awe. Though he had possessed the soul of a nameless wandering ninja within the ninja realm, this would not impede his future path. A massive screen loomed in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Shortly thereafter, another resounding boom echoed, prompting everyone to look up at the enormous screen. Suddenly, the screen flickered, displaying the text. This group invites all beings from the ninja world, the Pure Land, and the realms of cultivation, including tailed beasts and summoning beasts, to join. The Celestial Broadcast System had officially commenced. Simultaneously, visions of the system's backend appeared within Yinya's mind. Congratulations, host. You have bound the system and successfully activated it. This system is a live QA platform, where the content can be freely determined by the system or at the discretion of the host. Based on the host's desires, however, the content will invariably pertain to the narratives of this world's Naruto and Boruto. The host can earn rewards based on the shock value elicited by the broadcast content, with shock value comprising emotions such as awe, fear, and excitement. Rewards can be exchanged for items within the backend store. Additionally, the host has the right to respond to live QA sessions to obtain rewards provided by the system, and may also initiate QA sessions on behalf of the system within the group, offering rewards to group members. As Yinya absorbed the details of the system's backend, the Celestial Broadcast Group began to gather participants in the sky. Senju Hashirama joined the group, followed by Senju Tobarama, Uchiha, Uzumaki Kushina, Namake's Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, and many others. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, entered the group, along with the fourth Raikage, the third Sutsuki, Inoki, the fourth Mizukage, Terumime, the third Kazak, Raza, the legendary three ninjas Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the likes of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi Haruno Sakura, and Naruto. As names appeared on the grand screen, the entirety of the ninja world stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, various ninja villages had employed numerous methods, whether it was Inoki's lightweight rock flight technique or the lightning release of Kumobi Kiranon could make the screen vanish. All across the ninja villages, people gazed anxiously at the sky. In a live chat group, Uchiha Madara spoke. "What is happening? Is that you, Hashirama? I can't believe it. I'm overjoyed to see my old friend, my dear comrade." Hashirama exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Senju Tobarama interjected, "Brother, maintain your composure." Uchiha Madara retorted, "If you're so bold, let's settle this in a duel instead of resorting to insults." "Why would I insult you when I'm delighted to see you?" "Ha ha ha." Hashirama laughed heartily. Madara shot back, "You're the one who's insulting me. If you dare, come and fight. I refuse to let myself be insulted any longer. If it weren't for your constant jabs, I would never have left the leaf." I knew you didn't leave the leaf intentionally. It's all my fault. I truly apologize. Hashirama lamented. Madara snapped. You still dare to speak? I swear I'll take you down. As these three titans conversed, the members of the group, despite their myriad of questions, fell silent. On the ground, many stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Oh my, that's the first and second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. What in the world am I witnessing? This is a historic moment for the ninja world. Indeed, it's utterly unimaginable. With the exchanges from Uchiha Madara and others, along with the astonished reactions of those below gazing at the celestial broadcast, the system's shock value began to rise. Shock value increased. 1, 2, 3. This shock value was visible only to Yinya, as the host and group leader of the system. At that moment, all beings from the ninja world, including tailed beasts, summoning beasts, and even the deceased from the Pure Land, had entered the chat group. Just as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama continued their banter, a group announcement appeared. Announcement from the Ninja World Live QA system. Notice to all group members. This system will periodically conduct live QA sessions based on all events in the ninja world, including the past, present, and future. Correct answers will yield system rewards, which may include ninjutsu, chakra, elixirs, items, and other rewards. Incorrect answers will incur penalties, which may involve loss of ninjutsu, chakra, life, items, and other forms of punishment. With the system's introduction, all members appeared to grasp the situation. Simultaneously, the system interface abruptly transitioned, and the screen displayed the message. The live QA has officially commenced. Please direct your attention to the big screen. As this resonant announcement echoed, every living being across the ninja world beheld an image materializing on the screen. 5 youths, around 12 or 13 years of age, appeared in the dimly lit setting, their expressions fraught with anxiety. A question emerged. Who are the children depicted in the image, and whose child are they attempting to rescue? Whose children are rescuing whom? Upon this question's arrival, a wave of bewilderment washed over all present. What kind of question is this? Who can possibly know? Someone grumbled beneath the celestial canopy. Isn't the very reason for the QA that we don't know? You fool, another retorted. Despite the presence of powerful figures in the group, the crowd beneath the celestial display engaged in a lively debate. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing by the window of the Hokage's office, gazed upward, his brow furrowed in concern. He glanced back at Narashikaku beside him and murmured, "It appears this celestial screen is here to stay." Furthermore, it was mentioned that correct answers would yield rewards. Perhaps this is not entirely a bad thing. Shikaku, what do you think the answer to this question is? Narashikaku replied, "Reporting to you, sir, the boy bears a striking resemblance to Shikamaru, yet he is clearly not Shikamaru. This live broadcast might be a glimpse into the future, suggesting it could be my second child." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage nodded slightly, his forehead protector clearly revealing that they were Leaf Village ninjas. That is a plausible possibility. What about the other 4? The plump girl beside him must be from the Akimichi clan's second generation. I never expected them to have a daughter. How enviable. The fair-skinned boy, although not an exact match for the traditional Ino Shikacho trio, bears some resemblance. Following the trend, the one accompanying them must surely be the second child of the Yamanaka clan. Initially, Narashikaku harbored doubts about his conclusion, yet the more he pondered, the more convinced he became. It seemed in the days to come, the other 2 companions would be blessed with children, while he would only have 2 sons. What about the other 2? Upon hearing the deductions, the third Hokage appeared eager to leap into action, clearly recognizing the hereditary traits. One of the remaining 2 bears a striking resemblance to the 4th Hokage's child. Could he be an illegitimate son? As soon as Narashikaku uttered this thought, he widened his eyes in shock, quickly covering his mouth. "My apologies, sir, that was an inappropriate comment. It's quite possible. I recall, during Kushina's pregnancy, the 4th Hokage often ventured out. It's likely he had another woman during that time. Who would have thought Minato had such a secret? However, the timeline doesn't align. Then whose child is it?" The 2 stood conversing before the office window, their words remaining unheard by the group. The individuals within the group were astute, although many shared Narashikaku's thoughts. None dared to answer the question. The reason was quite simple. While it might be somewhat easier to guess the three children who bore similar appearances, what about the remaining one with the pineapple hairstyle and the girl with glasses? Their identities were shrouded in mystery, making it challenging to ascertain. I cannot deduce the last one. I genuinely cannot think of who they resemble, Narashikaku mused. Although he had noticed certain details, he hesitated to trust his own speculation. The girl was adorned in clothing that bore the insignia of the Uchiha clan. How could that be possible? Years prior, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke alive in Konoha. How could there possibly be another descendant of the Uchiha clan? Could it be that someone from the Uchiha managed to escape? He refrained from voicing this thought, for he sensed that, although this event unfolded in the future, revealing it now might not bode well for that child. As for who they intended to rescue, that was even more difficult to answer. Meanwhile, on the grand screen in the sky, the image had frozen and the crowd below was engaged in fervent discussion. Senju Hashirama. Goodness, that girl is wearing the attire of your Uchiha clan. Could she possibly be your descendant? Uchiha Madara, get lost. No cabbage can compare to the illustrious Uchiha Madara. I shall forever remain a legend unattainable by those women. Uzumaki Mito, a super single narcissist. Uchiha Madara. Mito, who are you insulting? Uzumaki Mito, you of course. Uchiha Madara, coughs blood. At that moment, the entire world pondered this question. Simultaneously, Shimura Danzo stood atop a cliff, observing the grand screen in the sky, with a smirk playing upon his lips. Just then, a member of the Umbu stealthily approached and handed him a note. Sir, this contains a conversation between Narashikaku and the third Hokage. Please peruse it. Shimura Danzo unfolded the note and snorted derisively. I knew the third would not miss such a splendid opportunity. My suspicions were well-founded. However, is the mantis stalking the cicada, while I am the yellow bird waiting behind? With that, he abruptly entered the chat group and pressed the buzzer for the answer. Simultaneously, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also pressed the buzzer. Ah, Sarutobi Hiruzen has appeared? Senju Tobarama's expression twitched slightly upon seeing the third's avatar. How have you aged so much? And Danzo, why do you appear increasingly sinister? Danzo's eyes twitched, while Sarutobi Hiruzen responded obediently. Greetings, my esteemed teacher. The two exchanged respectful greetings in the group before commencing their responses. Shimura Danzo has seized the first opportunity to answer. Please proceed. The system announced, as the chat header on the screen was monopolized by the respondent. All other voices were pushed to the background. Shimura Danzo laughed heartily, declaring, the individuals depicted are Narashikaku, Yamanaka, Inoichi, and the second child of Akimichi Choza. As for the blonde with the pineapple hairstyle, he is the illegitimate son of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, while the other is Uchiha Fugaku's illegitimate daughter. That concludes my answer. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Inoichi exclaimed, Huh? Akimichi Choza, along with his son Choji and Choji's mother, echoed, Huh? Narashikamu, witnessing this scene, shook his head slightly. I knew it would be troublesome. Elsewhere, the late Namikaze Minato, known for his gentle demeanor, lost his composure at that moment, glancing back at his fiery wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Her eyes blazing with fury, she stormed forward. Namikaze Minato, how dare you deceive me? Tell me, whose child is it? Whose? It is not mine, I swear to the heavens. If I have wronged you, may I suffer an untimely demise. You have already met an untimely end, so it has all come to pass. No, if it were mine, may I never attain rebirth. Minato swore once more. Uzumaki Kushina finally calmed down a fraction, though she continued to bombard Minato with inquiries in the group. Chapter 3. The Wandering Ninja Named. On the mountain, Uchiha Itachi, who was currently on a mission with the reanimated Hoshigaki Kisame, caught sight of the answer on the screen, a smirk gracing his lips, while a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Was that his sister? It was almost unbelievable. Uchiha Makoto remarked, that doesn't add up. If it were someone else's second child, How could the illegitimate offspring of the Uchiha and Namikaze Minato fit into the timeline? After all, we have been deceased for many years. How could there be an illegitimate child while you had your second child? Uchiha Fugaka nodded in satisfaction. Truly deserving of being my wife, your thinking is thorough and meticulous. Uzumaki Kushina, upon hearing this, suddenly awakened to the truth. Right. So, Danzos' response was erroneous? As the crowd continued to comment and express their astonishment, Shimura Danzo finally delivered the last answer. They are not on a mission to rescue anyone. From my perspective, the blonde with the pineapple hairstyle bears a white snake, so I can confidently assert that they are seeking the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha. That concludes my answer. Upon uttering these words, Orochimaru, lurking in the village of Shine, displayed a chilling demeanor. A few insignificant children dare to seek me out? Very well, I shall transform them all into test subjects. He chuckled ominously. Jiraiya interjected, Orochimaru, are you part of this group too? Why wouldn't I be? Not only am I here, but I shall remain here indefinitely. Orochimaru's words dripped with an unsettling aura. The system announced its verdict. Shimura Danzo has erred, resulting in the confiscation of one item from him, one Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. This revelation left everyone in utter astonishment. He possesses a Sharingan. How could that be? Where did his Sharingan come from? Doubts permeated the minds of all, including Sasuke Uchiha, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. His parents were also in the group. If this scenario were to persist, might he have the chance to converse with them? At that moment, following the system's declaration regarding Danzo's Sharingan, Sasuke's suspicions shifted towards him. Truly, in Konoha, even Danzo possesses a Sharingan. The other villagers felt a pang of envy, for they knew that obtaining a Sharingan, or even a Byakugan, would require exorbitant sacrifices. Yet, Danzo, merely due to his high-ranking status in Konoha, could possess one so casually. Next up, please answer. Sarutobi Hizashi. The system chimed. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he glanced at Nara Shikaku beside him. Danzo's response was exactly what they sought to answer. If Danzo faltered, what would they do? The system then assessed. Incorrect answer. Punishment. Sarutobi Hizashi loses half of his 5 elemental chakra. This announcement rendered everyone speechless. The third Hokage wielded 5 types of chakra and could utilize jutsu of all 5 natures, earning him the title of Jutsu Doctor in the ninja world. Now, he had been stripped of half of his chakra? It seemed this live broadcast was not to be taken lightly. Sometimes, the price paid for an incorrect answer was beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. Sarutobi Hizashi felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Having uttered but 5 words, he had lost half of his chakra. What a miscarriage of justice. Third Hokage, did you answer just for the sake of it? Tobarama, your apprentice seems to be losing his faculties. Senju Tobarama retorted. Monkey, what are you doing? Coming forth to answer without knowing the facts, are you intentionally offering up your chakra? The just elicited laughter, particularly from the 4th Raikage, Uchiha Madara chuckled heartily. Tobarama. This is your apprentice, surpassing the master. Senju Tobarama replied, I never give away anything for free. Even tailed beasts require payment. Monkey, you have greatly disappointed me. Sarutobi Hizashi was engulfed in despair. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? It was TA's second child or a love child, yet he wore the Konoha forehead protector and even went to save someone. With only 5 individuals, discerning who they were was already a challenge. Let alone who they had come to rescue. At that moment, the countdown appeared on the large screen. From now on, if no one answers within 10 seconds, the system will automatically select a participant to respond. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please, Wandering Ninja Hikari answer. This proclamation left everyone in shock. Up until now, the voices in the group belonged to renowned figures in the ninja world. Yet suddenly, the system had called upon Hikari, a wandering ninja, leaving everyone perplexed about his origins. How could anyone answer such a question? The 5 individuals depicted on the screen were utterly unfamiliar to them, and who they had come to rescue was beyond their knowledge. Meanwhile, Hikari, perched atop a mountain, wore a broad smile. For within less than 20 minutes, he had amassed an astonishing amount of shock value from the live broadcast, especially when Danzo mentioned the love child of Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha. The shock value from the entire ninja realm was immeasurable. Uchiha Itachi alone contributed 30,000 points of shock value. The impact of this revelation was profound. Hikari began typing in the group, since the previous 2 have answered incorrectly. I shall make a guess. The appearances of these 5 individuals are evident. Considering the timeline, They are likely of similar age and seem to share a good rapport. Thus, I speculate that the 5 individuals depicted are Naruto Uzumaki, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Sasuke Uchiha's child. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, especially the 12 young ninjas observing the unfolding events on the screen. Naruto exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, my child. This Hikari is quite amusing. I'm still a child myself." "Fool, that's a vision of the future," Sakura retorted, delivering a playful punch to Naruto's head, her gaze fixated anxiously on the screen. Sasuke remained silent, yet disbelief was etched across his face. How could that be? How could he possibly have a child? Who was the mother? This question formed in the minds of all the girls of his generation. Sakura, blushing, gazed at the girl depicted on the screen, finding an increasing resemblance to herself. Her heart swelling with joy, she leaned towards Sasuke, shyly nudging him, but he stiffened and recoiled. Meanwhile, on a mission, Uchiha Itachi observed the screen in astonishment, his gaze fixated on Sarada Uchiha. Could she be Sasuke's child? Chapter 4. I must find him for reasons unknown. Merely contemplating this ignited a surge of excitement within him. He had meticulously planned his life, including how he would eventually confront his younger brother, Sasuke. Yet, in this moment, a flicker of hope emerged out. If this child truly belonged to Sasuke, might the future unfold differently? In the live broadcast, Hikari continued, given the presence of a white snake in the image and their amicable disposition towards it, they likely do not harbor hostile intentions. Therefore, I surmise that the individual they rescued is Orochimaru's son. Orochimaru's son. The astonishment was palpable, not only for Tsunade, who was currently at the casino, and Jiraiya, who was traveling, but even Orochimaru himself nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. That my son. How is that possible? I, Orochimaru, lack the capability. No, I possess formidable abilities, yet I refuse to accept the notion of having a son. Moreover, how could he maintain such close ties with Konoha? This defies logic. In the midst of negotiations with the 4th Kazakage, Orochimaru gazed incredulously at the screen, while the 3rd Kazakage, Raza, furrowed his brow. Surely, this answer was erroneous. Orochimaru had defected from Konoha, making it implausible for him to return his son to them. As doubts circulated, the system's response emerged. Congratulations to Konoha's Hikari for providing the correct answer. You have received a system reward, 1 Sharingan and half of the 3rd Hokage's 5 elemental chakra. On the mountaintop, Hikari felt a rush of warmth as 5 types of chakra surged into his being, propelling him from the level of a Jin into that of a Jounin. Simultaneously, a sharp pain coursed through one eye as the Sharingan was successfully implanted, transforming his perception of the world before him into something entirely new. So this is how the Sharingan perceives reality. Clear and penetrating. Endowed with the ability to foresee events, it also grants the power to interfere with the opponent's nervous system, thereby executing Genjutsu. A distant bird flitted past, glancing at him before succumbing to his illusion, landing effortlessly on his shoulder. As the pain subsided, the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan emerged in his vision. Meanwhile, on the cliffs of Konoha, Shimura Danzo clutched his right eye, knowing that his most treasured Sharingan had been taken from him. In a fit of rage, he clenched his fists, summoning a member of the Umbu. He whispered, "Disseminate orders. Search for the wandering ninja Hikari with all available resources. Bring me back my Sharingan, by any means necessary." Yes. Simultaneously, the offices of the Hokage, Reikage, Mizukage, Sutsuki, and Kazakage echoed with the same fervor. Immediately locate Hikari. We must see him alive or dead. Seek Hikari. Invite him to our village of Kirigakure. Terumi Mei will offer him the finest treatment, provided he agrees to come. Hurry, find this wandering ninja who possesses a Sharingan. Extend him an invitation to join our village of Awagakure. We will grant any request. The Sharingan must not be missed. Search for him, find him. On the other side, in the rain-hidden village, Pain stood amidst the rain. Gazing at the name of Yin Yi in the sky. He spoke, with half of the chakra of 3 generations of Hokage and possessing a Sharingan. Such an individual could certainly be of use to our Akatsuki organization. Conan, you shall undertake this mission personally. Understood, replied Conan softly, dressed in a red cloud-patterned black cloak, with her purple hair and yellow eyes. She turned and vanished into the misty rain, her paper wings fluttering behind her. Unbeknownst to everyone, in the live broadcast above, the avatars of those present were either their actual faces or masked representations, such as Uchiha Obito and members of the Umbu. However, amidst them all, Yin Ye's avatar was surprisingly a chosen image of Chopper, a character from the 2-dimensional realm, a deer, thus rendering his true appearance indeterminate. Naturally, some attempted to discern his likeness based on the DRS features, as everyone else in the chat was represented by their true selves, leading them to conclude that Yin Yi must resemble that very image. While everyone busied themselves with their respective endeavors, a new question emerged on the celestial screen. Below is a multiple-choice question. Who is the mother of Orochimaru's son? A. Bin Yangzi. B. Hu Lushanshi Jing. C. Wanshi D. Himself. The question left the crowd in disbelief. The phrase the mother of Orochimaru's son implied his wife. Yet why did the system not inquire about his spouse or girlfriend? Why specifically about the mother of his child? Who was Bin Yangzi? Who was Hu Lushanshi Jing? Wanshi exclaimed. What the hell? Why am I in the answer options? What does this have to do with me? Jiraiya quipped. Could it be that Orochimaru has a secret affair with Wanshi? Orochimaru, I misjudged you. While I indulge in M, it seems you take it to the next level, not even sparing snakes. Orochimaru retorted, I am completely innocent with Wanshi. Senju Hashirama pondered. Who exactly is this Orochimaru? Is he truly formidable? Why is every question centered around him? Orochimaru asserted, First Hokage. I can use Edo Tensei. Senju Tobarama interjected, Orochimaru, I saw in the chat that someone mentioned you are the apprentice of the third Hokage. As the third's master, you should refer to me as your grandmaster. Orochimaru replied, Second Hokage. I can use Edo Tensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi warned, Orochimaru, do not let your arrogance blind you. Return to the village and surrender. I might still spare your life. Otherwise, when my men find you, do not blame me for being merciless. Orochimaru boasted, Third Hokage. I can use Edo Tensei, commanding both the first and second Hokage. Annihilating you will be effortless. The first and second Hokage nearly spat blood. Realizing the crux of the matter, they decided to remain silent while Orochimaru was present to avoid the risk of Edo Tensei being used to eliminate Konoha. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was taken aback. Indeed, if Orochimaru could summon the first and second Hokage using Edo Tensei, his demise would be inevitable. Meanwhile, in the sand-hidden village, Raza's interest was piqued by Orochimaru's dialogue. He asked, Orochimaru, do you truly believe you can conquer Konoha? If so, I am willing to send troops to assist. Orochimaru smirked coldly, glancing at the sky before addressing Raza. Of course, do not forget, I can use Edo Tensei. An agreement was reached between the two, though Raza's days were numbered, for Orochimaru would not let him escape. The plan to crumble Konoha was already in preparation. Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked, Old man Sarutobi, cease your banter with this wayward disciple and answer the question. Who exactly is the mother of Orochimaru's child? Chapter 5. The crystal ball of the third Hokage. The other major ninja villages were also in a frenzy. The first question had led to the correct answer winning a Sharingan. What would the prize be this time? Although eager to participate, many were unfamiliar with the circumstances in Konoha and had no knowledge of Bin Yangzi or Hu Lushanshi Jing. Therefore, the most likely answer appeared to be Orochimaru's summoning beast, Wanshi. With this thought, Kurenai Yuhi pressed the buzzer first. The mother of Orochimaru's child is Wanshi. Wanshi protested, What the hell? I'm male. I could eat you. Her answer was incorrect, resulting in a penalty of 1 pair of Kurenai's undergarments. Hiruzen Sarutobi pressed the button next, feeling confident. I believe it should be himself. What? Himself? The crowd was taken aback. Not just in the chat but in every street and corner of the ninja world. How could one give birth to oneself? Some pointed at the screen, shaking their heads in disbelief, while others attempted the shadow clone technique, only to be repulsed by their own grotesque reflection. Orochimaru, bewildered, contemplated, myself giving birth. How is that even possible? Could it be that I discovered some new method of reproduction in the future? His excitement grew as the realization dawned on him. Rather than seeking vessels, it would be far more entertaining to create multiple versions of himself. Congratulations, Hiruzen Sarutobi, for the correct answer. You are awarded Kurenai's undergarments, the celestial system declared. Upon hearing the first part, Hiruzen Sarutobi's joy was palpable, thinking perhaps this correct answer might restore his lost chakra. Yet, the celestial broadcast promptly thrust a pair of undergarments onto his face, 2 pieces of fabric and a ribbon dangling before him. As he recognized the object on his nose, warmth flooded his face, causing him to splutter, blood streaming from his nostrils. Although the moment flickered across the celestial broadcast, many still witnessed the spectacle. Inoki remarked, Hiruzen Sarutobi, are you bleeding? I've long heard that you are the foremost lecher in the ninja world. I never believed it until now. Senju Hashirama added, Third Hokage, I never imagined you were such a man. Sarutobi's wife, Bawako, chastised, You shameless old man. How could you be so brazen as to bleed from your nose? Now I understand why you cherish your crystal ball so much. It allows you to spy on women bathing. Doesn't it? Tell me, after all these years, have you been idle? It is worth noting that Sarutobi's crystal ball could view any corner of the village, tracking individuals based on their chakra attributes. It was this very crystal ball that had orchestrated numerous chance encounters between Sarutobi and Bawako, eventually leading to their romance. Now, after 13 years of Bawako's passing, it was evident that Sarutobi could still bleed from his nose at the sight of undergarments, revealing the depths of his suppressed desires. Kurenai Yuhi interjected, Bawako, do not jump to conclusions. The third Hokage's feelings for you are as clear as day. Bawako retorted, Humph, you spend all your time at the Yamanaka clan. Who knows what goes on? Sarutobi interrupted, enough. This is from the celestial realm, not my fault. Ugh, these undergarments clearly belong to someone with poor physique, not even comparable to my late wife's. After this proclamation, the third Hokage tossed Kurenai's undergarments onto the ground. Kurenai lamented, had I known it would end like this, I would have preferred to crash into a wall than answer this question. Look at the third Hokage, so old and unattractive, a sight to behold. Sarutobi challenged, Kurenai, if you dare, come at me. Bawako added, you shameless old man. What do you want from her? Naruto Uzumaki chimed in, seducing technique. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Naruto Uzumaki executed the seducing technique, appearing on the live broadcast screen, followed by his boisterous laughter. This time, not just Hiruzen Sarutobi but also Kakashi, Jiraiya, and many others watching the broadcast, including a multitude of ninja captivated by the visuals, found themselves gushing blood from their noses. Hiruzen Sarutobi was left in a frenzy of blood, while Hashirama stared in shock, ready to strike his brother. Tadanoki's jaw dropped, and Raza, the fourth Kazakage, lost focus, ultimately falling victim to Orochimaru's cunning, as Orochimaru assumed his form. Preparing to lead the Sand-Hidden Village's lower ninjas to Konoha for the Chunin exams, Kurenai shook her head, feeling inadequate, while Sakura punched Naruto in the head, finally breaking the seducing technique, though the broadcast lasted merely 10 seconds. It sent ripples through the ninja world. Is Naruto truly my son? Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed upon witnessing the broadcast, unable to restrain herself in the chat. Minato Namikaze, too, was deeply moved, recognizing that their son had grown so much. Yet, they couldn't shake the feeling that something about him seemed off. Naruto, where did you learn such a technique? Minato inquired. Naruto replied, in response to the fourth Hokage, this technique is mainly to deal with Grandpa Third. As long as I am caught by him, I can use the seducing technique, and he certainly won't pursue my transgressions. Haha, seducing technique. Upon concluding his remarks, he transformed once more, this time into an even more enchanting visage. Shrouded in mystery, evoking flights of fancy, beneath the celestial canopy of the live broadcast, chaos erupted anew among the spectators. Some began to shield their children's eyes, while others stared vacantly, and yet others vented their frustrations vocally. There were those who lamented. Indeed, if the third Hokage were to be dubbed the second S-class wolf of the ninja world, none would dare claim the title of the fourth Raikage. Asserted, children cannot deceive. This time it is irrefutable. The third is indeed an old lecher. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama, Shimura Danzos' inner thoughts echoed. Support, Naruto, my Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina, filled with emotion, exclaimed, my son? Are you faring well now? Uzumaki Naruto, taken aback, queried. You've called me son before. Who were you referring to? You were my son. If it weren't for the barrier of the celestial canopy between them. She would have rushed forward to embrace Naruto immediately. Namikaze Minato, Naruto, you aren't unaware that you are my son, are you? What son nonsense? What is happening today? One moment I'm your father, and the next I'm someone else's son. Suddenly, Naruto was struck dumb, glancing towards the Hokage rock, and then recalling the pineapple-headed figure from the live broadcast. It was as if a revelation flashed through his mind. The three of them bore an uncanny resemblance. Chapter 6. Unmasking the Hypocrisy. My father is the fourth Hokage? In disbelief, he voiced this statement in the chat group. Uzumaki Naruto was not particularly well known in the village. Being merely a teenage genin, often disregarded. As he posed this question, outsiders remained oblivious, while the village's authorities refrained from commenting, prompting some villagers to respond. How could you possibly be the son of the fourth? Surely they have mistaken you. You are the Ninetales, a menace to the village. The Ninetales is simply a beast. How could he be the fourth son? Fourth Hokage, you must be mistaken. It is impossible. The third Hokage is kind-hearted. which is why he allowed this abomination to remain. Otherwise, he would have been driven from the village long ago. Yes, driven out of the village. Exactly, he is the Ninetales. The comments flooded in, with a cacophony of opinions. Yet not a single soul acknowledged that Uzumaki Naruto was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina unleashed a flurry of furious emojis. Third Hokage, no wonder the third S wife berates you. You truly are two-faced. Please provide me with an explanation. Namikaze Minato. Third Hokage, you haven't ever informed Naruto of his true identity, have you? In the live broadcast room, an eerie silence fell, as those who had been shouting about the Ninetales ceased their clamoring. All eyes turning towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's avatar. At that moment, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at Narashikaku, who said nothing, choosing not to assist him in this moment. After all, Naruto's circumstances were entirely his responsibility. There was no need for his strategist to devise a plan. Everyone, hush, do not speak further. This is a village secret, and I refuse to provide any explanations. Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to assert his authority as the third Hokage. Noki, a secret? What secret? Is it concerning Uzumaki Naruto being the Ninetales? Fourth Raikage, isn't he just a Jinchuriki? Everyone in the Leaf Village knows this. What are you calling a secret? Do you think everyone is foolish, or are you the fool? Terumi-me, I reckon he is the fool. When faced with an unexplainable situation, he resorts to claiming it's a secret. A classic case of self-deception. Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato. Now you see what the third truly is, right? He is the son of a hero, yet he has turned him into a village pariah, which is precisely why I left the Leaf Village. The third is truly disheartening. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, do not slander. When Naruto was born, the Ninetales incident erupted, and coupled with the whisker marks on his face, it was only natural for everyone to associate this with him. As Hokage, how could I possibly fabricate his lineage, Uzumaki Kushina? If you hadn't fabricated it, how would the villagers know he is a Jinchuriki? I gave birth to him outside the village. And only a handful of people were present. For the safety of the village, both Namikaze Minato and I sacrificed ourselves. I never expected you would treat my child in this manner. Namikaze Minato, Naruto. Are you eating well? Are you living comfortably? Do you have friends? In contrast to the mutual accusations among others, Minato was far more concerned about his son's current state. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes glistened with emotion. His heart tumultuous. Was he truly the son of the fourth Hokage? He gazed excitedly at the father figure speaking to him from the celestial canopy, trembling as he replied. Father, are you truly my father? I am well. I live alone, undisturbed, and I have plenty of instant noodles at home. Terumi-me, haha, plenty of instant noodles. Little one, how long have you been living alone? Naruto, in a daze, responded, since I can remember. I have been on my own. The third grandpa treated me well and sometimes even invited me to Ichiraka ramen for noodles. Noki, sometimes. Ha ha ha. How many times is sometimes? You're 12 or 13 this year. Right. Over the years, how many times has he treated you? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and glanced at Sasuke and Sakura beside him, both equally shocked. They never imagined that the boy who had been isolated and branded as the Ninetales was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato, he was not a monster, but rather the son of a hero. At that moment, Sasuke felt as though he had suddenly glimpsed himself, a vague sense of understanding washing over him. He looked up at the live broadcast group, where his own parents were present, and he yearned to uncover the truth behind Itachi's massacre of their clan. Previously, he had been unwavering in his conviction that Itachi was an irredeemable villain. But seeing his parents in the broadcast group ignited a flicker of hope within him, a desire to comprehend the truth. Naruto sent a voice message in the chat. I remember, it seems to be once. Or maybe twice, but perhaps it was just a dream. Daddy scratched his head and laughed. The group fell silent. A child may not grasp the gravity of the situation, especially one as carefree as Naruto. Yet the adults understood the deeper implications. A 13-year-old child, having been treated to ramen only once throughout his life, while being isolated and ridiculed, and still claiming the third Hokage meant no harm? It was clear that this was a matter he could have resolved with a single statement. Yet even now, with his parents unmasking the truth, he still attempted to defend himself. Orochimaru, impressive, truly impressive. The third Hokage is indeed remarkable, shielding his own family with layers of protection, while turning the fourth's only child into the village's enemy. It is quite the feat. Second Mizukage, Yagura, I can't take it anymore. I shall destroy the Leaf Village, gather the ninja. I will slay that old fool, the third Hokage. Noki, truly cunning. Having reached this point, The child still speaks well of you. You've offered him a sweet date while simultaneously delivering countless slaps. Uzumaki Kushina, I want to resurrect. I demand that the third pay the price for daring to treat my son in such a manner. I once revered you as a senior, only to discover you are this kind of person. Sarutobi Hiruzen, everyone, please remain calm. There are reasons behind this matter. A.S. Agent Shuriki. The younger one is, the less control he has over the beast within. I once discussed this with Danzo, who believed that although Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, it was best not to expose him to too many people, as it could provoke him and lead to the beast's eruption. Thus, he was left to live alone. All our actions were for the sake of the village. I had to find a balance between the village and Naruto, which is why I resorted to this course of action. Namikaze Minato, third Hokage, are you acknowledging this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was all for the village. Danzo feared Naruto might pose a danger to it. Shimura Danzo, do you not agree? Chapter 7. A duet of black and white. Shimura Danzo was acutely aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mindset. Yet from his youth until now, he had always understood his identity in the role he played. In this village, where leaves danced, there inevitably existed roots beneath the trees. Danzo let out a soft sigh. Contemplating. What does it matter if I admit it? Several of my predecessors are already deceased, and the fourth Hokage and his wife have also passed. Even if I concede, what difference would it make? Yes, I admit it. This matter is entirely my doing. That I do not fear the curses or slander of others. But I desire only one thing, the safety of Konoha. I want the village to thrive. Shimura Danzo proclaimed loudly, as if embodying an indomitable spirit that would not allow Konoha to be tarnished. The villagers, upon hearing his words, surprisingly began to admire Danzo, and even some Konoha ninjas started to endorse the actions of the two. In the live chat, the second Mizukage, Yagura, exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. It's utterly disgusting. One plays the role of the white-faced villain, while the other assumes the black-faced counterpart, feigning forthrightness, yet seeking to exploit the village's righteousness to veil their own transgressions. I shall resurrect, gather ninjas, and annihilate Konoha. The third Raikage, added, Konoha has always treated people as fools. The second Sutsuki, Inoki, remarked, I generally refrain from speaking unless unable to hold back. The third Hokage and Danzo, with their deceitful tricks, still wish to deceive others. Yagura retorted, Inoki, your silence is due to your mouth being bound by bandages, not because you are discreet. Come at me if you dare, Kurozetsu interjected. Have you not noticed? In Konoha, apart from Tsunade, there are no other Senju clan ninjas left. Is this merely coincidence? Upon this revelation, not only Konoha ninjas but everyone in the chat began scrutinizing the roster, and indeed, the Senju clan was conspicuously absent. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, they sacrificed themselves for the village. We all did for Konoha. I will treat Naruto well from now on. I was unaware of who leaked his information, but now that it has come to this, we will rectify our mistakes. I hope everyone refrains from spreading misinformation. The third Hokage realized that if he did not clear his name, he would only be further vilified, with more secrets likely to come to light. And he feared becoming a target. Senju Hashirama exclaimed, Oh, my dear disciple. Senju Tobarama urged Orochimaru, revive me with impure world reincarnation. I will personally eliminate this renegade. Orochimaru replied, Uchiha Madara. Congratulations, second Hokage. It seems the Senju clan, who have always viewed the Uchiha as their greatest threat, is now down to one member, Tsunade, the sole survivor of Konoha now. Haha, Senju Tobarama shot back. Do not rejoice too soon. Look at the list in the chat. Your clan members are also absent from Konoha. Madara responded, I noticed long ago. I am certain this is the scheme of your two beloved disciples. The exchange continued with accusations flying. Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed, awaken to reality. Uchiha Makoto added, how intriguing. Senju Tobarama reiterated, revive me. Madara declared, I will eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke glanced suspiciously at the third Hokage in the chat. Indeed, the Senju and Uchiha clans were the founding families of Konoha. Why were these two powerful clans reduced to mere remnants, while others thrived? Such thoughts were chillingly unsettling. Sasuke desired to investigate the matter, but realized he currently lacked the strength to do so. He understood that he must grow stronger, powerful enough to instill fear in any who might oppose him, in order to unravel the mysteries surrounding this situation. Yet, with so many in Konoha eyeing the Uchiha with suspicion, the threat posed by Danzo and the third Hokage's ulterior motives loomed large. Could he truly grow up safely? And if not, what then? He needed to strategize a contingency plan for his future. Meanwhile, accustomed to bearing the brunt of blame, Danzo noticed the chat discourse with newfound caution. If his master, Senju Tobarama, were truly to be resurrected, he could not afford to be present. Otherwise, the consequences would be far graver than mere criticism. He might lose his life. Just then, amidst the heavy atmosphere of suspicion, the live feed flickered, revealing Naruto Uzumaki, who had utilized the shadow clone technique, conjuring hundreds of clones that surged skyward in a collective rush. Oda-san, Okaya-san. Naruto cried, tears glistening in his eyes. Unrestrained in his desire to meet his parents and behold their visage up close, everyone was taken aback by this spectacle. Was this child truly a tiger? Countless formidable ninjas had failed to vanquish the live feed. Yet here he was, charging forward without a care. Kushina, Uzumaki shouted. Naruto. Minato Namikaze wore an anxious expression, yet the divide of death was insurmountable. Tears streamed down Naruto's face, and Sasuke felt a swell of emotion. Wanting to rush forward heedlessly like Naruto but knowing that it was merely an illusion, a facade that would coalesce again after being breached. Naruto, calm down, calm down. Sasuke grasped him firmly, witnessing this poignant moment. Everyone was moved, even those villagers who had once ostracized Naruto, now reflecting on their past transgressions. Regardless, he was the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto wavered, and dozens of shadow clones charged at Sasuke, who quickly released his grip and formed hand seals. Great fireball technique. A massive inferno erupted, incinerating the clones that approached. Meanwhile, Naruto, the original, had ascended once more, a Rasengan forming in his hand as he shouted, "Return to me." Oda-san, Okaya-san. The ethereal illusion of the live feed shattered under the force of the Rasengan, only to reassemble moments later. Naruto, do not. Kushina cried out, relieved that the live feed allowed them to witness him. As Naruto prepared to rush forward again, her words struck him like a deflating balloon, and he sank to the ground, weeping heartily. His cries, filled with loneliness and despair, were heart-wrenching to hear. The boy who had once masked his pain with laughter, absurdity, and resilience now shed every pretense, longing simply to meet his parents. Everyone bore witness to this heart-rending scene, unable to remain unmoved. Senju Hashirama lamented, "I cannot hold back any longer," sobbing, "I truly cannot. Revive me. I will eliminate the third Hokage." Senju Tobarama chastised, "Monkey, you have utterly disappointed me. This matter, upon reflection, is riddled with flaws. Is there any point in your apology now?" Minato Namikaze declared. "Third Hokage, I have always respected you, yet I never anticipated your despicable nature, calculating against a child, your own progeny. How could you protect your lineage so diligently while my child is branded as the village's demon fox? I will not forget this grievance," Kushina added. "Third Hokage, I too will not forgive you." At this moment, not only those within the live feed were affected, but even the ordinary citizens watching were deeply moved. The third Hokage had shown his true colors, considering that child, who had suffered immensely. Despite the rumors of him being the Ninetales, throughout the years, he had caused little more than mischief. Conversely, their treatment of him had been unjust. What a pity for the hero's son to be scorned as a monster by the third Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, implored, "Everyone, do not be so agitated. I have stated that this was Danzo's intent. Rest assured, I will ensure Danzo comes forth to apologize. Here, I sincerely apologize for failing to protect the fourth Hokage's son, Naruto Uzumaki. Die, die." In an instant, the chat erupted with curses, many expressing a desire to breach the live feed and exact vengeance on him. Even those with lesser abilities were filled with righteous indignation. How could he, with his grandiose words, justify such vile actions? How could this third Hokage, who schemed against a mere child, still claim the title of Hokage? Kushina reassured, "Naruto, do not be disheartened. At least we have this live feed. From now on, we mother and son can converse more often. Do not cry. Be strong." Minato encouraged, "Son, do not be sorrowful. We understand what you have endured. We believe you will persevere, so keep pushing forward." As Naruto read through the messages from his parents in the live chat, he nodded earnestly. Oda-san, Okaya-san, I will grow up well, so do not worry. Naruto, suppressing his tears with great effort, lifted his gaze to the sky, his heart tumultuous, at the very least. He could now frequently converse with his parents in the group, which was significantly better than not knowing who they were at all. Suddenly, the celestial screen flickered, dividing into 9 segments, each displaying a different scene. Among them were images of Sakura fiercely confronting Naruto, Hinata shyly gazing at him, and Akatsuki interacting with him, along with a future girl confessing her feelings for him, and other women exhibiting affectionate gestures towards Naruto. One particular scene stood out vividly. a kiss shared between Sasuke and Naruto not just once, but twice. The first occurred in a classroom, where Naruto, squatting on a desk, provocatively stared at Sasuke. Then, as someone accidentally bumped into him, he leaned forward and unexpectedly kissed Sasuke, who had been challenging him with his eyes. The image was so shocking that it elicited screams from the girls nearby. The second instance depicted the two, gritting their teeth in an attempt to break the bond that held their hands together, only to find themselves kissing firmly after a series of failed attempts. The 9 scenes played repeatedly, each featuring Naruto Uzumaki, regardless of the other characters present. The celestial broadcast posed a question. Those who answered correctly would be rewarded with a resurrection elixir, granting one chance at revival to the user, while incorrect answers would incur the wrath of the heavens. The question was, who did the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, marry? Please respond quickly. The 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki? Kushina exclaimed. My son has become Hokage, as a spirit. She was more surprised by her son's achievement than by her own resurrection. Minato, glowing with pride, remarked, That's my son. Incredible. Naruto, you are amazing. Although Naruto was initially engulfed in sorrow, upon seeing this scene and hearing the question, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He swiftly wiped away his tears and broke into a joyous smile, brimming with excitement. I will be Hokage. The 7th Hokage. Oh my, I truly will be Hokage. I am the strongest. Mom, Dad, did you see that? The heavens do not deceive. I will become Hokage. Minato felt immense satisfaction. Yes, my son, I believe in you and no matter the challenges you face, you will persevere and excel in overcoming them. Kushina added, Naruto, you are the best. Kiba clenched his fists tightly upon witnessing this. Of course, the underdog could never become Hokage. Hence, the future Hokage must be me. If Naruto is the 7th, then I must surely be the 6th. Rock Lee declared, the position of Hokage is rightfully mine, for only someone as passionate as I can truly embody the Hokage spirit. Might Guy chimed in, indeed, youth must be filled with fervor. Only passion can forge a Hokage. The 3rd Hokage's somber demeanor led him to resort to crystal ball spying to relieve his stress. Kakashi interjected, Guy, mind your words. Guy, realizing his faux pas, quickly replied, yes. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt a twinge of grievance. Whom have I wronged? Yet, he dared not voice his complaints, as silence seemed to keep him relevant. Any attempt to speak out could hasten his demise at this moment. The living were oblivious to the critical nature of the broadcast question, while the deceased recognized the treasure it presented. Though the prominent figures in the Pure Land were momentarily speechless, their hearts surged with tumultuous emotions. Obito, filled with urgency, realized that the resurrection elixir would eliminate the need to wait for Nagato to capture the tailed beasts before using the rebirth technique on himself. Possessing that elixir could potentially advance his plans by several years. Orochimaru, upon seeing the name of the elixir, could not help but lick his long tongue. If he obtained that elixir, he could save himself from death in the future. At this moment, he had taken on the guise of Rasha, leading the lower ninjas of the Sand Village toward Konoha, as the Ch-Nin exams were imminent. 3rd Hokage, this time, I shall certainly kill you. Others in the Pure Land appeared equally eager, their minds racing with thoughts of the question, even if they remained silent. Chapter 9. The Uchiha Habit. When Hashirama Senju posed the question, in the future, who will Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage, marry? Minato, Fugaku Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, and Makoto Uchiha suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, having witnessed a particular scene. What on earth is happening in the 5th scene? Naruto, you must explain. Kushina could not restrain her curiosity. The Makoto had been mostly silent. She too felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the scene. How could this be? Sasuke, could it be? Moreover, when Naruto had dashed toward the celestial broadcast in a frenzy, it was only Sasuke who had intervened to stop him. Did they truly harbor a secret? Izuna Uchiha exclaimed, Wow, we Uchiha have such passionate children. Remarkable. At this, Obito could not suppress his response. Oh, Izuna, you have appeared. I did not expect to see you here. Izuna replied, Brother, I am here, silently observing your discussions until now. Fugaku nearly choked on his own breath and demanded, Sasuke, what is going on? What is the meaning of your video? Sasuke's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as he clenched his fists, glancing at Naruto before retorting, Ask him. This statement led many to speculate if their relationship were normal. Why the reluctance to respond directly? Previously, the answers from the quiz had been unconventional. Konoha's descendants rescuing Orochimaru's child. Given Orochimaru's betrayal and the many lives lost, how could Konoha ninja seek to save his offspring? Yet, the answer had proven correct. Additionally, Orochimaru seeking a mother for his child, with so many options available, yet the answer was himself. Who in this world could conceive a child with themselves? Such notions were inconceivable. Yet the answer remained correct. In this instance, among the 9 scenes, 8 featured female characters, while 1 raised significant questions, seemingly unconventional. Could this be the correct answer? It is worth noting that the correct response in this quiz could yield the resurrection elixir. That item, a means of reviving the deceased, was non-existent in the ninja world, only obtainable through this divine broadcast. Who would not desire it? Unbeknownst to everyone, the resurrection elixir had been provided by the broadcast's host. Yinya, who had just exchanged the astonishment points contributed by the audience for a resurrection elixir in the system's background. While this elixir could indeed revive the departed, it came with a caveat. Anyone resurrected by it would be compelled to obey Yinya's commands. An unalterable condition, the broadcast continued to replay. Hinata, upon witnessing her scene, felt her face flush crimson. Meanwhile, Sakura, dismissive, turned to Sasuke, who appeared flustered, and quickly clarified, "Sasuke, I assure you, I will not marry Naruto. You must trust me." Sasuke scoffed. And upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto glared at him. "What? Is it so impossible for Sakura to marry me? Sakura, let us duel. Whoever wins claims the title of leader, and the loser marries Sakura." Sakura's forehead twitched in frustration. "What does that even mean? Why must the loser marry me? Naruto, do you wish to be beaten?" Kushina, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Naruto, what on earth is happening between you and Sasuke?" Though she typed her words, her exasperation was palpable. Naruto, jolted, quickly turned to the screen and declared, "Mom, Sasuke cannot have children. I already have children, but you could adopt or find someone else." A voice chimed in from the group, belonging to Tsunade. Others nodded in agreement, including the second Sutsuki, Inoki. Sasuke sighed, "In the future, I too will have a daughter." At this revelation, everyone recalled the first question from the broadcast, which had indeed specified that Naruto's son and Sasuke's daughter existed. If Sasuke had a daughter, did that not indicate he was not gay? Makoto Uchiha affirmed, "Sasuke, I believe in you." Hashirama added, "However, based on Uchiha traditions, they often prefer to remain single. Could there be reasoning behind this?" Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Madara. We are not traditionally single. Rather, we have grown accustomed to solitude. Uzumaki Mito. No need for explanations. Explanations are simply a cover for being gay. Uzumaki Naruto, witnessing the escalating misunderstandings among the crowd, grew anxious and seized Sasuke by the arm, exclaiming, "What does it mean to be gay? Pray, enlighten me." Uchiha Sasuke retaliated with a swift punch. Yet Naruto deftly evaded. And both stood, dazed, exchanging fierce glances. The excitement sparkled in Naruto's eyes, while Sasuke remained undaunted, brimming with fighting spirit. "I demand to know what being gay means. Call me Sasuke." The two resumed their brawl, the celestial screen shifting focus to their clash. While the 9 repetitive small squares were relegated to a corner of the screen. Oh my, they are truly fighting. Could they not be mere friends? Fighting is affection, you wouldn't understand. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke faced each other with intensity. One unleashed the great fireball technique, while the other summoned shadow clones, evading with a swift spin, shattering several clones before leaping into action with Chidori. The electric fury of Chidori surged toward Naruto, illuminated by Sasuke's fierce gaze. Meanwhile, Naruto charged forward, his Rasengan swirling rapidly as he aimed for Sasuke. Haruno Sakura stood beside them, bewildered by their quarrel, and cried out, "Please, don't fight over me." Were it not for their resolute determination in battle, they might have redirected their attacks towards Sakura. At that moment, Kakashi Hitaki descended from above, intervening between them. "Cease this at once. Your parents are watching." Upon hearing this, though they tempered their strikes, Chidori still blasted a crater into the ground, and the Rasengan soared far away, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, across the village, a water tank atop a tall building was struck by the Rasengan, unleashing a cascade of water, as if from a waterfall. Ding! Uchiha Madara answered successfully. "Please respond." At that moment, a voice resonated from the celestial screen, revealing that Madara had buzzed in. Chapter 10. The Will of Stone. I perceive the correct answer to be, the one who marries Uzumaki Naruto is defined as gay. As soon as these words were spoken, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the celestial screen, where the earlier confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke had vanished, leaving only the 9 images in perpetual repetition. The system commenced its evaluation, and everyone held their breath. Concurrently, Naka's eyes darted about as he whispered to those behind him, "Go fetch a few death row inmates to answer. There are only 9 answers. If it's not this one, it must be that one. Using the condemned to answer is a form of punishment that costs no loss of life to us." Upon hearing this, his companions complied. Noki sensed that Uchiha Madara had answered incorrectly. Although he had this suspicion, others were not so convinced. In fact, many believed he had answered correctly. What now? Madara has seized the initiative. Surely, they cannot truly be wed. Even if there are hidden truths, such a revelation could not be made public. Let us not forget, Uzumaki Naruto is destined to become the 7th Hokage. As Hokage, who knows what he might do? Uzumaki Kushina. Silence. My son cannot possibly be gay. Uchiha Makoto. Indeed, my son could never be gay. Pray, elucidate what being gay entails. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. What does it mean to be gay? Pray, enlighten me. Uchiha Sasuke struck Naruto squarely in the face. Are we not done? What more is there to say about being gay? Uzumaki Naruto. As time passed, the System S evaluation concluded, and the System S voice announced, Uchiha Madara has answered incorrectly. As punishment, the Uchiha fan shall be confiscated. The Uchiha fan, a treasured artifact of the Uchiha clan, crafted from a fragment of the divine tree, possesses the ability to reflect all attacks. It is a significant emblem of Uchiha Madara. And due to a Beto-wielding Madara-S mask and this fan, the Akatsuki believed Madara to be alive, oblivious to the fact that this was part of a Beto and Madara-S scheme. At this moment, however, the fan was not beside the deceased Uchiha Madara, but rather with Obito. Upon hearing this punishment, Obito felt elated, since the fan was not in his possession. Perhaps the celestial screen would fail to locate it and impose a penalty on another? If he lost a technique or two, it mattered little, for as long as he was willing to train, he could reclaim them. Yet he was unprepared for the fact that, as the celestial system's voice concluded, the fan beside Obito in the hidden mist village suddenly vanished, and they had not escaped unscathed. Enraged, Obito cursed, astonished that the celestial screen was so astute. Nothing could be concealed from its gaze. Not Sasuke, not what it means to be gay, but rather, who is it? Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Makoto all breathed a sigh of relief. Having witnessed the ambiguous scene between the two, they had felt restless until now. And at this moment, their worries began to dissipate. Turning their thoughts to their grandchildren, they nearly felt compelled to announce their joy to the world. Uzumaki Kushina, I told you so, it was impossible. Haha. Uchiha Makoto. Haha. Yet if Naruto were a girl, Sasuke would not mind. Uzumaki Kushina. If Sasuke were a girl, Naruto might consider it. After their jest, though their eyes blazed with intensity, they maintained outward smiles. Just then, a sound rang out. Ding! The sand from a Wagakure buzzed in. Uzumaki Naruto is set to marry a girl named Sakura. This sand was indeed one of the death row inmates Noki had summoned. Hoping to acquire the resurrection elixir, should he obtain that potion, it would be of immense benefit to a Wagakure's future. Uchiha Madara, having just lost the Uchiha fan and still reeling from the shock, was now tense as he gazed at the live broadcast screen. Was this answer correct? It seemed plausible, given that Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto had mentioned Sakura's name more than once. Could it truly be her? If so, he must ensure that Obito and the Akatsuki retrieve that resurrection elixir. The chance to return must belong solely to him. Haruno Sakura. Pfft, how could I ever marry Naruto? I have no feelings for him at all. The screen displayed the repetitive image of Sakura delivering a fierce blow to Naruto, over and over again. Terumi Mei, the 4th Raikage A, and the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi all bore expressions of astonishment. Who is this sand from a Wagakure? And does he truly know who Sakura is to dare answer? Yet, perhaps his answer is indeed correct. After all, fighting is a form of affection, and observing Sakura pummel Naruto, while he appeared to revel in it, perhaps they would indeed end up together in the future. As the System S evaluation time concluded, Noki's anxiety was palpable, his beard nearly standing on end. The Wagakure's sand answered incorrectly, as it was a proxy answer. The penalty is the forfeiture of the sand's life, along with the stripping of all of Noki's bloodline limit techniques. As these words were spoken, shock coursed through the entirety of the ninja world. Before anyone could question, Noki erupted in a frenzy, shouting in the group, "Why should I be punished for the sand's answer? That was a bloodline limit technique. Though it was merely the loss of ninjutsu and not the bloodline itself, at his age, should he need to retrain, it would likely take 3 to 5 years to recover." The celestial screen suddenly unleashed thunder, striking a Wagakure with a resounding boom, cleaving the Tsuchikage's office in two to Noki, terrified, hastily retreated, as alarms blared throughout the village, and everyone anxiously observed the celestial screen. Some fled, while others stood ready. Previously, those who sought to destroy the celestial screen faced no punishment. Yet Noki's mere inquiry regarding the punishment for his bloodline limit techniques led to near catastrophe. After the celestial screen unleashed its wrath, a message appeared. This celestial screen knows all that has transpired in the past, present, and future. Naki's act of seeking a proxy answer for the system's question has resulted in the forfeiture of the proxy's life. In Naki's bloodline limit techniques, should there be any dissent, one may exchange their life for their ninjutsu. Upon uttering these words, Noki immediately wilted, rendered speechless. To persist further would mean surrendering his very life. Though advanced in years, he was loath to embrace death. The others, upon hearing this statement, were struck by enlightenment. It became evident that Noki had resorted to underhanded tactics, and no wonder the celestial curtain had chosen to punish him. Moreover, this seemingly simple question was anything but. A wrong answer could very well result in the obliteration of his existence by the celestial curtain. Uchiha Madara remarked, this old fellow is quite cunning. Chapter 11. Naki's indomitable will Noki. Uchiha Madara, in terms of age, you surpass me. Are you not also coveting that resurrection elixir? I acknowledge my mistakes and accept my punishment. Henceforth, I shall refrain from seeking others' answers and will respond personally. Tobarama Senju, that is because you were caught by the celestial curtain's live broadcast. Had you not been discovered, you would still have others answer for you. Kushina Uzumaki, third Sutsuki, you were cheating. Danzos Shimura, Noki is indeed like a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Yet I appreciate this. Yes, one should answer for oneself. Therefore, the remaining opportunity for a prompt response is yours, among the 7 remaining images. Which individual is the one who marries Naruto Uzumaki? Kushina Uzumaki. Danzo, how dare you speak? Please explain our Naruto's situation. Danzo Shimura, I have long accepted my role as Konoha's scapegoat, for the sake of Konoha. I have no words. Kushina Uzumaki, you are utterly shameless. Tobarama Senju, stay on topic. Noki, tell us, who among them marries Naruto? Second Sutsuki. Noki, your steadfast resolve is indeed remarkable, growing even stronger. Second Mizuki, indeed, it has been upgraded to Diamond Heart. Unwavering to the end. Suddenly, numerous prominent figures in the group began to shout, with Hashirama Senju being the most exuberant. To him, notions of resurrection were but fleeting thoughts, nothing compared to the joyous uproar of the group. Noki scrunched his nose and snorted in embarrassment, helplessly gazing at the sky. He understood that this time, evasion was futile. He must answer, no matter the outcome. Who could it be? A correct answer would yield the resurrection elixir. A means to save himself when his time came. A wrong answer would squander the opportunity, eliminating a possibility for others and potentially costing him his life at the hands of the celestial curtain. Who could it be? Noki was unfamiliar with the younger generations depicted in the remaining 7 images and could not fathom why the celestial system centered the question around Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. However, he sensed that this celestial curtain was far more than mere entertainment. Given the reward of the resurrection elixir, this curtain was undoubtedly an entity beyond the comprehension of the shinobi world. He clenched his fists tightly, his body suspended, his eyes fixed intently on the 7 remaining images within the curtain. From a certain perspective, the 4th image appeared particularly intimate. It seemed to depict a future Naruto, tall and holding a stunning woman, whose gaze was as tender as flowing water, while he, with unwavering determination, looked down at her. That woman was the priestess Shine, a vision of the future, at that very moment. In the land of demons, Shine sat on the floor, a blush coloring her cheeks as she explained to the young man opposite her. Brother Hikari, please do not misunderstand. That is a matter of the future, and I do not know what will happen then. However, I assure you, there is no relationship between me and that boy. Hikari said nothing, merely smiling with intrigue as he gazed at the sky. How would Noki respond? With the pressure mounting, he must be feeling quite anxious. Indeed, beads of cold sweat began to form on Naki's forehead. If he answered incorrectly, would the celestial curtain claim his life? The previous condemned soul had lost all signs of life in an instant. If he were to perish, what would become of Awagakure? Would other villages seize the opportunity to attack the land of Earth? Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, while the phrase to the bitter end dominated the chat. Steeling himself, he pressed the powerful bell. Ding. Third Sutsuki Noki has successfully buzzed in. Please respond to the text that appears in the celestial curtain. It is the woman from the 4th image. Although I do not know her name, their expressions suggest they are in a romantic relationship. The 13-year-old Naruto was equally perplexed, as he did not recognize the scion of the land of demons. Kushina Izumaki, that girl is indeed beautiful. I wonder where she is from. Could someone in the group please answer? Meanwhile, Kushina had summoned the person from the video. On the other end, Scion, who was enjoying tea with Hikari, directly replied in the group chat, "Everyone, rest assured, I could never marry that Naruto, for I have someone I truly like." Upon hearing this, the others realized that Noki had answered incorrectly, while Naka's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at the celestial curtain, hoping for a miracle, the celestial curtain was currently reviewing the question, and as time passed, a line of text appeared in the live broadcast. Naka's answer is incorrect. 10 years of his lifespan have been revoked. Puff. Hearing this, Noki was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Huangtu, witnessing his distress, spoke to comfort him. "Father, do not fret. At least this punishment does not entail loss of life." Which is certainly better than nothing. Indeed. Noki nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, the group buzzed with discussion regarding his response. Kushina Izumaki. "Oh dear, it wasn't that girl. Who, then, is my daughter-in-law? I am truly curious." Naruto. "Who do you fancy?" At that moment, Naruto was equally bewildered. He glanced at Sakura, who was looking at Sasuke. "Mother, I honestly do not know." Uchiha Obito, clutching his heart, finally relaxed. He observed the silent avatar of Uchiha Kakashi in the group and wished to speak to him. Yet, he could not reveal the existence of Akatsuki. It must grow strong before being unveiled. For now, he must bide his time. However, he could communicate discreetly. He knew that within the shinobi world, whether in the Pure Land or among living beings, they all resided in this group. Thankfully, there were no indicators marking who was alive or dead. Had Pain discovered that Kakashi was a false Uchiha Obito, they would surely become suspicious. Uchiha Obito. Indeed. The resurrection elixir is of utmost significance. It is no wonder Noki is determined to see this through. This time, would Obito take note? Surely he would grasp the implications of his words. However, what could he do? Avoiding the celestial curtain's watchful eye was impossible. Would he have to take to the stage himself? With his current state, he risked losing a fan before even making a move. If he acted, he might even lose his Sharingan. Uchiha Obito chose silence, as if he had not seen the unfolding chaos. Once more, the phrase "to the bitter end" ignited the group. Chapter 12. The three great immortal realms representatives make their entrance. Third Sutsuki. To the bitter end. To the bitter end. Within the group, regardless of stature, whether shinobi or commoner, everyone began to shout. Observing this scene, Noki swiftly retreated to his office, choosing to adopt an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. Should he display his stone resolve now, he would likely face imminent doom. 10 years of life is a heavy price to pay, and he certainly did not wish to forfeit another decade. Just as he departed, Huangtu quickly attempted to redirect the conversation in the group. Could it be the second girl? Or perhaps the ninth? He then enlisted several shills to flood the chat with chatter, endeavoring to prevent the momentum from building. I suspect it could be the fifth or possibly the eighth. But is Naruto truly that fickle, with so many girls? Yet, the shills were few, and their voices were swiftly drowned out. For the next half hour, the phrase "to the bitter end" dominated the chat. Finally, as time wore on, the fervor began to subside. Noki had retreated like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. No amount of shouting would rouse one who feigned sleep. Maiboka Mountains Gamamaru. Could it be the person in the 8th video? Wet Bone Forest Slug Clone. Perhaps it is the 3rd. Dragon Caves Tenkatsu. I believe it is the 7th. The representatives of the three great immortal realms spoke. And all others fell silent, staring in astonishment. Stinky Snake. The 8th is far more beautiful. Toad. I am 1,000 times more beautiful. Just a single glance is enough to tell she cannot be the leading lady. Slug Avatar. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. Harmony is of utmost importance. That if it proves difficult, feel free to answer immediately. Toad Shinsaku. Why don't you answer? You incessantly preach about the value of peace. Are you afraid I might devour you? Slug Avatar. Tianxin Shinshur. You foul toad, flaunting before me. You are but a trivial matter. Come closer and witness how I consume you. Slug Avatar. My acidic corrosion can ensnare a snake. And snakes feast upon frogs, so. Tell me, who is more formidable? Toad Shinsaku. Why not say that I might eat you? Slug Avatar. You cannot reach me, which will surely infuriate you. At that moment, Toad Shinsaku's wife, the sage Jima, activated the buzzer, quickly followed by Tianxin Shinshur pressing hers. Ding! The Toad Jima from my Bokuzen successfully buzzed in. Dragon Caves Tianxin Shinshur ranks 2nd. Please allow the first to answer. Toad Jima began typing. Let us cut to the chase. This is merely a game of chance, as we are all unaware of future events. I choose the 8th option. Indeed, the couple's thoughts were in sync. The woman depicted in the image was F.Ma.Sh. Min. And the scene continually replayed the moment when Naruto groped her. Such imagery is undeniably misleading. After system review, the response was immediate. Answer incorrect. Tojima's sage abilities are revoked. Guhua, how dare you strip me of my sage abilities? I refuse to accept this. Meanwhile, Tojima from my Bokuzen sought refuge while voicing her dissent when a beam of light descended from the heavens, stripping her of all sage powers, should she wish to regain her sage form. She must start her training anew. At this very moment, Jiraiya arrived at my Bokuzen. Witnessing the scene unfold, he pointed at Tojima and laughed heartily. You are far too impulsive. Now you lack any semblance of a sage. Resembling an old toad with its skin peeled off. Hearing this, Tojima glared angrily at Jiraiya and the celestial curtain above before retreating into her home. Please allow the second, Dragon Caves Tianxin Shenshur. To answer the question, my answer is the seventh. Answer incorrect. Punishment entails the revocation of the snake's sage abilities. The stunning Tianxin Shenshur, upon hearing this, swiftly transformed into a large snake, preparing to flee. Yet no matter where she hid, she could not escape the punishment of the celestial curtain. The onlookers could not help but express their dismay. Despite so many attempts, no one had yet provided the correct answer. My Bokuzen. Shinsaku's expression grew grave as he gazed at the celestial curtain above, then turned to the recently arrived Jiraiya, inquiring, You didn't come here merely to mock that old woman, did you? He understood that the appearance of this curtain, which knew the past, present, and future, would alter the entire ninja world. Jiraiya, wiping the smile from his face, nodded solemnly. Indeed, I wish to meet the great sage Toad Sannin. The two made their way to the back mountain, where the great Toad Sannin sat in the Toad Palace, adorned with a doctoral cap, his eyes squinted into slits, with large bags hanging beneath them. After a moment of silence, the Toad Sannin finally spoke. Have you come in search of me? You have finally arrived. I have awaited you for quite some time. Following this enigmatic statement, the Toad Sannin abruptly closed his eyes and fell silent. Sitting upon his throne as scrolls of summoning lay stacked behind him, narrating the ancient history of my Bokuzen. Just as Jiraiya prepared to break the awkward silence, the Toad Sannin spoke again. Who approaches? Both Jiraiya and Toad Shinsaki nearly knelt in surprise. O revered elder, it is I, Jiraiya. Ah, Jiraiya, you've grown so much. Your hair is quite long. Aside from your appearance and stature, you resemble a young lady. The Toad Sannin erupted into laughter. Yet throughout this exchange, his eyes remained shut. Jiraiya felt his face twitch. How could one's physique and appearance not resemble that of a woman? He could no longer afford to explain himself and instead knelt. Asking, Great Toad Sannin, you must be aware of the Celestial Curtain's live broadcast outside, correct? Could you elaborate on how this broadcast came to be? Why has it appeared? What danger could it pose to Konoha and the ninja world? Please enlighten us. With that, Jiraiya lowered his head slightly as a sign of respect. The Toad Sannin nodded gently. I was just about to discuss this matter with you, although I do not yet know the reason for the curtain's existence. I am certain it reveals all things, and those are events that have transpired. What? Events that have already occurred? How can that be? For instance, the broadcast mentions Naruto's descendants, which have yet to happen. Jiraiya felt as if his mind were racing to keep up. A flower represents a world. A leaf signifies enlightenment. Who can ascertain that my present is not the past I once lived, and your present is not the future you once envisioned? The sage implied that the curtain-esque broadcast originates from the future? Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe he had asked. No, it reveals the future, the present, and the past. Jiraiya seemed to grasp the concept partially, yet not entirely. So, the content it broadcast will indeed occur? However, Sage, have you noticed any other peculiarities? This broadcast seems rather strange. He had an inkling that this broadcasting system was unusual, which prompted him to employ reverse summoning to seek out the Toad Sannin for clarification. I just dozed off for a moment. I dreamed of a young boy who could see the high seat behind the curtain's broadcast. The Toad Sannin said cryptically. A boy, behind the curtain? What does that mean? Sage, please clarify. Jiraiya urged anxiously. Let things unfold naturally. As soon as he finished speaking, a symphony of snoring echoed throughout the hall. The Toad Sannin had fallen asleep. Toad Shinsaka gently shook his head at Jiraiya. If you continue to inquire, you will likely receive similar responses. Do not worry. Thus far, the curtain has not harmed anyone. Understood. Jiraiya nodded gravely. Although the answers were not entirely clear, they were sufficient. A boy capable of seeing the curtains behind was crucial information for Konoha, and he needed to return at once to inform the third Hokage. At this moment, in the live broadcast group, chaos ensued. The characters in the first, fourth, sixth, seventh, and eighth images had all been answered incorrectly. Thus, only the second, third, fifth, and ninth options remained, with one possessing the correct answer. Whoever answered correctly would obtain the rebirth elixir. The slug avatar buzzed in. I believe it is the third. The female character portrayed in the third image was Mizuki Bai, who, although male, bore an appearance and attire reminiscent of a woman. The system assessed. Answer incorrect. All healing techniques of the slug avatar are revoked. Upon hearing this, the slug sage lamented internally, thankful that only a clone was used. Otherwise, the sage techniques from Shikatsu Forest would have been eradicated, and the frogs would have become even more boastful. Fortunately, now, only 3 answers remained. The fourth Reikage A from Kumobikure clenched his fist in excitement, glancing at those beside him, exclaiming, "Hurry and answer. Who among us will respond? That is the rebirth elixir. Who among the remaining 3 could possibly be Naruto's bride?" Others were equally uncertain. Tsunade from Konoha appeared tense, observing Q and Nagato beside her, anxiously asking, "Who do you think it is?" Even Orochimaru, leading a team of Sand Village Genin toward Konoha for the Chunin exams, broke into a cold sweat, pondering who it might be. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, "I wish to buzz in." All of this transpired in an instant. Ding! Just as everyone prepared to act, a crisp sound resonated in the group. All within less than half a second, the sounds of buzzing echoed, as if a pot were boiling over, with nearly everyone participating in the frenzy. However, only 3 answers remained, and only one would be correct. The first to gain the right to answer would undoubtedly hold the most influence. Congratulations to Hinata Hyuga from Konoha for successfully buzzing in. Tsunade received the second buzzer, Uchiha Madara the third, and the fourth Reikage A the fourth. Please allow the first, Hinata Hyuga, to respond. Hinata's face flushed crimson, her cheeks radiating warmth. She shyly stepped back and murmured, could it be that? Could it be my? Sakura, hearing this, clenched her fist and shouted, "Hinata, don't hesitate. Go for it." Though Hinata may appear to be both demure and timid, her inner strength is remarkably formidable. Otherwise, she would not have rushed forth to defend Naruto when pain attacked him. From the very beginning, she harbored the hope that she might be the one to marry Naruto in the future, yet she remained silent and restrained. It was only when there were 3 answers left that she summoned her courage and was the first to press the buzzer. The fourth Reikage A exclaimed, "Where did this little girl come from? Can she even answer the question? If not, she should return to school for a couple of years. Such stammering is utterly disgraceful." Inoki retorted, "Indeed. What is this that? Isn't it akin to the third Hokage's answer? Does Konoha produce stutterers?" Hiruzen Sarutobi shot back, "Inoki, wake up. If you want to persist, there will be another question if this one is lost. You must embody the spirit of perseverance." Inoki replied, "Hiruzen, you old lecher, the Moth the ninja world ranks first." Hiruzen challenged, "If you're not convinced, let us settle it one-on-one. Your bloodline elimination techniques have been penalized. What will you use to contend with me?" Inoki countered, "As if you're stronger than me. Haven't you also been penalized with half of your 5 elemental chakra? Let us do this." "Who fears whom?" Hiruzen declared, "You old fool, let us battle now." Their banter escalated, and it seemed they were about to quarrel in the chat. However, the group system chimed, announcing the answer. Congratulations to Hyuga Hinata for answering correctly and earning 1 rebirth elixir. In the future, the one who would marry Uzumaki Naruto was indeed Hyuga Hinata. Upon hearing this, Naruto widened his eyes in astonishment, while Kushina continuously nodded. "This little girl is quite lovely. I like her." "I like her. How adorable," Minato exclaimed. "Wow, I'm so excited I hardly know what to say." Hayashi remarked, "Fourth Hokage, let us discuss the bride price first." "Ha ha ha, the future 7th Hokage. That means my daughter will be the 7th Hokage's wife." Ha ha ha. Hinata felt her heart race upon reading that statement. "Oh my goodness, the answer is indeed correct. I will marry Naruto in the future. Oh my." Then, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. It turned out that her stammering had already constituted her answer. At that moment, she found a rebirth elixir in the palm of her hand, the very reward from the heavenly broadcast. Meanwhile, Hinata collapsed in a secluded part of the park, while in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura dispatched personnel to search for Hinata. No matter what, they had to obtain that rebirth elixir. After his initial joy, Hayashi calmed himself and beckoned, "Hinata, hurry and find my daughter. Ensure her safe return." "Yes, sir." Niji vanished from the Hyuga clan compound. Naruto, watching the heavenly broadcast, was bewildered by the content and the answers, leaving Sasuke and Sakura behind. So, the one I will marry in the future is Hinata? That means our child will also be born from her. As he approached the park, he noticed a glimpse of purple among the trees. Moving closer, he discovered his future wife, unconscious, thinking of their future together. Naruto's cheeks flushed crimson as he rushed to support her, asking, "Hinata, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Hinata, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her racing heart, saw Naruto and suddenly felt as if she had taken a calming pill. Enveloped in a sense of safety, "Here, this is for you. Your parents must be eager to meet you." That was the rebirth elixir. Naruto stared incredulously at Hinata. "Are you sure you want to give me this?" With a firm nod, Hinata affirmed. At that moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He looked up at the heavenly broadcast, where his parents were watching. He longed to see them, but he had only one elixir. Who should he give it to? Just as he hesitated, Hinata's veins throbbed, her Byakugan activated as she said, "Naruto, I'll leave this to you. I have something else to attend to, so I'll head home now." With that, she leaped away, and in the distance, members of the Umbu had already appeared. Just as Hinata reached home, the Umbu were on her heels. "Hyuga Hinata, where's the rebirth elixir? For the sake of the village, please hand it over." At that moment, Hayashi stood protectively before his daughter, responding while typing in the chat. "I don't know whether you're from the root or the third Hokage's faction, but what do you intend to do by seizing my daughter's rebirth elixir?" As soon as he spoke, the chat erupted. "What is happening? Hayashi is speaking. Isn't Hyuga Hinata's father? Is someone trying to steal the rebirth elixir?" Umbu, from Konoha, Kurenai, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in anger, "Unbelievable! Is Konoha this corrupt? Hiruzen, do you have no shame? This is outright robbery." Inoki interjected, requesting a live feed from the heavenly broadcast. This request ignited the group into a frenzy. The second Mizukage, Yagura, called out, requesting a live feed from the heavenly broadcast. The second Sutsuki, Mu, joined, requesting a live feed from the heavenly broadcast. Uchiha Madara demanded, requesting a live feed from the heavenly broadcast. Madara, desperate to obtain the elixir, would go to war for it if he were alive, but alas, he was dead. Otherwise, he would likely have returned to Konoha immediately, as more and more requests flooded in. The heavenly broadcast seemed to sense the urgency and directly inquired with the host, "Hikari, is it possible to broadcast what is currently transpiring in the Hyuga clan, having just departed the land of demons?" Hikari nodded slightly. Of course, the will of the people must be fulfilled. He knew that his shock value relied heavily on the contributions of all within the ninja world. Moreover, this broadcast could yield immense shock value, perhaps even allowing him to exchange for another rebirth elixir. Yet, he wondered what choice Naruto would ultimately make. The heavenly broadcast transitioned its focus, complying with the demands of the ninja world, and began to showcase the scene unfolding at the Hyuga household. In the broadcast, several masked Umbu surrounded Hayashi, Hanabi, and Hinata. The leader spoke, "Hyuga Hinata, where is the rebirth elixir? For the sake of the village, please hand it over." Hayashi shielded his daughters, responding, "This is a reward my daughter earned herself. Are you really intending to seize it? It's all for the village. Please, Hyuga clan leader, think of the greater good." The chat erupted once more. Kurenai shouted, "I'm going to be sick." Hashirama Senju remarked, "I anticipated some would lack shame, but I never expected such people to emerge from my Konoha." Tobarama Senju added, "Monkey, step forth and explain this situation." Hiruzen Sarutobi declared, "Master, please do not concern yourself with this matter. I must obtain the rebirth elixir to revive you and the first Hokage. This is all for Konoha." Inoki scoffed, "How shameless, using Konoha as a shield for every sordid act. Truly, the height of disgrace." The fourth Raikage, proclaimed, "I will attack Konoha. Who will join me?" Kurenai chimed in, "Count me in." "Hiruzen, you old lecher. Everyone desires your downfall." Not only the esteemed leaders but even other ninjas from various villages were incensed. What kind of Hokage resorts to stealing from others? The rebirth elixir, a reward from the heavenly broadcast, was invaluable. No one should seize it in the name of the village. Had this incident transpired in the shadows, it may have gone unnoticed, but the heavenly broadcast had laid it bare for all to see. The first and second Hokages had spoken out, yet Hiruzen remained unyielding, revealing the depths of his character. The first Raikage, taunted, "Hashirama, Tobarama, why are you silent? Are you waiting to be revived? How shameless." The first Mizukage, Haku, sneered, "I've lived long enough in the ninja world and the Pure Land to see that Konoha is full of such individuals, utterly shameless." The first Wind Shadow, Gaara, added, "The character of Konoha's Hokage knows no bounds, it only sinks lower." The first Sutsuki, Ishikawa, declared, "If the first and second Hokages cannot uphold justice in death, then I decree that a Wagakure shall rise against Konoha if they act unjustly today." The words of these four legendary figures elicited gasps of astonishment. Wow, it's the first Hokages. The third Hokage is formidable, capable of drawing out the other four. This seems to be the prelude to the fourth Great Ninja War. 3 ninja villages are set to annihilate the third Hokage, and this is not merely a village conflict, but a response to the actions of the third Hokage. The third Hokage is truly remarkable. Observing this scene, other lesser ninja villages couldn't help but engage in lively discussions. The fourth Great Ninja War, the third Hokage is indeed impressive. Upon witnessing this, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama understood the gravity of the situation and quickly expressed their opinions. Tobarama, the second Hokage, declared, "Neither of us wishes to be resurrected at this moment. Even if we were to return, it must be with dignity and honor. Why should we seize the fruits of another's labor? Sarutobi Hiruzen, whether your motives are for the village or for yourself, I hereby command you to cease your actions immediately. Furthermore, you are hereby stripped of your position as the third Hokage. From this moment forth, you are no longer the Hokage of Konoha. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage looked bewildered. My lord, the title of Hokage rightfully belongs to me. Konoha is currently in a phase of rectification. Besides, who else is capable of filling the role of Hokage but myself? Therefore, esteemed predecessors who have departed to the Pure Land, you need not concern yourselves. Rest assured, I shall make Konoha flourish." Chapter 15. Hypocrisy breeds public outrage. This statement was crystal clear, implying that since they have perished, they should remain at peace and no longer worry about his position as Hokage, for he would not step down. Hashirama chuckled coldly. Tobarama, you have certainly taught your disciple well." Tobarama responded, "Did the deceased not possess a voice? If we did not, why would the heavens summon us into this gathering? Since we are here, we are entitled to speak." Shimura Danzo interjected, "My lord, I too could assume the role of Hokage. After all these years, though I may lack achievements, I possess my share of toil. Should I take office, I will ensure that Konoha evolves into the finest of ninja villages." Hiruzen spat, "You, who have committed countless misdeeds, dare to boast. Danzo, be silent." Danzo retorted, "Ha, it seems I am always the scapegoat for an ungrateful individual. Without the tacit approval of certain parties, could I have succeeded in many endeavors?" Narashikaku, observing the group intently, saw Hiruzen poised to speak again and quickly interjected, "My lord, cease your speech. We must recall the Umbu from the Hyuga clan post-haste. Surely, you do not wish for the fourth Great Ninja War to arise because of you? The 3 great ninja villages are currently eyeing you with hostility." Hiruzen, now somewhat irrational, suddenly found clarity upon hearing Shikaku's words. What had come over him? Why was he so agitated and intent on confronting everyone? Did he truly care so deeply for the position of Hokage? Upon reevaluating himself, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. If he did not care for the title, why would he have resumed it after the fourth Hokage's demise? He was acutely aware of the external criticisms regarding his return to the role. However, the rebirth elixir was of utmost importance. In comparison, he desired the elixir even more. My subordinates still recommend that you disregard that matter and prioritize the immediate withdrawal, Narashikamaru suggested. After much contemplation, Hiruzen nodded slightly and subsequently addressed the group. "Since the second Hokage does not wish to be resurrected, I shall not intrude upon the Hyuga clan any longer. The Umbu will be ordered to retreat. Everyone, this is all for the sake of Konoha. Ugh, disgusting," exclaimed Terumi Mei. "The hypocrisy is appalling," chimed in the fourth Raikage. How pretentious," added Inoki. Meanwhile, the Umbu remained within the Hyuga clan, preparing to invite Hinata Hyuga to the headquarters. Fortunately, at this moment, the third Hokage's command arrived, ordering everyone to retreat. As the Umbu withdrew, the root members remained. "Hinata, where is that elixir? If you do not surrender it today, you will find yourself in grave danger. Of course, we from Konoha would not harm you, being a ninja of our village, but I cannot speak for the other villages. I hope you seriously consider this." The psychological manipulation of the root members weighed heavily on Hayashi Hyuga's heart. He glanced at his daughter and inquired, "Hinata, where is the elixir?" Hinata bit her lip, remaining silent, embodying a spirit of defiance. At that moment, a voice echoed from the wall. "The elixir is in my possession. I have decided to give it to my parents, Mom and Dad. You can decide who uses it." The speaker was Naruto Uzumaki, who hurriedly arrived upon witnessing the Hyuga clan surrounded by the Umbu through the celestial broadcast. Though impulsive by nature, he was not foolish. This was Hinata's all-out effort for him, and he had to provide a satisfactory explanation to the entire ninja world without betraying her trust. Thus, this scene unfolded. Of course, along the way, he had hesitated over saving either his father or mother, but in the end, he resolved to leave this challenging decision to them. He believed that his parents would arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. "Mom, Dad, Catch. With those words, Naruto flung the elixir into the air. Everyone was taken aback. What was this audacious act? Was the consumption of the rebirth elixir truly meant to be done this way? On the other side, the rude Umbu surged forward, leaping into the air and employing ninjutsu to seize the elixir. However, as the elixir was thrown into the sky, it vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it was already in the hands of Minato Namikaze in the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this scene, was nearly driven to shout in the group. He desperately wished to know Minato's whereabouts in the Pure Land so that he could snatch that precious elixir. Hiruzen sighed. While he often contemplated the well-being of Konoha, he selfishly wished to keep the elixir for himself, yet alas, there was no opportunity. After obtaining the elixir, Minato turned to find Kushina Izumaki, only to have the elixir snatched from him by her. I was just about to give it to you, she said. I know. You would undoubtedly prioritize my resurrection. You love me the most and would surely leave the opportunity for me, right? Kushina stepped closer, her gaze intense, glistening with unshed tears. Of course. Minato looked down at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Suddenly, taking advantage of Minato's moment of distraction, Kushina swiftly covered his mouth with her hand while simultaneously forcing the elixir into his mouth. Minato retaliated, but Kushina struck him hard in the abdomen. Her punch was quite powerful, Minato gasped, and the elixir was swallowed. Kushina, he shouted in frustration. Kushina stepped forward and embraced him. When we return to the ninja world, be sure to take good care of our son. We will reunite as a family. Tears streamed down Minato's face as he held Kushina tightly. This opportunity should have been yours. Ha ha, do not worry. We will meet again, Kushina said lightheartedly. Yes, next time there is a rebirth elixir, I will strive with all my might to obtain it. Kushina, wait for me. As his form gradually faded, Minato's spirit departed the Pure Land. Upon reappearing, a voice resonated in his mind. Anyone consuming the rebirth elixir rewarded by the heavens must obey the commands of the celestial broadcast host. Do you confirm your intention to consume this rebirth elixir? A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Hearing this, Minato's heart tightened. If I refuse, will the elixir revert to its original state? If so, he would rather decline the elixir and gift it to Kushina. Impossible. You have already consumed it. If you refuse, it will be destroyed on the spot and will have no effect. Chapter 16. Minato Namikaze arrives. Minato's expression fell. It appeared he had no chance to refuse this time. This was an opportunity created by his son, daughter-in-law, and wife. How could he abandon it? Very well. I consent to obey the commands of the celestial broadcast host and agree to consume this rebirth elixir. As his voice faded, the elixir activated within his body, a radiant light enveloping him as his physical form was reconstituted. When he next appeared, he found himself in a valley, with a city visible on the opposite side. Beneath a large tree stood a young man with black hair, tall and exuding an aura of sage-like presence, a streak of yellow running diagonally from his eye into his hair, radiating with an intense chakra. The sage techniques stripped from Gamamaru now manifested within him. He had been training just moments ago, and behind him was Uchiha fan embedded in the ground. Seeing this scene, Minato's heart raced. Could he be the host of the celestial broadcast? Was he now free to utilize the items and jutsu punished by the heavens at will? The moment the thought surfaced in his mind, a wave of submissive emotions surged within him. Could this feeling be the effect brought about by the resurrection pill? My lord. He lowered his head slightly. Yin nodded. There is a task I need to assign to you. I require you to investigate an organization. Understood. Bo Feng Shui Min nodded slightly. The name of that organization is Ku, and there is an individual named Cicn. I need all the information regarding them. As soon as you have any news, report back immediately. Yin Yu spoke softly. Yes. Bo Feng Shui Min nodded slightly before turning and vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Shan'an concealed herself in darkness. When that young man mentioned having Bo Feng Shui Min investigate an organization, she initially thought it was their Akatsuki, only to discover it was an entirely different group. Who exactly is this person? Why does he carry the Uchiha fan? She recalled that the Uchiha fan had been confiscated by the Tianmu livestream. How could it possibly be in this person's possession? Countless questions swirled in her mind. Leaving her perplexed, Xiaonan shook her head slightly. If she couldn't unravel it, she would not dwell on it. Her mission here was to win over this person named Yin Yu. I wonder if you might be interested in joining our Akatsuki? A cold, emotionless voice resonated through the night. Beneath the dark clouds, two enormous wings unfurled, resembling an angel amidst the darkness. Yin Yu turned his gaze skyward. Although he had just acquired the ninjutsu and sage techniques from the Tianmu system today and was not yet proficient, it did not hinder his ability to wield them. What benefits would joining your Akatsuki bring? Do as you wish, and use pain to forge a world devoid of suffering, Shan'an proclaimed from above. Soaring in the sky, her voice icy, with a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. Yin Yi chuckled, rubbing his fingers together, and replied, I am here to lead others, thus I will not consent to being led by anyone else. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan exerted herself, her wings seemingly transforming as they expanded instantaneously, emanating an oppressive aura formed by the dance of paper technique. Then let your life be forfeit. Xiaonan charged forward, her wings unleashing hundreds of paper blades, aiming towards Yin Yi below. Under the dark clouds, the white paper, controlled by chakra, emitted a ghostly light, resembling bolts of lightning as they hurtled towards the man below. One of his eyes glimmered with the crimson hue of the Sharingan. The wind rustled through his garments, producing a swishing sound. He spread his legs apart, performing a reverse grip. The Uchiha fan nestled in his hand as he gathered chakra, fanning it outward. The immense gust generated by the fan collided with the thousands of paper blades from across the way, creating a cacophony as they fell to the ground. Instantly, the paper seemed to come alive, reshaping itself, with half morphing into shurikens while the other half coalesced into a massive double-bladed shuriken, controlled by chakra, launching toward Yin Yi once more. Yin Yi's figure swayed as he disregarded the oncoming attacks, rapidly propelling himself from the ground, charging towards Xiaonan in the sky. Xiaonan was taken aback. This person could fly unaided. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Suddenly, she recalled the information about various influential figures from the ninja villages that the Akatsuki had been investigating. It was mentioned that the third Sutsuki, Noki, possessed a technique that allowed his body to float. In a previous Tianmu live broadcast, Noki had been deprived of all bloodlines. Could it be that such techniques had transferred to this man? Observing his Uchiha fan, Xiaonan's confusion deepened. Yin Yi began to utilize fire release, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth that incinerated all the paper attacks surrounding him. He surged forward with astonishing speed. A massive earth hammer, coalesced from earth chakra, appearing in his hand, capable of obliterating a building with a single strike. Xiaonan had originally intended to use forceful means to subdue him, compelling him to kneel and plead to join the Akatsuki. However, it was now evident that such an outcome was impossible. He now wielded a Manjiki Sharingan, the Uchiha fan, and half of the third Hokage's 5 elemental chakra, along with Naka's bloodline techniques. She was no match for him. Xiaonan feigned an attack, hastily evading his fire techniques. He had only employed 2 ninjutsu thus far, and if this continued, escape would be untenable. With that thought, she spun around, enveloping herself in a myriad of paper, forming a cocoon-like sphere amidst the night, a transformation of the dance of paper technique. Just as Yin Yi approached, brimming with murderous intent, a tremendous explosion erupted. The fiery blaze from the explosion illuminated the heavens and earth, paper and flames cascading from above, and Xiaonan had long since vanished, while the force of the blast triggered Yin Yi's Susanoo, enveloping him in a protective state. Xiaonan had fled, and Yin Yi chose not to pursue. The Tianmu live broadcast of the night had concluded, and many events were quietly undergoing transformation. Having just acquired numerous ninjutsu, Yin Yi still required time for cultivation, while he delved into mastering his techniques. Elsewhere in Konoha, Jiraiya had already arrived at the Hokage's office. The sage of Mount Myaboka mentioned this. He reiterated the information he had obtained. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. A boy, able to see behind the Tianmu? What does this mean? Jiraiya shook his head gently, taking a deep breath as he anxiously regarded the third Hokage, then softly inquired, My lord, do you think Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Awagakure would truly instigate war against us in Konoha? Chapter 17. Where is the mysterious figure? This was Jiraiya's foremost concern. Konoha had only known peace for over a decade, and should another shinobi world war arise, it would spell disaster for the ninja realm. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. It's all this Tianmu broadcast's fault. Otherwise, some matters wouldn't be known to everyone. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's gaze flickered. The third Hokage was indeed adept at shifting blame. Did he think his actions would remain concealed from others forever? The incident involving the crystal ball and spying on women bathing had been known to him since childhood. There had been a time when he contemplated stealing the crystal ball. But after being discovered and warned, he never dared again. He had simply refrained from sharing such matters with others. But now the Tianmu had exposed everything. Jiraiya took his leave, departing from Konoha. He needed to seek out the boy mentioned by the Sage of Toads, for perhaps finding him would unveil the secrets of the Tianmu. In the land of lightning, at Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, stood atop a rocky outcrop, gazing at the Tianmu screen in the night sky. The live stream had concluded, and the chat group remained lively. According to the Tianmu announcement, the period from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. would see the closure of the live stream, prohibiting group chat. While the broadcast would continuously replay the day's footage, the time from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. was designated for live QA, with varied questions for each video, thus differing response times. At this moment, 5 minutes remained until the closure, and the chat group was abuzz with conversation, resembling a large-scale reunion. Although many spoke simultaneously, it was apparent that everyone was delighted to exchange a few words with their loved ones. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, are you doing well? Uchiha Makoto, are you eating regularly? Is everyone treating you well in the village? Having heard about Naruto's situation, they feared their son might also be ostracized, which would only deepen Sasuke's wounds. Amidst the heartfelt exchanges, Uchiha Sasuke felt overwhelmed by his parents' concern. Trembling fingers typed a response, "Okay-san, Otusan, I'm fine. Please don't worry about me." The three shared a silent gaze across the distance. Hataki SHM, Kakashi, why haven't you spoken in the group? Have you settled down and started a family? Hataki Kakashi, old man, I'm still single. Hataki SHM, what do you mean you're still single? Hurry and find a girlfriend and get married. My son isn't unattractive, so why remain single? Might Guy, what about you? Have you started a family? Might Guy, father, I have many admirers. My passionate youth is loved by all. Might Di, oh, so boastful. I can see through your lies at a glance. The fact proves you are unloved. Alas, I regret letting you choose those tight pants. Had I known, I would have forbidden you from wearing such garments. Might Guy, why? I find such clothing very comfortable and convenient. Might Di, because certain areas are unmistakably revealed. Alas, it easily leads girls to misunderstand. Might Guy. As the crowd took advantage of the final 5 minutes of the celestial broadcast to reconnect with each other. Within the village of Kumogakure, the figure known as Mabui entered the office of the Fourth Raikage, clutching a folder. Lord Fourth Raikage, the individuals you requested have been prepared and are ready to embark on their journey to Kirigakure at your command to discuss plans for waging war against the Land of Fire. May I inquire when they are to set forth? Upon hearing this, the Fourth Raikage, gazed skyward, his heart tumultuous. He turned slightly to regard Mabui and asked, do you believe this is the most opportune moment? Mabui shook his head gently. No, my lord. Should we instigate war now, not only would we invite scorn, but we may also find ourselves unable to triumph over Konoha. What do you mean by that? Although the Fourth Raikage already harbored an answer within, he sought confirmation from another. The existence of this broadcast system presents a significant obstacle. Today's streamed content revolves entirely around Konoha, magnifying their flaws and the shortcomings of the third Hokage. However, should we provoke war, the celestial screen would inevitably shine its light upon Kumogakure, revealing our actions for all to see. At that juncture, what rationale would we possess to rally others against Konoha? Kirigakure and Iwagakure would likely turn against us, placing us in peril. Indeed, the clandestine affairs of Kumogakure are more numerous, and if exposed under the celestial spotlight, it would incite hatred towards them. Moreover, the rebirth elixir has fallen into the hands of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his spouse. It remains uncertain who has been resurrected. If it is the fourth Hokage himself, then even if we muster our shinobi and launch an assault, victory would elude us. Furthermore, my lord, do not forget about Edo Tensei. At these words, a cold sweat broke out on the back of the Fourth Raikage. Realizing his oversight, the celestial broadcast indeed allows communication between the living and the deceased. If the second Hokage imparts Edo Tensei to the shinobi of Konoha, should they declare war, the appearance of the first and second Hokage would spell our doom. The Fourth Raikage waved his hand slightly, declaring, now is not the time. Let the Umbu withdraw. We shall address this matter later. Yes. Mabui lowered his head and exited the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure and Kirigakure, an urgent meeting was underway. Their discussion centered not on war, but on devising strategies for tomorrow's celestial broadcast QA, aiming to secure greater rewards. Should either of their villages acquire the rebirth elixir, it would substantially bolster their power. The fact that Naruto Uzumaki had gifted the elixir to Minato Namikaze has left the major villages on edge. Fully aware that Konoha is currently unassailable. In the Rain Village, the Akatsuki organization convened, where Konan, nursing a wounded shoulder, appeared before Nagato. The gaunt figure of Nagato, upon witnessing her condition, inquired anxiously, what happened? How were you injured? In his memory, no one should have been capable of inflicting harm upon Konan. I was slow to escape during the explosion and was grazed by the opponent Susanoo. It is nothing serious. She replied. Was it that individual named Hikari? Nagato pressed. Konan nodded slightly. My mission has failed. It matters not. I shall send others. You should rest easy, Nagato said, his Rinnegan reflecting a somber HUE.AT present. The entirety of the Rain Village lay vividly in his mind. with the other 6 paths of pain surveying the village, allowing him to witness the scenes through their eyes. Chapter 18. The report of gold and silver horns. By the way, Nagato, I wish to have the villagers participate in tomorrow's broadcast QA. May I have your approval? I envy the rewards that Hikari has received. You cannot imagine. He now possesses the Uchiha fan and can utilize the bloodline techniques of the third Sutsuki. What? Nagato exclaimed in disbelief, raising his gaze to Conan. This information was monumental. He possesses the Uchiha fan. How is that possible? I recall that during the QA about who would marry Naruto Uzumaki in the future, that individual named Hikari did not answer any questions. How did he acquire such items? As dawn broke, the shinobi world welcomed a new day. At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha sat upon the iron railings of Konoha Park. Having spent the night without sleep, the previous evening, he had engaged in a brief conversation with his parents. Although the Uchiha couple now resided in the Pure Land, their concern for their youngest son was palpable, with numerous reminders urging him to take care of himself. Despite the mundane nature of their discussion, Sasuke could sense their profound worry. What were they truly concerned about? Was it Konoha? As he lifted his gaze to the sky. At 8 in the morning, the celestial broadcast resumed, and the repetitive images from the previous night vanished. Everyone was once again free to speak. Hashirama, this broadcast feels rather stifling, doesn't it? I had so much to say last night. It was silence throughout. Tobarama, what did you want to say, brother? Hashirama, I've forgotten. I thought long and hard yesterday, but today it has slipped my mind. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? As Madara Uchiha logged on, he immediately caught sight of Hashirama's comment. Have you forgotten that the deceased do not eat? Oenoki. Good morning, everyone. Kurozetsu. It brings me joy to see everyone so actively engaging in the group chat this morning. I shall seize the opportunity to answer questions diligently today. Celestial broadcast, bring it on. Prior to the broadcast, conversations had been sporadic, with some continuing last night's discussions in search of their loved ones, while others eagerly anticipated the chance to answer questions, aware that the rewards for such efforts could be quite substantial. Just the rebirth elixir alone had many itching to compete for it. Gold and silver horns. If there is that resurrection elixir again today, we brothers will stop at nothing to obtain it. Tobarama, you two miscreants dare to appear again? You still wish to be revived? I, Tobarama Senju, shall be the first to oppose it. Gold horn, defeated foes dare to challenge us. Do not forget how you fell at our hands. Tobarama, and do not forget how you met your demise at mine. That battle was nothing but a farce. You were outnumbered against a single opponent. Have the audacity to face me one-on-one. Silver horn, even in death, you still refuse to concede. Danzos Shimura. Huh, these two ruffians are here as well. There is no need for the second Hokage to intervene. I alone am sufficient to obliterate them. Gold and silver horns had resolved that starting today, they would exert every effort to answer questions. Meanwhile, other prominent shinobi villages and members of the Akatsuki organization were also monitoring the developments within the group. The previous evening, White Zetsu had informed all Akatsuki members that starting today, while fulfilling their missions, they should also strive to answer questions in the celestial broadcast to earn rewards. The primary reason being the allure of the rewards, as evidenced by the previous day's QA, where aside from Kurozetsu's unexpected revelation, all other rewards, including the Sharingan of Uchiha, half of the chakra of the third Hokage, and the rebirth elixir, were coveted by all. As the discussions in the group intensified, the celestial broadcast shimmered, and images appeared. The screen was filled with scenes of Boruto Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki. In the first image, Boruto walked alone down the street, disdainfully muttering about his old man, despite living a life of comfort. Surrounded by friends and parents, his father, the seventh Hokage, and his mother, gentle and nurturing, he feigned dissatisfaction, exuding an air of teenage angst. The remaining images echoed this sentiment, showcasing moments such as him toppling a cake, exhibiting disdain for Naruto's ascension to Hokage, and his apparent aversion to family togetherness. The broadcast even highlighted numerous instances of his rebellious behavior, including cheating during exams, among countless others. The celestial broadcast directly displayed 12 distinct scenes, indicating their widespread nature. Following the appearance of these images, a question was posed. What type of imagery do these scenes collectively represent? This was an open-ended question, devoid of a definitive answer. As everyone beheld the scenes, they found themselves scratching their heads, and the chorus of voices eager to answer fell silent. Kurozetsu, are we certain this is Naruto's child? Why does it feel as though he is his adversary? Naruto, upon seeing these images, I have resolved to remain childless. Hinata, alas, this is my failure. I have not adequately raised my child. Vortex Kushina. My dear son and daughter-in-law, do not be disheartened. Children, after all, must undergo a process of growth, and rebellion is a possibility. Upon reading these words, Vortex Naruto exclaimed with excitement, Mother, I gave that resurrection pill to father. Did he not come to see you? Vortex Kushina inquired. No, that's all right. I believe that when the time comes for him to meet you, he will certainly do so. Wave Wind Minato. I have returned to life, but I currently have some matters to attend to. Naruto, wait for me. At this declaration, the entire ninja world was left in shock. Uchiha Madara nearly leapt in the Pure Land. While Senju Tobarama wore an expression of disbelief, the celestial screen broadcasted images of the future. Although it claimed to know the future, present, and past, Senju Tobarama had always harbored doubts about the authenticity of its content. After all, there was no way to verify it, making it worthy of skepticism. Yet now, hearing Wave Wind Minato's own admission, he could not help but believe. Even the peculiar resurrection pill was indeed real. So perhaps the broadcast of future events was genuine as well? Golden Horn and Silver Horn. No. I must answer the question. What is this boy's behavior called? Ding. Buzzing with impatience, Golden Horn blurted out without a moment's thought. Seeking trouble for no reason. Ding. Answer incorrect. Golden Horn loses one banana fan. The system announced after evaluation. Upon witnessing this, Silver Horn, fearing others would seize the opportunity, hastily pressed the buzzer, bullying the weak. Vortex Kushina. Silver Horn, what do you mean by that? How dare you say my grandson is a bully? Silver Horn scoffed. Is he not? If Vortex Naruto were not the 7th Hokage, could he possibly be the main character of this QA session? I suspect someone has intentionally bestowed upon him the aura of a protagonist. Yesterday and today, both questions were related to him. If we include the marriage of his parents, then that makes 3 questions. That boy seems to live in the future, had it been a few decades earlier. I would have obliterated him. Look at him, always looking for trouble and putting on an act of distress. Vortex Kushina. Kushina spat blood in exasperation at his words. Vortex Naruto nearly crashed into a wall. What was wrong with this child? Why did he appear so defiant? Children should be joyful. Why does he always seem to be acting as though he is burdened by life's woes? Ding. Evaluation incorrect. Silver Horn loses 1 Rin. In the blink of an eye, the two had lost 2 treasures. Could it be the hot-blooded youth type? That does not seem fitting. Madogai gently shook his head. No, he certainly does not seem hot-blooded. Rather, he appears to be seeking trouble for no reason. Lee Rock ventured to answer. Madogai, looking at this scene, how does it seem that I am more spirited going to the restroom than they are in the future? Lee Rock, teacher, do you have hemorrhoids? You must avoid spicy food. Madogai, Lee Rock. Indeed, it appears that the future is rather lackluster. I feel as if my grandmother brushing her teeth is more spirited than this. Hyuganiji, Lee, you actually have a grandmother. Lee Rock, of course. My grandmother is exceptional at brushing teeth. She can brush out sparks. Hyuganiji, your grandmother is impressive. Uchiha Fugaku, ding. My answer is the Nibi syndrome type. Upon uttering these words, a shadow of Sasuke suddenly crossed Vortex Naruto's mind. Kakashi's brow twitched. Meanwhile, the system had evaluated. Ding. Answer incorrect. Uchiha Fugaku loses all fire release techniques. Other nations had prepared a few highly intelligent individuals to respond to the questions. Yet at that moment, no one spoke, for they needed time to analyze this question. However, this was an open-ended question, meaning there was no fixed answer. It required the celestial screen to approve the most fitting vocabulary to describe the protagonist, which necessitated time. Golden Horn, seeking trouble for no reason, incorrect, loses 1 red gourd. Golden Horn felt a pang in his chest. In less than 3 minutes, the 2 brothers had already lost 3 treasures to that system. Those were the 5 great treasures of the Sage of 6 Paths. How could they be taken away so easily? Silver Horn wished to buzz in again but was promptly restrained by Golden Horn. Brother, do not act impulsively. We still have 2 treasures left. If we lose them all to that celestial screen, we will be finished, Silver Horn retorted in discontent. What is there to fear? We still possess the power of the 9 tails. Did you not see? In the current ninja world, all the powerful elders have passed away. The 3rd Hokage has lost half of his elemental chakra, and Naka's bloodline elimination techniques have all vanished due to punishment. And the 4th Hokage, who was resurrected yesterday, surely is not formidable. If we were to be revived, we would surely dominate the ninja world, striding forth unchallenged, and compel the 5 great ninja villages to kneel before us. Would that not be a joyous affair? The 2 were already boasting as if they stood atop the pinnacle of the ninja world, and Golden Horn was swayed by Silver Horn's words. Revived, had become their obsession. Golden Horn laughed heartily. Then you answer. Ding. Ordinary Charshu type. Silver Horn replied in the group. Upon this declaration, the entire group fell momentarily silent. Senju Tobarama. Ha ha ha. Golden and Silver Horn. You truly are amusing. The treasures left by the Sage of Six Paths have all been punished away, and now you dare to answer with such a response, which is clearly wrong. Uchiha Madara, if these two lack the Sage of Six Paths treasures, they will surely be no more formidable than an ordinary Charsyubun. Vortex Naruto. I love hitting sandbags. Perhaps I can hit Charsyubuns instead. Maybe these two can become a type of Ichiraka ramen. Vortex Kushina. Ha ha, son. Well said. Ding. The celestial screen issued a notification. Answer incorrect. Silverhorn loses 1 7-star sword. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama laughed heartily. The fourth Raikage clenched his fists in anger. Golden Horn and Silver Horn were the culprits behind the massacre of the second Raikage, notorious criminals of the Cloud Village. Although both had perished, he was furious that such individuals could still appear boastful. Should they not be made to suffer eternally? Though the fourth Raikage was filled with resentment, he remained silent when Golden Horn and Silver Horn appeared, indicating their status among the crowd. Since the two had spoken, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Terumi Mei, Noki, and the fourth Raikage had not uttered a word. It was as if they feared that the two would seek vengeance upon the major ninja villages upon their resurrection. Now, with Vortex Naruto confronting Silver Horn, several Kaga-level figures applauded in the live broadcast room. Well confronted, brilliantly done, utterly delightful. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Golden Horn and Silver Horn, Vortex Naruto. With such a disrespectful son, you might as well not have him. I advise you against marriage, for birthing such a rebellious child is simply your failure. Vortex Naruto. I shall marry, I shall have children, not just one, but two. Right, Hinata? Hinata, at home, turned crimson upon seeing the words broadcast in the sky. After a long while, she nodded vigorously. Though she dared not speak in the group, images of a future with Naruto and 2 children filled her mind. Jiraiya. Oh, come on, Naruto. There is no need to be so harsh. Can you imagine the feelings of a single person at this moment? Tsunade. Ugh, Vortex Naruto, if we ever meet, I shall surely give you a good thrashing. Terumi Mei's facial muscles seemed to twitch, crying in silence. The terms single, marriage, and second child swirled in her mind incessantly. Why was a mere teenager contemplating marriage while she had missed her prime opportunity? Chapter 20. The arrogant duo as the treasures of the Sage of Six Paths on Golden Horn and Silver Horn gradually vanished due to punishment. The two began to regain their composure. From the time they had survived for 2 weeks within the Ninetail's belly, sustained by its flesh and blood, to their eventual demise on the battlefield, they had always been annihilating everything in their path. Their victories rendering them as unbridled as beasts freed from restraint. Even in death, they refused to concede, yet at this moment, glancing at the solitary amber jar left beside them, they felt a chill creeping down their spines. If heaven were to extinguish me, then I shall extinguish heaven. Suddenly, Silver Horn bellowed. Golden Horn, seeing this, echoed his sentiments. If heaven were to extinguish me, then I shall extinguish heaven. He then produced the amber jar, aimed it at the sky, and shouted in the group, to this so-called celestial screen, I call upon you. Do you dare to respond? He truly desires to seize this celestial broadcast. Meanwhile, the celestial system has managed to carve out a small space beside the live stream of Boruto to showcase the current scene of these two individuals in the Pure Land. Everyone in the group gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, utterly dumbfounded by such audacious maneuvering. Were they really attempting to commandeer this celestial broadcast? Each of the major ninja villages had exhausted every means to prevent this divine live stream from disappearing. Yet they remained powerless against it. Senju Hashirama mused. They all call me the foolish Hashirama, yet I can't shake the feeling that these two are even more foolish than I. Uzumaki Mito remarked. Hashirama, I must concede that in their presence, your intellect is indeed several tiers above theirs. Uchiha Madara interjected. Hashirama, rest assured, they are indeed more foolish than you. Senju Tobarama commented. While I sense that our juniors wish to avoid provoking these anomalies, I must assert that without their divine artifacts, they are akin to mere dumplings easily squished. Tobarama's words served as a reminder to all that these two oddities were not as formidable as they seemed. If heaven seeks to extinguish me, I shall extinguish heaven in return. This so-called celestial broadcast, if I call out to you, will you dare respond? Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, disregarding the chatter in the group, once more shouted towards the celestial screen. The celestial broadcast appeared oblivious, continuously replaying scenes of Boruto's perplexity regarding Naruto, much to the viewer's irritation, despite occupying a mere corner of the screen. The presence of these two is undeniable. Celestial broadcast. Have you lost your voice? I knew it. You are nothing but a coward hanging in the sky, resorting to such tactics to confiscate others' treasures. Should I seek your demise, you would only submit to your fate. The celestial broadcast was a system, devoid of life, yet its host, Yin Yi, was currently observing this unfolding scene. These two raucous buffoons, if not dealt with, would surely disturb the group's morale. The system indeed possessed the capability to strip away lives and obliterate souls. But such actions were contingent upon the adversary answering questions or violating the system's regulations by seeking substitutes for answers. Everything was directly linked to the livestream QA. Yet, at this moment, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were not answering questions but rather issuing direct challenges, rendering the system incapable of enacting punitive measures. Yin Yu had no choice but to intervene. With a steely gaze, he effortlessly configured the settings in the background. The celestial broadcast transitioned, amplifying the images of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's provocations while shrinking Boruto's scenes to a mere corner. The livestream QA retained the previous question while introducing a new one. Who can replace the celestial broadcast to extinguish these two ruffians? Reward from the celestial broadcast. A Uchiha fan. Upon this announcement, the entire ninja realm erupted in uproar. Could it be that this system possessed sentience? Inoki gazed at the sky in terror, initially believing that Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's calls would yield no effect. Thinking that this entity, despite its omniscience, would not engage in personal conflicts. However, he was astounded as the celestial broadcast QA once again shattered his perception. Sarutobi Hiruzen, drenched in cold sweat, turned to his companions, Tintin and Mito, and inquired, "Last night, Jiraiya mentioned that there exists a youth capable of perceiving the secrets behind this celestial broadcast. Do you think this youth has the power to influence the content of the celestial livestream?" The two exchanged worried glances. What? Someone can see behind the celestial broadcast. If true, it is highly plausible. For the questions currently posed in the sky seem to emanate from an emotional source. If the previous livestream content was related to the future, then this question undoubtedly pertains to emotions. From their observations from yesterday to now, they had concluded that while the celestial broadcast conveyed everything, all rewards and punishments were intrinsically linked to the QA. And now, with the livestream question retaining the previous inquiry while introducing a new one, who can replace the celestial broadcast to extinguish these two rascals? Reward. A Uchiha fan. It felt as though the celestial broadcast had been provoked. Was this question connected to the one who could see behind the celestial broadcast? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. The livestream group was abuzz with excitement. The celestial broadcast appears to be enraged. I had assumed it would maintain a rational state. Yet it possesses emotions. How astonishing. This celestial broadcast, directly recruiting ninjas to seek the demise of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. What fate awaited them after death? Surely, their souls would scatter. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. And Senju Tobarama was the first to press the buzzer. Ding. I am willing to engage in battle. That Uchiha fan had long been coveted by Tobarama, and beyond that, the opportunity for revenge was a dream he yearned to fulfill. Miraculously, Uchiha Madara remained silent, despite the fact that this was his weapon. Tobarama was oblivious to Madara's actions in the ninja world and the existence of the Akatsuki. Madara refrained from speaking up to avoid alerting Pain and others that he was currently residing in the Pure Land. It was crucial to note that Obito was presently masquerading as him, and should Pain and the others discover that the Uchiha Madara active within the Akatsuki was an impostor, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, even with the celestial reward being the Uchiha fan, Madara chose not to respond. Ding. Responded. Senju Tobarama, please provide your answer. The answer, in essence, was the outcome. Yin Yi had discreetly transmitted the location information of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao in the Pure Land to Senju Tobarama, who swiftly vanished from the Pure Land. He reappeared in a vast, desolate expanse, where the two oddities continued to shout, "What a pathetic celestial broadcast, merely a deceitful coward. Why do you not dare respond? Are you afraid of my amber cleansing bottle? You seek to eliminate us. Who could possibly extinguish the two of us? If heaven seeks to extinguish me, I shall extinguish heaven in return. Celestial broadcast. If I call out to you, will you dare respond?" Once more, they cried out. Chapter 21. Senju Tobarama versus Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Your grandfather agrees. Suddenly, a voice rang out before the two, cutting through the mist. As the fog dissipated, Senju Tobarama's figure gradually became clear, exuding an aura of icy resolve, his snow-white hair contrasting with his deep blue battle robe, lending an imposing presence. This entire scene was broadcasted live by the celestial broadcast. The livestream group was left in stunned silence, rapidly followed by a surge of excited shouts. As the astonishment reached new heights, Second Hokage, eliminate them. Extinguish these two ruffians. They are far too arrogant. Is this truly the second Hokage? What an overwhelming presence, and that wild-haired figure opposite him must be Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Oh heavens, this is a battle for the ages, and we are witnessing it live. In times past, the renowned battles they had known were merely tales recounted by others, yet today, all the ninja villages, the feudal lords, and the entire ninja world bore witness to this moment. Uzumaki Naruto was so exhilarated he nearly fell from his perch in the trees. While Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow, fixated on the celestial broadcast, Hatake Kakashi nearly removed his forehead protector to reveal his eye for a clearer view. But upon considering the eager gazes of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, he ultimately refrained. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao transformed into their tailed beast forms, charging towards Senju Tobarama. Neither side spared any words, as Tobarama concentrated his chakra, water release, water dragon bullet. A colossal water dragon coalesced in the air, surging toward the two. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the clouds roared and churned above. The water dragon descended like a deluge, its torrents sharp as blades. Colliding with the two-tailed beasts, they unleashed six tails, their crimson beast chakra meeting the water dragon with a tremendous clash, sending plumes of water soaring. Yet, before the two could react, a resounding explosion erupted behind them, the result of Tobarama's flying thunder god slash. Enormous wind blades manifested behind them like razor-sharp daggers. With swift precision, the blades pierced their bodies, instantly reverting them to their original forms. The power of the tailed beast had been vanquished in an instant by the second Hokage. How could this be so formidable? Impossible. How could this be? Did you not see? Those two, known as Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, were instantly dispatched back to their original states. Unbelievable. Was that merely two moves, not two moves, but two jutsu? Incredible, second Hokage. The livestream group erupted with fervent discussion, everyone brimming with excitement. The entire ninja realm was ablaze with enthusiasm as they beheld the celestial broadcast of this once-in-a-century battle. Truly remarkable. Senju Hashirama chimed in. In my day, I single-handedly subdued 9 tailed beasts. As my brother, how could you lack methods to eliminate tailed beasts? Uchiha Madara retorted. Oh, come now, have some dignity. Do you dare claim it was solely your strength? Hashirama replied, Indeed, indeed. And there was also the assistance of that rascal. While my would release can suppress tailed beasts, your Sharingan can hypnotize them. Rascal, you have reappeared. By the way, your fan. He is indeed picking at wounds that should remain untouched. Uchiha Madara has chosen to dive into silence, refraining from further discourse. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama refuses to relent, berating him incessantly. Yet, the attention of all remains fixated on the live broadcast above, where Senju Hashirama engages in a fierce battle against the golden and silver horns. Such a spectacle is one that no individual wishes to miss. Ninjas from every village, dignitaries from noble houses, and common folk alike, alongside the serpents, toads, and slugs of the sacred realm, are gathered beneath their respective canopies, exhilaratedly watching the unfolding drama. This is the might of the ninja. This is the prowess of the second Hokage. Truly formidable. The populace is in awe. In the broadcast, bolts of lightning strike from the heavens. Colossal water dragons soar, and the golden and silver horns retreat under relentless pressure as rain pours from the sky, accompanied by a streak of blue lightning racing through the air. Senju Tobarama's flying thunder god technique is executed with unparalleled finesse. If the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, is renowned as the Yellow Flash, then this second Hokage shall henceforth be celebrated as the Blue Flash. Suddenly, 2 divine legs emerge from an unknown source, sending the already battered golden and silver horns flying dozens of meters away, enveloping the battlefield in a thick cloud of smoke. Bereft of the Sage of Six Paths tools, they are as helpless as fish on a chopping board. Once boasting of their might, the two now find themselves stripped of their advantages. Golden Horn flips over, brandishing his amber purification bottle, and calls out, Senju Tobarama, if I call your name, will you dare to respond? Senju Tobarama, if I call your name, will you dare to respond? The golden and silver horns, in a frenzy, clutch the amber purification bottle tightly, repeatedly shouting towards the blue lightning across from them. Sweat beads form on their brows. Although they are already dead, should Senju Tobarama annihilate them, their souls would disperse, rendering them as if they had never existed. At this moment, their eyes flicker, brows furrowed, their bodies trembling in fear, their words tremble with dread. Kill them, kill them. The voices of the ninja world rise in a crescendo, each wave louder than the last. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama vanishes from the live feed. The golden and silver horns, still trembling, search desperately for the amber purification bottle, repeatedly uttering, "If I call your name, will you dare to respond?" Just as their anxiety peaks, a figure flickers by, and before they can react, they find their arms empty. The amber purification bottle has vanished. Huh. In the hands of the second Hokage, the crowd's eyes sharpen. Someone has already spotted Senju Tobarama, clutching the amber purification bottle, standing behind them. Golden horn, silver horn. "If I call your names, will you dare to respond?" The two, caught off guard, turn in bewilderment. A flash of blue light ensues, their forms contorting amidst their agonized screams as they are drawn into the amber purification bottle, resulting in a resounding victory for Senju Tobarama. Ding. Congratulations, Senju Tobarama, for the correct response. You are rewarded with an Uchiha fan. The live broadcast fades, replaced by a line of text on the screen. The crowd erupts in cheers, and children in the streets joyfully chant, "If I call your name, will you dare to respond?" From this day forth, this phrase shall become a popular saying in the ninja world, and the golden and silver horns will forever be remembered as the vanquished. Chapter 22. You actually wish to be my second wife? Senju Tobarama, upon witnessing the Uchiha fan materialize before him, glances at the amber purification bottle in his other hand and bursts into laughter, reveling in an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the chat is abuzz, with everyone typing the name of one man. Senju Tobarama, Senju Tobarama. While many are unaware of the misdeeds of the golden and silver horns, their arrogant demeanor has left a negative impression on the masses. Without a favorable reputation, it is only natural that they are not well liked, and the defeat of those despised brings joy to all. Fourth Raikage. Thank you, second Hokage, for eliminating these traitors. Senju Tobarama. A mere trifle. Kahakume. I never imagined the second Hokage possessed such strength. I salute you, Tsunade. Wait, Kahakume, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to woo my grandfather? I consider you a sister. But don't even think about becoming my second wife. Kahakume, Tsunade, has your brain short-circuited? You don't actually think I would marry a dead man, do you? Senju Tobarama. Ahem, Kahakume, perhaps I could be revived. Kahakume. Tsunade. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shinju Tamura. My lord, you absolutely must not. Your image as a lifelong bachelor is deeply ingrained. Please maintain it. Senju Tobarama. Shinju Tamura, you may go die. Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mido. You have our support, little brother. Uchiha Madara. Speechless. Senju Hashirama. Oh, you have returned, have you? Ha. Has your pride been wounded? Don't take it to heart. If you need a suitable match, I can introduce you to someone, freeing you from the curse of perpetual bachelorhood. Uchiha Madara. I have no need. Matters of the heart are as trivial as dust to me. What I seek is a future that you shall never comprehend. Uzumaki Mido. But you're already dead. What future do you speak of? Uchiha Madara. Diving into silence. The influential figures in the chat resume their discussion until, 5 minutes later, the live broadcast reappears, showcasing Uzumaki Boruto's disdainful expression alongside his father. Uzumaki Naruto, in 12 frames. Continuing with the previous QA, may I ask, what is the collective term for the content within these frames? The question remains the same, and it is indeed a challenging one. However, with the golden and silver horns absent, the atmosphere in the chat has become much more harmonious. Ding. Rebellious behavior. Incorrect. Ding. Complete childhood forging type. Incorrect. Ding. Self-inflicted misery type. Incorrect. Everyone answers incorrectly, and those who do so face various penalties. Some lose a particular ninjutsu, others half their chakra, while some curious commoners lose a portion of their wealth. Despite the open-ended nature of the question, arriving at the correct answer proves to be quite difficult. At this moment, a certain individual by the roadside, engrossed in a ninja world novel, cannot help but blurt out an answer. Ding. Scriptwriter's self-inflicted misery type. The prevalence of incorrect answers leads to the response from this individual. Tion, going unnoticed, until the system chimes in, a line of bold text appears on the screen. Congratulations to responder Tion for the correct answer. You are rewarded with the Sage of Six Paths tools, the Red Gourd, the Golden Rope, the Banana Fan, and the 7-Star Sword. Perhaps due to the question's difficulty, the live broadcast has been waiting a long time for the correct answer. Upon its revelation, the screen bursts forth with a dazzling display of fireworks. Bright and beautiful. Tion, startled by the announcement, had merely offered a casual answer as a means to critique the author of the novel in her hands, and yet she has struck gold. Moreover, She has received 5 rewards. The entire ninja world is left astonished. Scriptwriter self-inflicted misery type. How bizarrely extraordinary. My goodness, what is this maneuver? The red gourd, the golden rope, the banana fan. The 7-star sword, each of these tools alone could send shockwaves through the ninja world. How impressive. In a daze, she finds herself face to face with the 5 tools. Her cheeks flush, her body aflame, breathless, her heart racing uncontrollably. What is this sensation? Surely, seeing a first love couldn't evoke such feelings. Is this the Sage of 6 Paths tools? How incredibly abundant. Giggling, she reaches out to touch each one, unable to suppress the tears of excitement welling in her eyes. Suddenly, she snaps back to reality and quickly stashes the tools into her scroll. Recalling the previous day's scene of the Umbu raiding the Hyuga clan for the Rebirth Resurrection elixir, hoping these tools do not attract the attention of the Umbu, as they are her rewards for answering the question. Tian is elated, her excitement spilling over. Clutching her scroll, she leaps away, disappearing from sight. She must find a secret place to thoroughly examine these tools. Meanwhile, the chat in the live broadcast group is filled with envious remarks. Truly, the difficulty of the question was immense. Who would have thought the rewards would be so generous? It's well known that the golden and silver horns relied on these tools to dominate the ninja world. Without them, how could they ever hope to best the second Hokage? Indeed, I was not expecting such a multitude of answers. The scriptwriter's self-destructive archetype surprisingly managed to be correct. However, I remain perplexed as to why it is termed the scriptwriter's demise type. As anticipated, once this question was posed, a contemplative silence enveloped the crowd. Damn you. Isn't the scriptwriter responsible for crafting the narrative? How could those visuals be the scriptwriter's creation? Fourth Reikage. How could that be possible? Are the future scenes merely scripted by the writer? Surely, there must be an individual named scriptwriter among those visuals. Someone who once incited Naruto's son to oppose his own father. Ultimately, this person will undoubtedly face defeat at the hands of the 7th Hokage. Hence, these visuals depict the misunderstandings between Naruto and his son, as well as the justification for Naruto's retribution against the scriptwriter. Terumi Mei. This possibility holds considerable weight. I happen to know someone named Ghost Lantern scriptwriter. It must be a coincidence. The discourse among the group continued. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had already arrived at the reception area of Konoha as the 4th Kazakage Raza from Sunagakure, along with the participating genin from the village, had also arrived. Simultaneously, ninjas from Kuzugakure, Amigakure, Takigakure, and other hidden villages were present. A total of over 150 participants were set to engage in the Chunin exams, with all of the Konoha 12 taking part. The official commencement of the exams was scheduled for tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the sky, silently wishing for a smooth examination process the following day. Chapter 23. Is this the Sutsuki clan? For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Orochimaru, having transformed into the 4th Kazakage Raza, regarded his teacher standing before him, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. The plan for the collapse of Konoha was now officially underway. Behind him, a multitude of genin were engaged in discussions about the upcoming Chunin exams. Our opponents will undoubtedly be from Konoha. That girl, Tenten, is particularly dangerous. I've heard she's also on the list of participants for the exams and possesses formidable weaponry. We must exercise caution, declared the leader from Kuzugakure. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are also forces to be reckoned with. After all, Naruto is destined to become the 7th Hokage, so his abilities must be formidable. Indeed, if we face those two, especially in a team competition, we must unite. Agreed. Unity it is. The genin from various villages huddled together, whispering among themselves. Above them, in the live broadcast, the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages, along with notable figures from the ninja world, were still engaged in discussions about the origins of the scriptwriter's self-destructive narrative. As time passed, the 15-minute break concluded, and a new scene emerged, still depicting a glimpse of the future. In the imagery, Uzumaki Naruto grasped Boruto's wrist, causing a scientific instrument to fall from it. Subsequently, Naruto announced the revocation of Boruto's qualification for the Chunin exams, marking the moment of Boruto's social demise. Suddenly, in the sky, a burly man clad in white attire bore another individual, similarly dressed, who possessed long hair and striking white eyes. Ha! Finally found you, the diminutive man sneered. The two figures hovering in the sky immediately captured the attention of the crowd, with someone pointing and exclaiming, "What is that? Are you members of the Sutsuki clan?" The 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, inquired. "Humph, There truly are many inferior beings, Sutsuki Kinshiki scoffed. Should we eliminate them all? Asked Sutsuki Momoshiki, seemingly unimpressed by Naruto's presence. At that moment, not only were the characters within the live broadcast astonished, but even the elite shinobi watching the stream were equally bewildered. Is that the Byakugan? The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Terumi May queried, perplexed. What is happening? It appears to be the Chunin exams. I just saw Gaara. That must be Gaara, right? Finally, the deceased fourth Kazakage Raza spoke up, having remained silent since his death at Orochimaru's hands and entry into the Pure Land. As Gaara appeared on the live broadcast wearing the Kazakage's hat, he was no longer composed. In his mind, Gaara had always perceived Naruto as a volatile and remorseless creature, believing that no method could restore such an existence to its inherent humanity. Yet, he was astonished to discover that such an entity would eventually become the Kazakage. Is that CHJR? He's here too. Terumi May exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the figure seated on the dais. And Darui, is he the future Raikage? My granddaughter, Kurozetsu. Ha ha ha. My granddaughter Kurozetsu has become the Tsuchikage in the future. I must say, she looks quite lovely. The current Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages were all taken aback by the future visuals. What is this scene? How can they all be seated together? Clearly, from Naruto's dialogue, it was evident that this was the Chunin exams. It appeared that Naruto's son had somehow cheated, and just then, a sudden upheaval occurred. 2 figures appeared, both exceptionally peculiar. Uchiha Obito, the Sutsuki clan. What is that? I've never heard of it. Senju Hashirama, what a bunch of nonsense. They seem to be able to fly and refer to ninjas as inferior beings. Uchiha Obito. Ha. Hashirama, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Everyone can see. The chat continued to buzz as the live broadcast progressed. The battle erupted, with Sutsuki Kinshiki delivering a powerful punch that sent a crimson chakra shockwave crashing into a group of ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto shielded his son, casting an irate glare at his adversary. Despite using only 5 fingers, the destructive force was astonishing. The entire viewing area trembled, high-rise buildings crumbled in an instant, and the spectators scattered in terror. The ninjas of Konoha sprang into action to rescue the audience. The Chunin exams had been utterly ruined. The 5 Kage intervened, with Gaara employing sand to protect the civilians. CHJ are utilizing water techniques to intercept falling debris. Kurozetsu using earth techniques to safeguard the damaged structures from collapsing further, and Darui unleashing lightning techniques to shatter the descending rocks. The chaos erupted from just one punch, with cries of alarm, wails, and fleeing citizens creating utter disarray. In the center of the arena, the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke was already engaged in combat, with Sutsuki Kinshiki, who wielded an axe glowing with crimson chakra, striking from both sides. Sasuke dodged swiftly, and the tug-of-war battle commenced. Meanwhile, the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, glared furiously at Sutsuki Momoshiki, who appeared unhurried and wore a sinister grin. Just then, Boruto turned to Naruto and asked, "What is happening?" Naruto replied, "Quickly, get out of the way. It's dangerous here." In an instant, Naruto was sent flying by a kick from Sutsuki Momoshiki. "What the heck, Naruto? How did you become Hokage?" At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba, who was training with his dog, gazed at the live broadcast and clenched his fists in indignation. The Hokage's strength is feeble. Even if it is Naruto now, surely he wouldn't be kicked away just for uttering a single phrase? Although Kiba felt somewhat unconvinced, the live broadcast continued unabated. The Sutsuki Momoshiki, clad in wooden sandals, strode past the fallen Boruto and approached Naruto directly. The chat in the group lit up once more. Senju Hashirama. This person is quite peculiar. He was so adept at instantaneous movement just now. Yet now he is merely walking. Senju Tobarama. Although this battle has just begun, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. As everyone began to express their discontent, Boruto had already initiated a challenge against Sutsuki Momoshiki, forming hand seals and furiously declaring, "I have no chakra left." He then proceeded to employ scientific tools, unleashing water, fire, and lightning techniques, all of which Sutsuki Momoshiki effortlessly absorbed. Uchiha Obito sighed softly. Who are these people? Are they antagonists? It doesn't seem like it. They even have time to toy with a child. Chapter 24. The 7th Hokage is kicked away. Senju Tobarama. I suddenly understand why the previous answer was the scriptwriter's self-destructive type. This defies all logic. What is this operation? No wonder they call it self-destructive. After approximately half a minute, Sutsuki Momoshiki continued to absorb the techniques launched by Boruto. Unable to bear it any longer, someone beneath the sky shouted that it seemed as though everyone was equally astounded by the drawn-out visuals. Thus, more voices joined in, exclaiming, "What is happening? Our seventh Hokage was kicked away, while his son has been sitting on the ground for half a minute. Do you take us for fools? Is this all fabricated?" The sky is broadcasting false content. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the live broadcast on the heavenly screen suddenly accelerated, erasing all content of the dialogue between the two parties. Another member of the Akatsuki clan emerged. Adorned with a glowing red fish basket at his waist and a radiant fishing rod slung over his shoulder, resembling a fisherman. This individual was none other than Akatsuki Urashiki. Upon witnessing the new adversary, CHJR and Gaara surged forward. Outside the examination venue, Akatsuki Urashiki swung his fishing rod, the crimson fishing line darting towards the opponent like a spectral wraith. Gaara summoned an empty sand barrier, positioning it before himself. Despite the fact that this sand barrier could thwart all forms of assault, even colossal explosions, it was astonishing that the red fishing line effortlessly penetrated the seemingly impenetrable defense. Swiftly piercing Gaara's form, CHJR charged forth with his long blade. Although it was not a dual-wielded sword, it was undoubtedly a weapon of fine craftsmanship. However, upon clashing with the red fishing line, his blade was severed into two segments, leaving only the hilt clasped in CHJR's grasp. The two once again transformed into their respective weapons, Gaara's sand and CHJR's water-style blade, as they resumed their fierce battle. Meanwhile, the conflict between Naruto Uzumaki and Akatsuki Kinshiki and Akatsuki Momoshiki was unfolding. Momoshiki soared into the sky, consuming a red pill, and extended his palm. As he opened his hand, a crimson Rinnegan manifested in his palm. Immense chakra coalescing to form a colossal black sphere above his hand. This was Akatsuki Momoshiki's Harusuki. It was a rebound attack forged from the absorption of various chakra natures. The sphere grew increasingly larger as Akatsuki Momoshiki grinned with satisfaction, flinging his arm as the immense assault hurtled towards Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki radiated a golden aura, countering most of Momoshiki's onslaught. As he endeavored to protect his village, the titanic yellow shockwave collided with the imposing Haratsuki, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. At that moment, the scene froze, and the first question emerged. What mode is Naruto Uzumaki currently employing? As this inquiry appeared, Naruto, standing beneath the celestial screen, was practically leaping with excitement, while Kakashi looked on in astonishment, realizing just how formidable the future Naruto had become. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and the members of the Akatsuki organization observed the spectacle with grave concern. Was this truly the Jinchuriki they sought to collect? Given the circumstances, could they genuinely succeed? At that moment, Uchiha Madara, currently in the Rain Village, commented, "It seems that the abilities of Naruto Uzumaki in the future have surpassed our expectations. Thus, it would be prudent to take action early." Pain nodded slightly. "Very well. I shall dispatch someone to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, leaving him no opportunity to develop further. This task shall be entrusted to Itachi and JZ." With that proclamation, Black Zetsu vanished into the rain to deliver the message. Across the 5 great shinobi villages, everyone was anxiously gazing at the sky. While Naruto Uzumaki's mode appeared incredibly powerful, could it contend against that floating monstrosity previously? The leaders of other villages had thought it fortunate that such events were transpiring in Konoha. Yet upon witnessing the future where their own village leaders would recklessly converge upon Konoha, they realized that many events must have transpired to unite them all. What could those events be? No one knew. They could only glean the truth through the celestial broadcast. What mode was Naruto Uzumaki employing during the live stream? This did not seem to be an open-ended question. It appeared to have a precise answer. Senju Tobarama remarked, the previous question had been open-ended, leaving everyone on the verge of despair, but finally, this inquiry presented a question with a definitive answer. Senju Hashirama stated, judging by the pattern on his face. It resembles Sage Mode, yet it seems not to be Sage Mode. Uchiha Madara chimed in. Ding. Sage Mode. Senju Hashirama exclaimed, what the heck? That's not fair. I was merely speculating. How could you answer so quickly? Uchiha Madara retorted, there is only one answer. You've been stammering since the live broadcast began without providing an answer, so I answered. I said it's Sage Mode. Senju Hashirama protested, but Sage Mode doesn't have this color. You're being too impulsive. At this rate, you'll end up with nothing left. Just as he finished speaking, the system concluded its evaluation. Ding. Uchiha Madara's answer was incorrect. The punishment is the loss of one Sharingan. What the heck? Upon hearing this punishment, Uchiha Madara leapt up and bellowed. Why is it the Sharingan? However, Before he could protest further, one of his eyes was plucked from its socket. Senju Hashirama quipped, "I told you to remain calm. Yet you wouldn't listen. Look what happened. You lost an eye. How tragic." Uchiha Madara fumed. "Hashirama, what good does your taunting do? If you have the guts, come and fight. Then let us do it. Come on." Uchiha Madara challenged. "You lost your fan and your eye. Should I still be afraid of you? You still haven't learned what it means to stay calm." Suddenly, Senju Hashirama's tone shifted, becoming serious. Meanwhile, the various ninja villages and the Akatsuki were all intensely focused on the repeating footage in the video. What mode could it possibly be? Surely the answer could be discerned from the visuals, just as the previous questions had provided clues. For instance, Naruto Uzumaki's son took a snake to rescue Orochimaru's son. Naruto's son, Boruto, being a troublemaker, was evidently a plot device. Though some answers were not overtly clear, they were undoubtedly related to the video. Ding. Just as everyone was pondering, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, pressed the buzzer. My answer is Ninetales Sage Mode. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki, training in the field, was struck with astonishment. When Uchiha Madara had claimed to be in Sage Mode earlier, he had been envious. He had resolved to learn the Sage Arts at the first opportunity. Chapter 25. What mode is it, after all? Now that the third Hokage had mentioned Ninetales Sage Mode, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, while he occasionally tapped into the Ninetales chakra and sometimes struggled to control it. Why could he not befriend the Ninetales? If they could become allies, then he would be able to enter Sage Mode alongside the Ninetales, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities, just as depicted in the broadcast. Merely the chakra alone could shine brilliantly, let alone their attacking strength. Everyone gazed at the celestial broadcast, awaiting the answer. Ding. Answer incorrect. The third Hokage loses access to the crystal ball. This punishment prompted another wave of murmurs among the crowd. Senju Hashirama remarked, "Speaking of that crystal ball, I almost forgot about this fellow's misdeeds that he said that we should just die peacefully and not meddle in his affairs. Tobarama, do you think that was his intention?" Senju Tobarama replied, "Uzumaki Mito, yes. Kahakume, yes. Anoki, yes. Fourth Raikage, yes. Orochimaru, yes. Uzumaki Kushina, yes. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Well, I was a bit impulsive at the time. I was just trying to protect Konoha." He realized that some matters should remain unspoken. Speaking out would lead to backlash. Just as he uttered this, others began recalling his past actions, and with the celestial broadcast, he was punished by the loss of his crystal ball. Uchiha Madara exclaimed. "Beat him." Hiruzen Sarutobi, taken aback, fell silent, submerging himself, refusing to respond no matter how others berated him. Meanwhile, the crystal ball he used to spy on others had vanished without a trace. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of excitement. He pressed the buzzer. My answer is Ninetales Mode. Clenching his fists, he anxiously gazed at the sky, determined to answer correctly, eager to regain the crystal ball, enhancing his resources. Ha ha ha. Of course, all of this was for the sake of writing. For inspiration, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with mischief, as if beautiful women were gracing the heavenly screen. Ding. Jiraiya's answer was incorrect. He lost the Sage Arts. Oh no. Jiraiya nearly spat blood, while Fukasaku, the Toad Sage, appeared beside him, witnessing the disappearance of his Sage Arts and delivering a swift kick. Little Jiraiya, how could you be so careless? I knew that when the third Hokage's crystal ball appeared on the big screen. UD rushed to answer. Now you're done for. Jiraiya was in despair, as Fukasaku grasped his ear, saying, "Come on, stop investigating the heavenly screen and return to Mount Myaboku to train again," with Jiraiya's incorrect answer. The crowd was even more puzzled. Kahakume questioned, What is the correct answer? We said everything we could. Could there be another answer? Dainoki. It seems that there must be an answer, but why is no one daring to respond? Fourth Raikage AI. I've been preparing since morning, and I've attempted to answer 3 times, all of which were incorrect. Who would dare to try again? The crowd engaged in a lively exchange of opinions. Yet no one dared to respond to the question posed at that moment. A sudden ding echoed from the screen. Everyone lifted their heads in unison, and upon seeing the list of responders, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. To their surprise, the responder was none other than the Nine Tails, sealed within Naruto's body, in the form of Kurama. As this revelation sank in, Uzumaki Naruto leapt with excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, ah, ah, it's the Nine Tails, it's the Nine Tails," overcome with exhilaration. He quickly regained his composure and asked, "Nine Tails, why did you answer as Kurama? Why?" After posing the question, the Nine Tails turned away, shutting its eyes, refusing to even glance at him. Naruto felt belittled. Can a tailed beast truly speak? How is that even possible? They are monstrous entities capable of destruction without a second thought. How could one participate in answering questions? This defied all logic. The crowd collectively struggled to comprehend the implications of the Nine-Tails' words, which completely shattered their preconceived notions of these creatures. Historically, tailed beasts have always existed as harbingers of disaster. Even now, the various villages seal tailed beasts within human vessels merely to control them for their own benefit. The human hosts themselves are often at risk. Should the tailed beast within them rampage, only their village would suffer the consequences. Yet, at this moment, the Nine-Tails revealed a glimpse of its humanity. Ding, congratulations, Kurama. You answered correctly. Reward: the third Hokage's crystal ball and the sage techniques from Miyaboka Mountain. The answer was announced by the celestial broadcast. Oh, it got it right. Below the celestial screen, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Suddenly enlightened, Naruto turned inward, gazing at the Nine-Tails confined within its cage, joyfully exclaiming, I see now. Your name is Kurama, isn't it? Your name is Kurama. Naruto's incessant chatter was well known. And despite his relentless questioning, the Nine-Tails grew increasingly agitated. In a flash, it surged before Naruto, asking, Do you wish to die? The immense sealing cage bound it tightly, stifling all its threatening aura. Let us be friends. From now on, you shall be my Kurama, and I will be your Uzumaki Naruto, he declared, his face radiating warmth as he gazed at the tailed beast. Before it had spoken, he had once viewed it as a terrifying entity, but now he wished to foster a different kind of relationship. Yet lost, the roar echoed like thunder across the land, a fierce gust of wind knocking Naruto to the ground. At the same time, two items appeared beside him, the crystal ball of the third Hokage and, astonishingly, the sage techniques, a brilliant orb of yellow light shimmering on the surface of the water. Naruto extended his finger, saying, Kurama, your sage techniques. Before he could finish, his finger brushed against the golden orb, enveloping him in a radiant light as the sage techniques coursed into his body. In an instant, he was propelled out of the ceiling space, wide-eyed and astonished, feeling an extraordinary change within himself. Just then, Jiraiya and Fukasaku appeared at his side, urging him to leave Konoha and head to Miyaboka Mountain. Naruto, focus on your training. Fukasaku had originally brought Jiraiya back to Miyaboka Mountain, but unexpectedly, Jiraiya's sage techniques were claimed by the Nine-Tails through its response to the question. Jiraiya understood that, given the Nine-Tails' temperament, it would not desire the crystal ball or the sage techniques, so it was likely that both would end up in Naruto's possession. Thus, he hurriedly dragged Fukasaku back to Konoha and used reverse summoning to return to Miyaboka Mountain. Chapter 26. The object of Jiraiya's longing. Naruto had obtained the sage techniques, yet he had never trained in them before. The sage techniques were a double-edged sword. If mastered, they could harness natural chakra for one's own use. But if mishandled, one could be consumed by the natural chakra and ultimately turn into a stone statue. He had acquired the sage techniques, but he needed to stabilize himself through diligent training. Just like Hikari, who, after obtaining the bloodline elimination and sage techniques, could use them immediately, yet had to continue training to wield them proficiently. Naruto recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly calmed his mind to begin his training. As time ticked by, within less than 10 minutes, the sage's facial markings appeared in his eyes, and he successfully stabilized the sage techniques. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was seen clutching Naruto's crystal ball, drooling and showering it with affection. He was completely neglecting his training, and if it weren't for Fukasaku slapping him, he would still be lost in his fantasies. After a 15-minute break, the celestial broadcast resumed. Uzumaki Naruto, utilizing the Kurama mode, stood firm against the formidable Akatsuki Kinshiki, who unleashed a torrent of various ninjutsu attacks. Wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, all in relentless succession. Moreover, Kinshiki executed these powerful techniques with a mere flick of his wrist, summoning colossal waves of ninjutsu that surged forth like a dragon within the designated attack zone. The resounding explosions shook the very earth, while Uchiha Sasuke activated his Susanoo to shield Naruto in Kurama mode, amplifying Naruto's chakra and countering Kinshiki's onslaught. The villagers of Konoha were left in awe. While on the other side, Kinshiki successfully restrained Gaara and CHJR, and before they could react, he had already escaped through the realm of the afterlife, within the venue of the CHNIN exams. Colossal assaults rained down in waves, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Uzumaki Naruto, clad in Kurama mode and protected by Susanoo, confronted his adversary. The Nine-Tails gathered its chakra, yet it remained dormant, holding back its attack. Uzumaki Boruto, witnessing this, could not help but voice his confusion. "Father, why aren't you attacking?" If Naruto wished, he could easily repel this assault, but doing so would lay waste to the entire area. Sasuke, standing nearby, spoke up. The thunderous explosions crescendoed, and in the final moment, Uzumaki Naruto chose not to retaliate, channeling all his chakra to withstand Kinshiki's most potent attack. As the massive black sphere descended from the heavens, everyone held their breath for Konoha and for Uzumaki Naruto, bracing for the inevitable. Ultimately, everything faded into oblivion, the scene vanished, and beneath the celestial canopy, across the ninja world, people marveled at the overwhelming golden light depicted in the broadcast. In Konoha, a young boy clenched his fists in anger, turning to his father, a ninja, and asked, "Dad, why isn't he attacking?" If he countered, the clash of their immense energies would obliterate Konoha. As ninjas, they understood the reason behind the 7th Hokage's restraint. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire ninja world, as if everyone were in mourning. How could he become Hokage? How could all the villagers adore him? How could even Sasuke be willing to support him? I had always thought that Uchiha Sasuke was destined to be the protagonist, but it turns out that Uzumaki Naruto truly is. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Some began to chant, and others joined in. The celestial screen trembled, and subtitles appeared, posing the question of rewards determined by votes from the group members. Please select the reward number you desire. The option with the most votes will become the next correct answer's reward. 1. Resurrection elixir. 2. The true purpose of the Akatsuki clan's arrival in the ninja world. 3. A Sharingan from Uchiha Madara. 4. 10 photographs of the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. Xinjiao, please make your choice. What the hell is this celestial screen? Is it truly offering such rewards? Has it gone mad? Far away, Tsunade watched in fury, nearly spitting blood at the last option. Why must the most beautiful woman in the ninja world be subjected to this? Kameme, oh my photos are to be used as rewards. As the most beautiful woman in the ninja world, I'm feeling quite embarrassed. Sakura Haruno. Speaking of beauty, I think I'm not too shabby myself. Many pursue me, including the future 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, but my heart truly belongs to Sasuke. Sasuke, do you want my photo? Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, let us duel. The winner becomes Hokage, and the loser must marry Sakura. Yamanaka Ino. Wide forehead. Have you been drinking? You should take a look in the mirror. They remain unaware that within a certain exchange box in the back end of the Tianmu live broadcast system lies an entire collection of photographs featuring the most exquisite beauty of the shinobi world. Akatsuki Kagaya, the host of the Tianmu system, Yin Yi, stands in the background, gazing at these photographs. Who would have anticipated that the system would deem Akatsuki Kagaya as the most beautiful woman in the shinobi world? Meanwhile, at this moment, the eyes of many, including Senju Hashirama, Jiraiya, Kakashi, the 4th Raikage, Inoki, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and countless other shinobi, are fixated on the final reward. I choose the last one. The last one. I also choose the last one. The photographs of the most beautiful woman in the shinobi world. Just the thought of it makes my blood rush. Oh yeah, I'm going for the last one. However, Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, Senju Tobarama, along with the 2nd Mizukage and 2nd Sutsuki, are all awaiting the first reward, the reincarnation resurrection pill. I choose the first, the very first. The chatter in the group grows increasingly frenetic, with scrolling comments obscuring everyone's selections. Uzumaki Naruto, having mastered sage techniques, has returned to Konoha, where a large screen displays footage of his own demise. He is eager to know if he truly fell to a member of the Akatsuki clan in the future, especially in front of his son. Thus, he writes in the group that the future shinobi world will face immense trials, urging everyone to understand that such trials are not solely directed at Konoha. As the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 roll through the group, his statement carries a certain weight. The high-ranking officials from the 5 great shinobi villages all discern this point, scrutinizing the images repeatedly displayed in the sky, then glancing at the 4 options. In comparison to reviving a single individual, the safety of the entire shinobi world takes precedence. If a member of the Akatsuki clan could annihilate an entire village, could other shinobi villages hope to escape unscathed? The answer is undoubtedly negative. Chapter 27. The most powerful labor organization. Terumi May gazed at the elders before her and spoke. Shall we choose option 2? I am also quite curious about the Akatsuki clan's plans. The elders nodded in agreement and instructed all citizens and shinobi of the Land of Water to select option 2. In the village of Kumogakure, The fourth Reikage A also nodded slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, they must consider the future. There is only one resurrection pill, yet the future of the shinobi world is indeed limitless. For the sake of the countless lives in the shinobi world, I choose option 2, to decipher the true intentions of the Akatsuki clan in our realm. The fourth Reikage A led the charge, with other shinobi from Kumogakure following suit. Consequently, in light of the future landscape, all major shinobi villages, feudal lords, and citizens opted for option 2. Of course, there were a few individuals indifferent to the safety of the shinobi world, only focused on their own desires, opting for options 1 and 4. However, in the face of such a deluge of option 2 selections, those few choices were hardly noteworthy. As the final half-minute countdown to lock the screen began, the system evaluated the choices and placed the second reward at the forefront of the chat group. At that moment, Yin Yi, who was diligently training atop a mountain, couldn't help but nod upon witnessing this scene. The live chat group reopened, with all eyes riveted on the large screen, awaiting the question to be unveiled. The Akatsuki clan hails from another world. May I ask, which organization in the current shinobi world serves the Akatsuki clan? What the hell? What does that mean? In an instant, everyone was left bewildered. Uchiha Madara appeared particularly perplexed. Aliens? I always thought those with Byakugan were from the Hyuga clan. He had presumed that a Hyuga had defected and changed their surname to Akatsuki. In this incessantly replaying video, the previous and subsequent segments contained sound, allowing everyone to hear the dialogue between Naruto and the other party, thus discerning their identity. Yet, the middle segment was devoid of sound, filled only with the clamor of intense battle, as if the Tianmu live broadcast had concealed the most crucial chat content. What they did not expect was that this peculiar human, possessing Byakugan and floating gracefully, wielding a red rinnegan, was an extraterrestrial being, Senju Hashirama. What the hell? Your imagination is quite vivid. Do you know the answer? Senju Tobarama, we have been dead for many years. We certainly are unaware of the current state of the shinobi world, let alone which organization is serving the Akatsuki clan. This question tests the information-gathering capabilities of the various shinobi villages. Indeed, at this moment, the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages furrowed their brows, staring at the text in the sky. It was apparent that the 3 individuals clad in white with Byakugan were extraterrestrials, and the phrase in the current shinobi world within the question was sufficient to indicate that there were individuals serving the extraterrestrial Akatsuki clan at this very moment. But who could it be? Not only the 5 great shinobi villages, but even the members of the Akatsuki organization, including Pain, Conan, and Obito, wore expressions of confusion. Their information network was no weaker than that of the 5 great shinobi villages. Yet there was still an organization unknown to them. Who would be so foolish as to serve extraterrestrials? Did they not hear them call us lowly creatures? The fourth Reikage A's temper flared, and he carelessly began cursing in the group. Exactly, who is so naive as to work for aliens? What kind of benefit could compel them to betray the shinobi world? I deem their organization a fool's organization. The group erupted with voices, each participant chiming in with increasingly scathing remarks. Even Deidara couldn't help but interject. Though I am no upstanding citizen and value art above life, an organization that serves extraterrestrials is simply foolish. Simultaneously, Chio and Sasori also expressed their agreement. For the first time, the entirety of the shinobi world began to unite against a common foe. Even Pain, who had remained silent, issued a new order. Kuro and Shiro, swiftly investigate which foolish organization is serving the Akatsuki clan, and report back immediately with any findings. Kuro vanished without a trace, while Shiro trembled, nervously glancing at the live broadcast overhead, internally pleading, I beg you, stop the broadcast. My plans are on the verge of being exposed. Initially, he had assumed that the question posed by the Tianmu live broadcast was related to Akatsuki Kagaya and her kin. But little did he realize that the inquiry had unexpectedly turned toward the Akatsuki organization, whose members were oblivious to the underlying truth. If they were to discover the answer, he was certain they would turn against him. No, he had to find a way to reverse the situation. Kuro was off devising a plan, while Uchiha Madara had already passed away. For now, he could only stabilize Uchiha Obito. That he appeared beside Obito and whispered, Have you heard of Yinyi? Obito turned in surprise. Yinyi? Isn't that the person Pain attempted to recruit previously? That endeavor failed. This individual is no simple matter. That I have witnessed him wielding the Uchiha fan, and the items punished by the Tianmu live broadcast appear in his possession. Thus, Madara, I believe we should recruit him into the Akatsuki organization. Regardless of the circumstances, we must plan for our future. Uchiha Obito, masked and frigid, nodded slightly upon hearing this. Then, with a glint of red in his single Sharingan, he turned and vanished. Meanwhile, Yin Yi was atop a cliff, observing the back end of the Tianmu system. Having just garnered a considerable amount of shock value in the surrounding woods, the combined forms of Kuro and Shiro were secretly monitoring him. Suddenly, the air rippled, and Uchiha Obito appeared before him. You are Yin Yi. Without further ado, I present you with two choices: either submit to the Akatsuki organization, or face death. Obito declared, radiating arrogance and coldness. I want you to submit to me. Yin Yi replied, What did you say? Uchiha Obito thought he had misheard that I said, You must submit to me. He reiterated emphatically, It seems you have chosen death. With that, Uchiha Obito lunged forward, unleashing fire style, great fireball technique, water style, waterfall technique. The clash of fire and water produced a thunderous sound. As the contrasting elements created a thick mist, his intention was deliberate. This was akin to utilizing the water style, mist technique, granting him a strategic advantage in his use of the Kimui. Fire style, storm dance, wood style, cutting technique. Subsequently, amidst the mist, Uchiha Obito simultaneously deployed two jutsu. The storm dance erupted like a fire dragon, colossal and overwhelming, engulfing everything in flames. The cutting technique blossomed like a field of lotuses, manifesting everywhere. If Yin Yi hesitated even slightly, he would undoubtedly be pierced and left gravely wounded by the wood style. Fortunately, Yin Yi was swift in his movements. Otherwise, his body would have become a nursery for the cutting technique saplings. Chapter 28. Uchiha Obito reports dust style, limit removal technique. Yin Yi soared into battle without faltering, executing a swift maneuver as he traced a frame with his fingers, employing the bloodstained dust release to pursue Uchiha Obito. Technique of separation. 1, 2, 3. Simultaneously, 3 manifestations of the separation technique emerged, effectively entrapping the evasive Uchiha Obito within a glass-like dust release. A massive transparent cube encased him, and he let out a cold chuckle as the air twisted and a vortex formed, causing his body to vanish. He had escaped using Kamui.at that moment. Several Kamui shurikens materialized behind Yin Yi, hurtling towards him. Susanoo. After showcasing a basic Susanoo yesterday, Yin Yi had relentlessly strengthened it, and with the substantial chakra support exchanged from the Sky Curtain system today, he was now capable of wielding a third-level Susanoo. Moreover, he had uncovered the innate ability of his Sharingan, an unparalleled illusion technique. Did this Sharingan stem from Uchiha Hiruzen? Although the answer remained elusive. The eye had, through his development, not only become a master of illusions but also endowed with heightened perception. The second-level Susanoo manifested, creating a 360-degree barrier against Obito's attacks. With this thought in mind, Yin Yi acted decisively. As Obito reappeared, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan flared to life. Uchiha Obito was taken aback by Yin Yi's Susanoo, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, he fell into Yin Yi's illusion. Do you wish to create a world with Rin? I shall tell you. It will forever remain unachievable, unless you follow me and serve my cause. Perhaps I can assist you in realizing your wish. For I possess the rebirth elixir. In just half a second, Obito felt as if he were hypnotized for a decade, the image of Rin's demise replaying incessantly in his mind, a voice repeatedly echoing. You wish to create a world with Rin? I tell you, it will forever remain unachievable. This phrase cut through his psyche like a myriad of daggers, rendering him unable to bear it. Suddenly, chakra from his wood release surged within him, jolting him back to awareness. Yin Yi, equally startled, realized that in merely half a second, the wood release chakra had effectively shielded its bearer from hypnosis, living up to its reputation. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Obito was so astonished that he nearly forgot to attack. Ever since he had transplanted Hashirama cells, he had never fallen victim to any illusion. What had just transpired? He gazed at Yin Yi in terror, using Kamui once more to disappear, preparing for a guerrilla warfare approach. Yin Yi stood within his Susanoo, one hand covering his normal eye, utilizing his Sharingan to survey his surroundings. His perception activated, all images manifested in his mind. In the distance, the combined form of black and white Zetsu was preparing for an assassination. While Uchiha Obito was not present in this space, to the left, just as he was about to reassess his surroundings, a void appeared in his mind, indicating the passage of Obito's Kimui, Kodoemet Tsukumi. Yin Yi pivoted swiftly, seizing Obito's wrist as a hand materialized. Lightning release. Thunderclap technique. This technique, one of the third Hokage's 5 elemental jutsus, could modulate its attack power based on the user's chakra volume. Now that Yin Yi could harness the second-level Susanoo, His chakra reserves were substantial. Grasping Obito's wrist, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, severing one of Obito's arms, yet Obito did not materialize. After using a few Kamui shurikens, he vanished without a trace, 30 kilometers away. Uchiha Obito appeared in a dense forest, his severed arm quickly regenerating. Thanks to the white Zetsudato, a wave of discomfort washed over him, blood oozing from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Was he truly destined to fail? Could he not create a world with Rin? He continually reassessed the situation, recalling Yin Ye's mention of the rebirth elixir, and reflecting on the fact that in the 2 days since the Sky Curtain's emergence, he had yet to see Rin speak in the live chat group, stirring a profound unease within him. Rin, he murmured hoarsely, clenching his fists. Black and white Zetsu appeared. My lord, are you all right? In their eyes. Although Yin Yi had been somewhat passive in this battle, it was Obito who had fled. That I'm fine. Let us leave this place, he declared, vanishing with Kamui. For reasons unknown, at that moment, he felt an internal conflict. He knew he could still fight, that he could engage Yin Yi in a life-or-death struggle, yet thoughts of the rebirth elixir lingered in his mind. He considered the Akatsuki speculations. Did this individual truly have a special connection to the Sky Curtain livestream? If so, who in this ninja world could stand against him? Atop the cliff, tranquility finally descended. Meanwhile, in the Sky Curtain live chat group, discussions continued, yet no one stepped forward to answer the questions posed. In the current ninja world, who indeed constituted the most formidable foolish organization serving the Sutsuki clan? This question proved exceedingly challenging. Ding! At last, someone could no longer contain themselves. Haydn interjected. Could it be the evil god organization? Despite the ex-god being shrouded in mystery for him, he speculated that perhaps this organization served a greater purpose. As the Sutsuki clan appeared rather sinister, there was a chance that the ex-god they worshipped was indeed one of the Sutsuki. Ding! Haydn's answer was deemed incorrect, resulting in the forfeiture of 1 life. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Was the punishment truly that severe? At that moment, Haydn, engaged in a money-making task alongside Kakuzu, suddenly lost all signs of life. Kakuzu, witnessing this, approached and kicked him twice. Stop pretending. The Sky Curtain just stated that losing 1 life means you still have many lives left. If you keep feigning death, I won't hesitate to exchange your corpse for bounty. Haydn took a deep breath, rising to his feet. Fortunately, when I heard my life was to be forfeited, I performed a blood ritual and used a backup blood bag. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Haydn clutched his heart, gazing skyward, internally lamenting that pain had urged them to strive for answers. After a day, aside from Madara's 2 responses, who else had spoken? He had finally mustered the courage to stand up and had nearly lost his life. Clearly, their ex-god cult was not merely a front for the Sutsuki clan. Who then could it be? As everyone absorbed this scene, silence fell over the group, save for a few prominent figures who continued to voice their thoughts. Has that individual perished? Senju Hashirama remarked. This punishment seems rather harsh. Kahaku Mei inquired. What organization serves the extraterrestrials? Anoki suggested. If possible, why don't we, the 5 great ninja villages, share our intelligence regarding known secret organizations in the ninja world? After all, this matter concerns the future of each of our villages. Agreed. 4th Raikage A concurred. Chapter 29. The mysterious organizations of the ninja world emerge. Kahaku Mei added. Agreed. Upon their statements, they looked to the chat group, only to find no other voices chiming in. What was happening with the 4th Raikage A? Had the Hokage and Kazakage disagreed on information sharing? Did they possess answers? Unbeknownst to the group, at that very moment, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was preoccupied with preparations for the CH-nin exams in the village. As the official exam day was tomorrow, he needed to balance the Sky Curtain livestream along with the village's security and the CH-nin exams. After being reminded by Narashikaku, he finally glanced at the sky, contemplating the future, and nodded slightly. All right. Simultaneously, the deceased 4th Kazakage Raza of Sunagakure also nodded in approval. His decision not to expose Orochimaru stemmed from a desire to witness whether Orochimaru could indeed eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as the immense hope Gaara had instilled in him. Their village would not falter due to his sacrifice. Gaara was indeed the future of Sunagakure, the current Kage of the 5 great ninja villages unified. Subsequently disclosing the various organizations investigated within their respective villages to the chat group, Yin Yi seized this opportunity to scrutinize whether any mention of shells existed within each village's investigations. Before long, lists of organizations emerged in the group. The Umbu of Kirigakure, the Umbu of Kumogakure, the Umbu of Sunagakure, the Umbu of Konoha, the Umbu of Awagakure, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the Circus of Illusions, the Weather Merchant Clan, and the 3 Destruction Rogue Ninjas. In a short span, an array of ninja organizations and groups appeared in the chat, ranging from the Umbu of major ninja villages to small street performance troops. And renowned power organizations from various cities were all unveiled. My goodness, that organization called Wu Yu Lu Sha is from our desolate city. That one, the Weather Merchant, we once utilized their services. They are truly remarkable. And that Dumpling Society is a culinary research organization. They even opened a branch in our city not long ago. Instantly, the group buzzed with excitement, astonished that the Umbu of the 5 great ninja villages had such profound insight into the various organizations within the ninja world, be it businesses, culinary arts, or civilian-developed ninjutsu weaponry. They had it all. However, could these organizations potentially serve the Sutsuki? Yet, Yinyi could not find any information regarding Ku amidst the numerous lists. How could this be? However, that Russia's hand. It felt somewhat familiar, didn't it? Shinsho Tobarama mentioned in the group. At that moment, a woman named Russia spoke up. That is the name of my handmade workshop. I lead a group dedicated to crafting clothing. We are not even ninjas. Alas, everyone had speculated for quite some time, yet none had arrived at a plausible conclusion. The continuously live-streamed content was still being repeated, and the question hung blatantly on the homepage. As time elapsed, the audience had already squandered over half an hour on this matter. The live stream displayed a countdown. If no one answered within 10 seconds, the system would randomly select an individual to respond. The countdown commenced, and the atmosphere turned tense. Everyone feared that if chosen, a wrong answer would result in dire consequences. Just then, someone pressed the buzzer. Ding! Congratulations to Hitaki Kakashi for successfully buzzing in. Please answer your question. Kakashi's voice was calm and deep. Jiraiya. My guy. What small? Small what? Pain. Conan. Uchiha Obito felt a jolt of lightning in his mind. Kurozetsu's expression twisted into a grimace. Uchiha Itachi. Dry corpse ghost shark. Ha! Is Hitaki Kakashi a fool? How could we possibly be working for the Akatsuki clan? We fight for our ideals. Haiden. Heh, truly speechless. Senju Hashirama. Who is this Kakashi? Uzumaki Naruto. Answering the first Hokage. He is my teacher, the copy ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. Ding. The system concluded. Hitaki Kakashi answered correctly. Gah. What the hell? What is happening? Within the Akatsuki organization, everyone was left dumbfounded. Pain furrowed his brow. Conan wore a disbelieving expression. And even the typically stern and composed Kakazu snorted in disbelief. Surely, the live stream must have made a mistake. We are striving for our own ideals. How could we possibly be working for the Akatsuki clan? Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Nagato, situated atop a high-rise in the Rain Village, coughed lightly and exclaimed loudly. His gaunt cheeks bore no color, and his Rinnegan eyes appeared particularly striking in his hollow eye sockets. Conan stepped forward to comfort him. Do not worry, I will investigate this matter. On the live stream, a reward had already appeared. Congratulations to Hitaki Kakashi for obtaining the right to know the true intentions of the Akatsuki clan in the ninja world. Would you like to broadcast this publicly or transmit it secretly? Public broadcasting would mean everyone in the ninja world would see it, while secret transmission would confine the knowledge to just him. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, immediately dispatched someone to inform Kakashi. He insisted on a secret transmission, not wanting others in neighboring villages to learn of this secret. However, Hitaki Kakashi's perspective was broader. He understood that the future threats to the ninja world were not merely the grudges between villages, but rather extraterrestrial dangers. Everyone must unite without reservation against these external threats to eradicate them. I choose public broadcasting. Kakashi declared decisively. The live stream, upon receiving the answer, began to replay the previous video, but this time, the content was accompanied by sound and slowed down, especially that segment in the middle. In the footage, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kinshiki appeared, while Yurashiki diverted the attention of the Kazakage, Gaara, and the Mizukage, Chojuro. Within the Chunin exam venue, a wave of attacks erupted, shattering the ground, and the hall was filled with shouts, explosions, and cries for help. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke appeared, rescuing the besieged Sarada. As the two stood beside Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, seeing him arrive, inquired, "Are these the ones?" The Kagaya scroll foretold their arrival. Kagaya created Kurozetsu to prevent these beings. Right? Indeed. They seek the chakra fruit, which is the tailed beast chakra within you, Uchiha Sasuke replied. You know quite a bit. Otsutsuki Kagaya scoffed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Akatsuki Kagaya, a member of the Akatsuki clan. A muscular man landed beside her, introducing himself. I am Akatsuki Kinshiki, her guardian. What is your purpose? Uzumaki Naruto questioned. Chapter 30. The purpose of the Akatsuki clan. It is you. You possess the strongest chakra within this seedbed. Once we reclaim you, we can replant the divine tree. My mission is to resume Kagaya's work, recovering the scattered chakra fruits, allowing the divine tree to be reborn. The divine tree, the source of power for our ninja ancestors. As the legend goes, Sasuke remarked, Sarada added, it is said that Kagaya obtained the chakra fruit from the divine tree, thus granting humanity chakra, enabling them to become ninjas, and subsequently, the tree was forever lost. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she understood far more than an ordinary ninja. Yes, exactly so, Uchiha Sasuke affirmed. He then turned to face the two and asked, what is your reason for awakening the divine tree? Akatsuki, do you even need to ask? Of course, it is to refine chakra into elixirs for immortality and godlike power. With such elixirs, one can attain that strength, Akatsuki Kagaya replied candidly, showing no signs of concealment. Elixirs akin to those, Uzumaki Naruto remarked. Then you must know how beneficial they are, as possessing such elixirs allows one to effortlessly gain true power, Akatsuki Kagaya said with an expression of longing. It is akin to using performance-enhancing drugs. Despicable. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. Ha! After all, they are inferior beings, merely nourishment for our Akatsuki clan. Come, Kinshiki, since the seedbed must be cleansed anyway, let us proceed. With an arrogant tone and disdainful gaze, Akatsuki Kagaya floated towards the sky. The battle commenced once more, and the remaining footage was that which everyone had seen repeatedly before. The previously concealed segment of video and sound contained the most information within the entire scene. Now it was all publicly revealed. The live stream group erupted in a clamor. What does this mean? What is the divine tree and immortality? What is the Kagaya scroll? What is the white Zetsu army? Everyone engaged in animated discussions. And indeed, this unveiled truth shocked the ninja world. Uchiha Obito was filled with astonishment. Something was amiss. Were they not gathering the tailed beasts to cultivate the divine tree and initiate the infinite Tsukuyami? Allowing people to live in a dream devoid of suffering and war? Why had it transformed into the Akatsuki clan's elixir? Surely, there had to be some mistake, although Uchiha Obito did not doubt the information presented in the footage. His arrogant personality led him to believe that the Akatsuki clan must be up to some strange machinations that altered the nature of the divine tree. However, those were future events. If he exerted himself, he could certainly change the future through the present. The infinite Tsukuyami would undoubtedly be activated. He continually reassured himself. It had to be so at the same time. Kurozetsu was expressing similar sentiments to Uchiha Obito. I am the product of Madara's consciousness. Although the information in the live stream may be accurate, the Akatsuki clan can never exploit us. I assure you, our infinite Tsukuyami will surely benefit the ninja world. Obito, you must believe in Madara. Uchiha Obito wore a skeptical expression, yet concealed it behind his mask. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I care not for the Akatsuki. I only desire what I wish. What he desired was merely a world with Rin in it. He cared not for aliens or the ninja world. Even if it meant merely gazing upon Rin once, he would spare no effort. Nagato, having watched the live stream footage, turned to Konan. You go and gather some people to investigate everything regarding the Akatsuki clan. Also, he glanced around, realizing he could not sense Kurozetsu and Black Zetsu. Then continued, investigate those two black and white monsters. I wish to know whence they came. Understood. The same footage, the same sounds. Yet, with different interpreters, the answers varied in the live stream group. Today's live question and answer session had concluded. And with half an hour remaining, the time for closing the group approached. At this moment, the high-ranking individuals from various villages began to convene. Koharu Udatain. Concerning all future matters, we must plan ahead. As it stands, although the live stream footage targeted only Uzumaki Naruto, let us not forget they mentioned the tailed beasts. Each of our villages possesses one. Anoki. Indeed, the celestial broadcast has only appeared for 2 days. And the future live scenes remain but fragments. We are unable to grasp the entirety of the truth. Who knows if the Akatsuki clan will launch an assault on other villages? 4th Reikage. What is there to fear? If they come, we shall eradicate them all, 1 blow for each, and 2 blows for a pair. Are we, mere humans, to be intimidated by these extraterrestrial beings? 4th Kazakage Raza. Absolutely. At this very moment, he remains immersed in the thought that Gaara will become the Kazakage in the future. Yet, he is not alone in this contemplation. Many villagers of Sunigakure and ninja from the Land of Wind are equally astounded that a creature from the future shall become Kazakage, not only the ninjas from the Land of Wind. But even Gaara, currently in Konoha preparing for the Chunin exams, wears a look of disbelief. Kankuro and Temari observe their younger brother with faces etched with concern. Yet they feel immense joy now that they know he will attain such recognition in the future. This signifies that, in times to come, he will earn the respect of all and will be far removed from the boy he is today. Conan continued, we must also investigate the Akatsuki organization. Indeed, an organization that betrays humanity to serve extraterrestrial beings must be eradicated. What a ludicrous organization. Do they not discern friend from foe? How can they serve the Akatsuki clan? One wonders what incentives they have been offered. Far away in Amigakure, Nagato feels as though countless daggers of derision have pierced his heart. As if he is but a jest, we shall never become the lapdogs of the Akatsuki. We must adhere to our original intentions. These individuals stand and speak without experiencing our pain as a small nation. Just because they can ask a question, they presume to slander our organization. I shall ensure they all understand who the true victor in this world is. Nagato's furious eyes bulged. Dispatch the order. No member of the Akatsuki shall be swayed by the celestial inquiries. We shall steadfastly uphold our sense of justice. Everything we do is for the peace of the ninja world. Only by making everyone experience despair can they comprehend the true essence of peace. We serve no one but the peace of the ninja realm, Nagato declared vehemently. Conan, propelled by determination, leaped from the heights to convey Pain's orders. Chapter 31. Naruto's shift in status. Meanwhile, the chat group of the Celestial Broadcast remains abuzz. Various villages have begun to investigate the true nature of the Akatsuki and their motives. Do they, like the Otsutsuki, seek immortality? Onoki, third Hokage, since this revelation came from Kakashi of your village, surely he knows the whereabouts of the Akatsuki? Fourth Raikage, exactly. Let us gather the ninjas and confront them. I refuse to believe that the combined might of the 5 great ninja villages cannot overcome the Akatsuki. Conan, eradicate them now to prevent any further association with the Otsutsuki from the Land of Iron. Mifune exclaimed, how delightful it is to witness the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages united in such solidarity. Senju Hashirama, I am truly moved. Sniff Senju Tobarama, brother, maintain your composure. Uzumaki Mito, ahem, I must say, there are certain matters that should not be discussed in this group, as it comprises individuals from all over the ninja world. You never know if members of the Akatsuki are currently observing your conversations. As a secret organization, they would not openly reveal themselves to be targeted. Thus, discussing plans so brazenly may alert them. Fourth Raikage, am I to be intimidated by this insignificant Akatsuki? Let them come if they dare. Onoki, brash fool, Conan. Strangely, I find myself agreeing with the first Hokage's wife. Senju Tobarama, odd, why haven't we seen the third Hokage all night? No sooner had he spoken than a message appeared. The group will now pause for a break. Subsequently, the Celestial chat group was closed, although the Celestial broadcast continued to play the previous scenes on repeat, albeit without sound. Since the advent of Celestial broadcasts, the nightlife of the ninja world has become increasingly vibrant. At this moment, Konoha is ablaze with lights. The streets are bustling with excitement as the next day marks the Chunin exams. The daimyo of the Land of Fire and officials from various prefectures have arrived in Konoha. Tickets for the Chunin exam venue have skyrocketed in price, becoming exceedingly difficult to obtain. Everyone is thrilled at the prospect of witnessing ninja combat firsthand. Today's Celestial broadcast has been exceedingly exhilarating. Previously, there was the clash between Senju Tobarama and the Gold and Silver brothers. Though the battle did not last long, it was exhilarating. Following that was the confrontation between 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki and the Otsutsuki, which, while somewhat disheartening, was deeply moving. Indeed, I had harbored profound misunderstandings of Naruto Uzumaki. Ever since witnessing this Celestial broadcast, I feel as though I was nothing but trash, unable to see the hero's son for who he truly is. Precisely, from now on, we should treat Naruto Uzumaki with more kindness. In the streets, many are discussing the Celestial broadcast. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki strolls by. And today, Sasuke seems unusually pensive. As he walks, he kicks the stones beneath his feet. When suddenly, a kind lady approaches and thrusts a basket of fruit into his hands. 7th Hokage, this is for you. I've personally prepared this fruit, all washed and ready, the lady said before hurriedly retreating. Naruto Uzumaki stands in astonishment, when just then, someone hands him 3 free ramen vouchers. Naruto, These are free-tasting vouchers for Ichiraku ramen, a token of my apology for my previous wrongdoings. With that, a burly man bends at a 90-degree angle, offering Naruto a deep bow. Naruto blinks in surprise, then bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. That's all in the past. Thank you for the vouchers. At that moment, a throng of people gathers around him, some offering to make him clothes, others inviting him for a meal, some apologizing, and many inquiring after his well-being. Kakashi, standing at a distance, observes this scene, his eyes narrowing with a smile. He has never ceased to strive, whether in gaining the recognition of others or in enhancing his own abilities. He has always remained resolute and diligent. Unable to contain himself, he smiles softly, pulling out a yellow-covered novel, savoring its contents as he walks. That night, amidst the shadows of Konoha, the winds of change swirl. Grass, sand, and sound ninjas clandestinely pursue their own schemes. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who orchestrates it all, pays no heed to the celestial broadcast, choosing instead to trust in his own convictions and to pursue his own desires. Regardless of the magnitude of information gleaned from the celestial broadcast, his plan to bring Konoha to its knees is already set in motion. In the blink of an eye, dawn breaks, and the 153 students deemed qualified for the Chunin exams are all assembled. Following a brief opening ceremony, they are divided into various classrooms. The first examination commences. Simultaneously, the celestial broadcast officially begins. In Konoha, many gather in the streets, gazing up at the celestial screen as the previous replay fades away. Through the tireless research of information departments across the villages, they have uncovered that the Akatsuki clan's strength varies significantly. At times, they can easily kick the 7th Hokage away, while at others, they struggle to contend with a Genin for even half a minute. They are arrogant and reckless, seeking the tailed beasts to cultivate the god tree. Though the precise means of achieving this remains unclear. Nonetheless, through the repeated broadcasts, various ninja villages have gleaned numerous valuable insights. Now that the replay has ceased, all eyes are fixed on the sky, uncertain of what today's broadcast will unveil. Suddenly, the screen shifts, and several bold characters appear in vivid clarity. The strongest organization, the Akatsuki Combat Edition. As these words are revealed, the entire ninja world, the daimyo's palace, the 3 great sanctuaries of cultivation, and even the so-called Pure Lands of the deceased erupt in fervor. Senju Hashirama. Haha. I knew it. This celestial screen is a beacon of justice. Are we finally exposing the Akatsuki today? Ha ha ha. Conan. I've been struggling to find information on the Akatsuki. This is perfect. Anoki. Now that we have their intel, we must eliminate them before they can further serve the Otsutsuki. 4th Reikage, A. I fear no one in battle, be it against whomsoever. Senju Hashirama. Is this 4th Reikage always so brash? It feels like he is either in a fight or on the verge of one. Does he have a badger's temperament? 1st Reikage, A. What, Hashirama? Are you afraid? Our village is renowned for its strength. If you disagree, come and face us. Uchiha Madara. A defeated foe dares to boast? Once upon a time, all of your villages united were no match for Hashirama. He alone could make you all dance to his tune. How is it that now, having perished, you dare to voice your thoughts? The 1st Reikage, AI. A piercing blow. The 2nd Reikage, AI. The 3rd Reikage, AI. Chapter 32. The entire Akatsuki organization exposed. The 4th Reikage, AI. That is merely old history. Our new generation surpasses our predecessors by countless measures. If you disagree, come back to life and contest us. As the saying goes, the young bull is not afraid of the tiger. Although the 4th Reikage, AI, has aged, he has only read about the might of Senju Hashirama in books and has never encountered it firsthand. Thus he dares to provoke. However, as soon as his words fell, a bolt of lightning struck, causing him to tense up and instinctively raise his hand to shield himself. To his surprise, it was merely an electric current passing through him, posing no real threat. The figure clad in burlap nearby observed this scene and called out, "Someone, please inspect this wiring. The leakage is hazardous." The 4th Reikage, AI, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead as he cautiously glanced out the window. In the streaming room, Senju Hashirama was laughing heartily. Is this new generation a bit aged? Ha ha ha. Nevertheless, I adore the fade of youth, even if it's a fade of an old cucumber trying to masquerade as Tinder. The 4th Reikage, AI. Senju Hashirama. You, the 1st Reikage, AI. Silence. Do you believe he cannot be revived? The 2nd Reikage, AI. Shut your mouth, you brute. The 3rd Reikage, AI. Speak another word, and we 3 shall strip you of your title as Reikage. Do you wish to end up like Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if all of us, the 1st and 2nd Hokage, are merely deceased? Sarutobi Hiruzen. caught in the crossfire, the first and second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just then, a visual appeared in the sky, revealing all members of the Akatsuki organization. A colossal image materialized on the screen, showcasing a total of 10 individuals, all clad in red cloud-patterned black cloaks, each emanating an aura of domineering solitude and arrogance. Simultaneously, a list of names for all individuals appeared. From the center, introductions began to the right and left. Pain, Uchiha Itachi, Haiden, Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand. And the masked figure, Toby. To Pain's left were Conan, Haiden, Kakazu, and the black and white Zetsu. A total of 10 individuals graced the screen. "What the hell, my photo?" Haiden exclaimed, incredulously staring at the big screen. Nagato. Conan, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled. He had been investigating for so long and had never known what they looked like, only to have them suddenly exposed in such a glaring manner. All the ninja villages were astounded. And within the ninja world, everyone gazed in disbelief at this scene. Is this truly the Akatsuki? In a Wagakure, Akatsuki pointed at the screen and shouted, "Is that Deidara?" Inoki nodded slightly. He had once held this apprentice in high regard. Meanwhile, members of the Akatsuki, engaged in their missions, were equally stunned by the scene. "Wow, wow, wow. What is this?" Deidara shouted, pointing at the sky. Sasori of the Red Sand coldly remarked, "What? Are you afraid now? Even if it's the sky? We must complete our mission. Have you forgotten your dreams?" Upon hearing this, Deidara shook his head in disbelief. "No, how did this photo come about? I don't remember taking any pictures, and why am I the ugliest among the 10? This is simply not in line with my artistic essence. I must retake it," he exclaimed, leaping onto his clay bird, soaring into the sky, and began bombarding the heavens with clay. "I will destroy this thing. I want the entire ninja world to witness the allure of my art. Live broadcast, show them my explosive display against the sky." He went on in a frenzy, hurling clay as if it were free, causing explosions. Yet no matter how much he detonated, the sky remained unscathed. Even when the impact of the blast temporarily distorted the image, it ultimately remained intact. How strange. Yesterday, those golden and silver-horned figures cursed the sky and were swiftly dealt with. Why is it that when I bombard it, it remains unaffected? Deidara loudly questioned. On the ground, Sasori of the Red Sand gazed at him as if he were a fool. "It seems attacks are futile. They cannot harm it in the slightest. We must resort to insults, and moreover, do so in the group chat to incite public outrage for it to be effective." Deidara collapsed atop his bird. "Though I excel in artistic explosions, I am not skilled in typing. How about this, Sasori? You assist me in typing out insults against the sky." "I am too busy," Sasori of the Red Sand replied, continuing forward. At that moment, a sprout-like object emerged from the soil, revealing Zetsu. "Our justice may be delayed, but it will not be absent. The sky has falsely accused us. We cannot remain passive. The Moon Eye plan must commence ahead of schedule." With that, Zetsu tossed a photo of the one-tailed Jinchuriki to them. "Shall we act now? What about the previous mission?" During this time, they had been investigating matters regarding the tailed beasts, while simultaneously executing another task, eliminating the traitor Orochimaru. If they initiate this mission, what will happen to Orochimaru? These two tasks are not mutually exclusive. At this moment, the one-tailed Jinchuriki is under Orochimaru's command and heading to Konoha. As long as your plan is flawless, both will fall into your grasp. After Zetsu's words, he slowly vanished. Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand continued onward, while Uchiha Itachi and Haiden, witnessing the live broadcast, wore expressions of helplessness. Meanwhile, Conan and Pain were equally infuriated, as were Haiden and Kakazu, who were seething with a desire to obliterate the sky. In Konoha, the Chunin exams were underway, with Ibiki standing at the podium, his icy gaze sweeping across the classroom. Seated on either side of the room were several Chunin and Jonin supervising the examinees. The examination questions had appeared, 9 challenging problems and 1 bonus question, testing the lower ninja's criminal investigation and counter-investigation abilities. Amidst the examination room, individuals were already engaging in underhanded tactics. For instance, Inazuka Kiba employed his dog to sneak a peek at others' answers, while Yamanaka Shino utilized insects and Hyuga Niji used his Byakugan. Tintin, on the other hand, was reflecting off the mirror on the ceiling to view others' answers. Then there was Uzumaki Naruto, fuming with frustration, still languishing at the bottom of the ranks. Outside, the live broadcast commenced, the first scene revealing Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand clashing against Orochimaru. The image flashed, Deidara soared through the air, while Orochimaru summoned the reanimated third Kazakage to confront Sasori, who had a puppet of the third Kazakage floating behind him. A battle of the third Kazakages. What an extraordinary situation. In Sunigakure, Uchiha stared incredulously at the scene in the sky. Is that Sasori? Meanwhile, within the group chat, everyone was puzzled, wondering if that was indeed Orochimaru, and why the two members of the Akatsuki were facing off against him. Regardless, the Akatsuki were deemed as extraterrestrial mercenaries, and many began to rally behind Orochimaru. Disregarding his status as a traitor to Konoha, support Orochimaru. Chapter 33. I adore formaldehyde. Some mindless fans began to shout in the group chat. At that moment, Orochimaru, waiting for the results of the first exam in the Chunin exam venue, concealed himself beneath the shadow of the fourth Kazakage, Raza. Observing the scene, he furrowed his brow slightly. He was on the path of a villain. Why was he being subtly whitewashed without reason? He certainly did not wish for anyone to raise lofty slogans of justice in support of him. He directly typed in the group chat, "Anyone wishing to support me must first send their children to me for research. I have a particular fondness for immersing children in formaldehyde." Upon this message's appearance, the group erupted in chaos. What does this mean? Orochimaru, is this even human language? Snake talk? Utterly heinous. No wonder he became a traitor. Kill Orochimaru, kill Orochimaru. Suddenly, the crowd's ire turned. And in the face of such confrontational imagery, they all began to support the Akatsuki. Only by combating evil with evil can we effectively eradicate villains. The scene continued upon the sky. Orochimaru spoke. Did you expect Itachi to come? Sadly, you are merely assassins dispatched by the Akatsuki. Indeed, I will not hesitate to slay you. Traitor, Sasori of the Red Sand's voice emerged, devoid of warmth. Can you truly accomplish that? As soon as the words left his lips, the reanimated third Kazakage beside him trembled. Preparing for battle alongside the third Kazakage puppet, the third Kazakage versus the third Kazakage, who would prove superior? Iron Sand. Shuriken. The reanimated third Kazakage began its assault using its own jutsu. Countless iron sands coalesced into needle-like projectiles, charging forward like an army, striking the sky and causing one of Daidara's clay bird's wings to shatter. Meanwhile, Sasori of the Red Sand deftly maneuvered, controlling the third Kazakage puppet with chakra threads, opening his mouth to unleash his bloodline limit, magnet release, creating a magnetic shield. A protective barrier, reminiscent of a magnetic shield, emerged to obstruct the path of the Red Sand Scorpion and the third Kazakage puppet. Shortly thereafter, the ground erupted in a frenzy as the iron sand rain surged forth from the earth, a dense swarm of sharp, bladed spikes. The Red Sand Scorpion and the puppet swiftly retreated. From the opposite side, Orochimaru's taunting voice rang out. Your puppet is buried in the sand, rendering it useless, isn't it? Without needing to hear more, the Red Sand Scorpion defiantly retorted. The Wind Shadow puppet lunged forward, its mechanisms detonating, unleashing serrated blades that whirled toward the adversary. Opposite them, the reanimated third Kazakage soared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of attacks with countless hands. The puppet's arms exploded forth, a relentless wave of 1,000 limbs, moving with such rapidity that it dazzled the onlookers, the sound of their strikes resonating like thunderclaps. The reanimated third Kazakage was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments akin to shredded paper, cascading downwards. The reanimated third Kazakage has perished. Spectators, both novices and seasoned veterans of the ninja world, quickly discerned that Orochimaru's reanimation technique was no match for the Red Sand Scorpion's puppet mastery. In this clash of third Kazakage against third Kazakage, the Red Sand Scorpion's version was far more innovative and expansive, retaining all of the original Kazakage's jutsu, while integrating various mechanisms from different puppet techniques. Next is you, the Red Sand Scorpion bellowed, directing his chakra threads as the third Kazakage puppet charged forth once more. At the same moment, just as Orochimaru's words hung in the air, the sky witnessed the third Kazakage coalescing once again, restoring its former self. What? The Red Sand Scorpion gazed in disbelief at this spectacle. Under the live broadcast, the audience was equally astonished. Could the reanimated truly possess an indestructible form? I knew it would come to this, exclaimed Senju Tobarama. Though, my dear Tobarama, your technique has some serious drawbacks, replied Senju Hashirama. It cannot be helped. This is the magnificence of this jutsu, the eternal reanimation. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride in the technique he had developed. The battle reignited as the puppet unleashed magnetic attacks against the opponent, who was unharmed, as if a mere tool devoid of sensation, rebounding the assault entirely. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. What a waste of time. Behold the artistry of my momentary fireworks. Deara, who was vigilantly monitoring Orochimaru from above, shouted. Dozens of explosive clay birds descended, followed by a thunderous explosion, once again shattering the reanimated third Kazakage. Yet, in no time, the remnants began to coalesce anew. In the live chat, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but lament. How pitiful, truly pitiful, brother, mind your image. Senju Tobarama reminded. Indeed, it is quite cruel. Tsunade added. What my sister says is true. Senju Tobarama concurred. Tsunade, second uncle. On the live broadcast, Deidara looked down in astonishment. How is it not dead again? Orochimaru smirked coldly. Once you perish, I shall resurrect you in the same manner. But what I truly desire is Itachi's body. His voice, though low, was filled with an air of arrogance. The reformed third Kazakage once more wielded magnetic release, iron sand binding. Both third Kazakages intoned simultaneously, one brandishing a sharp triangular spear, the other a sturdy cylindrical shield. As they faced each other, the ensuing clash would be a test of raw power, a contest of whose chakra was superior. In the distant Sunagakure, Chiyo gazed upon this scene, memories flooding her mind. Was that her grandson? She often pondered if she had shown him more concern and affection, perhaps he would have remained. But all was mere speculation. The broadcast continued. The reanimated third Kazakage seemed to be engulfed in boundless fury. Trembling as he resisted Orochimaru's control with all his might. I am the third Kazakage, he declared in a low voice, slowly turning to glare at Orochimaru behind him. I am not a pawn. As he spoke, the floating triangular spear he had summoned through magnetic release suddenly faltered, cascading down like flowing iron sand. Subsequently, his body lunged forward, layers of him collapsing, his spirit returning to the nether. Seizing the opportunity, the red sand scorpion made his move, manipulating his puppet to unleash the iron sand binding toward Orochimaru's direction. The magnetic release could coalesce all iron sand, creating weapons of tremendous impact. The iron sand shield hurtled forward, prompting Orochimaru to whip around and flee into his snake lair. Chapter 34. A torrent of sarcasm in the sky. Deidara witnessed this and shouted, "Don't run." With that, he gestured, and hundreds of small clay birds took flight, following Orochimaru into the cave. Ha! Deidara roared, and with a thunderous explosion, a colossal blast erupted, shaking the heavens and forming a mushroom cloud. Deidara triumphantly clenched his fist. The explosion was art. The video abruptly shifted, leaving the audience with the final moment of that dazzling detonation. Ha ha ha. Deidara, enthralled by the live broadcast, couldn't restrain himself and began typing fervently in the chat. Did you see that? What is art? What is art? The so-called senin, Orochimaru, was sent fleeing by me. Who in the ninja world can rival me? Initially, the red sand scorpion had no intention of engaging in his banter, but at this moment, the sky was filled with footage of their battle against Orochimaru, and he too was one of the protagonists. What are you boasting about? In my view, art should be eternal, not fleeting. People like you only know how to destroy. This topic had been debated countless times between them, yet this time it unfolded in the public eye of the chat. Everyone in the ninja world could witness it, and thus none were willing to concede. Mine is art. No, mine is. Can you create such explosive effects? The momentary bloom is the most profound. Your transient nature cannot be retained. The eternal preservation is the true expression of art. One championed the ephemeral, the other the everlasting. One was accustomed to hurling explosive devices from the skies, while the other preferred ground combat. One voice was tempestuous, the other deep, one youthful, the other with an aged facade. This duo, indeed, possessed boundless charm and potential. Wow, I suddenly find myself quite fond of this pairing. Senju Hashirama remarked. Deidara. Ha! Even the first Hokage appreciates my art. Scorpion. Your intellect is a critical flaw. Second Mizukichi. Ha! I find myself rather fond of it too. Second Tsuchikichi. Little beard. It seems we have some common ground. A battle ensued, a delightful display of self-indulgence and promotion, garnering countless votes for this artistic duo. Deidara was so elated he nearly set off another explosion, while the red sand scorpion let out a rare cackle. Though his expression remained as fierce and unyielding as ever, the chat continued to buzz about the recent battle. While the intelligence divisions of various ninja villages were already compiling all the footage, Deidara, the individual in the video, appears to be around 16 or 17 years old, utilizing explosives akin to clay. He can create explosive clay with one hand and excels in aerial combat. Red Sand Scorpion. Age unknown. Appearance peculiar. Initial assessment suggests he is a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, skilled in puppet creation. Wielding the third Kazakage puppet, capable of employing all the jutsu of the third Kazak and various mechanisms. Orochimaru. The reanimation technique grants the resurrected an indestructible form, though their power is diminished compared to their former selves. Orochimaru's own jutsu and information remain undisclosed. Each village had consolidated information from the live broadcast. Half a minute after the broadcast concluded, the first question appeared: why did Orochimaru betray the Akatsuki? As soon as the question was posed, Senju Hashirama was the first to press the buzzer. He had refrained from answering questions in recent days, but today he finally made an appearance. My answer is that he did not wish to serve the Akatsuki clan. Thus he chose to betray them. Ding. Incorrect answer. Punishment. Senju Hashirama loses access to would-release chakra and jutsu. Senju Hashirama exclaimed, "Pfft. Although I am deceased, would-release chakra holds no significance for me. But everyone possesses a desire for resurrection. Please return my would-release chakra." "Brother, can you be more serious?" Senju Tobarama interjected. Uzumaki Mito. "Hashirama, please be serious. With this time, you might as well train your chakra." Senju Hashirama. "Will I be punished with light after training?" Uchiha Madara. "Huh. Indeed. Rather than waiting to be punished with light, it is better not to train at all, since you are already a dead man." Senju Hashirama. "That's harsh. Please don't hurt me like that." Uzumaki Kushina. "I don't know why, but I feel that Hashirama and Madara are truly in love. I just have no evidence." Senju Tobarama. "Indeed." Ding. At this moment, someone buzzed in to answer, and surprisingly, it was Deidara from the artistic duo. "Ha ha. I know the answer. It must be because Orochimaru did something vile and didn't dare to stay in the Akatsuki. As far as I know, we in the Akatsuki have no idea what the Akatsuki clan is. So he doesn't know either. I suspect he was embarrassed because he was discovered hatching his own offspring by us Akatsuki members, so he fled." After Deidara finished this statement, he laughed heartily, knowing full well that this answer was not serious but rather intentional. Orochimaru was furious, his temper flaring. Previously, there had been a question about who the mother of his child was, and the answer was himself. And then what? Now Deidara was trying to make him look bad. "Deidara, do you want to die?" Orochimaru couldn't help but ask in the group. Deidara. "Ha ha ha. In the future, I will live just fine, and you will be sent to the heavens by my explosive art." "How glorious. That is indeed an explosion." "Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, do you think such an explosion could kill me? You are too naive." Ding. At that moment, the system responded. Deidara answered incorrectly. Punishment of 50 kilograms of explosive clay and explosive secret technique. Upon hearing this, Deidara, who was on the move, instantly stopped. "What? 50 kilograms of explosive clay? And my explosive secret technique? How come there are two kinds of punishments? This is unfair." Only then did he realize that answering questions in the live broadcast could not be taken lightly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Although his explosive techniques were hidden in his mind, and he would remember them if others stole them, he did not want anyone else to know about them. In this world, having only one ninja who uses explosions is enough. Adding another would diminish its artistic value. Art is valued for its rarity. If there were Daidaras everywhere, it would simply be called trash. "See, I told you not to be so proud." The scorpion of the red sand mocked him. In an instant, all the clay in Deidara's pockets, clothes, chest, and palms vanished, and he could distinctly feel that the 20 kilograms of clay he had hidden away was also gone. "Scorpion, you go ahead slowly. I have to go to a place. Without clay, how could he work? How could he capture the Jinchuriki? How could he eliminate Orochimaru?" Chapter 35. The artistic duo takes the stage. That live broadcast depicted future events, and Orochimaru was still alive and well. Killing him was their mission. That if they couldn't accomplish it, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? It is known throughout the ninja world that in the future, Orochimaru will be sent to the heavens by his explosions, and now that he has lost his clay, how could he send him up with AD? Moreover, all of the Akatsuki's plans are ahead of schedule, and they still have to capture the Jinchuriki. "Alright, move quickly. I dislike waiting." The scorpion of the red sand continued on, while Deidara went to search for new clay. Ding, someone else buzzed in to answer. And this time it was none other than Orochimaru himself. He had a plan. He wanted to obtain Deidara's explosive clay and his explosive secret technique, all to annoy Deidara. With this thought in mind, he immediately pressed the buzzer. When everyone saw this scene, they sighed slightly. As the person involved, he surely knew the reason. Before answering this question, I would like to tell a story. As the ninja most skilled in brainwashing and emotional manipulation in the ninja world, Orochimaru began to spin a tale. "I do not know if the Akatsuki serves the Akatsuki clan, but I know that my goals differ from theirs. I wish to create a world free of pain. I conduct experiments to alleviate suffering and to understand patients, thereby advancing the medical standards of the entire ninja world. Orochimaru felt slightly nauseated. He admitted that he was now trying to clear his name, although he would soon become even darker. Therefore, my answer is that I left the Akatsuki for my own goals and ideals. Is the Akatsuki truly wicked? Did they mistreat you, Snake? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but ask in the group. No. Do the Akatsuki members enjoy eating snake soup? Jiraiya also joined in the inquiry. No. Jiraiya, do you want to die? Are you trying to clear the Akatsuki's name? Uzumaki Kushina asked. No, they don't need to clear their names. Whether they are black or white, they will always be themselves. This statement not only saved face for the Akatsuki, but also demonstrated his high emotional intelligence. In this world, who isn't compromising? Who doesn't wish to live more transparently? And it seems that Uncle Snake has achieved that. Ding! Congratulations, Orochimaru, for answering correctly. You have earned 50 kilograms of explosive clay and the explosive secret technique. Orochimaru was pleasantly surprised and quickly straightened his clothes. Fearing that the sudden appearance of 50 kilograms of explosive clay would damage the platform he was on. This action caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who frowned slightly. Today, the fourth Kazakage seemed a bit strange. Always focusing on the live broadcast, did he not care whether the ninjas of his village advanced? When the 50 kilograms of explosive clay suddenly appeared, luckily Orochimaru was wearing the Kazakage robe, which helped conceal it. As for the explosive secret technique, he needed to study it carefully to understand how to use it. Just wait, Konoha. I will make you taste my power. Just wait, Deidara. Next time, let me be the one to blow you up, sending you flying into the heavens while you incessantly chatter about art. Science is true. At this moment, Orochimaru was no longer afraid of exposure. He was ready and could initiate the Konoha collapse plan at any time. The reason he had not acted yet was because of Uchiha Sasuke. He wanted to see what abilities Itachi's brother possessed. In the live broadcast room, everyone was discussing. Although the 10 members of the Akatsuki have already been exposed, it seems they do not realize they are working for the Otsutsuki clan. Could it be that they are being used? Anoki speculated. That is quite likely. I think we should refrain from discussing it in the group. When the opportunity arises, we should hold a 5-Kage meeting to thoroughly discuss this matter. The fourth Raikage agreed. All right. It is decided. What does the third Hokage think? Sarutobi Hiruzen. I agree. The fourth Kazakage Raza. I agree. This was a 5-Kage meeting, an event that had only occurred once in the entire history of the ninja world, and that was called by Senju Hashirama under the pretext of distributing the tailed beasts. And now, the 5-Kage of the 5 great ninja villages had agreed to such a meeting, although some matters could not be explicitly discussed in the group, lest they inadvertently alert the enemy. This decision truly astounded the ninja world. This was a shadowless meeting. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. The existence of the live broadcast was indeed convenient, although some matters could not be openly stated. A casual remark could lead to another 5-Kage meeting? Yes, I wonder where they will hold it. The topic of concern in the group instantly shifted, and Pain from the Akatsuki was also waiting for this answer. Where would the second ever ninja world meeting be held? If only he knew the answer, perhaps their ideals could be realized sooner. He was not afraid of their alliance because he understood. Humans are inherently foolish creatures and capable of mutual understanding. Thus, to create a world of understanding, one must inflict pain to make them accept the truth. Just as Orochimaru said, what is black and white? They are simply themselves. The victor is king, and the vanquished are the bandits. Declarations of justice are reserved for the victors, while the defeated have no voice. Therefore, what those in the ninja world say now is unimportant. What matters is the future, where they will prove through action that they are not mere laborers of the Otsutsuki clan. They are the Akatsuki. The darkness before dawn is them, but it is precisely because of their existence that dawn will emerge. Pain kept a close watch on the group discussions. Unfortunately, the people from the 5 great ninja villages knew the gravity of the situation, so they did not continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, who was observing this scene from the Pure Land, carefully watched the live broadcast. He was not surprised by the 5-Kage meeting in his eyes. Anyone standing before him was but an ant. He wondered where the items they were punished with had gone. For instance, one of his Sharingan or Hashiramas would release chakra. And what about the various treasures and techniques that others were punished with yesterday? Were those things all stored within the live broadcast? Many questions lingered in his mind, and he yearned for revival. For only through resurrection can he investigate all matters. The celestial screen trembled once more. And yet another question emerged within the video. Please provide a sarcastic title for this battle. If the response satisfies the celestial system, one resurrection elixir shall be awarded. Yet again, the resurrection elixir. Someone exclaimed in excitement. Uchiha Madara wore a joyful expression, his long hair seemingly dancing in the air. He yearned for resurrection, desperately wishing to return. Chapter 36. The Puppet Clay Battle with Orochimaru in the Celestial Broadcast. Following the emergence of the question, the video replayed, showcasing the fierce battle between Deidara and the Scorpion of the Red Sand against Orochimaru. The video was brief, lasting only about 7 or 8 minutes. Discussions ensued among the onlookers. Asuma, this must be yet another question with an open-ended answer, right? A sarcastic title for this battle. Kurinai Yuhi. The crux of this question lies in the sarcasm. Does it not? A conventional title would hardly suffice as a correct answer. Several esteemed figures of the ninja world remained silent, while other ninjas in the group began to converse. Kurozetsu. I sense it too. It's reminiscent of the previous scriptwriter's folly type of question. Who could possibly come up with such an answer? Might guy. Haha. The purity of youth should embolden one to take risks, just like our 1010. Who answered with such ease? The scriptwriter's folly. Ha ha ha. Who could have conceived such a thing in the ninja world? Might guy felt immense pride in 1010's ability to answer this question. Meanwhile, the children were engaged in the second round of the Chunin exams. The first round had concluded with 153 participants, of whom 78 advanced. The chief examiner for the second round was Mitarashi Anko, and the examination took place in the deadly forest north of Konoha. This time, it was a tug-of-war. Those who could gather both the heaven and earth scrolls and reach the destination within 5 days would be deemed successful. This round tested teamwork and individual capabilities. In the northern region of Konoha, the second round of the Chunin exams was in full swing. Above in the sky, the celestial broadcast question hung prominently. Please provide a sarcastic title for this battle. If the answer satisfies the celestial broadcast, one resurrection elixir shall be awarded. Typically, the prominent figures of the Pure Land were quite vocal, so why did they fall silent upon the emergence of this question? Because they were anxious. Each of them yearned for that resurrection elixir. Even the bold and unrestrained Hashirama Senju felt a stir of desire. This was the second resurrection elixir. Whether more would appear in the future remained uncertain. But they all understood that the sooner one could resurrect, the more advantageous it would be for them. Hashirama Senju, a sarcastic title? How does one even formulate such a thing? Tobarama Senju, I too wish to know. Could it be the puppet clay battle with a great serpent? Ding! Just as he typed those words, someone in the group hastened to answer. The second Mizukage, Kahaku no Yagura. My answer is the puppet clay big snake. Tobarama Senju, you plagiarized my answer. Second Mizukage, how utterly shameless. Haha. Curse me as you wish. It matters not to me. I shall resurrect, and I am sure you all feel envy and resentment. If I resurrect, I shall first disrupt the upcoming 5 Kage summit. What is the purpose of such a summit? Our village of Kirigakure could annihilate the Akatsuki by itself, slay the Otsutsuki, and become the strongest ninja village in the entire realm. Hashirama Senju, truly a boastful claim. Second Sutsuki, indeed, what an audacious boast. Uchiha Madara, that little mustached fellow, do you wish to dance? Second Mizukage Kahaku no Yagura. Haha, regardless of what you all say. I have answered. Hashirama Senju. Oh, Oedodo, you always call me foolish and naive. Yet how have you become so dim-witted yourself? As long as you know the answer you conceived, why must you divulge it? Have you left it open for others to seize? Tobarama Senju sent a rolling eyes emoji and ceased to speak. Ding. Kahaku no Yagura's answer was incorrect. The penalty was the loss of his bloodline limit. Water oil ninjutsu and steam ninjutsu. The second Mizukage's water oil ninjutsu and steam ninjutsu encompassed numerous techniques, such as steam explosion, water ninjutsu oil transformation, and water oil explosion techniques, among others. Quite a significant loss. Alas, how could I have erred? Wasn't the puppet clay big snake impressive enough? Kahaku no Yagura couldn't help but retort. Orochimaru felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. You scoundrel, how dare you mock me? Big snake, was Deidara not using clay to blow me up, and you call it big snake? After saying this, still unsatisfied, Orochimaru continued, if you dare to make such mockery again, I'll devise a plan for the collapse of Kirigakure. Using 50 kilograms of explosive clay to blast you out of your coffins. What collapse of Kirigakure? What does that mean? Is Orochimaru planning a collapse of Kirigakure? What will it collapse? Using the 50 kilograms of clay just awarded by the celestial broadcast. Suddenly, questions erupted in the group, presumably from ninjas of Kirigakure. Their rapid typing and urgency indicated their anxiety. For every ninja village, any danger lurking behind must be eradicated. Thus, when Orochimaru spoke, the guards of Kirigakure began incessantly inquiring, hoping to glean hints from his words to prepare protective measures for their village. Seeing this, Orochimaru closed his eyes, suppressing his urge to speak further. Any more words would reveal too much. Moreover, he could hardly contain himself. Should he not commence now? Just as he was about to act, he noticed someone had pressed the buzzer in the sky. Ding. Uchiha Madara successfully buzzed in. My answer is Day Scorpion Big Snake. Hashirama Senju, truly deserving of the praise. Such a straightforward and simple sarcasm suits the palate. Tobarama Senju. I find it somewhat hasty. Day Scorpion Big Snake feels a tad crude. Uchiha Madara. Sarcasm is sarcasm. Must it not have a touch of sophistication? Look at how Deidara and Scorpion have Orochimaru on the run, dragging their tails, pursued by a flock of exploding birds. How tragic. If that is not Big Snake, then what is? Hurry, celestial broadcast, render your judgment. I am undoubtedly correct. Grant me my reward. Were it not for the celestial broadcast's enigmatic nature and lack of a basis for judgment, he would have already devised a method to uncover the whereabouts of the resurrection elixir. Had he known, he would have seized it. Ding. Uchiha Madara's answer was incorrect. He lost one Uchiha scythe. Upon receiving this information, Obito Uchiha observed the scythe vanish from his side, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Why must this old fool always use his weapons as collateral? In just 3 days, he had lost 2 weapons, the Uchiha fan and the scythe. What would he have left to assert his identity as Madara? If this continued, he would simply allow him to orchestrate everything, and he, Obito Uchiha, would retreat and do as he pleased. After all, the celestial broadcast would direct him in commanding the Akatsuki. However, he couldn't help but wonder how the Akatsuki would react upon learning of his demise. Thinking this, Obito Uchiha shook his head slightly and smirked. Let it be lost. After all, that scythe belonged to Madara. With Madara's scythe gone, the fan lost, and an eye taken, what else would he have left? Chapter 37. The lack of excitement, another Sharingan. Ninjutsu, soul scattering. Why was his answer deemed incorrect? The more Uchiha Madara pondered, the more he felt distressed. From the moment of his birth, he had never endured such humiliation. I refuse to accept this. If someone can surpass my sarcasm, I shall willingly concede defeat. But thus far, my sarcasm reigns supreme. Uchiha Madara repeated this statement 5 times in the group. Hashirama Senju, seeing this, offered words of wisdom. Madara, do not be angered. One must accept both victory and defeat. Who urged you to rush forward? Even your Day Scorpion Big Snake feels lackluster, let alone the celestial broadcast. Uchiha Madara. Ha. You can just roll away. All right. Hashirama Senju obediently fell silent. This reward was the resurrection elixir, and all those in the Pure Land were anxious. What kind of sarcasm would captivate the celestial broadcast? The leaders and Kage of various ninja villages were racking their brains for answers. Even in Konoha, members of the information department were monitoring the celestial broadcast, hoping that this time the resurrection elixir would land in their village. The third Hokage was particularly invested in this matter. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though beside the fourth Kazakage, kept his eyes fixed on the celestial broadcast. What could the answer possibly be? He furrowed his brows and glanced back at Nara Shikaku nearby. Do you have any good ideas? Shikaku shook his head slightly. This is an open-ended question. The answer is uncertain. Ding! A passerby buzzed in.my answer is fire explodes Orochimaru. Incorrect. Penalty. All assets confiscated. It was evident that this individual was not a ninja. Ding. Pursue Orochimaru. Ding. Orochimaru escapes with his tail between his legs. Ding. Orochimaru flees through the tunnel. Ding. All incorrect. Punish all possessions at home. 3 consecutive errors. All incorrect. And the punishments from the celestial screen are equally harsh. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Chunin exam venue, the forehead of Orochimaru, concealed beneath the hat of the fourth Kazakage, was already lined with dark streaks of frustration. Is there no limit to such discouragement? Did he not merely choose not to engage in a death struggle with the likes of Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara? Did he not simply transform and flee like a serpent? Must they all resort to such insults? I can no longer contain myself. He clenched his fists tightly, enveloped in a chilling gloom. This time, he would activate the Konoha collapse plan and ensure his victory to make them reconsider their disdain for him. Just as he prepared to act, ding! Once again, someone buzzed in with an answer. The responder, Wandering Ninja Yinya. 6 large characters appeared on the screen, and many gazed in astonishment at that name. Wandering Ninja Yinya. Was he not the one previously singled out by the celestial screen? The one who possessed the Sharingan and half of the third Hokage's 5 elemental chakra? Yes, it was indeed him. All held their breath, watching the live chat, awaiting his response. My answer is Clay Explosive Bottom, Serpent Scorpion Spicy Strips. As soon as the answer appeared, Uchiha Madara could not help but exclaim, what does that even mean? Yinya. It's quite literal. Anyone with a bit of culture can understand. Having said that, Yinya fell silent. Uchiha Madara angrily retorted, Yinya, is it? Do you seek to dance? Is such an answer acceptable? Senju Hashirama scolded. Are you not aware of your own impulsiveness? Why must you always be so hasty, presenting yourself as uncultured? A few flowery words about dancing do not elevate your standing. In terms of literary prowess, you fall far short of Yinya, Uchiha Madara, Hashirama. You possess culture. Enlighten me. What kind of mockery is that? My knowledge may be limited, but at least I can provoke others to dance. You are cultured, so speak up. He could not believe that others understood. Senju Hashirama, who else knows? Speak up. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara cursed inwardly. Was Hashirama preparing to slap his face? Terumi-me, it seems that Lord Madara is somewhat perplexed. Clay Explosive Bottom refers to Orochimaru's lair resembling an inverted frying pan. Thus the explosive clay blasting the bottom is indeed a valid point. Fourth Raikage, ahem, I usually do not boast, as I tend to come off as a rough person. But today I wish to let the villagers of Kumogakure and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning know that I, too, am quite cultured. The next part, Serpent Scorpion Spicy Strips, is easily understood, referring to Orochimaru and Sasori of the Red Sand. Inoki, allow me to elaborate. The so-called Spicy Strips likely compares the third Kazakage to Spicy Strips. As both Sasori's puppets and Orochimaru's Edo Tensei manipulate the dead, and the dead can be likened to aged meat, aptly described as spicy strips. Furthermore, did you not notice how Orochimaru, with his tail dragging behind, resembles a walking spicy strip? Senju Hashirama. Thus, Yinya's phrases, Clay Explosive Bottom, and Serpent Scorpion Spicy Strips, are indeed filled with intriguing points. Uchiha Madara, it seems you all comprehend. Senju Hashirama. Of course, Madara. You must learn more. Uchiha Madara. I challenged the 5 great ninja villages to see whose intellect reigns supreme. At that moment, the system chimed in with a response. Congratulations to Wandering Ninja Yinya. This answer aligns perfectly with the system's criteria, rewarding you with a resurrection rebirth elixir. Wow, did he truly answer correctly? This point is indeed quite intriguing. Good heavens, who is this Yinya? He has consecutively answered correctly. Ascending to unprecedented heights, possessing the Sharingan, 5 elemental chakra, and now a resurrection rebirth elixir, rendering him fearless of death. Terumi-me, young brother Yinya, we welcome you to Kirigakure. I await your joining at any moment. Senju Tobarama. May, you must understand that some men are not to be trifled with. If you provoke them, you must take responsibility, such as with me. Terumi-me. Lord Tobarama, perhaps you should resurrect first. Senju Tobarama. Next time, I must obtain a resurrection rebirth elixir. Uzumaki Mito. Love indeed can transform a person. I feel that Tobarama is no longer the same as before. Inoki. Yinya, I hope you choose our Awagakure. Come here, and I will show you what the will of stone truly means. Fourth Raikage. Come to me. We have the finest rap artists here to let you experience a unique regional culture. Haha, I feel cultured again. Fourth Kazakage Raza. Join us in Sunagakure. If you are willing, I will provide you with the best treatment. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Still, come to our Konoha. It is renowned among the 5 great ninja villages. And your future here is boundless. Chapter 38. Resurrection Rebirth Elixir. Uchiha Madara, witnessing the scene, was consumed with envy and jealousy. He anxiously gazed at the large screen, rashly typing in the group. I also want a resurrection rebirth elixir. Senju Hashirama. Madara, do not throw a childish tantrum. That was earned by Yinya through his own merit. You cannot mimic a monkey. Uchiha Madara yearned to curse Senju Hashirama, wondering what childish tantrums and monkey mimicry meant. You are such a long-winded monk. His words were entirely directed at Kagaya and Uchiha Obito. As he desired resurrection, he could no longer remain in the Pure Land, with the celestial screen now broadcasting in the ninja world. If things continued, the entire ninja world would soon uncover the secrets of the Akatsuki, and at that point, the 5 great ninja villages would unite, rendering his years of effort futile. This very scene was being witnessed by Kagaya and Obito. As the resurrection rebirth elixir had already reached Yinya's hands, they must obtain it. Kaguya, you go investigate Yinya's current whereabouts. We need to devise a flawless plan to seize the resurrection rebirth elixir swiftly. Uchiha Obito recalled the last time he clashed with Yinya, his brow furrowing slightly. His Sharingan was rather formidable, capable of ensnaring him in his Jinjutsu. Yet, as he recalled Yinya's words, his fists clenched tightly. Do you wish to create a world with Rin? I tell you, you shall never achieve that. Unless you follow me and serve me, perhaps I can assist you in fulfilling your wish, for I possess the resurrection rebirth elixir. Beads of sweat formed on Obito's forehead. Did he not just claim he could acquire the resurrection rebirth elixir yesterday, and now it was in his possession? Could Rin truly be revived? With that thought, Uchiha Obito's heart raced. He dared not contemplate, nor could he betray, for half of his existence was granted by Uchiha Madara, and both Kaguya and Black Zetsu were under Madara's command if they discovered his intentions. Would he even survive? It seemed some matters could not be rushed. However, should he miss this opportunity, it might never arise again. Although Obito had issued orders to Kaguya, he understood that the decision rested with him. He yearned for Rin to return, while simultaneously desiring to be by her side, rather than having her revived while he remained dead. Hence, he required a comprehensive plan. This plan must not only deceive Kaguya and the deceased Uchiha Madara, but also secure that resurrection elixir. In the live chat group, everyone busied themselves vying for Yinya, hoping this wandering ninja would choose to join their village. After a 15-minute break, the celestial screen resumed, and the chat buzzed once more. Many repeated Yinya's words. Clay explosive bottom, serpent scorpion spicy strips. Have you noticed? Orochimaru truly resembles a spicy strip, especially when he flees. In this battle, he indeed found himself at a disadvantage. However, in the future, could he truly meet his end at the hands of Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand? Unthinkable. He is one of the legendary Sannin. What of being one of the Sannin? He still turned into a snake and fled. As conversations proliferated, the earlier restraint dissipated. Even minor characters dared to voice their thoughts, predominantly discussing the matter of victory and defeat in this battle. Orochimaru's palms were slick with cold sweat as he gazed at the sky. The usually composed figure was increasingly agitated. Typically, he paid little heed to victory or defeat, yet being scrutinized by the masses ignited a fierce desire for victory within him and a desperate need to salvage his reputation. I can endure no longer. Today, I shall demonstrate to the entire ninja world the might of Uncle Snake. With that declaration, Orochimaru's gaze shifted, signaling the Umbu of Sunagakure to commence their operation. That a tremendous explosion resounded, marking the beginning of the Konoha collapse plan. The Hidden Sound Village and Sand Village ninjas sprang into action. Yet, Orochimaru's words in the group left many bewildered. What did Orochimaru just say? What is happening? At that moment, massive text appeared on the celestial screen, broadcasting live footage of the ongoing events. In other words, the images displayed on the celestial screen depict events currently unfolding. Is this happening right now? Explosion. There is an explosion. The massed Umbu swiftly advanced towards the site of the detonation. The battle has ignited from all fronts. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen, suspecting the presence of a certain individual nearby, inquires aloud. Fourth Kazakage. What are your intentions? A cloud of smoke billows up, causing the protecting ninjas to struggle for breath. Just as they prepare to push through and continue safeguarding Sarutobi Hiruzen, several shuriken pierce through the haze, embedding themselves in their bodies. Meanwhile, Orochimaru shifts his form, appearing behind the third Hokage, his hand gripping the latter's neck, restraining him as he leaps onto the vast hall above. 4 ninjas from the Sound Village materialize, taking positions at the four corners, initiating their ninjutsu. The four purple flames formation, the transparent, four-colored barrier ensnares both Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen within its confines. As the Umbu, rushing towards the barrier's edge, make contact, they are repelled with shrieks of agony. Orochimaru's garment shred, revealing his true form. This scene simultaneously broadcasts across the ninja world through the celestial screen. What is happening? Is this a live broadcast? Are we witnessing the current battle? And who is that? Who is that old man? My heavens, is this not the Hidden Leaf Village? In an instant, the chat group erupts into chaos. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, several Chunin and Jinin are diligently evacuating the villagers. Upon witnessing this spectacle, their hearts are gripped with anxiety. After all, he is their third Hokage. Tsunade exclaims, "What is happening? Hurry back to the village," Jiraiya urges. Third Hokage, Orochimaru, quickly return to the village. Other Umbu and Border Patrol ninjas respond urgently. All preparations in place. Protect the third Hokage. hurry back to the village as the call to return resonates. Personnel throughout the Hidden Leaf village abandon their tasks, readying themselves to return home. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrows his brow. After glancing at the messages from the chat group, he raises his voice, fully aware that every action he and Orochimaru take is being observed by the entire ninja world. Relay my orders. All ninjas stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire must hold their posts to ensure stability. No one is permitted to return. As Hokage, he understands that the safety of the borders is of utmost importance at this moment. While other ninjas on missions or journeys may return to the village, the borders must not be left unguarded. Moreover, the current status of Tsunegakure and Orochimaru remains uncertain. If other ninja villages seize this opportunity to invade and wage war, the situation would become irreparable. Chapter 39. The collapse of the Leaf Village planned. Though the existence of the celestial screen has unveiled many hidden matters lurking in the shadows, facilitating a certain level of information sharing among the major ninja villages, it has also exacerbated some situations. For instance, the exposure of this incident. Such occurrences should be resolved internally before stabilizing the national situation, yet it has been broadcast directly, constituting a new threat to the Land of Fire. This is a command from the Hokage. No one may defy it. At the borders, many ninjas feel a surge of tension. After all, the Hidden Leaf is their village, their home. They suppress their urge to protect their homeland, reminding themselves to guard the borders and protect the greater populace of the Land of Fire. Yes, yes, yes. All the border ninjas respond in unison within the group. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and several other Leaf ninjas executing nearby missions hastily return to the village. In the North Mountain Death Forest, the Chunin exams have concluded, and all Genin are returning home. Within the Four Purple Flames formation, Sarutobi Hiruzen breaks free from Orochimaru's restraint, turning to confront him directly. At the same time, Kakashi, Might Guy, and several other ninjas currently in the village find themselves intercepted by hidden Umbu from Tsunegakure, leading to an intense melee. Across the Hidden Leaf, various assaults unfold. A three-headed serpent summoned from the depths charges towards the village walls, effortlessly demolishing a section with its sheer force. Ninjas from all directions rush forward to shield against Orochimaru. Shuriken, explosive tags, and kunai are hurled at him, but the cacophony of explosions fails to inflict any damage. Previously, as the crowd witnessed the unity of the Leaf Village in the celestial broadcast, they believed that even if Orochimaru were to launch an attack, victory would remain elusive, given the overwhelming cohesion of the Leaf. Yet, at this moment, their perception shifted. Although they were uncertain why Orochimaru had chosen to assault the Leaf, the prevailing situation suggested that his chances of triumph were substantial. Simultaneously, another threat emerged within the Leaf. Gaara, seemingly provoked, began to spiral beyond control. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura stand opposed to him. Concurrently, Kankuro, Temari, and their mentor, Maki, glare at them with fury, while the opposing Mitarashi Anko scoffs. Is this your plan? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Maki's expression turns icy. Both sides charge at one another. Shuriken and kunai clash, creating a symphony of metallic sounds and sparks. In an instant, Mitarashi Anko unleashes her serpent technique, while Maki counters with a barrage of wind blades, deftly blocking the incoming assaults. The two combatants move with blinding speed, their techniques weaving seamlessly together. Maki, momentarily dazzled, twirls his wind blades with finesse. Mitarashi Anko darts like lightning, launching her serpentine shadows in rapid succession. Suddenly, she morphs into two colossal serpents, barreling towards Maki, expecting a direct assault. Maki is taken aback to realize they intend to annihilate everything in their path. The two massive serpents surge forward, followed by a relentless swarm of smaller snakes. Uzumaki Naruto, witnessing this scene, drops his jaw in astonishment. Is this the level of a Jonin's battle? Boom. Explosions resound as Maki detonates explosive tags, obliterating a horde of encroaching serpents. What are you waiting for? Subdue them, Mitarashi Anko shouts. Only then does Uzumaki Naruto spring into action, while Sasuke engages Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari in fierce combat. The celestial broadcast simultaneously showcases three separate battles: the collective struggle of the village, the confrontation between Maki, Mitarashi Anko, Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, as well as the chaos of explosions and clashes between ninjas throughout the village. Furthermore, the spectacle of the Four Purple Flames formation captivates the attention of the entire ninja realm. At this moment, Orochimaru stands opposite the third Hokage, declaring, I intended to wait until the third round of the Chunin exams in 5 days to make my move, but I can no longer contain my impatience. Today, I shall demonstrate to the entire ninja world whether I, Orochimaru, am merely a triviality. Third Hokage, you have brought this predicament upon yourself, foolishly plunging the leaf into peril. Thus, this battle is destined for my victory. The outcome remains uncertain until the very end. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression hardens as he gazes at his adversary. The tiles beneath them crackle ominously as both unleash their assaults. Tile Shuiken. Serpent's Shadow. Orochimaru's serpent strikes at the third Hokage's neck. Just as he revels in the belief that his opponent has grown frail with age, the attacked third Hokage transforms into a mound of earth. Earth Clone. Earth Release. Earth River Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen employs Earth Release once more. Orochimaru's feet sink into the ground, his form wavering precariously as he bursts into laughter. Is that all you can do? How utterly dull. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Bullet. A colossal dragon head materializes. Its jaws agape as a torrent of earth projectiles rains down upon Orochimaru. Simultaneously, the third Hokage unleashes a barrage of fire dragons, their fiery breath igniting the air. The dual onslaught overwhelms Orochimaru, engulfing him in a tempest of earth and flames. A wail reverberates through the heavens and earth. The ninjas outside the four purple flames formation believe Orochimaru has met his end. Yet, the third Hokage's voice pierces through. Cease these trivial theatrics. He, as his teacher, is acutely aware of Orochimaru's capabilities. Orochimaru's cold chuckle echoes as he gradually emerges from the rooftop, a sinister smile gracing his lips, his violet eyeshadow accentuating his ominous demeanor. How impressive. Yet, it appears I have been underestimated. Orochimaru glances skyward. The celestial broadcast is showcasing his assault on the leaf. Allowing the entire ninja world to witness this confrontation. He must exert every ounce of strength. The battle reignites as Sarutobi Hiruzen launches shuriken, while Orochimaru employs the reanimation jutsu. 1-2. There is no third point. 2 coffins materialize on the scene, their lids creaking open to reveal the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. What is happening? I knew I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. Look, he has truly summoned them to deal with the monkey. Moments ago, Senju Tobarama glanced around in dissatisfaction, bewildered by the abrupt summons that had whisked him from enjoying a peaceful moment in the Pure Land to confronting his own comrades. Although he harbored considerable resentment towards the third Hokage, he could not deny that, from the village's perspective, he was a competent leader. Observing the scene, Senju Hashirama let out a soft sigh. Who could have anticipated that Orochimaru would truly summon us both? This is outrageous. I need assistance. Chapter 40. My apologies, esteemed elders. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama called out to the sky, where a live broadcast was capturing their appearance. Brother, do you not feel embarrassed? The entire ninja world is watching. Senju Tobarama remarked. Very well. Hashirama chuckled lightly. Since they are all watching, let me issue a warning. Any ninja village that dares to take advantage of Konoha during this turmoil shall find that I, Senju Hashirama, will be the first to retaliate. Typically known for his jovial demeanor, in this moment, his gaze turned icy, and he exuded an overwhelming aura that instilled fear across the land. Simultaneously, messages began to flood the chat. Anyone who dares to exploit Konoha during this crisis will face the wrath of me. Namikaze Minato. First, it was indeed Minato, diligently carrying out a task assigned by Ikari, who was also monitoring the situation in Konoha. The third Hokage's grievances against Naruto stemmed from personal vendettas, but the survival of the village was no trivial matter. Anyone who dared to bully Konoha would find Minato resolutely opposed. Repeatedly, the message echoed. Anyone who dares to exploit Konoha during this crisis will face the wrath of me. Namikaze Minato. First. This declaration was not only aimed at the entire ninja world, but also served as a stern warning to those harboring ill intentions against Konoha. He wanted them to know that the fourth Hokage had returned and was silently safeguarding the village. In the live chat, an unusual silence fell, with only Minato's repeated declarations glaringly displayed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama had been re-enshrined with seals by Orochimaru, rendering them under his control. Monkey, do you still dare to look down upon the deceased? Senju Tobarama glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen across from him. Hiruzen, caught off guard, felt a chill pass through him. Master, it seems we are headed towards mutual destruction. Senju Hashirama interjected. In this moment, you have at least acknowledged the gravity of the situation regarding Konoha. Ashamed, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head slightly, but upon raising it again, he charged forward. Esteemed elders, I apologize. Fear not. Let us begin with our personal grievances, Senju Tobarama shouted as he too lunged into the fray. The so-called personal grievances were likely the scandalous revelations exposed during the live broadcast, such as concealing Naruto's identity, seizing the resurrection elixir, dismissing the first and second Hokage as mere corpses, and the various secrets surrounding the Senju clan's dwindling numbers, all of which were about to be reckoned with. The battle erupted, filled with physical attacks, kicks, and strikes. The sounds of combat echoed through the air. Fire release, fire dragon bullet, water release, water barrier. The clash of water and fire ensued. Water release, water surge. Senju Tobarama unleashed his jutsu once more. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release countered water release, followed closely by fire release and even more powerful water release, as flames danced like tongues and water shot forth like artillery. The skirmish was fierce, a spectacle that dazzled the eyes. Then, wood release manifested as colossal trees erupted from the rooftops, swiftly transforming into towering giants that ensnared the third Hokage tightly. How much chakra must one possess to induce such rampant growth? Was this truly the duel of masters? Such terror? The spectators from the ninja world gasped in astonishment, and even members of the Akatsuki, currently engaged in their own missions, were taken aback. Was this the power of a legendary Hokage? And this was the strength of the deceased. At this moment, the fourth Raikage, seemed to grasp the disparity and dared not speak out recklessly. Meanwhile, the live chat was filled with awe-inspiring symbols, expressions, and exclamations. As everyone eagerly watched the unfolding battle, summoning technique, the Monkey King, Inma, made his appearance. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bound by the trees, bit his finger and summoned Inma, the adamantine staff. Inma transformed, breaking free from the wooden constraints and rescuing Sarutobi Hiruzen. The battle resumed. Orochimaru unleashed the grass cutter sword, joining the fray. Empowered by Inma's transformation, Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded the staff with newfound agility, moving gracefully, capable of both offense and defense at will. Orochimaru danced between attacks, deftly maneuvering to evade while directing the two reanimated Hokage to intercept. However, this played right into the third Hokage's strategy. He intentionally drew the enemies in, creating openings in his defense that allowed the two to attack, giving him the chance to affix the prepared seals onto the reanimated Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. One individual, caught off guard, was sent flying by Orochimaru's kick, collapsing to the ground in a motionless heap. Orochimaru disdainfully remarked, "Foolish, to neglect the shadow clone technique? Indeed, you just lost half your chakra the other day. I suppose you have yet to recover?" As he spoke, he approached, while the surrounding ninjas anxiously observed. "Third Hokage, please rise." Third Hokage. They were unable to breach the four purple flames formation, left to watch helplessly in distress. Just as Orochimaru reached for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the latter suddenly opened his eyes, seizing Orochimaru, aiming for close combat, hoping to drag him down with him. Yet, Orochimaru used the body replacement technique, transforming into a puddle of mud, far from his true self. In a shocking turn, Orochimaru transformed into a woman. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in disbelief at the figure before him. "Have you truly mastered that forbidden technique?" The transformed Orochimaru laughed maniacally, her expression twisted, her voice now reminiscent of a young girl. "Goodness, now I understand how he could give birth to himself. This is truly a bizarre ability." Senju Hashirama could not help but chime in. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow. In his lifetime of developing countless jutsu, he had never encountered anything like this, capable of shifting gender at will. At this moment, was Orochimaru male or female? "Enough, both of you, be silent." Orochimaru turned to face the two, reprimanding them loudly. Moments ago, she had laughed with pride. But now, after being ridiculed by these two, her elation had dissipated. The first and second Hokage, filled with fury, sought to resist, yet the control of the reanimation prevented any form of rebellion. Once able to speak freely, they now resembled mere puppets, their eyes devoid of life, rendered mute. Orochimaru tightened her grip on their control. Would release. Senju Hashirama initiated would release, filling the entire four purple flames formation, while Inma transformed into a protective cage around Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shadow clone technique, the 12 signs of the zodiac. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to form seals rapidly, ultimately bringing his hands together in prayer, summoning the Shinigami. This was his first time attempting to summon the Shinigami, a forbidden technique once wielded by the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, who had used it to seal half of the Nine Tails chakra. Chapter 41. Konoha is in your hands. Summoning the Shinigami required a pact with one's own soul. Thus, the Shinigami would aid the summoner in sealing the target's soul. This was a method of mutual destruction, a last resort, Should he manage to kill the opponent, he too would perish. The third Hokage was prepared for his sacrifice. Simultaneously, Senju Tobarama began forming seals to cast an illusion technique, the dark passage technique. At that moment, the seals affixed to the two Hokage began to take effect, and in a puff of smoke, they vanished. Haha, third Hokage, you are indeed clever, Senju Hashirama's soul echoed before returning to the Pure Land, leaving behind those parting words. Senju Tobarama could not help but commend, our personal grievances have been settled. The future of Konoha is now entrusted to you, monkey. Since the inception of Tianmu Live, Orochimaru had boasted in the live chat group about summoning the first and second Hokage using the impure world reincarnation technique. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen worked tirelessly through the night to develop 2 sealing talismans designed to counteract this forbidden jutsu. He meticulously reviewed all the scrolls of Konoha's forbidden techniques, enhancing the power of these talismans to prevent the day when Orochimaru might indeed attack Konoha with the first and second Hokage at his side. Little did he anticipate the rapidity of Orochimaru's arrival, nor did he foresee the immediate effectiveness of his talismans. Although these seals required further experimentation and refinement, they proved somewhat effective. For instance, as the 2 talismans were affixed to the bodies of the summoned Hokage, while they did not seal away their souls, they successfully liberated them from the clutches of impure world reincarnation. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself facing 2/3 fewer adversaries. This was all thanks to Tianmu Live, which afforded him the opportunity to prepare in advance. As the 2 former Hokage dissipated into smoke, illusions and dark arts vanished, the surroundings became clear again, revealing the colossal trees encircling the 4 purple flames formation. Orochimaru, witnessing the dissolution of his summoned allies, charged forward in fury. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned the Shinigami, for only those who had made a pact with the Shinigami could perceive its presence. However, if he had but glanced skyward, he would have understood why Hiruzen resorted to using shadow clones, as the visage of the Shinigami was indeed portrayed in the Tianmu Live broadcast. Simultaneously, the 3 battle scenes within the Tianmu Live feed underwent a transformation. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the ninjas executing missions in Konoha all returned to the village, while the rampaging Orochimaru and the ninjas from the Sound Village had been entirely subdued. This was again due to Tianmu Live. Without the broadcast, those outside the village would have been oblivious to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, within the Forest of Death, Ibis and others had gone to rescue, and the battle between Mitarashi Anko and Maki had reached a decisive conclusion. Though Anko lacked Maki's ferocity, her shadow snake hand technique was masterful, adept at ambushes, and with reinforcements arriving, Maki quickly fled the scene. Gaara, despite having transformed into his tailed beast form, found himself at a disadvantage against the onslaught of Team 7 and their summoning techniques. At this juncture, Orochimaru's faction began to crumble within the overarching scheme to obliterate Konoha, inside the 4 purple flames formation, upon realizing that the first and second Hokage had departed. Orochimaru brandished the Kusanagi sword and charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a final confrontation. Desperate for his life, the enchanted Rui Bang of the Sarutobi clan entwined with the Kusanagi sword, drawing the enemy in further. Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes widened in terror. In the midst of the struggle, he discovered that his former teacher had seized his body, revealing that the figure he faced was merely a shadow clone. In an instant, it felt as though something had invaded his very soul, causing his pupils to dilate in fear. "What are you?" he exclaimed in horror. At that moment, he realized he had to seek his own salvation, or face dire consequences, for he had never before experienced such a sensation of paralysis, as though his very soul had been extracted. Above, a pair of ethereal hands were dragging at his essence, while the Shinigami loomed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, greedily fixated on Orochimaru. Now, the only movement he could muster was a slight twitch of his fingers, which he used to manipulate the Kusanagi sword that had fallen to the ground. The injured Sarutobi clan spirit lay nearby, witnessing the scene and shouting in alarm, "Be careful. Die. Die." 3 voices echoed in near unison. The Shinigami forcefully yanked at Orochimaru's soul. The Kusanagi sword pierced through the 3rd Hokage's body, blood soaking the earth. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though everyone sensed the chilling gaze of death. The 3rd Hokage, within Konoha, all eyes were glued to the harrowing scene unfolding on the Tianmu Live broadcast. Hearts shattered with grief, regardless of past indiscretions, whether he had spied on women in the bath, misjudged the 4th Hokage's son as a demon fox, or played both sides for the Hokage position at this moment. He stood resolute for Konoha. "Why didn't you dodge?" Orochimaru asked, astonished. "There was no need for me to evade. We are all destined to die. At my age, I have no regrets. The third Hokage's face bore an unprecedented smile. Orochimaru attempted to employ jutsu once more, but found himself incapacitated as his hands betrayed him. In that instant, fear gripped him. He stared at his teacher, disbelief etched across his features. Do you understand why you cannot move? Hiruzen inquired. It is because I am utilizing a technique once wielded by a hero of this village. I have wagered my soul to summon it, to extract yours, Orochimaru. Let us wrestle in the belly of the Shinigami for all eternity. Never to be reborn. Hiruzen's face radiated with a victorious smile. In disbelief, Orochimaru stammered, is this the fourth technique? Was this the jutsu used to seal the Nine Tails? For him, this assault on Konoha was merely a means to an end. But losing his life over this incident would be unacceptable. His ultimate goal was to live forever. He sought eternal life. Was he truly to be defeated by his own master? Sweat dripped down his brow as the third Hokage continued to pull at his soul. The Shinigami's menacing expression looming behind him. With his essence ensnared by the Shinigami, Orochimaru finally comprehended the reality of the situation, his eyes widening in terror. What? Is that the Shinigami? It was not only Orochimaru. At that moment, ninjas and civilians alike across the ninja world were witnessing this scene through the Tiemu live broadcast. The monstrous form of the Shinigami loomed behind the third Hokage, casting a fearsome, grotesque visage. Is this Konoha's jutsu? How terrifying. Chapter 42. Heaven thwarts my good fortune within Konoha. How many practitioners of such techniques remained? The thought was truly unfathomable, listening to their exchange. The fourth Hokage had indeed used this jutsu to seal half of the Nine Tails chakra. Hadn't he? My goodness, if the fourth Hokage were present, Orochimaru would surely have no chance of victory. What chance at all? Orochimaru was already defeated. Although the third Hokage would also lose his life, Konoha was assured safety. As the crowd observed the Tianmu live feed, they murmured in hushed tones. Inside the four purple flames formation, the Shinigami had begun severing parts of Orochimaru's soul with a short blade, greedily consuming them. His eyes betraying an insatiable hunger. What a joke, you old relic. I will not let you have your way. Orochimaru shouted, his fingers deftly manipulating the Kusanagi sword, urging it deeper and deeper. Hurry up and die. He bellowed, sweat streaming down his face, his expression fraught with terror. He had never felt such fear before. He did not wish to die. He sought to live forever. The third Hokage could barely withstand the strain. Had he not previously undone the impure world reincarnation, he might have already perished. Although I am destined to perish today, I have no regrets. For Konoha, for Konoha, for Konoha, the third Hokage proclaimed loudly. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he endeavored to seal Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru, in a state of panic, resisted fiercely, his chakra flaring and dissipating in chaotic waves. This was a battle of life and death. Hurry up and die, you old relic. Die already. Orochimaru shouted in fury. Witnessing this, the onlookers were filled with rage. After all, that was his teacher. Though they were infuriated, they could not save the third Hokage trapped within the four purple flames formation. Even Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and others were preoccupied with combating other threats within the village. I will drag you down with me. Do you think Konoha will emerge victorious? I tell you. Not only the Sound Village but also the Sand Village's ninjas will. Like me, slaughter every last one of you here, sparing not even the children. Ha ha ha. My plan to obliterate Konoha will surely succeed. Orochimaru cackled, his face a mask of frenzied struggle. Nonsense. Your forces have already been vanquished. Tsunade's voice rang out from outside the four purple flames formation. Suddenly, the formation shook violently as Tsunade delivered a powerful punch to the barrier, causing it to emit a thunderous sound. Orochimaru attempted to gaze upwards, but the trees obstructed his view. Turning back, he caught a glimpse of Tsunade through the gaps in the foliage. Weren't you outside the village? How did you return? Tsunade pointed skyward, where the Tianmu live broadcast displayed the live confrontation between him and the third Hokage. Enraged, he shouted, Heaven thwarts my good fortune. As time dragged on, Tsunade outside continued to pound against the barrier, while inside, the third Hokage was struggling to hold on. Gasping for breath, he spoke. It appears that I no longer possess the strength to extract your soul entirely. Yet I am determined to obliterate your ambitions. You have become ensnared by ninjutsu, squandering its essence. Thus, let me be the one to conclude your career as a ninja. What did you say? At that moment, Orochimaru's soul had been partially drawn out. The Shinigami's hand fell swiftly, severing the extracted soul and consuming it, chewing relentlessly. I shall seal your hands, rendering you incapable of utilizing ninjutsu ever again. Henceforth, your plan to destroy Konoha shall come to naught. The corners of the third's mouth curled into a victorious smile. Orochimaru's eyes bulged in fury as he exclaimed, "Return my hands." The four-sound ninja, having breached the four violet flames formation, hoisted Orochimaru away in desperation. Tsunade rushed in, but could only embrace the lifeless body of her mentor. The live broadcast abruptly ceased, marking Konoha's ultimate victory, albeit at the cost of the third Hokage's life. The screen froze and began to loop. A line of bold text appeared above. "Pray tell, why did Orochimaru initiate the Konoha collapse plan?" Upon reading this query, the crowd furrowed their brows, intrigued, as they too wished to understand why Orochimaru, one of the legendary three and the third's disciple, would launch an assault on Konoha, even resorting to killing his own teacher. What could his motivations possibly be? The many speculations buzzed in their minds. None dared to answer. Perhaps the recent battle had left them utterly astounded. Tsunade remarked, "Indeed. Why did Orochimaru instigate the Konoha collapse plan? This is a question only he can answer. After all, he is still alive." "Orochimaru, can you no longer write? You can still breathe. Please, enlighten us. Why did you embark on the Konoha collapse plan?" As Tsunade's words faded, the group fell silent once more, all awaiting Orochimaru's response. Yet, an interminable silence ensued. Jiraiya suggested, "Perhaps this time the heavens will reward a resurrection elixir." "Orochimaru, are you certain you won't take a stab at answering?" Tsunade added, "Indeed, that elixir would be of great benefit to you. Perhaps you might have a change of heart and send a tribute to the third." The two employed provocation, eager to unravel the answer, yearning to comprehend Orochimaru's motivations. Despite his heinous actions, within their hearts, he had once been akin to a comrade. However, following the third's death at his hands, he had morphed into an adversary in their eyes. Tsunade continued, "I see now. He cannot move. His arms are sealed, and he shall be unable to wield ninjutsu from this day forth. Henceforth, he shall hide underground like a worm. Orochimaru will become Wormaru." Infuriated, Orochimaru retorted, "Tsunade, do you seek death? Come at me, then." Tsunade challenged. "Why you? Speak. Why did you initiate the Konoha collapse plan?" "Ha ha ha. Why don't you take a guess? I relish watching you fumble in confusion. The third is dead. Isn't he? He had it coming." He scribbled furiously, but after penning a mere sentence, his fingers felt as though they were burdened by an insurmountable weight. Despite his relentless efforts, chakra eluded his fingertips. "Ding, I believe I understand now." Suddenly, Uchiha Madara pressed the buzzer. His motivation was not rooted in any reward, but rather genuine curiosity about Orochimaru's actions. "I know. Konoha possesses a type of candy known as snake-shaped lollipops. I suspect he initiated the Konoha collapse plan to obtain that candy. For it is delicious and resembles a snake. He must have longed for it, and, unable to attain it, resorted to war." Madara replied earnestly. Chapter 43. Uchiha Madara's curiosity. Tsunade was left speechless. Inoki too was dumbfounded. They recognized that this answer was undoubtedly erroneous, yet it was astonishing that such a foolish response came from the renowned Uchiha Madara. Is there truly a snake-shaped lollipop in Konoha? Many children adored it back in the day. "Do you remember?" Madara inquired deliberately. Senju Hashirama mused. "I believe there was. That candy was quite delightful." Senju Tobarama questioned, "Is there?" "I was unaware." Jiraiya echoed, "Was there?" "I never saw it either." Tsunade added, "It seems there isn't one. Moreover, to launch an attack over a candy is utterly nonsensical." Suddenly, Tsunade appeared to grasp Madara's implication. "Oh, I remember. There truly was a snake-shaped lollipop. Orochimaru, you can't be serious. Did you instigate this chaos for a mere candy?" "How childish." Jiraiya, too, had an epiphany. "Oh dear, Orochimaru, you've utterly disappointed me. You instigated this turmoil for a piece of candy." Fuming with rage, Orochimaru felt the heat rise within him. As he continued to flee, the rough terrain hampered his writing. He had been prepared to respond, yet his incapacitated fingers hindered him, and before he knew it, he was mocked by Madara and the others. "I did not. I would never wage war for something so trivial. I am not that kind of person." Ding. At that moment, the celestial broadcast delivered its verdict. Uchiha Madara's answer is incorrect. Punishment entails the forfeiture of the fire style, fireball technique. "I told you. How could I possibly wage war for a lollipop?" Orochimaru triumphantly inscribed in that brief interlude. He hastily pressed the buzzer, resolved to answer the question and convey his plans while contemplating his own future. "Congratulations, Orochimaru. You answered correctly. Please share," the celestial voice announced. All eyes turned to the chat group, and an unusual silence enveloped it. No one dared speak, all eagerly anticipating the revelation of the truth. "First and foremost, I desire Uchiha Sasuke to become my apprentice." Secondly, I seek vengeance. The position of fourth Hokage should have been mine, yet that old fool awarded it to Namikaze Minato that if I were to lead Konoha, I am confident it would emerge as the most formidable of the 5 great shinobi villages. Additionally, I acted purely for amusement. The Akatsuki has been dormant for years, and the ninja world has enjoyed a long-standing peace. The timing was ripe for change, so I initiated the Konoha collapse plan. As these words concluded, beads of sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead. He cursed the third Hokage for sealing away his hands. Otherwise, writing would have been utterly trivial for him. Sasuke, can you see my message? Now you understand my motives for this grand scheme, do you not? I merely wish to demonstrate my abilities and assess your future. Will you prosper alongside the people of Konoha? Or will you find greater fortune with me? Make your choice, Sasuke-kun. As Orochimaru gazed at the celestial screen, his slitted pupils emanated a chilling aura. The onlookers, particularly those from the land of fire and Konoha, seethed with indignation. Is it truly for Uchiha Sasuke? He seems intent on exploiting Uchiha resources. Someone fumed in the chat. This is outrageous. To seek enjoyment through such malicious acts. This individual is despicable. The ninja world has only enjoyed peace for a decade. How can some not tolerate it? He claims the Akatsuki remains inactive. Does he intend to provoke them? Orochimaru, please clarify your intentions. At that moment, regardless of the clamoring voices in the chat, Orochimaru remained silent, retreating alongside the four-sound ninja toward the north. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, reflecting on Orochimaru's words, felt a tumult of emotions. Orochimaru's prowess was undeniable. He had single-handedly confronted the third, resulting in the latter's sacrifice, while Orochimaru himself had merely lost his hands, leaving Konoha with a profound wound. If he possessed such abilities, could he not seek vengeance against Itachi? Yet, what had he truly learned during his years in Konoha? Upon reflection, it seemed he had only mastered Chidori. With this one technique, before Itachi, he would likely have no chance to strike. What was he to do? Contemplation was essential. The Celestial Review concluded. Congratulations, Orochimaru, for providing the correct answer. You are rewarded with one snake-shaped lollipop. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, glanced at his hand to discover a snake-shaped lollipop had indeed materialized. In a fit of rage, he hurled it away, exclaiming that he would prefer a fire-style technique instead. The heavens must be mocking him. Nonetheless, regardless of the trivial reward, he had achieved his objective. Sasuke, you shall consider this. Yes, you four, return to Konoha and seek out Sasuke. Be sure to respect his wishes. Should he vehemently oppose, then use force, he commanded, leaving the four-sound ninja slightly apprehensive. My lord, what about you? Alone, I can return. My injury is to my hand, not my foot. With that, Orochimaru leaped away, vanishing before the four. The quartet, acknowledging their orders, turned back to Konoha. The chat group remained lively, with members vociferously denouncing Orochimaru's actions. Within Konoha, a pall of sorrow hung heavy. The third Hokage had fallen, and the village lay in ruins. Although Orochimaru's justifications incited fury, there was little time to dwell on his transgressions. The villagers were preoccupied with reconstruction efforts, striving to better safeguard their home. As time inexorably ticked by, the sky screen shifted, unveiling another query. The question posed, in light of Orochimaru's orchestrated plan to obliterate Konoha, who within the village colluded with him? What? When this question appeared in the heavens, it stunned not only the denizens of Konoha, but also the leaders of the other 3 great shinobi villages. Those engaged in reconstruction paused in their tasks, as did those preparing for the third Hokage's funeral. All eyes were riveted on the sky, their expressions etched with contempt. A traitor within Konoha, allied with Orochimaru? Who could it be? The villagers clenched their fists in anger, while the high-ranking officials, including Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Gatesan, seethed with rage. Everyone anxiously awaited the answer, eager to bring the traitor to justice. Due to the Chunin exams, the daimyo of the Fire Nation was also present in Konoha. With the third Hokage deceased, the village required a leader, prompting him to issue an announcement in the skies chat. Chapter 44. Who is Orochimaru's traitor in Konoha? Esteemed members, I am the daimyo of the Fire Nation, 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. You may be privy to the ongoing discussions here. Please return to Konoha at once. At this moment, everyone understood that Konoha had suffered an attack, and that the third Hokage had perished. The village urgently needed a Hokage to restore order. Minato, witnessing the scene, responded. The affairs of the village can be temporarily managed by my mentor and others. Rest assured, other villages will not seize the opportunity to plunder, if they attempt to act. Orochimaru's 50 kilograms of explosive clay will be put to use.it. Turned out that Orochimaru had abandoned 50 kilograms of explosive clay during his confrontation with the third Hokage. Although the explosive technique had not been left behind, these clay explosives, once developed and utilized, might still prove effective. This revelation, originally inconspicuous, unexpectedly caught the astute Minato's eye during the live broadcast. His statement dropped like a bombshell in the chat. Other villages, harboring ulterior motives, were now too fearful to act, knowing that Minato, known for his unpredictable movements and moniker Yellow Flash, could pose a significant threat should he choose to intervene. The daimyo of the Fire Nation grasped the situation immediately. The fourth Hokage had declined the role of successor. Consequently, Konoha's new leader would have to arise from among the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Setting aside the third Hokage's funeral and Tsunade's ascension to the position of fifth Hokage. The chat group buzzed with interest regarding the newly posed question from the sky. Uchiha Madara, who is Orochimaru's traitor within Konoha. I wonder what the reward for this answer might be. If it happens to be a resurrection potion, that would be quite intriguing. In his heart, he yearned for that very resurrection potion. Senju Hashirama, third Hokage, have you reported to the Pure Land yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Elder, I wish to be left in peace. Do not disturb me that I have just died and prefer silence. Sarutobi Bawako, you old lecher, you better explain yourself. Who is Jingjing? Do not think that hiding in the belly of the Grim Reaper will spare you. Hurry up and tell me who Jingjing is. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama. At this moment, I am far more concerned with identifying the traitor. How could there be a traitor within Konoha? Monkey, your management of the village is lacking. At this point, the recently deceased Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that the question being posed on the live screen was, who is the traitor Orochimaru has planted in Konoha? Reflecting on Orochimaru's numerous deeds. He sighed softly, I have died. I do not wish to worry about such matters anymore. I need peace. With that, he submerged into silence, requiring time to adjust to the reality of his passing. Sarutobi Bawako, you old lecher. Who exactly is Jingjing? Who is Jingjing? In the sky, the scenes of battle from Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin continued to replay, with Konoha's ninjas fighting valiantly. However, from the footage, it was difficult to discern who the traitor might be. Ding! At that moment, Inoki pressed the buzzer. It is evident that the two Hokages reanimated by impure world reincarnation are the traitors, assisting Orochimaru in the annihilation of their own village and the slaughter of their compatriots. Thus, they are the traitors. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobarama. Jiraiya, third Sutsuki. Do you understand what impure world reincarnation entails? Those resurrected have no control over their actions. Kushina Izumaki. Jiraiya-sensei, are you still able to chat in the group? Shouldn't you be hastening to manage Konoha? Jiraiya, I am currently responsible for monitoring the answers in the group. I, too, wish to know who the traitor is. Until the traitor is dealt with, we cannot face the late third Hokage with honor. Kakashi Hitaki, until the traitor is dealt with, we cannot face the late third Hokage with honor. Eliminating the traitor, eradicating the traitor. In swift succession, dozens of ninjas from Konoha began typing furiously in the chat. Their collective fury palpable. Shimura Danzo. I believe that the selection of the fifth Hokage should not solely heed Minato Namikaze's counsel. Rather, I contend that it would be more persuasive to choose the fifth Hokage from among the elder generation, such as myself, Tsurugi Koharu, or Mito Gate-san. Upon reading this, Tsurugi Koharu promptly replied in the chat, I am unworthy. I shall withdraw. Mito Gate-san. Regarding the election of the Hokage, I am more concerned with identifying the traitor. Furthermore, I admit my lack of qualifications. I shall withdraw. Shimura Danzo. First Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, please come forth and speak on my behalf. My contributions to Konoha are well documented, and I trust the eyes of the public are keen. Thus, I ask you three to speak for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you wish to become Hokage. Is it not true that you have long harbored such ambitions, including Orochimaru? Senju Tobarama. Danzo, you are unsuitable. Why? Because I do not wish to see the sunny Konoha transformed into a dark Konoha. Shimura Danzo. But in terms of qualifications and capabilities, who can match me at this moment? The daimyo of the Fire Nation. Where were you during the battle in Konoha just now? With this pointed inquiry, Danzo fell silent. After a long pause, he stammered, I was leading the Umbu in evacuating the group and quickly notifying the border ninjas to stabilize the situation and prevent any hasty returns to the village. The third Hokage had already informed the group. Your unnecessary ramblings serve no purpose. The daimyo's voice was filled with anger, having understood many things long ago. Yet, as the daimyo, there were certain matters he could not state too plainly. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists in frustration, aware that without the daimyo's permission, he could never ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this fate. How many years had he waited? The third Hokage was not him. The fourth was not him. And even after the fourth's death, it still was not him. Now, with the fifth Hokage's position at stake, how could it possibly not be him? I refuse to accept this. My contributions to Konoha are no less than those of the third Hokage. Why can I not become Hokage? I am willing to sacrifice my life for Konoha. I too am worthy of becoming Hokage. Ding. Just as he continued to voice his discontent in the chat, someone suddenly pressed the buzzer. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for successfully buzzing in. Please provide your answer. In the group, the system announced the list of participants who had buzzed in, and upon seeing that name, the entire group, and indeed, the entire shinobi world, seemed to tremble. It was Uchiha Itachi. It was truly him. Uchiha Sasuke could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Indeed, it was him. Over the past few days, he had not said a word in the group. Previously, when he had seen his name on the Akatsuki list, he had mocked him for working for extraterrestrials. Yet now, he had chosen to answer the question. My answer is this. The individual who colluded with Orochimaru and acts as a traitor within Konoha is Shimura Danzo. Chapter 45. Who is the culprit? The last four words were articulated with deliberate emphasis, and upon witnessing this, everyone was left astounded. How could this be? Was he not just competing for the position of Hokage? Indeed, had he not just proclaimed that his contributions outweighed those of the third Hokage? How could he possibly be the traitor? Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Itachi, you, the one who massacred your entire clan, a lawless, heinous scoundrel, have the audacity to slander me? Have you grown tired of living? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was en route to Konoha. Tasked with capturing the Ninetales Jinchuriki, he was aware that Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand were also heading towards Konoha. But he perceived that the gravest threat was not the Jinchuriki, but rather his own brother, with the third Hokage deceased, who remained to protect his brother, who recalled the promise he made alongside the third Hokage. As long as Danzo was alive, no one could safeguard Sasuke. If he were to ascend to the position of Hokage, Sasuke would be in even greater peril. Thus, he resolved to use a question-and-answer method to eliminate Danzo. If he answered correctly, Danzo would either perish or be forced to vacate Konoha, ensuring Sasuke's safety. If he answered incorrectly, it mattered little, for he was already an infamous rogue ninja, indifferent to accruing yet another charge against him. Was it not so? As far as I know, you have maintained connections with Orochimaru, and you secretly supported his clandestine experiments back in the day. There exists a figure within the village named Kabuto Yakushi, whom you assisted Orochimaru in placing within Konoha. Danzo, you were that individual. For the first time, Uchiha Itachi articulated so much. Shimura Danzo retorted, you slander me. How could I possibly be that kind of person? If I were, I would meet a terrible fate that I could never betray Konoha. How could I become a traitor? Everyone, listen to my explanation. He is framing me. Uchiha Obito interjected with a laugh. Ha! I actually believe Itachi. Kakashi Hitaki chimed in. Obito, is that really you speaking? Uchiha Obito snapped back. Shut up, Kakashi inquired. Obito? Uchiha Obito fell silent thereafter. While Senju Hashirama and other esteemed figures were unfamiliar with Uchiha Itachi and his companions, consequently refraining from offering counsel, Shimura Danzo, akin to a garrulous fool, incessantly defended his innocence within the chat group, just as he was laboring to prove his integrity and extolling his contributions as comparable to those of the third Hokage. A notification from the Heavenly Vault broadcast chimed, announcing the results of the evaluation. Congratulations, Uchiha Itachi, your answer is correct. You are rewarded with a photograph of Uchiha Sarada. Danzo, overwhelmed with rage, spat blood. How could this be? If I were a traitor, would I not know? The Heavenly Vault broadcast is deceiving us. Concurrently, former members of Konoha's Umbu and Root were equally bewildered. How could this be? Although Danzo was known for his murky dealings and unscrupulous tactics to achieve his goals, he was certainly not a traitor who would jeopardize Konoha's stability. Was the Heavenly Vault truly capable of such deceit? Even Jiraiya and Kakashi began to harbor doubts. Could it be possible? Was he truly a traitor? Jiraiya shook his head. If you assert that he is ruthless and devoid of compassion, I might believe that. However, to label him a traitor is something I remain skeptical about. Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow at the reward. He was aware through the Heavenly Vault broadcast that his future daughter would be named Sarada, and this broadcast had inexplicably awarded Uchiha Itachi a photograph of his own daughter. What could this possibly mean? Simultaneously, the usually composed Uchiha Itachi found himself dumbfounded, as he now held a photograph of his niece, in the image, Sarada, garbed in red and wearing glasses, adorned in the Uchiha clan's insignia, appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. Standing on the bustling streets of a modernized Konoha, with vibrant neon lights in the background, beaming with a radiant smile, a tumult of emotion surged within Uchiha Itachi, as if his heart were racing with an endless flow of blood. His eyes turned crimson, and his Manjikyu Sharingan took on a diamond shape. Glistening with moisture, he gazed intently at the photograph, his hand pressed against his heart. This was his niece. This was the future of Konoha. The future seemed bright. Sasuke was well, and his niece was thriving. Thank heavens, all was well. Kisame Hoshigaki, observing this scene, quietly inquired, "Itachi, are you all right?" Uchiha Itachi gently shook his head. He lifted his gaze towards the heavenly vault, then back down at the photograph in his hand. Though his expression remained serene, his heart was tumultuous. He inhaled deeply, scrutinizing the photograph once more, his lips twitching slightly before he carefully placed it into his pocket. Wronged, utterly wronged. The heavenly vault broadcast has unjustly accused an innocent. I may forego the Hokage title, but I cannot endure such slander. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo continued to shout in the live chat group, persistently launching ninjutsu attacks at the heavenly vault above Konoha. Just then, the screen of the heavenly vault shifted, erasing the previous broadcast of Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, and instead, displaying Shimura Danzo's visage. In the frame, he stood upon a bridge, unwrapping the bandages from his body. While before him stood the grown Uchiha Sasuke. In the background, a signpost adorned with the symbol of the bridge could be seen, alongside a masked member of the Akatsuki, Obito, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. A woman, hiding behind a bridge pillar, was none other than Karen. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared at the top of the screen. Uchiha Sasuke versus Shimura Danzo. Once again, battle loomed on the horizon. Beneath the heavenly vault, someone exclaimed in excitement, "Is that Uchiha Sasuke?" And there, without a doubt, stands Shimura Danzo. How handsome the future Sasuke looks, someone remarked in the live chat group. Indeed. We had previously witnessed the battle between Akatsuki and the 7th Hokage, during which Uchiha Sasuke had made an appearance resembling this one. Though he appeared somewhat more mature, he now seemed merely 16 or 17 years old. It was the future Sasuke, looking incredibly dashing. Once again, Sasuke captured the hearts of many young maidens. The broadcast continued, revealing Danzo's cold gaze fixed upon Sasuke, as he peeled away the layers of bandages, revealing a grotesque arm. It was a pale limb, adorned with 10 Sharingan that revolved ominously, an unnerving sight. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Sasuke's brow furrowed, and at that moment, the image froze. The heavenly vault broadcast posed a question. Please identify who transplanted the Hashirama cells onto Danzo's shoulder. Where did the Sharingan on his arm originate from? And who was responsible for the transplant? Upon the emergence of this query, not only Uchiha Sasuke, but even Uchiha Madara appeared astonished. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have suddenly grasped something significant, and he immediately clicked the buzzer to answer. Ding! Congratulations, Uchiha Sasuke, you have successfully buzzed in. Please provide your answer. Observers sensed that everyone understood what the answer was. It was clearly an easy question, given Danzo's previous doubts about the heavenly vault's correct responses. And now the broadcast was exposing his secrets. My answer is that the Hashirama cells on his shoulder were transplanted by Orochimaru, and the Sharingan on his arm were taken from the corpses of our Uchiha clan during the massacre, also transplanted with Orochimaru's assistance. Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. In that moment, he resolved to depart from Konoha, seeking Orochimaru to gain greater power. He intended to eliminate Danzo and avenge the massacre of his clan. In the live chat group, a profound silence enveloped the participants, all eyes fixated on the heavenly vault. After a lengthy pause, someone finally broke the stillness. The 4th Raikage said, "I once believed that humanity's bottom line was comprehensible to me. Yet Danzo has completely redefined my understanding." Kurenai Yuhi added, "It is said that the land of water is notorious within the ninja world, yet it seems some individuals surpass even the notorious 3rd Mizukage in their depravity." "Danzo, do you have anything to say?" Shimura Danzo protested. "This is an absolute injustice. First and foremost, the Sharingan on my person was not transplanted by Orochimaru. It was the medical team of Konoha that assisted with the procedure. Secondly, I bear no responsibility for the Uchiha clan's massacre. I merely sought to collect those eyes, fearing their waste, all for the sake of the village." Senju Tobarama interjected, "Danzo, do not use Konoha as a shield. Otherwise, I will make you wish you had never been born." Senju Hashirama declared, "Kill him now." Uchiha Madara remarked, "Ha, finally, Tobarama speaks a word of sense. Such a person does not deserve to live. Why should you trust Uchiha Sasuke's words? He is merely speculating. I can prove my innocence regarding Orochimaru. Danzo shouted once more. At that moment, a participant in the chat group, named Aburame Kaneo, made an announcement. I am Aburame Kaneo, head of Konoha Hospital. I hereby declare that any anomalies in Danzo's body and issues regarding transplants have no connection to our hospital. We have never performed any transplant surgeries for him. Upon delivering this statement, Aburame Kaneo ceased to speak. Shimura Danzo, witnessing this development, felt the atmosphere grow unbearable. You scoundrel! Do you wish to die? How dare you undermine me? I will not spare you. The daimyo of the Land of Fire interjected. Who do you think you can kill? Konoha has now decided that Tsunade will succeed as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade responded, I am grateful for your trust. To prevent further chaos in Konoha, I hereby issue a command to suspend all of Shimura Danzo's operations within route, stripping him of his leadership and all associated powers. In a mere hour, Konoha had already selected the successor to the next Hokage, and all of the village's strength was firmly gathered around Tsunade. Upon witnessing the content of the live broadcast from the celestial screen, she convened a discussion with Tintin, Mito, the daimyo of the Fire Country, and numerous ministers of the Fire Country, deciding to revoke all of Danzo's positions. At this very moment, all forces of Konoha, alongside the members of the Umbu, were encircling the headquarters of the Umbu route, awaiting Tsunade's command. The eradication of the traitor was imminent. What? You dare to strip me of my duties? I am a senior elder. I hold a high position. I have dedicated myself tirelessly for Konoha, and yet you treat me in this manner, Shimura Danzo exclaimed once more. Just then, the celestial screen chimed, signaling the completion of the review. Congratulations, Uchiha Sasuke, for answering correctly. You are awarded the upgrade to the Manjiki Sharingan and the secret technique Amplified Eruption. Amplified Eruption. Upon seeing this reward, Danzo's body tensed. Previous rewards had been penalties inflicted on others' jutsu chakra or finances, redirected as rewards to others. Yet now, this celestial screen had directly bestowed a technique it had not previously penalized. This technique could unleash a jutsu at an intensified level and, for a limited time, could be used successively, albeit with the significant drawback of consuming an immense amount of chakra. Nevertheless, it could indeed be a lifesaver in critical moments. The upgrade to the Manjiki Sharingan implied that Sasuke would receive an enhancement to his existing Sharingan without any external stimulus, culminating in a direct upgrade to the Manjiki. This was a particularly unique reward for Sasuke. Standing in the back mountains, Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Upon reopening them, he beheld the diamond-patterned Sharingan, which was indeed the Manjiki Sharingan. Simultaneously, he felt his blood surging, as if his entire chakra was rapidly increasing. Soon, a secret technique appeared in his mind, exactly the amplified eruption rewarded by the celestial screen. He gazed at the technique within his mind and immediately commenced his training. At that moment, the sound 4 appeared before him. Orochimaru is waiting for you. Konoha is no longer suitable for you. Have you considered our proposal? Uchiha Sasuke looked at the 4 before him, then turned his gaze back to the celestial screen, and spoke. I want to know the truth. Upon hearing this, the 4 understood. He was waiting for the celestial screen's live broadcast to conclude, eager to uncover the true reason behind his future battle with Danzo, perhaps the very truth behind his clan's annihilation. All right, we shall wait for you. The 4 vanished into the woods. After the celestial screen provided the correct answer, all the elite ninjas and Umbu members gathered outside the root headquarters in Konoha, capture Shimura Danzo alive. However, at that moment, the old fox had already fled Konoha. Long before the 3rd Hokage confronted Orochimaru, he had made his escape, a plan he had meticulously orchestrated. To attain the position of Hokage, he needed the 3rd to abdicate, and the 3rd's death in battle was his most advantageous outcome. He had not anticipated that all his schemes would be thwarted by the celestial screen's live broadcast. Though currently safe, he remained defiant. Even if everything were true, it could not prove me a traitor. I have committed every conceivable act for Konoha, yet I am absolutely not a traitor seeking its destruction. As Danzo fled, he vehemently rejected this conclusion. In the chat group, everyone observed this scene with cold laughter. Uchiha Madara remarked, this man should dance to his demise. Let him be torn to shreds. The 5th Hokage Tsunade added, you claim to be innocent. Yet Orochimaru defected shortly after the 4th sacrifice, and the Uchiha clan's extermination occurred 7 years later, at which time you obtained your Sharingan. If you had no dealings with Orochimaru, how did he assist you in transplanting your Sharingan? The evidence suggests otherwise. Chapter 47. The 10 Deaths of Danzo. Upon hearing these words, Danzo stammered, unable to utter a single syllable. Gazing skyward at the live broadcast where he was seen unwrapping his bandages to reveal his Sharingan. While the chat group erupted with accusations if he had indeed maintained a connection with Orochimaru, who could vouch for his innocence in the collapse of Konoha. Furthermore, after the third's passing, rather than prioritizing the village's welfare and arranging for his funeral, he rushed to claim the title of Hokage, demonstrating his overwhelming desire for power, a yearning that eclipsed the village's safety. Thus, how could I believe he is not a traitor? Danzo seethed with rage. I am not. I am not. I am not. Orochimaru interjected. No need for explanations. You are. Suddenly, Orochimaru appeared in the group, causing an uproar among the Konoha inhabitants. Orochimaru, die. Where are you? We seek vengeance for the third. Danzo was left speechless, feeling unjustly accused, yet Orochimaru's testimony left no room for his innocence. Orochimaru, you are intentionally framing me. How are you able to write with hands that cannot move? Aren't you exhausted? Orochimaru merely wiggled his fingers and retorted, I use my feet. Danzo was exasperated, his frustration reaching its peak. Regardless, he knew he was now in a state of flight. Meanwhile, the celestial screen continued its broadcast. Within the image, Danzo had completely removed the bandages from his arms. Standing opposite Uchiha Sasuke, who inquired, What happened to your arms? Never mind, I do not wish to know. It would only fuel my anger. Regardless, I intend to kill you. Before that, I must ask you, was it the order from within Konoha, including yourself, that led Uchiha Itachi to annihilate my entire clan? Danzo chose silence over response, opting instead to engage in combat. He charged forward, striking at Sasuke's abdomen, yet Susanoo manifested, absorbing the impact of his blow. In a state of fear, he looked up to see Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan glaring coldly at him. He could not even make a move. The basic Susanoo had already shielded Sasuke and ensnared Danzo within its grasp. With its fist tightening, Danzo, trapped inside, coughed up blood, barely clinging to life. Answer me at once. Sasuke roared. Humph. I had thought he was not that kind of person. That despicable Itachi, even on the brink of death. Revealed secrets. That it seems you are the exception. I never expected him to leak information. Is it all true? Sasuke's roar echoed, and the basic Susanoo suddenly became fleshy and robust. Many ninjas had been unsung heroes. Not only Itachi but countless others who had perished in silence. This world was not solely radiant, for behind the brilliance lay darkness. Their existence was vital for maintaining peace in this world. Those who could not comprehend Itachi would never understand. Enough of this nonsense. Sasuke's eyes glinted with coldness as his fist clenched. Trapped within Susanoo's grip, Danzo was crushed, blood splattering, under the celestial screen. All bore witness to this scene. Was it accomplished with but a single move? Danzo could not even lay a finger on his opponent. The future Sasuke is formidable. Yet did you hear? The Uchiha clan's extermination was sanctioned by Konoha's upper echelons. And Itachi's choice to annihilate his clan was purportedly for the sake of peace. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Sasuke, situated in the forest of death, stared at the live broadcast in shock. The revelation that Itachi's actions were in service to Konoha was unfathomable. How could this be? How could it be? This thought echoed repeatedly in his mind. He could scarcely believe it. The malevolent Uchiha, Itachi. Acting for peace? How could he accept this? Father, mother, please explain. Under the celestial screen, within the forest of death, Sasuke questioned his parents in the chat group. Yet neither Uchiha Fugaki nor Uchiha Makoto responded. An extended silence followed. As if everyone in the group awaited an answer, no one daring to interject. Finally, Uchiha Makoto spoke. Sasuke, I only wish for your well-being. A single sentence confirmed everything. The Uchiha clan must have committed an act intolerable to Konoha, leading to this calamity. Yet why was it his elder brother who carried out the extermination? He could not bear it. No longer hesitating, he resolved that he would not remain in Konoha any longer. Sasuke looked to the sky, then at the sound for beside him. I have made my decision. I will leave Konoha. If this is what Itachi sought to protect, then I shall destroy it. One day, I shall make the people here pay with their blood. With that declaration, he no longer hesitated and followed the sound for out of Konoha. Meanwhile, the battle between Danzo and Uchiha Sasuke continued beneath the celestial screen. Danzo charged forth, only to meet his demise, having barely grazed the periphery of the conflict. In the next moment, he once again appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke, a manifestation of the infamous Izanagi controlled by the Sharingan. This ocular technique possesses the extraordinary ability to eliminate any factors detrimental to the user, restoring them to their normal state. However, the cost of this power is the sacrifice of one Sharingan. Thus, despite Sasuke having slain him previously, he reemerges. What is happening? How can this be? Wasn't the battle supposed to be over? To everyone's astonishment, Danzo was still present, under the celestial canopy. Onlookers gaped at the unfolding scene. In the live stream chat, an incessant barrage of questions arose. Esteemed individuals, does anyone comprehend what is transpiring? It is well known that Shimura Danzo was crushed by Uchiha Sasuke. How could he possibly reappear, unscathed? Could it be an illusion? If it were an illusion, surely we, the spectators, should be able to discern it, yet it seems not to be an illusion. There were too many questions, but Uchiha Madara remained silent, biding his time, anticipating the moment when the celestial stream would pose this very question. Should that occur, he would seize the opportunity to respond, perhaps earning some reward, what he yearned for most being the resurrection elixir. Yet, after an interminable wait, no inquiries materialized from the celestial stream, and the live broadcast continued uninterrupted. Uchiha Izuna interjected in the chat. That must be Izanagi, a technique capable of altering one's fate through the Sharingan. Goodness, how astonishing the Uchiha clan is. Such a technique could indeed prove life-saving. The Uchiha are formidable. The crowd erupted in admiration, and upon noting that his own younger brother had provided the answer, Madara did not intervene. After all, the celestial stream would unveil even more revelations in the future. Even if he could suppress the present, he could not thwart the unfolding future. The secrets of the Uchiha would gradually be laid bare, yet he remained unperturbed, for even in exposure, the Uchiha would still reign supreme. Chapter 48. An ant tripod to a giantess pain. Kunai-piercing Susanoo, observing the throngs in the chat extolling the Uchiha. A smile graced Madara's face on the screen. The two combatants clashed anew. With Danzo, once again positioned behind Uchiha Sasuke, charging forward, producing a kunai, which he thrust into the Susanoo, causing the kunai to shatter. The scene abruptly halted. A question appeared on the celestial stream. May I inquire what Shimura Danzo, having pierced Susanoo with the kunai, uttered at that moment? An answer that captures the essence will be deemed correct. Upon reading the question, everyone was taken aback, but on the streets of Konoha, a young girl clutched her father's hand and inquired, Daddy, is that person foolish? He was just crushed by that Susanoo, and now he is attacking it with a kunai? Surely even a child wouldn't act so naively, especially when he held the advantage. Her father, a ninja himself, lifted his daughter and gazed skyward, shaking his head gently as he replied, some individuals possess an intellectual deficit. The chat erupted in uproar. Did you all witness that? Danzo actually attempted to pierce Susanoo with a kunai? And it seems Uchiha Sasuke looked rather anxious. Could it actually be penetrated? I find that Susanoo appears quite formidable. You are more foolish than Danzo. Did you not see that the kunai shattered? Ha ha ha. An ant trying to trip an elephant with a kunai. Ha ha ha. Within the chat, the discussion veered away from the livestream question and became fixated on Danzo's misguided maneuver. Senju Hashirama remarked, he uttered something. What was it? I answered incorrectly last time and was penalized with a loss of wood-release chakra techniques. I wish to redeem myself. Senju Tobarama chimed in. Brother, while you may be frugal, you sometimes even gift-tailed beasts. Conversely, while you are generous, why do you care about that meager amount of wood-release chakra? During your last battle with the third Hokage, I observed you using wood-release quite adeptly. It hardly seemed as though you had depleted your chakra. I have indeed depleted it. Now, when utilizing the true Thousand Hands, it is not as grand as the previous manifestation of the Thousand-Armed Cannon, which could encompass an entire village. Now it barely covers half a village. Goodness, how ostentatious. Is this truly the authentic prowess of a first Hokage? A true Thousand Hands that barely covers half a village? What kind of ability is that? Upon reading this segment of the chat, many were left agape. Uchiha Fugaku remarked, no wonder everyone covets your Hashirama cells. Even Orochimaru and Danzo are researching you. Truly monstrous. Senju Hashirama responded, nonsense. I am no monster. I am simply Hashirama Senju, haha. This cannot stand. I must answer the question and restore my wood-release chakra. With that, Senju Hashirama pressed the buzzer. My answer is. At that moment, he likely exclaimed, what the heck? Kazuki Mei laughed. The second Mizukage, Kaijin Gitsu, quipped, Lord Senju, are you here to entertain us? Tsunade interjected, Grandpa, could you be a little more serious? Inoki praised, I am quite impressed. I often hear the youth say, it's my own fault for being uneducated. A simple phrase can carry one FA or .it appears that both Danzo and the first Hokage are quite fashionable. The fourth Raikage, added, I find that phrase quite impactful. Whether in astonishment, fright, or surprise, it can encompass any inexpressible sentiment. Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily. Inoki continued, Uchiha Fugaku has arrived, and he seems quite amused. Uchiha Makoto remarked, I have never seen you smile before. Uchiha Fugaku replied, Of course. He said little more, yet Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke seemed to grasp the reason for his mirth. In the celestial stream, Uchiha Sasuke was avenging their clan. A scene so gratifying that even if Fugaku were to witness it daily, he would never tire of it. It was simply too thrilling, too joyous. He had never experienced such happiness from life to death until now. Ding. Senju Hashirama answered incorrectly. Punishment. Sage technique. The celestial stream deemed it a direct error. Senju Hashirama protested. No. How can they penalize my sage technique? I have yet to replenish my would-release chakra from yesterday. Uchiha Madara taunted. You constantly urge me to remain calm, yet here you are acting impulsively. It is merely the sage technique. If it fails, simply practice more. Senju Tobarama cautioned. Brother, maintain your image. Senju Hashirama retorted. Nonsense. Oh dear, I cannot bear to part with it. This question is far too difficult. Kazuki Mei concurred. Indeed, a person's words can take countless forms. Who knows what he might say? Inoki speculated. Could it possibly be, Kanai pierce Susanoo, leaving even himself astonished? The fourth Raikage, added. He must have been equally taken aback. Was it not? What the heck? Tsunade chuckled. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, interjected. Ding, my answer is that he might have said, what a pitiful Kanai. Kazuki Mei laughed. Danzo attempted to pierce Susanoo with a Kanai, which shattered. He even blamed the Kanai. Third Hokage, your logic mirrors Danzo's. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. Naturally, he embodies that very nature. Shimura Danzo retorted. Sarutobi, what do you mean? Would I utter such nonsense? Hiruzen Sarutobi shot back. It is quite evident that if you can resort to piercing Susanoo with a Kanai, there is nothing you cannot accomplish. Look at yourself. What have you become? When I once allowed you time with the Uchiha clan, you refused to listen. Have you avenged yourself? There are 100 ways to meet death, yet none as tormenting as yours. Shimura Danzo retorted. Pfft, a stab. Ding. The celestial stream assessed the situation, returning to error, punishing Hiruzen Sarutobi with a 24-hour mute. Ah, is there such a punishment? Tsunade exclaimed, wondering how the third Hokage was silenced. Sir Third, do you have any request regarding your funeral? At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed muted, unable to utter another word. Ding. Shimura Danzo successfully buzzed in. Just then, Shimura Danzo pressed the buzzer. Surely he could guess a portion of what he might say. As the celestial stream would deem any response close in meaning as correct, why not seize the opportunity for a free reward? He was in dire need of various rewards, chakra, ninjutsu, anything that could enhance his abilities. If fortune smiled upon him, perhaps he could even obtain a resurrection elixir. Thus, while the others were distracted, he quickly buzzed in. I believe at that moment, I would have immediately unleashed a wind release technique, executing a wind-based vacuum attack for a surprise assault, and at that time, I would declare, Uchiha Sasuke, perish. Since it was a buzzer response, the answer would be pinned at the top of the chat. As all beheld this response, they nodded in unison. Senju Hashirama remarked, Indeed, that seems more like the actions of a seasoned ninja. How did I not think of that? Chapter 49, a single exclamation roaming the world vortex Mizuhara. I feel this answer is indeed correct. This time, Danzo, departing from Konoha, ought to receive his due reward, for only he truly knows himself. Inoki, that's true. Rather than suffering through the pain of using Susanoo, employing wind release techniques is what a high-ranking ninja ought to do. Everyone expressed their agreement with this answer. After all, it was provided by the man himself. Ding. The evaluation time has arrived. Shimura Danzo has answered incorrectly, and as punishment, one of his Sharingan shall be stripped away. Wait, what? Terumi Mei sent a flurry of question marks. Fourth Raikage, I knew it. Danzo, go on. You have plenty of Sharingan anyway. At this moment, Shimura Danzo had fallen silent, realizing that his resources were dwindling. After 3 consecutive days of live QA, he had already lost 2 Sharingan. This latest live broadcast, featuring his battle with Uchiha Sasuke, had laid all his cards on the table. If he continued to answer questions without discretion, he feared he might lose all his Sharingan. Many were aware that this question was difficult to answer. For a moment, the chat was filled with idle conversation, but no one dared to respond, as the answer was far from certain and no one could guarantee their correctness. As time passed, the live broadcast timer once again appeared. The countdown begins. If no one answers within 10 seconds, one individual will be randomly selected to respond. Once again, this method heightened the tension as everyone anxiously watched the screen, fearing they would be chosen. After all, no one knew what Danzo might say in such a situation. Even if the general meaning were similar, it would be challenging to guess. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. Uchiha Itachi has been selected to answer. It was Uchiha Itachi, to everyone's surprise, at that moment. Itachi, who was en route to Konoha, halted in his tracks. Ever since he learned that Sasuke would uncover the entire truth, he had begun formulating a new future. He had always placed his hopes on Sasuke, and it now appeared that he had been right. The future Sasuke would indeed be different. I feel that if it were me, I would surely marvel at the power of Susanoo. This was an open-ended answer, as Uchiha Itachi did not provide an exact phrase but merely pointed in the right direction. The live broadcast had previously stipulated that as long as the essence of the answer was close enough, it would be deemed correct. Everyone gazed at the screen. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha gangs. Every member of the Uchiha clan that had once faced extermination looked up at the sky. They were staring at their adversary, regardless of the orders issued by Konoha's higher-ups. As members of the Uchiha clan, he should never have wiped out their entire family. It was indeed shameful that their entire clan was unable to match Uchiha Itachi and the mysterious individual who had aided him back then. Ding. This time, the system's evaluation was swift. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for providing the correct answer. At that time, Shimura Danzo had stated, using Susanoo for self-protection was indeed the most fitting choice. Simultaneously, the video continued. After Danzo had stabbed Susanoo with a kunai, the kunai broke. He feigned calmness and remarked, "It seems that using Susanoo for self-defense is just the right choice." Subsequently, Susanoo delivered a devastating punch, crushing him into the ground. What? He died just like that. Those watching the screen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for receiving a Sharingan. The reward bestowed upon Uchiha Itachi incited envy among many. Terumi Danzo, at this moment, I find myself questioning how you ever ascended to the higher echelons of Konoha. Is your intelligence truly this limited? What happened to your wind release? Vacuum Great Sphere. Reduced to being crushed by a single punch, Inoki, and you dare to aspire to be Hokage. No wonder you've struggled your entire life. There's a reason for that. Shimura Danzo wore an expression of disbelief. Was his future self truly dead? In the skies above, the broadcast continued. Once more, using Izanagi, Shimura Danzo charged forward. Another punch, and Danzo was once again dispatched. Uchiha Sasuke, intent on avenging his enemies, dismissed Susanoo, opting for the Kusanagi sword to strike, only to be halted by Danzo's curse technique, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, Susanoo erupted once more, entering its initial state, drawing a bow and shooting an arrow towards the fleeing Danzo. Danzo unleashed would release from one arm, summoning a massive tree to block Susanoo's arrow, narrowly evading the attack. Simultaneously, Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo fired another arrow. This time, the arrow pierced through Danzo's body. Before the eyes of all, he appeared to be dead. Yet in the next moment, he stood again. Once more, utilizing Izanagi, he closed his remaining Sharingan one by one. Each use of Izanagi cost him a Sharingan. Another arrow was loosed, striking true. Once again, he reappeared, charging at them. Summoning technique. Shimura Danzo invoked the summoning technique. The Dream Eater Beast, the Nightmare, materialized. As soon as it appeared, it began to utilize wind release to absorb the surrounding air, creating immense gusts of wind, which Susanoo shielded Sasuke from. Danzo thought he had found an opening in their defenses and lunged forward, only to be sent flying by a punch from Susanoo, crashing to the ground. Once more, he awoke. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke had discerned his secret and promptly altered his strategy from range to close combat. Susanoo delivered a fatal punch to one, a shuriken to another, and a long sword pierced yet another. Under the live broadcast, many ninjas witnessing this spectacle couldn't help but laugh. If the screen were to pose the question, what name would you give this battle? My answer would undoubtedly be the 100 Ways Shimura Danzo Met His End. Terumi couldn't suppress her laughter. Inoki. Quite fitting. Fourth Reikage. This combat prowess is lacking. If Susanoo cannot deal with him, it is understandable, but being pierced by shuriken, he is not even as capable as the genin in our village, Tsunade. I used to think he was a formidable opponent, but it turns out he is merely a chicken. Senju Tobarama. Indeed, in comparison to others, his abilities are rather mediocre. I never expected him to devolve into such a state later on. As Shimura Danzo fled, witnessing the events unfold on the screen, he was enraged to the point of nearly spitting blood at that moment. He was acutely aware of his own weakness. He had always believed that possessing numerous Sharingan and the advantage of wood-release chakra made him a top-tier ninja. Yet he never anticipated being obliterated by a mere teenager. Moreover, it was not just once. He had suffered multiple humiliations in succession, clenching his fists in fury. He realized that this heavenly screen had exposed all his vulnerabilities. However, it also illuminated for him his greatest foes in the future. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 50. What four seals had enshrined the celestial screen had altered his fate, allowing him to escape Konoha. From now on, he would diligently train to eradicate the remnants of the Uchiha clan, reshaping his own destiny. Above, the battle raged on, with Shimura Danzo being impaled by Uchiha Sasuke's longsword, collapsing to the side. His Sharingan were now entirely depleted, and the cells of Hashirama began to stir within his right arm. Realizing the impending danger, he hastily severed his own right arm. Had he delayed, he would have been entirely consumed by Hashirama's would-release chakra. In a desperate struggle, he suddenly charged at Sasuke, who deftly sidestepped. However, he seized the opportunity to take Karin hostage. Uchiha Sasuke showed no mercy. He charged forward, piercing through both Karin and Danzo with his longsword. Devoid of compassion, as Karin fell, Shimura Danzo recognized the dire situation and turned to flee. With one arm missing, his aging body stumbled awkwardly, presenting a pitiful sight, while Uchiha Sasuke pursued him relentlessly, step by step. This was the man who had orchestrated the Uchiha massacre. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke avenged his kin. What does he think he is doing? Does he believe he can escape? Someone voiced their discontent. He claimed to be stronger than the third Hokage, yet after watching the live battle in Konoha, it was clear that Danzo was no match for the third. Moreover, his intelligence was lacking at such a time. Wouldn't it be better to accept reality than to clumsily attempt to flee? Indeed, the thoughts of those in the chat mirrored the sentiments of the masked figure in the footage. Presumably Akatsuki's Tobi, whom they had previously seen in the celestial screen's revelations. He had always maintained a passive interest, but now he leaped down from the high wall, blocking Danzo's escape route, with nowhere left to run. Shimura Danzo clenched his teeth, a determined expression suddenly gracing his face. For Konoha, for the ninja world, I absolutely cannot allow you to survive. With that, he tore open his clothing, revealing four sealing symbols inscribed upon his chest. A flash of dark light surged forth, akin to a jetting black fountain, as liquid erupted from Danzo's body, swiftly radiating outward. A massive black halo enveloped an area spanning several hundred meters, and the scene abruptly froze. A new inquiry appeared on the celestial broadcast screen. What did Shimura Danzo's four sealing techniques seal? As soon as the question was posed, many were left puzzled, wondering if it implied whether Uchiha Sasuke had indeed been sealed by Shimura Danzo. Yet, if that were the case, the celestial broadcast would not have framed the question in such a manner, leading to the conclusion that Uchiha Sasuke was not sealed. Furthermore, if Uchiha Sasuke had been sealed, how could he later father a child? Nevertheless, some argued that even if sealed, one could be reborn, much like the current incarnation of Minato Namikaze. It seemed this query was more intricate than it appeared. At that moment, a message once again flickered across the celestial broadcast. Correctly answering this question rewards you with successfully transplanted Hashirama cells and would-release chakra. Anoki remarked. The reward consists of would-release chakra and Hashirama cells, and they are from a successful specimen. This bounty is undeniably substantial, exceedingly rare for any living ninja. Suddenly, a ninja from a Wagakure pressed the buzzer. My answer is that he sealed Uchiha Sasuke and that masked individual, who seems to be called Akatsuki. The individual answered nervously yet fervently. As this person was not well known, the crowd merely observed in silence. Half a minute later, the celestial broadcast provided its verdict. Ding. Incorrect answer. Punishment. Deprivation of earth release techniques. Ding. Another individual buzzed in. He only sealed Uchiha Sasuke. Wrong. Punishment. Deprivation of water release chakra. Sealed the masked Akatsuki. Incorrect. Punishment. Deprivation of fire release chakra. A series of incorrect answers followed. Kushina Izumaki commented, Hashirama, many are vying for your cells. It seems you are quite in demand. Senju Hashirama replied, Kushina, I too am curious. Am I truly such a scarce deity? Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara interjected. Why are the Leaf Village members not answering the questions? In all these rounds, none from Konoha have participated. What is going on? This is a chance for the successful transplantation of cells from a bygone era. Do you not desire it? Tsunade apologized. Forgive me. Elder, we are currently occupied with the funeral arrangements for the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented. Alas, I have been muted. I wish to convey to you all that I seek no funeral, merely return my crystal ball for my burial. That would suffice, for I still wish to watch beauties bathe. Despite Hiruzen's convoluted thoughts, he was silenced, and his crystal ball had fallen into Jiraiya's possession, rendering his final wish unattainable. Ding, just as the conversation began to stray. An individual pressed the buzzer once more. It was the wandering ninja, Higan. Terumi May gasped in astonishment. It really is him. Tsunade exclaimed upon recognizing the familiar emblem of the little deer, Chopper. Higan declared, "My answer is that he sealed half a bridge." Senju Hashirama exclaimed. "What?" Senju Tobarama questioned. Shimura Danzo protested. "How could it be possible that I risked my life merely to seal half a bridge?" Ding. Congratulations to Wandering Ninja Higan for providing the correct answer. Earning Hashirama cells and would release chakra, the celestial broadcast confirmed the answer. Initially, Higan had no intention of answering, yet with the impending closure of the celestial broadcast, he could not bear to leave a question unanswered. As a host, he had the right to adequately address his system. As the final query concluded, the celestial broadcast screen resumed playing the previously halted video, revealing that after the 4 sealing techniques detonated, the bridge in the midst of the battle vanished in a crescent shape, measuring over 100 meters in width. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke and Akatsuki remained unscathed. Goodness, he truly exhausted himself only to seal half a bridge. That Higan is quite remarkable for knowing the answer if we think logically. It was evident that when he unleashed the 4 sealing techniques, he enveloped himself in a colossal circular seal. Thus, sealing half a bridge seems to be a reasonable outcome. Whether it is reasonable or not, his combat prowess and intellect are indeed commendable. After such a battle, to have been killed numerous times, only to ultimately seal half a bridge, this is certainly an oddity within the ninja world. Ha ha ha. The crowd shared their thoughts in the chat, reflecting on Danzo's overwhelming defeat, during which he scarcely utilized any jutsu, solely relying on his Sharingan's Izanagi for survival, an oddity in itself. Chapter 51. The Celestial Broadcast Upgrade. Meanwhile, the countdown in the chat had commenced, with only 1 minute left before the Celestial Broadcast would cease. So soon, has this day already passed? Another day spent watching the Celestial Broadcast, someone lamented. No. Tomorrow I must diligently train. Through the Celestial Broadcast, I have come to realize that there are those beyond us, with realms beyond our own. As the final moments approached, everyone reflected on how today's battles had illuminated the limitations of their narrow-mindedness. Before the masters, their capabilities seemed utterly trivial. In the village of Konoha, the populace busied themselves with reconstruction efforts. Meanwhile, in the western region of the Land of Fire, the Celestial Broadcast concluded without delay. While host Higan engaged in training, having acquired the would-release Kekkei Jinkai and Chakra Ninjutsu, necessitating practice, over the past 3 days, the shock value generated by the Celestial Broadcast was immeasurable, and the system's points were rapidly accumulating. Nearing a breakthrough from the novice stage, as he pondered this, a system notification resounded in Higan's mind. Congratulations, host. Your system points have reached the requirements for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Such swiftness. Just moments ago, I was still several million shock points short, he thought, realizing that the broadcast and chat had concluded, yet the shock points had continued to rise. Yes, upgrade, in the skies above. The Celestial Broadcast suddenly shimmered into view, with the entire broadcast interface displaying a progress bar and upgrade progress bar. The upgrade was not rapid. Observing the newly emerged interface in the background, Higan's expression brightened. He was to lead the others. And naturally, enhancing their ninjutsu proficiency was part of his mission. Following the system upgrade, everyone would receive points and rewards. Thus, he readily clicked the approval button. By early the next morning, many had ventured into the streets, sensing that something significant was to transpire with the Celestial Broadcast. At 8 o'clock, the Celestial Broadcast screen illuminated, revealing that the progress bar from the previous night had filled completely. The Celestial Broadcast had successfully upgraded. A line of text appeared on the large screen. New rules for Celestial QA. Henceforth, in addition to the existing rewards and penalties for QA participation, all individuals who actively engage in the chat will receive point rewards. The point redemption is as follows. The screen transitioned, displaying a plethora of items alongside their respective point values. Beauty Enhancement Elixir, 1,000 points. Chakra Enhancement Pill, 1,000 points. Nutritional Military Rations, 1,000 points. Fire Release Technique, Great Fireball Technique, 2,000 points. Water Release Technique, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, 2,000 points. Taijutsu, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, 5,000 points. The entire screen was filled with over 80 items, ranging from simple military rations and beauty potions to high-tier items priced in the millions, such as longevity pills and Kekkei Jinkai Ninjutsu. While there was no resurrection pill, various jutsu and elixirs piqued everyone's interest. Jiraiya exclaimed, "Has the Celestial Broadcast upgraded? This is a welfare initiative for everyone." By answering questions and participating in the chat, we can earn points, which can be exchanged for items. How incredible! Might Guy added, I particularly desire that Taijutsu, 18 dragon subduing palms, from today onward. I shall accumulate points. Ha ha ha. Just hearing its name suggests it is the ultimate taijutsu. Terumi May chimed in with a chuckle. The beauty enhancement elixir is reasonably priced and economical. Alas, my title as the #1 beauty in the ninja world remains unshaken. Such a vexation, Tsunade retorted. If you are so beautiful, why does no one pursue you? If we speak of the #1 beauty in the ninja world, I shall not concede. Terumi May shot back. You old hag, do you have anyone pursuing you? How dare you criticize me? Jiraiya raised his hand, declaring, I am one who pursues Tsunade. Ha ha ha. Everyone was abuzz with excitement over this news, eager to seize the opportunity, awaiting the celestial broadcast to commence so they could respond to questions based on the live footage. Finally, as the celestial broadcast screen flickered, a bold headline reappeared, The Strongest Akatsuki Organization, Battle Edition. It was a continuation of the previous day's events. Beneath these lines of text, a smaller inscription reads, Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, Gaara, Sakura, and Chiyo's battle. At this moment, Deidara and Sasori, who had reached the outskirts of Konoha, were taken aback by the sight before them, nearly choking on their own blood. What does this celestial display signify? Deidara exclaimed in exasperation. Does he know we are here to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Why does this always seem to unfold before us, exposing our intentions? This is utterly outrageous. Sasori, observing the sky with a furrowed brow, took a moment before he directed a shuriken towards the nearby woods and inquired. Zetsu, is Gaara still in Konoha? After a prolonged silence, Zetsu's sprouting head emerged lazily. You could just call for me. No need for shurikens. You were too late. They have already departed. Where to? Most likely back to the Wind Country. Sunigakure. Sasori scowled and turned to glare at Deidara. This is all your fault for insisting on gathering more explosive clay. If you hadn't provoked this celestial broadcast, we might have had a clear path. Orochimaru has also left. What are we to do about our mission? Upon hearing this, Deidara gestured, and a clay bird materialized beside him. He leapt onto its back and called down to Sasori, Get on. Sasori, my speed is unmatched. Let us hasten to Sunigakure. Orochimaru's retreat means they have suffered considerable losses in their conflict with Konoha, making this the opportune moment to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Hurry up. No way. I would rather die than ride your clay bird. Sasori's voice was laced with a hoarse, menacing tone. With a swift turn, he activated his Hiriko and sped back along the path they had taken. Do not forget, I am a puppet master. He was not one to be outdone in speed. However, as they traversed the route, he glanced skyward, where Chiyo's name lingered ominously in the broadcast, casting a shadow over his thoughts. Would she appear during their attempt to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Meanwhile, within the village of Konoha, chaos reigned. Last night, Uchiha Sasuke had escaped, prompting Naruto Uzumaki, Nara Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Hyuga Neji to set out at dawn. Determined to pursue him. As the celestial display unfolded, the five lamented, What a pity we cannot witness a proper battle. Neji looked up at the sky. No wonder Sasuke was not wearing the Konoha forehead protector during his fight with Danzo. He planned to leave the village. Chapter 52. Deidara's capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Naruto shouted, No. He must have been coerced. We will bring him back. We are destined to fight alongside one another in the future. When that Otsutsuki appeared, he was right by my side. Nara Shikamaru nodded slightly. Though it is troublesome, we cannot abandon him. Let us pursue. The five pressed onward towards the Sound Village, while Deidara and Sasori pursued the Sunigakure ninja with utmost speed. Above, the celestial broadcast had commenced. The scene depicted the entrance to Sunigakure, where they infiltrated the village through the guidance of a mole. Once inside, Deidara wasted no time. He took to the sky on his clay bird. Gazing down at Sunigakure, he could not help but marvel. This village truly possesses an artistic quality. However, it also holds immense potential for destruction. Indeed, Sunigakure, nestled within the desert, featured architecture reminiscent of sand, with scant greenery and a predominance of yellow structures. Clutching a clay spider in his hand, Deidara smirked and released it. The sound of concealed explosions echoed, claiming the lives of 3 Sunigakure ninjas. Upon landing, he proudly declared, Infiltration successful. Yet, as he raised his gaze once more, he found himself face-to-face with Gaara, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, already embodying the role of the 5th Kazakage. His flowing red hair, resolute gaze, and the kanji for love etched upon his forehead seemed to signify his growth. As the battle commenced, Deidara sensed danger and leaped onto his bird. Attempting to flee as Gaara unleashed a barrage of sand projectiles, pursuing him relentlessly. The sand transformed from a single arrow into multiple. Encircling Deidara from all directions, the incessant sound of sand striking filled the air. As the sun set and the sky darkened, the clash intensified, explosions layering upon one another, Gaara standing firm upon the sandy ground. Soaring into the air to engage his foe. With sand shields and arrows, they entangled one another in a relentless pursuit, the blast reverberating through the heavens. The battle raged on. With the clay bird soaring rapidly while Gaara employed sand to obstruct his path. Thundering explosions erupted one after another. The power of Shikaku surged forth, enveloping Gaara in a protective layer of sand, while his third eye remained vigilant, observing the situation. Sand bind coffin. At this command, Shikaku's hand, akin to an overwhelming tide of sand, surged forth to ensnare Deidara. He tried to evade but collided with the sand, swiftly being captured. In that moment, observers of the celestial broadcast throughout the ninja world clenched their fists in excitement, while the villagers of Sunagakure braced themselves for action. Under the celestial display, the inhabitants of Sunagakure fixated on the unfolding events. Chiyo gazed upward and pondered aloud. What do you think? Anyone can see this celestial display. What plans might the Akatsuki have upon witnessing it? A nearby ninja gasped in astonishment. What does the elder mean? Quickly, send someone to assist Gaara and the others. They have yet to return since their retreat from Konoha yesterday. I fear the Akatsuki may have already acted. Yes, those nearby promptly set to work. The broadcast continued, and an enormous explosion shattered the sandbind coffin, allowing Deidara to escape once more. He maneuvered his clay bird, maintaining a safe distance from Gaara. Yet, while his speed was impressive, Gaara's sand was equally swift, and the aerial battle continued with both sides in relentless pursuit. Shikaku's hand swinging above, the sand quickly climbed up Deidara's arm, and when he attempted to unleash a centipede explosion, it failed to detonate. Gaara had intended to ensnare him entirely, capturing him alive while gleaning information regarding the Akatsuki, but it appeared he had no choice but to act. As he uttered his 3 words, a cloud of blood mist erupted. Deidara's arm was crushed by the sandbind coffin. His earlier mercy did not guarantee his safety now. With his arm shattered, Deidara ripped it free and discarded it, while with his other hand, he chewed on clay, crafting a C3, proudly holding it aloft. Now, no one can stop me. Behold my artistic masterpiece, he shouted in fury, launching the C3 into the air. Upon encountering the atmosphere, it expanded into a colossal bomb, the size of 2 men, descending towards the village. Drink. The tremendous explosion was akin to a nuclear weapon, capable of reducing the entire Sunagakure to rubble. All eyes anxiously watched the sky, wondering what manner of battle was unfolding. Chiyo was particularly tense, fearing that in the future, they might perish beneath such a bomb. Everyone was aghast. The magnitude of this explosion was truly terrifying. And with such a bomb falling, an entire village could be obliterated. Witnessing this scene, Chiyo felt a surge of anxiety, yet she understood that the celestial display was a glimpse into the future. To prevent such calamity from occurring, preparations must be made now. Bring me the mole who guided Deidara and Sasori. I wish to interrogate him. Yes, a radiant light illuminated the land, and the deafening explosion sent shockwaves through the air, revealing the terror etched upon the faces of all. Some shielded their eyes from the brilliance, others clutched their children, seeking refuge, while some shed tears. Yet, as the noise subsided and the light receded, pain did not follow. They were still alive. Everyone looked up to discover that the 5th Kazakage, Gaara, had utilized an aerial sand barrier to protect them. The massive sands enveloped the village like a nurturing hand, requiring a staggering amount of chakra. He absorbed the entirety of the explosion, leaving not a single villager harmed. That was their 5th Kazakage, Gaara. The scene seemed to freeze in time. In the live chat, the 4th Kazakage typed, I had always been oblivious to what granted him the title of Kazakage. Now, I finally comprehend. He is protecting this village with his very life. In the broadcast, it became evident that Gaara had expended nearly all his sand and chakra to shield the village, leaving him with significantly less sand for his own defense. Seizing the opportunity, Deidara summoned a clay bird before Gaara, unleashing an explosion. With a thunderous roar, Gaara's visage was shattered, and he was grievously injured. The ninjas of Shine Village have commenced their counterattack, launching arrows from their crossbows towards Deidara, who was soaring through the sky. At that very moment, Gaara plummets from the air, for Deidara had infused a considerable amount of explosive clay into Gaara's sand while tearing off his own arm. The recent explosion was akin to a relentless barrage of needles for Gaara. Chapter 53. On the numerous methods to defeat Deidara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, has fallen into Deidara's grasp. The scene abruptly halts. Both Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand, en route to the Land of Wind, witnessed this spectacle. Sasori, did you see that? I succeeded. Ha 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 ha. I succeeded. With a flourish, Sasori flings 2 shuriken into the sky, nearly striking the clay birds. Fool, that's a matter of the future. The current situation is entirely different. You haven't even captured Gaara yet. Deidara laughs heartily. Even now, I shall prevail. A triumphant smile spreads across his face as the mouth in his palm continues to chew. Preparing to create more explosive art, befitting his identity. This time, the entirety of the ninja world has come to know the illustrious name of Deidara. Ha ha ha. After yesterday's broadcast, and yet another today, who dares to challenge me? He concludes with another boastful laugh. Just then, the screen shifts, revealing a line of text on the large display. Akatsuki's Deidara successfully captures the one-tailed Jinchuriki. How can one defeat Deidara? There is no need for a rush to answer. As long as the response is correct, points will be awarded based on the answer provided. Incorrect answers will not incur penalties. Upon seeing this, Deidara falters, pointing at the sky and exclaiming, What? What does this mean? Is this screen here to undermine me? Sasori furrows his brow, and Tobarama's expression grows more serious. He senses that this screen seems to be directly opposing the Akatsuki, gradually exposing all its secrets. What can you do? You cannot destroy it. Just watch. If a correct answer emerges, you can refine your explosive art based on how others subdue it, which serves as a reminder for you. Sasori's words calm the agitated Deidara. Indeed, if others can devise methods to counter him, why can he not enhance his clay explosions based on their foundations? Given the opportunity, he is certain to succeed. Hashirama Senju? Oh, is that the question? What method can defeat Deidara? Use would release. With Dragon, it's quite simple. Ding. Hashirama has answered correctly and earns 10 points. First Sutsuki, Ishikawa. So one can earn 10 points this way. Splendid. First Kazakage, Reto. Of course. This is a natural assessment. No need for a rush to answer. I believe Gaara has exerted himself to the fullest. After all, he was previously unaware of Deidara's true capabilities. However, after this screen, I trust that Gaara now has a clearer understanding. Tobarama Senju, come now, earn those points. I believe utilizing Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with Fire Release. Fire Dragon Bullet could also work. By using Flying Thunder God to locate the opponent's position while firing the Fire Dragon Bullet as if it were ammunition to detonate his explosives. Then evading his attacks to seize the moment and strike back should also be feasible. Ding. Tobarama has answered correctly, earning 10 points. Inoki, Deidara is my disciple. I know him well. His explosive clay has its weaknesses. Conceal with Earth Release and employ secret techniques to counter his explosions, and you can defeat him. Deidara. Inoki, do you possess any secret techniques to counter explosions? Unable to contain himself, Deidara inquires within the group chat. Inoki, aren't you already aware? If not, why do you dare not come to Awagakure? Ding. Inoki has answered incorrectly, incurring no penalties. Kurozetsu. Ha ha ha. Inoki is boasting. It seems he has none. Fourth Reikage, Inoki. That's a bit excessive. As the third Sutsuki, how can you boast? The screen knows all. Do you think your little tricks can deceive it? Inoki. Uft, I am researching such techniques. Rest assured, I will surely develop them. Haha. Fourth Reikage. I believe employing our village's unique lightning release could also thwart his explosive attacks. Although he can fight in the air, if there is enough chakra, overwhelming lightning can also intercept him. Ding. Congratulations to Fourth Reikage, for answering correctly and earning 10 points. Uchiha Madara. Utilize the Manjiki Sharingan's powerful genjutsu. Ding. Answer correct. 10 points awarded. Uchiha Izuna. Employ Susanoo. Ding. Answer correct. 10 points awarded. Uchiha Shursui, as long as chakra is potent enough. Utilizing water release can also yield results. Ding. Answer correct. 10 points awarded. Is that truly possible? Tsunade, witnessing this, refuses to be outdone and begins to answer, as long as chakra is robust, with appropriate tactics. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Poison Erosion, Shadow Imitation Technique, and Mind Transfer Technique, all are viable. Ding ding ding. Deidara nearly spews blood. At this moment, he suddenly feels that his explosions are not quite as artistic. How is it that any random jutsu from the streets seems capable of countering him? What do they take him for? What do they regard the future one-tailed Jinchuriki as? This utterly contradicts his established persona. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to Tsunade for answering correctly and earning 50 points. Fourth Hokage, Tsunade. Ha! I feel I am one step closer to the beauty and longevity pill. Ha! Kurozetsu, unwilling to back down. Hidden Mist Technique, combined with the Kekkei Genkai, Dissolution and Boiling, alongside water and lightning release. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to Kurozetsu for answering correctly and earning 50 points. Sasori of the Red Sand. Can all these truly defeat him? I believe my puppet technique could work as well, as it encompasses numerous elements: poison, long-range attacks, sand release, wind release, fire release, water release, lightning release, earth release, and so forth. Deidara, exasperated. Sasori, why are you getting involved too, Sasori? I want points as well. I want that longevity pill. Ha! Ding, Sasori has answered correctly, earning 50 points. Deidara, you are all conspiring against me. Do you believe you stand a chance? Just wait. When we finally face off in battle, you will recognize my might. And as for this screen, do you think their answers are all correct? Sooner or later, I will make you see that the art of explosion is invincible. As the number of respondents increases, various jutsu are proposed, even strategies like beauty traps, feigned injuries, and intricate schemes emerged. Of course, some answers are correct, while others are incorrect. However, even incorrect answers do not incur penalties from the screen, making this round of questioning particularly lively. Chapter 54. This is quite the bullying. The atmosphere in the group becomes significantly more cheerful. As time passes, the QA session concludes, and the screen generously dispenses thousands of personal points. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Shine Village, nearing the Land of Wind, observe the scene on the screen and the lively atmosphere among the crowd, yet they are gripped by a sense of foreboding. Maki, noticing Gaara's unease, reassures him. Rest assured, we will protect you. Gaara never anticipated that he would one day risk his life to defend Shine Village. The visuals also suggest that the villagers seem to support him wholeheartedly. It is precisely because of this screen that, at this moment, the retreating ninjas of Shine Village have begun to perceive Gaara differently. In the past, they would avoid him at all costs, yet now, someone even offers him water. Fourth Kazakage, please, take some water. Am I not the Kazakage yet? The collapse of Konoha was a ruse. They had been deceived. That individual was not his father but Orochimaru. They had known about Orochimaru's alliance with Shine Village, but were unaware that Orochimaru had impersonated his father. Gaara gazes at the sky, writing, "Father, are you still alive?" At this declaration, the entire crowd is stunned. What does this mean? Has Raza perished? Inoki questions curiously. Kurozetsu, that can't be possible, can it? He was so strong and robust. How could he die? Maki reaches out to grasp Gaara, shaking his head. Do not rush. We should first discuss this with the village and the elders before making any decisions. He too sensed that this matter was somewhat peculiar. However, if it were to be disclosed to the other ninja villages, it would bring no benefit to Sunagakure. Gaara furrowed his brow, intently gazing at the heavens. The die had been cast, and the words he had spoken could not be retracted. He awaited a response from his father in the chat group. After what felt like an eternity, at last, Raza replied with a simple, and then fell silent. Did this imply he had perished? Everyone was taken aback. In merely 2 or 3 days, 2 prominent figures from the 5 great ninja villages had passed away. Konoha still had Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the 4th Hokage, who roamed the world. But what about Sunagakure? Just then, the sky shifted, and a question arose. Reward question. Why did the Akatsuki organization, specifically Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand, capture the 5th Kazakage, Gaara? Those who answered correctly would be rewarded with the bloodline limit. Wind release chakra. Faced with the allure of a bloodline limit and the potential for elimination, one might argue that the bloodline limit was slightly less appealing. However, this reward was indeed exceedingly rare for ordinary ninjas, akin to a laser ninjutsu. Upon the announcement of this reward, not only the ninjas of the entire ninja world but even the deceased Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and Madara Uchiha took notice. Hashirama remarked, Deidara, this reward is rather enticing. You've lost an eye, and acquiring this reward would certainly be worthwhile. Ding! Just as Hashirama was finishing his thought, Madara Uchiha pressed the buzzer. My answer is that they sought to extract the tailed beast. What? The tailed beast? Tsunade gazed at the sky in disbelief. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Previous investigations had revealed that the Akatsuki organization had been probing into matters regarding the tailed beasts. Could it be that they were indeed after the tailed beasts? This was Madara's answer, and it should be reliable. Right? The 4th Raikage, exclaimed. That can't be. Is Deidara after Gaara's ninjutsu or perhaps using him to blackmail Sunagakure into yielding what they desire? Kohara Udatane asked. 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, do you believe Madara's answer to be correct? Tobarama replied, Sister May, to speak frankly, I believe it to be accurate. Madara scoffed. Tobarama, I hold you in disdain, Kohara retorted. What do you mean by that? Madara, do you think I am unworthy of affection? Can't someone simply call me sister? What merit do you possess to look down upon others? Yes, you are a legendary figure in life, and even in death. People both fear and respect you, but you cannot belittle those seeking companionship simply because you are single. Such a person as you, I, Koharu Udatain, also look down upon. Koharu furiously scribbled a plethora of words. Uzumaki Kushina interjected, a single dog dares to look down upon my uncle Tobarama. At least he is making an effort to find companionship. Whereas you, a single dog. Madara chuckled. Ha! Even in death, you wish to find companionship? Such a dreamer, given how much you enjoy dreaming. Perhaps I should activate the infinite Tsukuyami, allowing you to dream to your heart's content, where everything exists, and Tobarama can finally escape his singlehood, Koharu exclaimed. Pfft. Tobarama added. Pfft. Koharu laughed. Lord Tobarama, we both just pfted together, he. Tsunade snapped. Koharu, go die. Tobarama interjected, little Tsunade, don't cause a ruckus. If I were to end up with Sister May, she would become your second grandmother. Tsunade retorted, Pfft. Jiraiya, kill me. Jiraiya responded, my dear, how could I bear to do such a thing? Just as he finished speaking in the group, Tsunade delivered a heavy punch to his head, causing him to clutch his head and cry out. Ding! The celestial screen announced the conclusion of the evaluation, congratulating Madara Uchiha for answering correctly and rewarding him with wind-release bloodline limit chakra. The Akatsuki organization dispatched Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand to capture the fourth Kazakage, Gaara, specifically to extract the tailed beast from him. The revelation stunned all 5 great ninja villages in the 5 great nations. Madara was correct. The Akatsuki was indeed after the tailed beasts. But why would they wish to extract the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki? Wouldn't that result in the death of the Jinchuriki? Did the Akatsuki care for the lives of others? Did no one notice how Deidara sought to obliterate the entirety of Sunigakure? Many began to discuss in the group, and an air of fear enveloped them. Although the celestial screen had previously simulated methods to defeat Deidara, providing them some psychological preparation if a figure like Deidara were to suddenly appear and launch a surprise attack. Whichever village encountered him would undoubtedly suffer losses. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, turned to Nara Shikaku. The latter seemed to understand his unspoken thoughts, nodding slightly before departing. Where is Nara Shikaku going? Tsunade inquired. In light of this situation, we must ensure Naruto's safety. He went to arrange support. Knowing that Naruto is currently pursuing Orochimaru for Sasuke, Jiraiya pointed to the heavens, where the celestial screen had issued such a warning. If the major ninja villages did not take precautions, they would indeed be foolish. Meanwhile, the other 4 great ninja villages shared similar sentiments. In Iwagakure, the third Sutsuki promptly issued orders to summon the Jinchuriki of the 4 tails, Old Kuro, and the 5 tails, Han, back to the village to discuss countermeasures against the Akatsuki organization. In Kirigakure, Koharu, observing the celestial screen, began to make arrangements. Although the chat group was filled with laughter and jest, behind the scenes, everyone was tense. Send my orders to locate the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Yujido. Suspend her punishment for killing her master, and bring her back to the village immediately. Additionally, dispatch the Umbu to protect the 3 tails from being seized by the Akatsuki. Understood. In Kumogakure, the 4th Reikage, A had already instructed the 2 tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, and the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, to return to the village promptly while arranging their protection. In Takigakure, the village chief also implemented comprehensive protective measures for the 7 tails Jinchuriki, Fu. Thankfully, the celestial screen broadcast offered some insight into the Akatsuki organization and their objectives. Otherwise, if they had launched a surprise attack, it would have surely caught everyone off guard. Meanwhile, Pain, Conan, and others from the Akatsuki organization sighed upon viewing the scenes displayed on the celestial screen. What exactly is this celestial screen? Could it be intentionally working against us? Conan voiced her concerns. At that moment, the members of the chat group were thoroughly analyzing the personnel of the Akatsuki organization, seemingly aware of the impending danger. The celestial screen showcased the battle between Deidara and Gaara, while Madara Uchiha had answered the celestial screen's question. These events had already set off alarm bells, and any further attempts to complete their mission would likely become increasingly difficult. Do not worry. Regardless, I shall ensure that our plan is fulfilled. The suffering we endure shall be felt by the people of this world. Pain's gaunt face appeared menacing and terrifying. The once gentle and refined individual had been transformed by this world into something unrecognizable. I am merely curious as to how Lord Madara could answer the question. Does this not prepare them for what is to come? Conan expressed her dissatisfaction. Pain replied, even if he did not answer, others would eventually deduce the truth. It is merely a matter of time. Rest assured, Madara Uchiha is aligned with us. Conan nodded gravely. After the conclusion of 2 questions, the celestial screen shifted once more, its luminosity flickering with an air of tension. What event has transpired now? Could it be a live broadcast? Many were concerned that the One-Tails Jinchuriki, Gaara, was about to be captured. After all, the previous day's celestial screen had shown the battle between Deidara and Orochimaru, followed by the Konoha collapse plan, resulting in the death of the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazakage's mysterious disappearance, which was now almost confirmed to be death. Moreover, with the exposure of the Otsutsuki clan and the Akatsuki organization, would this series of events provoke the Akatsuki into reckless action, leading to mutual destruction? Everyone anxiously gazed at the celestial screen, only to see the scene abruptly shift, revealing a bold line of text, now broadcasting a promotion for the ninja world. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The crowd erupted in disbelief. No one had anticipated that the celestial screen would interject with such an announcement at this moment. What is the meaning of this? Why is there an advertisement now? Inoki's beard trembled, nearly costing him his life in shock. Koharu, while arranging relevant matters in the Mizuki's office, nearly had her attire burst open. Goodness, there are advertisements. Hashirama chuckled heartily. I quite like this maneuver. Everyone, relax. There's no need to be tense, right, Deidara? Madara retorted. I do not wish to converse with you. Begone. Hashirama exclaimed. Do not be like that. They call you a single dog, not me. Deidara, you are my good brother. My good brother. Madara sent a disdainful eye roll in the chat. It was a response to Hashirama's words. As the scene unfolded, Uzumaki Kushina remarked, why do I always sense a peculiar odor between them? Could there be something amiss? Uzumaki Kushina added, I believe they are gay. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara spoke in unison. We are not. Above the sky, the scene shifted, revealing Hitaki Kakashi, adorned in the attire of the 6th Hokage. Standing by the window, sunlight cascaded down, illuminating his figure and rendering him even more tall and handsome. But he suddenly glanced around, surveying his surroundings, and upon confirming that no one was present, his face flushed crimson. Although half of his face was obscured, one could still discern a lecherous expression in his single visible eye. He abruptly extended his finger, reaching into his clothing. The scene came to an abrupt halt. What, pray tell, was the 6th Hokage Hitaki Kakashi touching? Ah, no. How embarrassing. Beneath the sky, many girls turned and shyly dashed into a nearby shop, unwilling to emerge, as if they had already discerned some unspeakable truth. At that moment, Kakashi, who was preparing to assist Naruto, witnessed this spectacle and nearly toppled from the rooftop in shock. Could he truly be the 6th Hokage? It would suffice if he were merely a Hokage. But how could such a situation arise? Terumi May exclaimed, What is he touching? Is this not an advertisement? How could it be like this? Senju Tobarama interjected, May, close your eyes. This is not suitable for children. Tsunade added, What do you mean, children? You do realize she is older now than you were when you died, right? Are you certain you wish to be with her upon your revival? She is quite the anti-type. Terumi May retorted, Tsunade, I am the auntie, and you are the old granny, to the utmost degree. The 4th Raikage, chimed in. Ladies, please, do not be angry. Uchiha Madara scoffed. Let the world perish. Everything here disgusts me. Senju Hashirama urged. Calm down, calm down. Let us deduce what this Kakashi fellow might be reaching for. Might Guy proposed. Is he touching something inappropriate? Jiraiya laughed heartily. What is something inappropriate? Inoki remarked. I suspect the sky is broadcasting something suggestive. But we have yet to gather evidence. 4th Raikage agreed. I feel the same. This group is becoming increasingly wayward. Senju Hashirama reassured. Do not fret. A little relaxation is beneficial for everyone. Haha, the 1st Raikage, pressed. Hashirama, do enlighten us. What could your village's 6th Hokage be doing in solitude, reaching into his Hokage attire with such a rapturous expression and lascivious gaze? Pray tell? Senju Hashirama replied. That is a question for him directly. Kakashi, step forth and reveal what you are reaching for. Hitaki Kakashi responded, Lord First, I truly do not know. That was merely a glimpse of the future. Ding. The Toad Sage buzzed in with a prompt answer. Ribbit. It is ding ding. Senju Hashirama exclaimed. Someone actually dares to speak up. Senju Tobarama added. Not someone, but a toad. Toad Sage. Ribbit. Haha. The sky declared. Evaluation complete. Toad Sage's answer is incorrect. Punishment entails the loss of half your chakra. Toad Sage. Ribbit. I was wrong. If it is not ding ding, what could it be? And is this not an advertisement? Why the punishment? Chapter 56. Who truly went awry? Might Guy exclaimed. It was not that. Haha, what could it possibly be? Indeed, it was not the sky that had gone awry, but rather the thoughts of everyone involved. Just then, Senju Hashirama keenly observed that in the sky's broadcast, after the sixth Hokage Hatake Kakashi reached into his clothing, a corner of a certain golden object was revealed. Ding. Senju Hashirama buzzed in with a successful answer. I believe it to be a secret scroll. I caught a glimpse of a golden corner. And I recall a secret scroll I personally authored in Konoha. It is indeed golden. Could that be it? After all, only a Hokage has the authority to access such scrolls. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Uzumaki Mito remarked, Hashirama, you finally took it seriously. Senju Tobarama added, that scroll, I remember it. Its cover is indeed yellow. Ding. Senju Hashirama's answer was deemed incorrect, resulting in the punishment of losing his ability for non-hand sign healing. Ah, my non-hand sign healing. Although I no longer require it in death, with the advent of this sky, it is possible I could be resurrected. If I return and cannot utilize non-hand sign healing. Would that not be perilous? No. I must close this group. I must train. The first Sutsuki, Inoki, remarked, Lord First Hokage, there is no need to feign. Regaining that ability is a matter of moments for you. Even if all your jutsu were stripped away, you would still remain a master among masters. Senju Hashirama chuckled. Haha. Inoki, I appreciate your straightforwardness. So, what was he truly reaching for, previously? Due to the sensitive nature of the topic, Terumi Mei and the other women refrained from speaking, but now that it was proven they had all misunderstood, she too could participate in the inquiry. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi scrutinized the sky, discerning the yellow corner on the screen. And suddenly his eyes widened in realization. Could it be that? Oh heavens, if it were that, then as the future sixth Hokage, he would be akin to the third Hokage. No. It would be best if no one could guess it. However, thus far, the sky's broadcast had yet to present an unsolvable question. Would it ultimately be exposed? Just then, ding. Jiraiya pressed the buzzer. Although I have only released 2 volumes thus far and none with a yellow cover. I plan to publish a yellow-covered volume next at My answer is The Love Manual, Intimate Paradise, a novel I painstakingly authored, full of divine techniques. After stating this, Jiraiya flooded the chat with laughter. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, took a deep breath and lamented inwardly. It's over. I've been exposed. However, upon hearing Jiraiya's announcement of a new intimate paradise, he felt rejuvenated. At last, the new work was on the horizon. As everyone reacted, some understood while others remained oblivious. Senju Hashirama inquired, what is intimate paradise? It sounds quite sensational. Jiraiya explained, Lord First, you do not know. That is a book I wrote, and its contents align perfectly with the title, Bursting with Imagination. Senju Hashirama exclaimed, Oh, I want to read it. I want to read it. Senju Tobarama added, it might be worth a read. Terumi Mei proposed, Tsunade, let us collaborate between our 2 villages. First, I wish to secure the rights to sell Jiraiya's Intimate Paradise. I hope you will agree, Inoki declared. I believe this book could foster harmonious development in the village. I think we in Awagakure could benefit greatly. The fourth Raikage interjected, You lecherous individuals. Clearly, that is an H-rated novel. Killer B chimed in. Yagura, let's get hyped. I feel like that kind of book should be quite appealing. Otherwise, how could the 6th Hokage be so enamored? Oh yeah, Deara asked, where can one find that book? I feel like Scorpion is quite eager for it. Scorpion replied, Deara, if you wish to read it, just say so. I have no such need. Ding. Congratulations to Jiraiya for providing the correct answer. He is rewarded with half of Toad Sage's chakra. In addition to a beauty and wellness pill. I got it right. Jiraiya laughed heartily, gazing at the pill in his hand, his grin widening. Such a thing would be perfect for charming the ladies. The sky's broadcast shifted, revealing several frames, each depicting Hatake Kakashi engrossed in intimate paradise, walking while reading, eating while reading, sleeping while reading, training while reading, and even sneaking glances while teaching Team 7. Even as he became Hokage, he was still seen reading. In the chat group. Upon witnessing this, everyone gasped. No wonder it's called a promotional advertisement. This has indeed boosted Intimate Paradise visibility. Where can I get this book? I want to buy it. Me too. I've heard the first 2 volumes are out. I want both. Children should not be involved. Everyone, please calm down. Hatake Kakashi hurriedly spoke up. However, his words were quickly drowned out by a tidal wave of demands. As the chat group erupted with everyone clamoring for a copy of Intimate Paradise. Meanwhile, merchants from all across the ninja world quickly recognized this opportunity and dispatched personnel to Konoha. seeking to obtain the rights for printing and selling the book. Jiraiya's fame surged once more throughout the ninja world, and even members of the Akatsuki, such as Haiden and Kakuzu, rushed to a bookstore to snatch a copy. In an instant, the ninja world was filled with joy and peace. With even the often contentious border regions enjoying a rare few days of tranquility, there were even instances of ninja from two different nations amicably borrowing intimate paradise from one another, after a 15-minute intermission. The sky's broadcast was bustling with activity. Many deceased individuals began to speak up in the chat. "Son, I'm terribly lonely over here. Could you burn that novel for me? I could use a distraction." "Daughter, you are still too young. You must not read it. If you happen to get that book, please burn it for me first, and I'll help you vet it." As for Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Bawako, and Uzumaki Kushina, they all issued commands in the group. "Jiraiya, provide us with a copy. Burn them all." Jiraiya responded with a hearty laugh. "No problem, no problem." Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed the scene, incessantly typing. "Am I finally able to clear my title as the foremost lecher in the ninja world? For the writing of the Tale of the Hot Springs by Jiraiya and the fervent admiration for it by Hatake Kakashi surpassed even his own antics." However, no matter how he typed, his messages would not send, for he had been muted. Laughter and merriment filled the group, and for a moment, everyone seemed to forget the threat posed by the Akatsuki organization to the ninja world. Until 15 minutes later, when the live broadcast resumed, the screen shifted to the previous scene, where Deidara had grievously injured Gaara and taken him away. Chapter 57. Sesshin suddenly answers a question. Immediately, the broadcast displayed the Akatsuki extracting tailed beasts. A scene of tremendous impact. Within the pitch-black cave, all members of the Akatsuki stood atop 10 colossal fingers, confronting a monumental demonic statue. Gaara was enveloped in immense chakra, suspended in the air. His mouth agape as streams of crimson chakra were drawn from his body, causing him excruciating pain. Many knew that once a Jinchuriki's tailed beast was extracted, the host would inevitably perish. In the chat group, a heavy silence fell. The prior jovial atmosphere vanished entirely. Everyone fixated on the unfolding scene. Although these events were yet to come, the live broadcast presented them as undeniable realities that it was terrifying. Even the elder generation of ninjas had never witnessed such a sight. Just then, the broadcast froze, and a question emerged. What is the purpose of the Akatsuki extracting tailed beasts? Upon this inquiry, all eyes widened, for it was the question they too wished to ask. Why was the Akatsuki extracting tailed beasts? Did it relate to the Otsutsuki clan? The broadcast had exposed the Akatsuki as the strongest labor organization of the Otsutsuki clan. So was their capture of Gaara connected to them? As everyone gazed at the frozen image, they yearned to glean further insights from it in search of answers. This question was known to all members of the Akatsuki, yet they could not respond. Even Uchiha Madara was aware but remained silent. He had likely drawn attention when he previously answered the query regarding the capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and he did not wish to provoke further incidents. Especially while the Akatsuki had yet to acquire the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, and he had not yet been resurrected. In that moment, he looked at the broadcast with seething anger. He had orchestrated everything for the peace of the ninja world, to create an ideal existence for all, yet the broadcast vilified the Akatsuki as traitors and lackeys of the Otsutsuki clan, which he found utterly unacceptable. Tsunade exclaimed, "Grandfather, second grandfather, do you not comprehend why they are capturing tailed beasts?" Senju Hashirama responded, "Though I suspect it is for the Otsutsuki clan, I believe the straightforward answer may be something else. For I have never heard of any connection between Jinchuriki and the Otsutsuki." Senju Tobarama added, "This matter has escalated significantly. Each village must safeguard its own Jinchuriki, for the consequences of failure are unimaginable." He sensed that monumental changes awaited the ninja world, and those changes were inextricably linked to the Akatsuki. As time ticked on, the group chat grew quiet, the common ninjas silenced by the gravity of the situation. While the higher-ups of each village, whether living or deceased, appeared oblivious to the answer, they understood that if the major villages lost their Jinchuriki and the chakra of the tailed beast fell into the hands of the Akatsuki, the ramifications would be dire. Ding! At that moment, someone pressed the buzzer. The silence of the chat was abruptly shattered. Drawing everyone's attention, the screen displayed a message. "Congratulations to the wandering ninja Sesshin for successfully answering. My answer is, the Akatsuki extracts tailed beasts to resurrect the god tree and complete the Eye of the Moon plan." The instant this answer emerged, it stirred a tempest in the chat group. What is the god tree? What eye? What moon? What plan? Akatsuki leader Nagato asked. Who is this person? And how do they know our plans? Uchiha Madara clenched his fists in fury. Who is this Sishian? How have I never heard them speak before? Senju Hashirama interjected. What are you saying? Are you foolish? With so many people in the ninja world, how could they all speak in the group? If everyone spoke, it would be chaos. Senju Tobarama pointed out. It clearly states, Wandering Ninja Sishian, just like Wandering Ninja Hanyuru, an ordinary ninja. At this moment, both Uchiha Madara and Hanyuru, who was currently in the Land of Rivers, recognized the significance of this individual. Sishian was the supreme leader of the shell organization that Hanyuru was investigating, harboring the power of Akatsuki Kagaya's chakra, a vessel for her resurrection. Sooner or later, Akatsuki Kagaya would use him to revive herself. Hanyuru's purpose for entering this world was also tied to the Akatsuki clan. He aimed to lead all elite ninjas to eradicate these extraterrestrial beings that disregarded humanity. Originally, Hanyuru's plan was to raise awareness among all in the ninja world through the live broadcast, and to unite ninjas in a collective effort for the future. During this time, he aimed to investigate all aspects of the shell organization, striving to eradicate them in their infancy. However, he never anticipated that Sishian would speak in the chat. Hanyuru, struggling to trace the shell's whereabouts, saw this as a rare opportunity. He ordered the broadcast system to locate Sishian's current position. As the coordinates indicated, Sishian was presently situated at the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind. Sishian's participation in the question and answer session proved he was now embroiled in the conflict between the Akatsuki and the tailed beasts, complicating matters further. Simultaneously, Uchiha Madara and the Akatsuki's Nagato and others detected the clues. This individual was aware of the Eye of the Moon plan and knew how to resurrect the God Tree, indicating that he was not an ordinary person. Conduct a thorough investigation on Sishian and report back immediately with any findings, Nagato commanded. Meanwhile, White Zetsu vanished. Indeed, this person was enigmatic, and he needed to ascertain everything about him promptly. Ding! The live broadcast review was completed, and congratulations to Wandering Ninja Sishian for answering correctly, earning a reward of 10 nutritional military rations valued at 20,000 points. Conan remarked, Sishian, where are you? I feel a strong connection. Perhaps we should meet and discuss. Just moments ago, Zetsu had united various clones to gather the latest information, yet none could uncover Sishian's origins. Thus, Akatsuki member Conan employed the most direct approach by addressing him in the group. If he was interested in joining the Akatsuki, he would undoubtedly respond. However, after her invitation, there was no reply from him. Tobarama questioned, Is he an Akatsuki member? Anoki inquired, Is that you, Conan? Where are you? Serving the Akatsuki clan is a grave mistake. The ninja world should unite to combat external threats. Yet, you Akatsuki would rather be pawns of the Akatsuki than acknowledge your errors. Are you not human? Chapter 58, Senkoga Riku, I will hold a concert. Conan replied, Haha, we do not require your guidance. We Akatsuki act for the peace of the ninja world. You, the so-called leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, cannot comprehend the suffering of the war-torn common folk. Without you, this world would be more peaceful and stable. Anoki retorted, Outrageous. Conan countered, And what of it? Whether I am outrageous or not, does it matter? Have I spoken incorrectly? When has this world ever considered the opinions of the weak? When has it ever shone a light on them? We Akatsuki act for the future of the ninja world. We will not serve the Akatsuki clan, but for the weak, we are willing to grow strong. Her words left many of the prominent figures in the group momentarily speechless. Even some ordinary citizens, observing the chat, felt a stirring within them. The broadcast even rewarded Conan with 30 points for her eloquence. What does that mean, Senkoga Riku? What does that mean? This statement even earned a reward. Oh yeah. Killer Bee appeared in the group, rapping. At this moment, people realized their points had significantly increased. It turned out that, aside from answering questions, actively participating in the chat, engaging in discussions, and so forth would also yield different point rewards from the broadcast. However, rewards less than 10 points would not be displayed in the group. Killer Bee, my points are exceedingly few, merely 2. In pursuit of more points, I have resolved to host a concert here. How remarkable it is that the likes of Deidara, Sasori, and the Scorpion of the Red Sand have all made illustrious names for themselves. As the host of the Eight Tails, the most formidable rap master in the ninja world, how could I possibly fall behind? Ladies and gentlemen, who wishes to attend my concert? I shall commence at once. Although I cannot speak in the group, I can certainly take the trouble to type here. How wonderful it is. But wait, why are you hitting me? His incessant chatter was too much, prompting the fourth Reikage, standing nearby, to deliver a swift punch. Silence, not the time for your nonsense. The screen of the live broadcast shifted. The stream resumed. The battle between Sasori, Sakura Haruno, and Chiyoba appeared on screen, bold letters emblazoned across the display. Immediately, the scene transitioned to a cave, where Sasori stood within, while Sakura and Chiyoba positioned themselves at the entrance, gazing intently at one another. The atmosphere charged with tension. It was evident that Deidara had captured Gaara. And after extracting the tailed beast with members of the Akatsuki, Sakura and Chiyoba had arrived just in time for the clash to erupt. Previously, the live broadcast had revealed Sasori's astonishing combat prowess. His puppet techniques were exquisite. Not only was his ninjutsu formidable, but his hidden weapons were renowned as well. Could this elder and this young girl truly defeat him? The air was thick with indignation. As Sakura furrowed her brow in worry, and Chiyoba wore a face of concern. For those who had never witnessed Sasori, the sight of him crawling like a scorpion was nothing short of bizarre. Normal humans walk upright, yet here was Sasori, prostrate. His grotesque visage instilled fear, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon him. Sakura stared ahead, trembling, while Chiyoba's eyes deepened with intensity. Was that truly her grandson? She took a few steps forward, urging, "Sakura, step back." With that, a flurry of kunai controlled by chakra shot forth, but Sasori's puppet, the Hiriko, swept its tail like a scorpion, effortlessly knocking them all to the ground. "Let you and that little brat become my collectibles." Chiyoba's voice was gravelly and laced with murderous intent. Under the sky, Sasori, en route to capture the Eight Tails, caught sight of the live broadcast and, after a moment's contemplation, smiled faintly. Was it finally his turn? After allowing Deidara to boast, he had felt invincible, constantly bragging before him. Now, was it his moment to shine? Very well. Let the world witness the capabilities of Sasori, the scorpion of the red sand. Yet, he gazed skyward, his brow furrowing slightly. How could he encounter that old woman? The live broadcast continued. "What is that?" Sakura exclaimed, gazing at the Hiriko that resembled a scorpion before her. "That is not Sasori's true form. It is a puppet," Chiyoba explained. The crowd gasped in shock upon hearing this revelation. Then where is his true body? Shouldn't the puppet master be controlling from the rear? Sakura asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. "The true body resides within the puppet," Chiyo clarified. "Puppet masters are not adept at close combat. Controlling a puppet leaves them vulnerable. To counteract this weakness, Sasori has concealed his true self within the puppet. The puppet serves as both his weapon and his shield. This is Sasori's protective puppet, the Hiriko." "Huh. Do you know how my puppets are made? First, I take a life, extract the innards, and install various mechanisms. Crafting my puppets, with you two included, I will have completed my artistic collection of 300 puppets." Sasori rasped, "My art is eternal. Those who become part of it are a rarity, a dream to find." He cackled arrogantly. "Dare to call that art? Let me drag you out from the Hiriko," Chiyoba declared to Sakura, revealing her plan. The two resolved to combine their strengths against this formidable foe, one of the artistic duo of the Akatsuki. Sasori. The battle commenced, with Sasori utilizing the Hiriko, while Chiyoba manipulated Sakura with chakra threads. Sakura charged forward, as the Hiriko unleashed a torrent of poison needles from its maw. Sakura dodged and leaped, evading the onslaught of needles that fell like rain upon them. Under the vast sky, many citizens watching this scene were left in disbelief, exclaiming that for an ordinary person, a single wave of such an attack would spell certain doom. Yet, as the two on screen skillfully avoided the barrage of poison needles. When Sakura finally reached Sasori, his tail lunged toward her face with a swift thrust. Sasori favored poison, which explained why Deidara referred to him as Lord Sasori, for he feared toxins. The tail glimmered with a faint green hue, undoubtedly coated in deadly poison. However, mere centimeters from Sakura's face, the tail halted unexpectedly, as Chiyoba had seized control of it with her chakra. Seizing the moment, Sakura leaped and delivered a punch to the Hiriko. With astonishing strength, the puppet, which usually required continuous combat to break, shattered under the force of Sakura's blow. Chapter 59. The innocuous Sasori. As the man emerged from the Hiriko, he removed the black cloth shrouding him, revealing a handsome face. Who could have imagined that the fearsome, grotesque Sasori, who treated lives as trifles, dismembering and desiccating them to create puppets, would possess such an innocuous appearance? Not only were Sakura and Chiyoba astounded, but all the viewers of the live broadcast were equally moved. "Wow, Lord Sasori, your true form looks like this. You appear even younger than I am. Should I call you Brother Sasori?" Deidara, pursuing Gaara, gazed at the broadcast and couldn't help but exclaim. Sasori's poisoned projectiles shot towards him, striking Deidara's clay bird. prompting him to hastily consume another bird and leap into the air. Thankfully, he acted swiftly. Otherwise, the poison would have spread, and a mere touch would have meant his end. "Speak again, and I shall take your life," Sasori warned with a chilling laugh. "Hee, Lord Sasori, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart," Deara replied, wearing a forced smile. Yet, on the screen, Sasori's appearance was indeed striking. A stark contrast to the Hiriko, the broadcast continued. "You haven't changed a bit in 20 years. Memories flooded back to Chiyoba, sorrow filling her heart. If only she had shown him more care, perhaps today's circumstances would be different." Clearly, Sasori wished not to dwell on the past. He swiftly produced the scroll of the third Kazakage's puppet. The third puppet emerged, countless arms bursting forth from one of his hands, reaching for Sakura, while another three-bladed weapon lunged toward her waist. Upon witnessing this, Chiyoba quickly retracted her chakra, rescuing Sakura from the grasp of the puppet. With hidden weapons, ninjutsu, and puppet assaults converging upon Sakura, she narrowly evaded death time and again. Thanks to Chiyoba's familiarity with Sasori's combat techniques, allowing her to maneuver Sakura out of harm's way, toxic gas began to permeate the cave. Sakura attempted to escape, triggering an explosion as she activated an explosive tag. She was thrown back, but Chiyoba caught her just in time. Sakura-chan. As Chiyo caught Sakura, the third Kazakage puppet unleashed its own ninjutsu, Iron Sand World Technique. A massive cloud of black iron sand engulfed the cave. Spreading like a monstrous entity, the iron sand, resembling iron needles, not only shattered the cave, but also surged menacingly towards Sakura. Yet, Sakura was remarkably resilient, dodging left and right with astonishing speed, the iron sand needles pursuing her relentlessly. With every moment of hesitation, her life hung in the balance. Under the relentless onslaught, she evaded with unwavering determination. She understood that a mere second of delay could cost her everything. As the iron sand bore down upon her, she found herself with no place left to hide. Chiyoba, witnessing this dire situation, charged forward, using her chakra to shield against the iron sand. Just then, amidst the flurry of attacks, a figure surged forth, the third Kazakage puppet. Seeing this, Sakura rushed forward as well. With a fierce shout, she delivered a punch that shattered the third Kazakage puppet, causing the entire web-like iron sand technique enveloping the cave to collapse. Under the vast sky, all were left in stunned silence. The shock value of the live broadcast soared with each passing moment. What a battle this was! If Deidara's previous fight was akin to a blooming firework, then this clash was undoubtedly a desperate struggle of masters. The chat room was hushed. Even the prominent figures of the ninja world were captivated by this live broadcast. This was the power of the Akatsuki. The capability of the shinobi of Konoha and Chiyoba, with her cunning intellect, had played a pivotal role. Without her, they would have likely succumbed long ago. At the same time, Tsunade and the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure also took note of the situation. In the future, the relationship between their two villages remained amicable. Undeterred by the impending collapse of Konoha, the leaders of Sunagakure began to reflect on their own errors during Orochimaru's recent operation against Konoha. They resolved to mend ties with Konoha and establish a cooperative partnership. The third Kazakage puppet was shattered by Sakura's formidable punch, causing Gaara to furrow his brow slightly. A cold smirk appeared on his face as he regarded the two before him. "Is this how it ends? It has been quite some time since I have truly unleashed myself," he declared, shedding his garments to reveal that his flesh had transformed into a puppet. Chiyo frowned, astonished at his ability to metamorphose himself into a puppet. What manner of person could be so ruthless as to turn against their own self? "Have you ever witnessed such artistry?" The opponent chuckled, launching a sudden assault toward the two. Sakura fought valiantly, while Chiyo concentrated intently, manipulating the chakra threads in her grasp. Fire style and water style clashed furiously, taking advantage of Chiyo's distraction with Sasori. Sakura surged forward, only to find rope springing forth from Sasori's abdomen, the tips fitted with sharp blades, which pierced through Sakura's body, blood splattering forth. With resolute determination, Sakura utilized an antidote, gritting her teeth as she seized the ropes, pulling with all her strength to reclaim them. Once they reached a sufficient length, she swung her arm in a circular motion, akin to launching a kite, hurling Sasori away. As her arm retracted, the puppet soared closer, and with another punch, she obliterated the very puppet that contained his essence. His heart fell out, landing atop another puppet body, and Sasori revived once more. Suddenly, he swung his arm, unfurling a massive scroll, summoning over 290 puppets, which filled the sky, a veritable sea of his creations, countless in number. This was his 100 puppet jutsu. Observing this spectacle, Chiyo's fingers trembled as she activated her own scroll, summoning the 10 shinobi puppets. Each equipped with unique weapons and jutsu, joining forces with Sakura in battle. The clash between the two factions was a sight to behold. Beneath the celestial canvas, onlookers gasped in awe at the unfolding combat. Wow! Oh my! Good heavens! Various exclamations filled the air. Even the members of Akatsuki halted their tasks, drawn to the live broadcast of the battle. Deara looked up at the sky, remarking, "This is the first time I've seen you fight so earnestly. Nearly 300 puppets against just 10. What a grand spectacle." For the first time, he eschewed praise for his own explosive artistry, captivated instead by the conflict above. Sasori observed the live broadcast in silence. As the two continued their advance. Chapter 60. Sasori, is this how you perish? Meanwhile, the battle on the celestial screen persisted. The sounds of clashing echoed within the cavern, as nearly 300 puppets engaged in combat with the 9 adversaries. Weapons and jutsu intertwining chaotically in the fray, dazzling the senses with aerial, terrestrial, and subterranean skirmishes. Puppet against puppet. Point 3 treasures. Collapse. Chiyo cried out. Point 3 of the 10 shinobi puppets performed hand seals, conjuring a powerful gust that obliterated all puppets drawn into its vortex, launching them back from whence they came. With nearly 300 puppets annihilated, Sakura seized the moment. Chiyo shouted as she hurled a white object into the air. Sakura snatched a puppet limb and leapt skyward, unleashing a fierce roar as she struck the white object. It was Chiyo's sealing artifact, the Lion's Close Roar. The Lion's Close Roar, propelled by Sakura's incredible strength, soared towards Sasori, impaling him against the stone wall of the cavern. Once more, his heart escaped, seeking refuge within a puppet, and charged toward Chiyo. The two were overwhelmed. Sakura bore grave injuries, and Chiyo found herself at her limits. Sasori, wielding a long blade, approached Sakura, stalking toward Chiyo. In that instant, the previously toppled puppet parents reappeared. Each wielded swords, plunging them into Sasori's body, targeting the heart that had once leaped. From a distance, it appeared as though a mother and father embraced their child. Yet in truth, they were vanquishing their own offspring. This scene resonated deeply with Chiyo, her heart heavy with the weight of her grandson's fate. All the pain, regret, and hatred had to be swallowed. For he had taken so many lives. The image froze, and beneath the celestial canopy, many stared in astonished silence, unable to utter a word. This battle had endured for over 3 hours, much of it fast-forwarded during the broadcast, hinting at the ferocity of the confrontation to come down on the road to the land of wind. Deidara observed the scene with a troubled expression, glancing down below as he spoke. Sasori, is this truly how you meet your end? This is unlike you. The other remained silent, continuing on their path. At that moment, text appeared upon the celestial screen. Pray tell, how did Sasori perish? Please describe in 4 words. Correct answers will yield double chakra rewards, while incorrect responses incur penalties. The 4th rakeage. A immediately responded. Ding. Is this even a question? Clearly, he fell to overwhelming numbers. Ding. Answer incorrect. Penalty of 10 points. What? I just earned 70 points, and now I've lost 10. This is unjust. He yearned for an elixir of longevity, unwilling to lose a single point. 8 yakus, 10 yakus. Brother, I'll help you earn them. Just let me hold a concert in this group. Hey, why are you hitting me again? Kirabai had yet to finish his sentence before he was struck again. Koji, enjoy your little victory. Only a 10-point penalty for you. Imagine if it were half your chakra. That's right, just like my half-5 nature chakra. If I hadn't been punished by the celestial screen, I would have definitely triumphed over Orochimaru. I would not have perished. However, no matter how many times he wrote this, it would not appear in the chat, as he remained muted. Moreover, this QA inherently boosts our chakra, right? A 10-point penalty for a wrong answer, but a direct reward of double chakra for a correct one. Where else could we find such fortune? Deara declared. Ding. My answer is exhausted. Sasori's puppets were all depleted, leaving but one puppet to face the parents. Naturally, he would be defeated. Jiraiya mused. Is he truly out of steam? I feel he could still fight a little longer. Tsunade remarked. It is fortunate that he faced Sakura and Chiyo. Had it been anyone else, the odds would have been slim. Jiraiya agreed. Chiyo understands his puppets, and Sakura possesses incredible strength. Their collaboration is perfectly suited to counter Sasori. Ding. Answer incorrect. Penalty of 10 points. The celestial screen announced. Sasori scoffed. You need not analyze. The celestial screen has already revealed future events, and I am one who defies fate. Rest assured, should I encounter those two again, I shall ensure their swift demise, and I will survive. The celestial broadcast had unveiled future occurrences, benefiting the 5 great shinobi villages by allowing them to prepare in advance. Yet it equally served Akatsuki by enabling them to strategize accordingly. In the course of the displayed future battle, Sasori discerned numerous issues, such as Chiyo's 10 shinobi puppets, the 3 treasures collapse, and the lion's close roar. Should he confront such a scenario again, he would undoubtedly devise superior countermeasures. Perhaps during that fateful battle, he might choose to perish, yet if given another chance, he would certainly emerge victorious, living on for ages. The 4th Kazakage, Rasha, inquired, Sasori, where are you now? This question was laden with intent, for the 4th Kazakage sought to ascertain his current whereabouts and whether he posed a threat to Tsunegakure and Gaara. Why should I disclose that to you? Sasori scoffed. Deidara, however, was unconcerned, stating, Sasori, even if you tell them, what of it? The 4th Kazakage is clever to inquire about us. I shall reveal our pursuit of a Jinchuriki. Laughter erupted. Explosive artistry shall soon be showcased once more. At this proclamation, astonishment rippled throughout the ninja world. What? Upon hearing this, the higher-ups of Tsunegakure immediately sprang into action. The pursuers of Gaara were Scorpion and Deidara. One excels in aerial combat using explosive clay, while the other favors ground battles employing puppet techniques. Moreover, Scorpion is adept in the use of poison. Following the collapse of Konoha's plans yesterday, Gaara and his companions were gravely injured and had now reached the land of rivers. We must proceed to offer our assistance. Chiyo, upon hearing this, nodded slightly and spoke. I shall go. However, Tsunegakure also needed to remain guarded, so she promptly set off with her team. Just then, Senju Hashirama successfully buzzed in. In this battle, why did Scorpion perish? From my years of experience as a ninja, the reason appears to be, did he intentionally hold back? Chapter 61. Did he intentionally hold back? What? Hold back, brother. This battle is too intense for that. Senju Tobarama countered. Kurozetsu remarked, Lord Tobarama, it does seem somewhat plausible. The earlier clashes were fierce, yet he advanced with a blade in hand. Could it be that he truly had no other means? Has he exhausted his chakra? Even a slight amount should allow him to exert control. No? Mike Guy added. I too sense a hint of him holding back. After all, his grandmother was present. Was he perhaps reluctant to truly engage? Meanwhile, Chiyo, who had already left Tsunegakure, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the discussion in the celestial chat group. She then scrutinized the live footage more closely. Indeed, Scorpion could have opted for a ranged confrontation against her and Sakura, but he instead advanced with a knife. It was those few steps that led him into the trap she had set, resulting in his demise at the hands of the puppets of his parents. Did Scorpion act with intent? Chiyo felt a pang in her heart, grappling with the painful possibility of accepting such a truth. He must have known that he would not escape her wrath. Before his grandmother, it was a matter of life or death. Thus, he purposefully held back, granting her a chance to survive. Chiyo's heart ached as she journeyed onward, her gaze fixed on the celestial display, hoping the eventual verdict would prove this conclusion erroneous. Perhaps then, when facing the Scorpion of the red sand, she could be more ruthless. She could not allow herself to be swayed by feminine compassion. Scorpion had committed too many transgressions against the ninja world, against Tsunegakure, in the land of wind. She had to remain steadfast in her resolve. At that moment, the celestial broadcast chimed with a notification, revealing the results. Congratulations, Senju Hashirama, your answer is correct. You have received a chakra boost equal to twice your original amount. Senju Hashirama exclaimed. Ha ha ha. What can escape the keen eyes of this ninja world master? Deidara, did you see that? Not only has my chakra returned, but it's even greater than before. Let us duel once more. I am certain I will triumph. Senju Tobarama interjected. Brother, you won the last battle at the Valley of the End. Ah, then how did I meet my demise afterward? In Hashirama's mind, he did not perceive that battle as a victory, nor did he believe Uchiha Madara had truly lost. Deidara interjected. What? Intentionally holding back was indeed the correct answer. This contradicts Scorpion's character of seeking revenge for any slight. Scorpion, care to clarify? Red Sand Scorpion replied, who knows how my future self thinks. However, I must inform you, Chiyo, should we cross paths again, rest assured, I will not hold back. Chiyo responded, very well, I await your return. Deidara laughed, haha. If the future is immutable, I am certain I will surpass Scorpion. After all, I have lived longer, haha. It seems my explosions are far more artistic. Not only dazzling but also life-preserving. Red Sand Scorpion retorted, Deidara, don't be so cocky. Perhaps you haven't lived longer than me. Deidara replied, "That remains to be seen. I could very well live for hundreds of years." Ha ha ha. In that case, my art shall illuminate the entire ninja world. At that moment, the celestial broadcast posed a question. Pray tell, how did the Akatsuki member Deidara meet his end in the future? As soon as this inquiry was made, laughter erupted across the ninja world. Did he not claim he would not die, that he would live for hundreds of years? Was the celestial broadcast mocking him? Laughter erupted, for if someone like him lived for hundreds of years, it would surely be a tragedy for the ninja world. Would he truly illuminate the world, or would he instead obliterate it? Upon seeing this, Deidara was not angered. Rather, he boldly responded in the chat. "Thank you all for your kind words. My intention is indeed to obliterate the world. What can you do about it?" Ha ha ha. His laughter was arrogant, and beneath him, Red Sand Scorpion wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment. Indeed, why would he choose to die? Why would he leave the opportunity to live for that old hag? Was it because he was moved by the sight of his parents' puppets? Stirring a heart that was already inclined towards death. If there existed familial ties and warmth in this world, he would not have left Tsunaga. No one would remain by his side forever. Not even his father or mother. Only puppets. Only those transformed into the dead through his modifications would endure. Thankfully, the celestial broadcast revealed the cause of his demise, granting him psychological preparation, if given another chance. He would never allow himself to perish. In this world, he would live well, while the dead would always be others. Sakura Haruno interjected. But Deidara, the very fact that the celestial broadcast could pose this question proves that you will die in the future. Deidara replied, Sakura Haruno. Is it? Haha. I shall remember you as the one who killed Scorpion. Just then, someone eagerly pressed the buzzer, and to everyone's surprise, it was the young leaf ninja, Moegi, who buzzed in.at present. She appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, a classmate of Konohamaru and Udon, frequently seen together. Today, Konohamaru was absent due to the demise of his grandfather, leaving her and Udon to practice ninjutsu while watching the celestial broadcast. Though she was quite young, she was exceptionally attentive, not only observing the ongoing battle but also mentally summarizing the experiences of both sides, aspiring to one day protect her comrades with her own strength. When the celestial broadcast posed the question about how Deidara would die, she had pondered. How might someone who frequently played with explosives meet their end? The answer was evident. Ding. My answer is, he died by his own explosion. The earnest little Moegi wrote, albeit slowly, her content exceptionally refined. Anoki remarked, died by his own explosion? As Deidara's mentor, Anoki had never anticipated such a scenario, given that during their training, Deidara had never made such a mistake. Haydn added, Deidara, your death was quite artistic. It suits your character. Speaking of not dying, no one in this world understands it better than I do. Unable to contain himself, Haydn chuckled in the chat. Red Sand Scorpion quipped. Aren't you dead already? Did the celestial broadcast not take your life? Haydn laughed. Ha ha. Even if the celestial being were to kill me 100 times, I would still live. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Deidara, who was currently pursuing Gaara, shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. How could I die by my own explosion? I refuse to believe it. Absolutely refuse. Ding. Moegi answered correctly, earning a reward of basic would-release chakra from the celestial broadcast. The announcement of this reward caused envy to ripple through not only the Leaf Village but other ninja villages as well. Would-release chakra, such a young child receiving it was remarkable. Chapter 62. Moegi's would-release chakra. I too desire that chakra. Just look at the first Hokage. Even in death, his would-release chakra made him illustrious. When he speaks in the chat, we mere minnows dare not utter a word. I long for would-release chakra. At the same time, Tsunade had seen the results and smiled, nodding in approval. Very good, very good. The younger generation is formidable. It seems I must find a suitable teacher for Moegi. I have heard there is a would-release ninja in the Umbu named Tenzo. Let him instruct Moegi for a while. Understood. Nara Shikaka bowed and exited the office. Yet Deidara remained unable to accept that in the future he would die by his own hand. This revelation was difficult for him to grasp, but it was evident that the celestial broadcast depicted events that would indeed transpire in the future. Looking at the sky, Scorpion remarked, in the future, do not boast. Boasting attracts lightning. One moment you claim you will live for hundreds of years, and the next, you are struck down. Deidara sighed, at least you know how you will die. I only know I will die by my own explosion. How can one prepare for that? Alas, I cannot simply abandon my explosive art. Red Sand Scorpion replied, you may choose to abandon it, for I believe it is not art at all. Scorpion Deidara descended in a furious rush, But as he beheld Scorpion's Feilu tiger raise its head, seemingly poised to launch its poisonous needles, he quickly executed a maneuver to ascend back into the sky. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I've spotted the target, the people of Sunagakure." Simultaneously, a series of yellow alerts flashed across the grand screen. Currently broadcasting. Deidara, the Akatsuki Scorpion, intercepting Gaara. Now playing. This was a live broadcast capturing the events surrounding the Jinchuriki of One Tail, depicting occurrences that were unfolding in real time. The emergence of this grand screen altered many circumstances. The Akatsuki organization had originally planned to initiate their actions in 2 years, but once the grand screen revealed their identity as mere pawns of the Otsutsuki clan, they resolved to take immediate action. Thus, the visuals of Deidara and Scorpion pursuing Gaara came to fruition. The screen shifted its focus. Within a dense forest, Deidara soared through the skies, while Scorpion intercepted from the ground, encircling a group of 9 individuals from Sunagakure. These 5 individuals were the very ninjas who had executed the Konoha collapse plan just yesterday. Maki, Kankuro, Temari, Gaara, and 5 other members of Sunagakure's Umbu. The 9 had previously witnessed the live broadcast and were aware that Deidara and Scorpion from the Akatsuki would soon engage in battle with Gaara. However, they were utterly unprepared for the swiftness of this encounter, as the Akatsuki had arrived almost immediately after the broadcast aired their exploits. "Ha ha ha. Did you think we would race against the grand screen?" Deidara, perched atop his clay bird, looked down below and laughed heartily. At this moment, he was of a similar age to Gaara, yet his eyes sparkled with mischief and mirth, while Gaara, on the ground, wore an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze icy. Seeing this, Deidara chuckled gleefully. "I shall gain fame once more. People of the ninja world, rejoice. You shall witness another artistic display by me, Deidara." Scorpion let out a derisive snort, twisting his fingers as several puppets flew forth from Feilu Tiger. Encircling the forest surrounding the 9, what had once been a 2-on-9 scenario had now transformed into a 10-on-9. Kankuro leapt forward, extending his fingers as the crow puppet materialized. He was filled with trepidation and anxiety. This was the renowned puppet master of Sunagakure, Scorpion. The outer layer should be his protective puppet, Feilu Tiger. And the previous broadcast showcased the battle between Chiyo and Haruno Sakura against him. Scorpion's abilities far surpassed his own, and his true form resided within Feilu Tiger. Although Kankuro and the other Sunagakure ninjas were aware of this reality, who among them possessed the capability to force Scorpion out from within Feilu Tiger? As the crow puppet emerged, Scorpion sneered, his raspy voice echoing like the summons of spirits from the underworld. "To think you would resort to using my discarded creations. How revealing of your limited prowess." No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of needles launched the first assault. "Watch out, Maki," he shouted, prompting everyone to brace for combat. The sounds of clashing echoed through the forest, instilling a sense of tension in their hearts. In a few years' time, Deidara alone would be capable of defeating Gaara, yet at present, Gaara was merely a genin. Moreover, Scorpion was present. Did they truly have any hope of escaping? Meanwhile, within Sunagakure, Chiyo's husband, and a dozen elite shinobi were en route. In that moment, they longed for wings to carry them swiftly to Gaara's side. If Gaara had previously held a poor reputation within Sunagakure, eliciting fear among the villagers, today, after witnessing his future through the grand screen and his subsequent ascension to the position of the 5th Kazakage, their perceptions had significantly shifted. He was destined to become a Kazakage who would sacrifice everything for his village. Why shouldn't the ninjas of Sunagakure strive to protect him with all their might? As the crowd hurriedly made their way, they fervently hoped to arrive at the scene in time to rescue their 5th Kazakage. The grand screen broadcasted the unfolding battle. Deidara's explosions reverberated all around, while Scorpion swiftly dispatched his foes. Kankuro's crow puppet proved insignificant against Scorpion's might, as it was obliterated in an instant, leaving him wounded and unconscious. Temari employed her massive fan to unleash wind techniques, countering the onslaught of puppets, yet her efforts were in vain against Scorpion's cunning. Simultaneously, Scorpion manipulated 8 puppets, orchestrating a deadly dance. They soared into the sky, burrowed underground, unleashed poisonous needles, and launched hidden weapons. The 9 adversaries found themselves ensnared like helpless chicks, deprived of any opportunity to retaliate. Gaara, now enraged, struggled to maintain consciousness against the tailed beast's control while his comrades fought relentlessly to shield him. Nevertheless, he could not suppress the transformation into his tailed beast form. They were still merely genin. Maki leapt and dodged, employing every technique at his disposal, yet it sufficed only to fend off 2 puppets. The adversaries appeared to be deliberately prolonging the encounter. choosing to eliminate the other 5 Umbu members before turning their full attention to Gaara. Tightening the encirclement around him. Under the grand screen, in the Rain Village, Pain observed the sky, murmuring, "What are they dawdling for? Why have they yet to strike?" Indeed, to some elite observers, the moment for Deidara and Scorpion had arrived. If they acted now, the Jinchuriki of One Tail would be theirs. However, they hesitated, akin to hawks toying with chicks, seemingly indulging in the torment of Gaara. At this juncture, Gaara had fully transformed into his tailed beast form. If this continued, it would likely require a catastrophic explosion to bring him to heel. The human path, with its Rinnegan eyes, observed the scene and remarked quietly, perhaps they wish to prolong their performance a bit longer. After all, the entire ninja world is watching this live broadcast. If they conclude it too soon, they will miss their opportunity in the spotlight. The beast path interjected, "Is it amusing for you two to engage in such self-dialogue?" Indeed, despite being Nagato in control of 6 bodies, he spoke as if they were distinct entities, engaging in conversation. The heavenly path's expression grew cold. "We too desire to converse in this live chat. But alas, to maintain an air of mystery, our heads must remain concealed." Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Nagato furrowed his brow. If Deidara and Scorpion did not take action soon, he would dispatch a summons to urge them along. Just as his frown deepened at last, the two began to conclude their prelude. At that moment, the battle on the ground saw Maki grievously injured, Temari and Kankuro laid aside, uncertain of their fate, while Gaara, now fully transformed into his tailed beast form, surged towards them. Explosions rained from the sky, shaking the earth. The One Tail grew increasingly agitated, its claws imbued with formidable chakra sweeping in all directions. Obliterating any unsuspecting puppets in its path, as it opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb in retaliation. It was suddenly engulfed by a deluge of explosions. Boom! Boom! The reverberations cascaded through the air. Deidara, nearly thrown from his clay bird, was astonished. He had never witnessed such explosive might before. The black-tailed beast bomb's power was astonishing. He erupted with excitement, his voice tinged with a hoarse thrill. This creature is incredibly strong. In his mind, only explosions could be deemed art, and the tailed beast bomb, too, represented an artistic expression. What about this? He suddenly exclaimed again, as the mouths on his palms began to chew on clay. Producing a colossal clay dragon, the dragon spiraled downward, aiming for the ground, while the massive One Tail began to unleash chakra shockwaves. However, the dragon, cunning and agile, twisted and twirled, ensnaring the One Tail within its grasp. Not good. The One Tail is trying to evade. Someone shouted in the live chat. Boom! Explosions erupted in rapid succession. If the previous small-tailed beast bomb could level a mountain, this series of blasts could surely obliterate an entire sea. A blinding light engulfed the grand screen of the live broadcast, and the village of Yuin, Nagato, and Konan exchanged faint smiles, while the spirit of Uchiha Madara, having returned to the Pure Land, gave a slight nod. Nagato remained a figure of trust. He had previously believed that the celestial broadcast was intended to aid the 5 great ninja villages. However, it now appeared that, if utilized effectively, it could also serve their interests. Had it not been for the exposure of the Akatsuki organization as mere pawns of the Otsutsuki, it is unlikely that Nagato would have immediately ordered the capture of Jinchuriki. It seems that striking when the Jinchuriki's abilities are at their weakest yields the greatest chance of success. In the lively chat group of the broadcast, Naruto Uzumaki called out loudly. He had previously encountered the Jinchuriki of the One Tail and felt profound sympathy for him. They were of the same kind, and he hoped that through his efforts, he would gain the recognition of others. Although they had briefly been enemies, and the third Hokage had perished under Orochimaru's threat. At this moment, witnessing Gaara, another Jinchuriki, in such a state filled Naruto with sorrow and anxiety. Yet, being far away in the Sound Village and engaged in battle against the Sound Four, he could do nothing to assist Gaara. Nevertheless, upon seeing the broadcast, he could not help but type a few words in the chat. Gaara, Lord 5th Kazakage, please hold on. We are coming. In an instant, numerous ninjas from Sunagakure began to voice their support in the chat. Others from the various ninja villages recognized the gravity of the situation. If the One Tail were captured, the Two Tails, Three Tails, and other tailed beasts would likely follow. Once the enemy acquired all the tailed beast chakra, the consequences for the ninja world would be dire. When Senju Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts among the 5 great ninja villages, it was to prevent any one village from attaining overwhelming dominance. Yet now, that balance was being threatened as the explosion subsided and the smoke cleared. Silence enveloped the scene. At the edge of the crater, Maki was holding Kankuro and Temari, while Gaara was nowhere to be found. Even Sasori and Deidara had vanished. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Someone exclaimed in the group, sensing an ominous premonition. Had Gaara been captured? The broadcast concluded, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension as everyone struggled to breathe. Chiyo, who was en route, clenched her fists in anger upon witnessing the scene. Is anyone still there? Where is everyone? She questioned in the chat. Maki responded, Chiyo, I'm still here. Kankuro is poisoned, Temari is unconscious, and Gaara is missing. But I did see some footprints on the ground. They should belong to Sasori. All right, wait for me, Chiyo replied as she and her companions continued their journey. Meanwhile, within the valley, all members of the Akatsuki had assembled. And Pain had summoned the Outer Path Golem using his summoning technique. While the celestial broadcast was somewhat bothersome, if used wisely, it could work to their advantage. I didn't expect we would capture the One Tail so swiftly. Haydn chuckled. Initially, they were each executing their own missions, and he was busy earning money alongside Kaku. However, the emergence of the celestial broadcast had forced the Akatsuki to hasten their plans. Now they were fully prepared to capture the tailed beasts and make comprehensive preparations for the Eye of the Moon plan. Chapter 64. Kaguya, I am waiting for you. Prepare yourselves, Pain said softly before beginning the sealing process to extract the tailed beasts. On the opposite side of the valley, atop a high mountain, a figure clad in a black cloak and white attire appeared. Beneath his left eye was the inscription for, and he wore a red neckpiece. It was Kanshiki, the vessel of Otsutsuki Kanshiki, whom Yagura was searching for. He gazed toward the valley, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Kaguya, I am waiting for you, he declared inwardly, letting out a scoff before disappearing without a trace. The celestial broadcast continued, shifting focus to Chiyo and her companions. Chiyo was the first to appear in the dense forest at the border of the Land of Rivers, followed closely by a dozen ninjas, including Ebizo. She leaped from the trees and immediately began to investigate the scene. Apologizing in the chat, Lady Tsunade, 5th Hokage of Konoha, I sincerely apologize for the events of yesterday. I assure you with my life that the people of Sunagakure have also been deceived by Orochimaru. As for whether the 4th Hokage was aware of this, I cannot speculate. However, from what I know, I can guarantee that Sunagakure has no intention of being enemies with Konoha. We hope for your assistance. Only you, Lady Tsunade, as the 5th Hokage, can cure Sasori's poison. Please, I beg you to save him. Afterward, Chiyo sent a flurry of bowing emojis in the chat, humbling herself to the utmost degree. Seeing this, Tsunade weighed the pros and cons and understood that, given the current circumstances, the 5 great ninja villages could no longer afford to act independently. Moreover, Konoha had just endured a battle, and with Sunagakure having lost its tailed beast, if the 2 villages remained adversarial, it would provide an opportunity for enemies and those with ulterior motives to exploit. They must unite. All right, I will save him. You take him to the border of the Land of Fire. I will send someone over immediately. The reason for sending someone was that Tsunade could not leave Konoha. Her presence was needed there. Thus, she dispatched Shizen along with a slug clone to the border, after thanking Tsunade for her response. Chiyo pursued the direction where Sasori and Deidara had vanished. Under the celestial broadcast, everyone watched the scene with bated breath, especially the villages harboring Jinchuriki, with the One Tail captured from Sunagakure. Which village would be next? The Akatsuki's capture of the One Tail had occurred in the dense forest. The damage from the explosion was contained to the wilderness. What if it happened within a village? Would it destroy the entire settlement? Terame, all guards of Kirigakure, enhance patrols and strengthen the barriers. Noki, Awagakure, increase patrols. The Jinchuriki of the 4 Tails and 5 Tails must leave the village immediately and remain hidden. Terame sighed, reflecting, indeed, experience has its merits. It is clear that Jinchuriki are no longer safe within the villages. Fortunately, our village's Jinchuriki had already departed, so even if the Akatsuki comes, they will not find them. The 4th Raikage, though known for his brash and straightforward demeanor, now comprehended why they had broached such a topic in the public broadcast chat. They were sending a clear message to the Akatsuki. Their intent was explicit, to inform the Akatsuki not to approach their ninja villages. For there would be no Jinchuriki to capture, and any attempt would be futile. Do not bring misfortune upon our villages. Indeed, at times like this, Jinchuriki are not suited to remain in the villages. However, we will send reinforcements to protect them. Even if the Akatsuki comes, we shall not cower. The 3 other great ninja villages had already disclosed their circumstances in the chat to prevent the Akatsuki from causing trouble. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade anxiously gazed at the sky, her eyes filled with concern. Gaara's fate was pivotal. If the tailed beast within him were extracted, he would surely perish. If that were to happen, who would succeed him as Kazakage of Sunagakure? After all, following the ascension of the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara had faced skepticism from the other Kage. If he were to die now, what would become of Sunagakure? Moreover, if the Akatsuki succeeded this time, the ensuing complications would be even more troublesome. The chat was abuzz with discussions about Gaara, and some Umbu were hastening toward the origin point, hoping to gain closer proximity to the Akatsuki and learn more about them. As time passed, not only did the celestial broadcast continue without posing any questions, but it also kept tracking the events, causing everyone in the ninja world to break into a cold sweat. Is the speed so slow? If only the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, were here, he would surely rescue Gaara, someone remarked. Seeing this, Tobarama Senju directly inquired in the chat, Minato Namikaze, where are you now? Can you see the celestial broadcast and the chat records? If so, please respond. I am here, Minato replied. 2nd Hokage, what is your command? Gaara has been captured by the Akatsuki, and they will extract the one tail from him. Are you not going to intervene? Tobarama pressed that it's not that I am unwilling. But I truly cannot leave. I am currently on a mission, Minato responded. Kushina Izumaki chimed in. Honey, what mission are you on? Didn't you just resurrect 2 days ago? How can you have a mission? Dear, you will understand once you are revived. The mission I am on is of utmost importance, Minato concluded, falling silent as he returned to his duties. As time dragged on, the tension among the crowd intensified. If the one tail from Sunagakure were lost, what would they have to deter the other villages? What if those villages seized the opportunity to attack Sunagakure? There is also Gaara, who is indeed the 4th Kazakage. If he were to perish just like that, then who would preside over the future? Although this incident did not unfold in the other 4 major ninja villages, the upper echelons of those villages were expressions of anxiety. The matter concerning the tailed beasts is extraordinary and pertains to the entire ninja realm. If they merely sit idly by, the consequences could be unimaginable. 4th Raikage A remarked, from the images of the Akatsuki organization revealed in the previous broadcast, it is evident that those individuals are rogue ninjas. The leader among them is named Pain, a defector from the Rain Village. Perhaps we should dispatch our Umbu from the 5 major ninja villages to investigate Rain Village. We might uncover valuable information. Tsunade replied, agreed, I support this initiative. Inoki added, we too shall send personnel. Tsunade then suggested, this matter should be handled discreetly by each of us. Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter and shift to another topic. In Chapter 65, the Scorpion of the Red Sand aims to defy fate. The 4th Raikage A proposed this suggestion, and if the Akatsuki's base truly lies in Rain Village, they may have already alerted them. In the office of the Hokage in Konoha, Jiraiya, standing before the window and watching the broadcast, gazed into the distance for a long time before finally addressing Tsunade beside him. I know Conan and Pain. Send me. What? As memories resurfaced, he recalled the 3 children who had relied on one another amidst the flames of war, their meeting with Jiraiya being both fate and destiny, while his departure marked their inevitable separation. Yet, as the years passed, it seemed they had all but forgotten their mentor's existence, and Jiraiya never anticipated that they would become members of the Akatsuki. Pain bore a striking resemblance to Yahiko from their childhood, albeit with the addition of the Rinnegan, while Conan had hardly changed at all. Only Nagato's whereabouts remained a mystery. All of this required an answer from him. Tsunade massaged her temples and looked skyward, finally stating after a moment of contemplation, you wish to go to Rain Village. After investigating the Akatsuki for so long, do you truly believe you possess more knowledge than they do? As she spoke, Tsunade pointed to the sky, where the broadcast continued to show Chiyo and her brother, Ibiz, searching for Gaara based on clues from the ground. Previously, Jiraiya had conducted an investigation into the Akatsuki, yielding scant leads. I feel that all the answers may lie in Rain Village. Since someone must go, I believe it is more fitting for me to do so, Jiraiya asserted. Tsunade, her gaze intense, softly inquired, can I trust that you will return safely? Let us take a gamble. If I believe I will return unharmed, you may wager that I will perish, for you have never won a bet. Jiraiya grinned widely, revealing a broad smile. Tsunade's eyes glistened slightly, and she nodded with a smile. Indeed, I am notoriously a poor gambler. I often lose. She was smiling, yet tears betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks. If I survive this, we shall. Jiraiya glanced at her, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Yet unsaid, what if he were to die? Would that cause her pain once more, akin to the agony she endured upon Kato Dan's sacrifice? To alleviate the awkwardness, he laughed heartily, jesting, wait for my good news." With that, he leapt into the twilight of the setting sun. Disappearing from sight, in the broadcast, the scene finally shifted. Within a valley, the sun set, enveloping the forest in a radiant glow. Suddenly, several figures leaped and vanished, leaving only the scorpion of the red sand standing in the clearing, Gaara's lifeless body at his feet. He addressed the arriving figures, saying, "Chiyo, as the broadcast portrays the future, I shall meet my demise at your hands. Alas, that future shall not come to pass. Today, I shall slay you here, to prove to the entire ninja world that the future is not set in stone." Upon uttering these words, he kicked Gaara's body aside. And Ibiz, leaping forward, caught Gaara, exclaiming, "It is futile." Chiyo's brow furrowed at this declaration. She possessed a method to revive Gaara, but it hinged on her survival. In the future, she had fought alongside Sakura from Konoha to defeat the scorpion. Yet today, it was only she, her brother, and a few ninjas present. The battle commenced. Beginning with the third Kazakage's puppetry and the collaboration of the iron sand and the deadly poisonous needles. It was evident that the scorpion sought to eliminate Chiyo, who decreed that I must die in the future. I will survive, and I shall endure for a long time. All of you shall perish, yet I, the scorpion of the red sand, shall live on. I will transform you all into puppets, adding you to my collection, for my art is eternal and unyielding. As if stimulated by the preceding broadcast, in that moment, his sole thought was to survive. To defy fate at all costs, Chiyo charged forth with her puppets, while Ibiz positioned Gaara's body securely and joined the fray, wielding an arsenal of puppets, from soaring birds to swimming fish. Hidden weapons danced in the air, creating a cacophony of clashing metal. Several accompanying ninjas suffered casualties. The third Kazakage's ninjutsu was formidable, unleashing wave after wave of magnetic techniques, while Chiyo and Ibiz, despite their advanced years, moved with remarkable swiftness, manipulating their chakra to launch relentless assaults with their puppets. Yet, after numerous exchanges, the scorpion's defenses proved impenetrable. Chiyo's puppets, after multiple attempts, were thwarted by the resilient exterior of the iron sand, with neither Sakura nor the mighty strength of her godlike fist to shatter the iron sand and force the scorpion into retreat. The aging duo found themselves at a disadvantage as the battle dragged on. Iron Sand World, the scorpion bellowed, as the third Kazakage's puppetry unleashed a secret technique. "Can you withstand the same tactics again?" The scorpion shouted, his gaze filled with malice. The iron sand descended like a torrential storm upon the two, piercing through their puppets and driving them back relentlessly. Chiyo evaded left and right, only to have iron sand erupt from beneath her feet, impaling one of her legs and causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain. She was wounded. Ibiz, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm and rushed to her side, yet he failed to notice the severed puppet arm suddenly twitching, the remnants of the destroyed puppet launching a surprise attack. Slicing into his shoulder, he collapsed to the ground, looking back to see countless iron sand spikes raining down from above, as he and Chiyo were on the brink of becoming skewered. Beneath the broadcast, spectators gasped collectively, some shielding their children's eyes, others unable to bear the sight, while some shouted warnings, and others felt their hearts race with anxiety, though they were strangers to Chiyo and Ibiz. The audience was filled with righteous concern, aware of the scorpion's cruelty in his pursuit of puppet creation, having taken the lives of the innocent. Thus, at that moment, anyone with a semblance of decency would worry for Chiyo and Ibiz. Yet, no matter how deeply they cared, they could not substitute for the two battling on the front lines. Others could only play the role of onlookers. In the valley, as the iron sand loomed, countless spikes descended, injuring both Chiyo and Ibiz, hindering their movements, and just as the iron sand spikes fell, the situation seemed dire. In Chapter 66, a passerby, as it appeared that the two were destined to become mere skewers. Everyone assumed there was no escape. Yet, just at that critical moment, the ground trembled, and a massive pit opened beneath their feet. As they plummeted, wooden barriers emerged from below, catching them securely and enveloping them tightly. The enormous magnetic spikes crashed down, producing a cacophonous sound. The magnetic force pierced through the wooden barriers, but unexpectedly, layers upon layers of wooden barriers remained, forming an impenetrable fortress. Simultaneously, numerous wooden trees erupted from the ground, countering the iron sand spikes falling from the sky, with explosive sounds echoing as the wooden trees were pierced by the spikes. A wooden technique detonated within the body of the third Kazakage's puppet. The puppet shattered, and the iron sand technique above lost its chakra control, scattering downwards. What just happened? What is unfolding? Under the broadcast, all who witnessed this scene could scarcely believe their eyes. Some gasped in astonishment. Others rejoiced with unexpected delight, while others scrutinized the large screen, fearful of missing any detail. As a cloud of black mist dispersed, the iron sand fell to the ground. At last, the live broadcast of the celestial canopy became clear. A youth stood atop a grand tree, his fingers still forming a seal. He possessed striking features and a statuesque physique, draped in a short cloak, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. He gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. The wooden pillar had already opened, from which Chiyoba and Sutsuki jumped out. "Who are you?" inquired the cold-eyed Akasuna no Sasori, his voice hoarse. The passerby, Yin surveyed his surroundings, but did not catch a glimpse of Tsushin. Logically, he should have appeared in this era. Had he arrived late, noticing the corpse of Gaara lying nearby, he furrowed his brow slightly. Meanwhile, the celestial canopy was broadcasting the current scene, magnifying his expression infinitely, yet it was evident that he seemed to have unwittingly stumbled into this battle. In truth, Yin had arrived here several minutes prior, and his sole purpose for coming was to find Tsushin of the Shell organization. Ever since he saw Tsushin responding in the celestial canopy chat group from the southern part of the Land of Rivers, he had the celestial canopy pinpoint Tsushin's location and followed the trail. To his dismay, upon arrival, the Akatsuki members had already extracted the one tail and Tsushin had vanished without a trace. To locate him again, Tsushin would need to speak in the celestial chat group, but since his last response, he had remained silent, causing Yin to lose track of him. Although he had no intention of participating in the battle between Sasori and Chiyoba against Sutsuki. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly spotted Gaara on the ground. This individual would play a significant role in the future, aiding him in his quest for the Akatsuki. Thus, he took action. "Are you from Sunagakure?" "That is the future 5th Kazakage," Gaara. "I ask, if I save you here, what will you offer in return?" Yin inquired. Although his family was vast, owning the entire celestial canopy, with all the jutsu, wealth, chakra, physical techniques, and skills under his command, he was not one to engage in a losing proposition. If he were to save them, they must demonstrate sincerity in return. Upon hearing this, Chiyoba and Sutsuki leaped to stand beneath the tree where he stood. They recognized that someone wielding such formidable release might indeed be their savior. "If this young man is willing to save us, we pledge our lives in return," Chiyoba vowed. "Your lives are not worth much." "I do not desire them," Yin replied nonchalantly, the grass stick in his mouth shifting slightly as his gaze fell upon Gaara's lifeless body. He looked up at the sky and spoke. "I know you can all see this. I wish to ask, if I save you, would Sunagakure be willing to follow me, even for the already deceased Gaara, who has yet to become the 5th Kazakage?" At this declaration, shock rippled through the crowd. What? He wants Sunagakure to follow him? Am I hearing incorrectly? Is there truly such a person in the ninja world? I thought the Akatsuki was arrogant enough. But this individual surpasses them. Who does he think he is to be so audacious? What grand ambitions he harbors? In that moment, the celestial chat group erupted with voices of indignation. Meanwhile, Gaara's spirit, utterly deceased, lingered in a state of confusion. Yet, upon witnessing the celestial broadcast and seeing his own corpse, he felt a mix of anger and a sense of liberation. Oh, this is what it feels like to be without a tailed beast within him. But had he truly died like this? Countless had sought his life before, and he had survived. Could he simply abandon everything now? He was still so young. With youthful fervor, he gazed at his own corpse on the screen. Gritting his teeth slightly, he had yet to earn the recognition of others. He had not yet embarked on his journey of life, just as he found motivation, knowing he was destined to become Kazakage. Wanting to strive for Sunagakure and those around him, he found himself in this predicament, and he was unwilling to accept it. However, his own will did not represent the desires of all the people of Sunagakure. Originally, he could have disregarded everything and agreed to the stranger's demands, but ever since he learned of his future as Kazakage and witnessed himself sacrificing everything in battle for the village, he understood he could not act impulsively. As he pondered this, someone in the celestial chat group typed a message. "I am Temari of Sunagakure. I am willing to follow this ninja, as long as he can save Gaara and the other two elders present." Temari had regained consciousness and was the first to express her stance. "I am Maki of Sunagakure. I am willing to follow this ninja, provided he can revive Gaara and the other two elders." Maki echoed. "I am Yashimaru, deceased uncle of Gaara, and I am willing to follow this ninja, as long as he can bring Gaara back to life." Soon after, the chat group was filled with hundreds of Sunagakure ninja declaring their intentions. "I am Mai of Sunagakure, and I am willing to follow this ninja. I am the villager Ranra, and I am willing to follow this ninja." What a breathtaking scene it was in the chat group. All the villagers and ninja of Sunagakure expressed their unwavering support to save Gaara. Although there were a few dissenting voices, they were drowned out by the overwhelming majority. Chapter 67. Perhaps I cannot defeat him. Have you all lost your minds? Anoki exclaimed. Do you even know who this person is? What if he is a member of the Akatsuki? Kurozetsu interjected. Members of the Akatsuki have distinct features, typically wearing red clouds on black cloaks. This individual does not fit that description. Anoki continued. Even so, you cannot simply agree to this without caution. Are you willing to jeopardize the safety of the ninja world? The Akatsuki is already troublesome enough. If Sunagakure were to ally with an unknown individual, who would still dare to cooperate with you? The fourth Reikage, added. Indeed, I believe the third Sutsuki is right. This matter requires further deliberation. Do not act rashly. Other village leaders began voicing their concerns in the group. You cannot agree to him. His identity remains unclear. What if he is an opportunist? Besides, does he possess the ability? Gaara is already dead. Sunagakure can simply choose another Kazakage. Why risk the entire village? The daimyo of the Land of Wind quickly interjected. You must not allow the people of Sunagakure to act so recklessly. This is a matter of great significance to the ninja world. Not just your village. Yes, this cannot be allowed. If that person is a scoundrel, Sunagakure will descend into chaos. You must think this through. I never knew the people of Sunagakure could be so reckless. Your Kazakage is willing to sacrifice his life for you, yet you are so naive as to act impulsively for a Kazakage who has yet to ascend. Ninjas from other villages voiced their opposition, analyzing the potential pitfalls from various angles. Yet, the more dissenting voices arose, the more unwilling Gaara seemed to accept his fate. He suddenly spoke in the group. I, Gaara, am willing to follow this ninja. As long as he can save myself, Chiyoba, and Zuki, that if he rescues us, I will follow him and heed his commands. At this proclamation, many fell silent. The fourth Kazakage, Raza, asked with reluctance, Gaara, are you truly dead? I am utterly dead, old man. Are you pleased now? You no longer need to send people to kill me, Gaara retorted. Raza had originally intended to persuade the villagers of Sunagakure and Gaara to reconsider this matter carefully. But Gaara's words felt like a verdict upon him. In his heart, he saw Gaara as his own son. The trust he bestowed upon him paled in comparison to that of a mere villager. If only the celestial canopy had appeared a day earlier, he could have come to understand the future Gaara better before his demise. The trust of the villagers stemmed from the celestial canopy. They all witnessed how Gaara sacrificed himself to protect the village in the future. At that moment, he was no longer seen as a monster, but as the savior of their village. Without the tailed beast, what right did they have to stand among the 5 great shinobi villages if they lost their Kazakage, and if that youth in the celestial image could defeat Sasori and revive Gaara? He might become Sunagakure's future safeguard. The only uncertainty lay in whether this person was a friend or foe. That if he were an ally, Sunagakure could look forward to a bright future. If he were an enemy, the village would face turmoil. Such was the simplicity of the matter. Within the borders of the Land of Rivers, Yenyi chuckled upon reading Gaara's statement. Then he uttered a remark that nearly infuriated the audience. Perhaps I cannot defeat him. Yenyi waved his finger, pointing toward the distant Sasori. Kurosaki nearly stumbled. You cannot defeat me, yet you ask us to pledge our loyalty? Granny Chiyo tugged at her brother, urging him to temper his words. Meanwhile, the crowd was filled with lamentations. How could this person behave in such a manner? We had high hopes for you, and yet you utter such words. I retract my previous statements. A ninja from Sunagakure could not contain himself and exclaimed, Heavens, are the people of Sunagakure being toyed with? Hilarious. Just as everyone was voicing their grievances, a sudden flash of lightning struck from the heavens, unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons that descended like raindrops from the opposite side. The scorpion of the red sand, Hiriko, brandished the concealed weapons adorning his body, launching himself towards Oh, you think I am merely air? Is this a declaration of love conference? He bellowed, summoning 2 puppets to his side. The ground trembled in all directions. Explosions, hidden weapons, and toxic gas engulfed the area. Hyane leaped skyward, evading the toxic fumes and projectiles. Twisting his fingers to form seals, the wood release erupted from the ground like a beast awakened, vast in scope, instantly surrounding the scorpion of the red sand within a colossal wooden enclosure. Following this was the technique of sapling insertion. Pft, pft, pft. The inserted would burst forth from the ground like thorny blossoms, one after another, regardless of the surrounding toxic gas. The hidden weapons posed no threat. Suddenly, Hiriko was caught off guard. The entire puppet exploded from within. The scorpion of the red sand leaped out, revealing his true form, a strikingly handsome youth, whose actual age was over 30, a fact that no one could fathom. This entire sequence transpired within the blink of an eye. While the airborne youth had yet to descend, the Hiriko had already been shattered by the technique of sapling insertion. Hyane landed atop a tree that resembled a fortress wall. Gazing at the encircled scorpion of the red sand, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with amusement, beneath the celestial canopy, the onlookers were filled with awe. Such a vast wood release must require an immense amount of chakra. Right? Someone ventured to inquire. Who is this person? So powerful. Senju Hashirama replied directly. Indeed, this wood release requires a chakra quantity that at least matches mine, and this individual form seals at remarkable speed, though he has only employed 2 wood release techniques thus far. It is evident he is a master. Young brother, what is your name? Hashirama, with an eye for talent, inquired in the group. However, Hyane chose not to respond. Until the Sutsuki clan made their full appearance, he preferred to keep his identity concealed. He continued to observe the scorpion below the branches and spoke. I find your heart quite appealing, so I shall take it. With that, he dashed downward. Granny Chiyo and Kurozetsu quickly hoisted Gaara's lifeless body onto their backs and leaped onto the tree wall, anxiously watching the unfolding scene. Yet, where had the youth gone? Hadn't he just leaped down? Why was he nowhere to be seen? This sentiment echoed in the minds of many, all gazed in disbelief at the spectacle. Just moments ago, that person had charged down. Why had he vanished in an instant? Chapter 68. Technique of sapling insertion. Boom. Just as everyone pondered this mystery, a resounding explosion erupted, originating from within the scorpion of the red sand's body. His heart was propelled outward, and in that instant, an iron box appeared, swiftly enclosing the heart within. Ha ha ha. Hyane emerged, revealing that the figure who had charged forward was but a shadow clone, vanishing in a puff of smoke upon descent. The shadow clone had deliberately drawn everyone's attention, while the true Hyane was concealed within a nearby thicket. At that moment, as the shadow clone shouted and charged forth, Hyane unleashed a technique of sapling insertion, directly detonating the scorpion's puppet shell and swiftly reclaiming the scorpion's heart. It is over. All battles have concluded. The scene left behind was a vast wooden enclosure. A heart thumped rhythmically within a sealed iron box adorned with sigils. Granny Chiyo's eyes brimmed with tears as she descended from the treetop to stand before Hyane. Thank you, she said, slightly bowing, her heart overwhelmed with unspoken emotions. Kurozetsu, cradling Gaara's body, extended his hands. Allow me. This is my duty. With that, she enveloped herself in chakra, preparing to employ the forbidden technique of life transfer. This forbidden art could exchange the life of the living for that of the deceased, saving Gaara, and in all of Sunagakure. Only she possessed this ability. Witnessing this, Hyane stepped forward, placing a pill into Gaara's body, then rising to declare, "Do not forget your promise, Sunagakure." With that, he turned and vanished from sight. Beneath the celestial expanse, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Within the chat group, confusion reigned until suddenly, Gaara stirred slightly, astonishingly alive. He scanned his surroundings in search of Hyane, who had already disappeared. He understood he had consumed the resurrection pill. Aware that anyone revived by such a pill would be bound to obey the commands of the host of the celestial broadcast, a command that would penetrate to the very marrow. Irreversible. It dawned on him that the individual was indeed the hidden host of the celestial broadcast. Gaara coughed lightly, rising to his feet and gazing into the distance, then bowed deeply. Some words need not be spoken, yet they resonate deeply within the soul. Granny Chiyo was overjoyed, rushing to embrace Gaara. You've lost a tail, Gaara remarked. If it is lost, then so be it. As long as you are alive, that is what matters. Chiyo replied with a reassuring smile. The three set off towards the village, while beneath the live broadcast, Sunagakure erupted in cheers, as if Gaara's safe return was the greatest joy of all. Yet, within the chat group, silence prevailed for a long time. Uchiha Madara finally spoke. What transpired? Gaara is alive. What did that person feed him? The forbidden technique of life transfer had not been employed by Chiyo, and thus he was unaware. However, the pill had clearly been shown being placed into Gaara's mouth during the celestial broadcast, after which he had revived, igniting Madara's curiosity. For him, the act of resurrection was his current obsession, his focal point of interest. Senju Hashirama interjected, "Could it be the resurrection pill?" This statement awakened the crowd. Tsunade asked, "Is Naruto here? Did you witness the live broadcast? Did that person use the resurrection pill?" Since the introduction of the celestial reward resurrection pill, only 2 individuals had ever received such a pill, with 3 having witnessed it. Naruto Uzumaki, the wandering ninja Hyene, and Hinata Hyuga, who had once obtained the pill and subsequently passed it to Naruto. After Tsunade's inquiry, Naruto remained silent, preoccupied with his own tasks. Hinata responded on his behalf. In response to Lady Fifth Hokage, yes, oh my, it is the precious resurrection pill. That person actually gave it to someone else? That is indeed a resurrection pill. What a generous individual. If it were me, I would hesitate to part with it. Even if someone offered an entire nation in exchange, such a life-saving treasure. The chat group erupted in astonishment. The ninjas of Sunigakure suddenly realized the enormity of resurrecting Gaara. No wonder he had demanded the obedience of an entire village in exchange. Uchiha Madara, filled with envy and jealousy, remarked, "So, that individual is the wandering ninja Hyene." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Senju Hashirama sent a flurry of adoring emojis. "Madara, you are truly astute. How did you ever think of this?" Senju Tobarama chimed in. "Brother, mind your image. Such a question reveals your ignorance, not his brilliance." Uzumaki Mito mused. "I have always wondered, how could someone of Hashirama's intellect become friends with Madara? Truly unfathomable." Uchiha Madara scoffed. "Am I friends with him?" "Nonsense," Senju Hashirama retorted. "Are you not? Can you deny it?" Madara replied. "No." The second Mizukage, Terame, remarked. "Hyene, why did you give that resurrection pill to that little brat? Give it to me. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth." The former 7 ninja swordsman of the mist, Suigetsu, exclaimed, "Give it to me. I will be your loyal servant." Another member, Karui, declared, "Me too. After resurrection, I shall venture through fire and water for you." Yet another, Jinin Akabino, insisted, "Do not fight over it. Give it to me. After resurrection, I will clear the path for you. Whatever you command, I shall obey." Finally, the last member, JZBwa, proclaimed, "Revive me, and I shall dedicate myself to establishing a village for you." Hyene, Fujetsu, Karui, and Akabino jested. "Though it may sound boastful, we could even establish a nation, not just a village." Terame smirked. "So you are aware of your own exaggeration? Fear not the fierce winds that may trip your tongue." Might Guy, the Leaf Ninja, declares, "Revive me. I shall unleash the 8 gates of might and vanquish them all." Ah, how poignant. Words fail me. The fallen shinobi, masquerading as the simple-minded, how despicable. Might Guy, regardless. "You shall never surpass my father." Might Die. "Ha ha. Son, let us share a fist bump." Might Guy, fist bump. At that moment, the live broadcast upon the celestial screen abruptly halts, capturing the attention of all once more. What shall unfold? What shall be shown? The previous broadcast left no queries unanswered. The crowd, filled with anticipation, wonders what astonishing revelation shall grace the screen, especially with the twilight drawing near, merely half an hour until 8 o'clock. What shall the heavens reveal? Will it be a glimpse of the future or reflect upon the present? The audience gazes expectantly at the celestial display. Just then, a line of text flashes across the screen. The selection for the top 3 B kings of the shinobi world commences. Please choose whom you deem the mightiest be king. Those deemed successful by the celestial screen shall receive rewards of 500, 1,000, or 2,000 points. Chapter 69. The selection for a king of the shinobi world begins. A dilemma arises as the screen shifts, revealing 10 segmented displays, each showcasing a video. The first, the fourth Raikage, gritting his teeth as he employs lightning release, the scene crackling with electric fervor. The second, the sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki, nonchalantly battling alongside Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, while gazing at the romantic escapades on screen. The third, the Scorpion, Sasori, exploding with chakra threads, feigning sorrow yet wearing a grin. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, striking a pose with one arm raised, deliberately staged. The fifth, Might Guy, walking on his hands, exclaiming the fervor of youth. The sixth, Haiden of the Akatsuki, grinning wickedly, brandishing his bloodied scythe. The seventh, Deidara, proclaiming the essence of art. The eighth, Killer Bee, rapping while strolling. The ninth, Sasuke Uchiha, his gaze cold and piercing as he studies the screen. The revelation of these 10 images incites an uproar. What a surprise! I am included. I knew it. Deidara is indeed the greatest. At this moment, the elusive Deidara suddenly speaks up in the chat. Anoki, upon seeing him, inquires, "Your comrades have been captured. Do you not care?" Deidara, witnessing the scene, swiftly types, "What is there to care about?" In the Akatsuki, the capable rise to the top. Only the skilled remain, such as myself. The defeated have no voice, nor the right to seek rescue. So, Onoki, if you wish to join our Akatsuki, we have yet to decide. But that fellow, Hanyue, is someone we might consider. Upon hearing this, Conan remarks, Indeed, Hanyue, I hope you see my invitation. I wish for you to join our Akatsuki and contribute to the peace of the shinobi world. We await your arrival. Kisame, shameful. An organization serving extraterrestrials dares to claim to seek peace, distorting the truth. Fourth Raikage A. Damn it. Conan, is it? Reveal the location. Let us settle this. Killer B. Yagu. Sinjialu. Haha. Did you expect this, brother? We both made it to the preliminary round for Be King. Haha. When it comes to Be Kings, who can surpass me? I shall hold a concert tonight. Everyone is welcome. Tickets for 500 or 300 will suffice, or even 10 if necessary. Samui. Huffed. Oh moy. Master, are you asking us to sell tickets for you again? We're not doing it. Karui. Master, no wonder you rank among the top Be King contestants. You do have a flair for showmanship. Killer B. What do you mean by a flair? I am wholeheartedly in the game, alright. This time, the title of Be King is mine alone. Naruto Uzumaki. When it comes to Be King, I only acknowledge what is gay. Haiden, the Be King shall undoubtedly be me. When it comes to showmanship, none understand it better than I. But to speak honestly, my prowess is no mere act. Deidara, you speak as if anyone lacks strength. Your petty tricks would simply turn to mush under my explosions, Might Guy. I believe the title of Be King belongs to me, with the 8 gates. I am invincible. Rock Lee. Haha. My teacher, my guy, you are the strongest. You are the best. Teacher, you shine the brightest. That is how true passion should be. Frog Sage. Quack. Quacking is our specialty. Is it that we frogs lack the stature to even make the top 10? Tianshin Shinji, what stature do you frogs possess? All you do is croak. We, the snake sages, are so beautiful yet go unrecognized, proving that this so-called Be King is nothing special. Slug clone. In terms of beauty, I believe the slug possesses the most charm. As for Be Kings, I have no interest. Frog Sage, who cares about your interest? You are merely cowards. Don't even talk about showmanship. You are cautious even in public. Timid and inept. Slug, do you wish to fight? Frog Sage, who is afraid? Tianshin Shinji, I find that young man watching the romantic escapades quite impressive. Kakashi, is it? I await you at the Dragon Cave. Let us discuss our fates. Kakashi Hatake, Kakazi Morishige. If you truly intend to remain single for life, perhaps seek a snake instead. I am willing. Kakashi. Father, this is a time for electing a Be King. Not matchmaking. Kakazi Morishige. Then I vote for you. You are the best at showmanship. Kakashi. Hashirama Senju. In truth, I wish to vote for Uchiha Madara, for in my heart, none can rival his flair. Yet why is he absent from the top 10 preliminary list? Celestial Screen. I nominate Uchiha Madara. Grant him a chance to join the ranks of the top Be Kings. I propose we remove Minato Namikaze from the list. His stature is insufficient to claim a spot merely through a staged photograph. Uchiha Madara. Ha. Hashirama. Do you desire to dance? Who cares for this so-called list? Minato Namikaze blushes, finally seizing the opportunity to have his image removed from the celestial screen. The first Hokage speaks rightly. I do not wish to be King. I am unworthy. Please delete me. At that moment, the celestial screen appears to have captured the dialogue between the two, promptly replacing Minato's image with that of Uchiha Madara. In the display, he wields the Uchiha fan, a chain side swirling behind him, his gaze dismissive of all, a murderous aura enveloping him as he utters, "Do you wish to dance?" Hashirama Senju, upon witnessing this image, exclaims in awe, "I choose Madara as the Be King." Uchiha Madara. Ha. Hashirama. Perish. Hashirama Senju. I also choose Uchiha Madara. Kushina Uzumaki. I too choose Uchiha Madara. No, the Be King of the shinobi world has to be me. Killer B refuses to concede. It is I. You have yet to witness Haiden's ultimate technique. If you had, you would undoubtedly choose me. He declares, Naruto Uzumaki. I choose Uchiha Sasuke, aside from what is gay. I acknowledge no one else. Niji Hyuga. Same here. Kiba Inazuka. Same here. Sakura Haruno. Same here. Shikamaru Nara. Though it is somewhat troublesome, I also concur. Tintin. Same here. Rock Lee. No, I believe my teacher, Might Guy, is still the greatest. Tintin, not the greatest, but showy. This time, it's not about who is the greatest, but who can show off. Rock Lee. Then I too choose Might Guy. Hashirama Senju, the younger generation is formidable. They simply have not witnessed Madara's display of flair. Otherwise, I am sure they would choose him. The chat erupts into chaos, each individual contemplating the 10 images, each with their own thoughts. The discussions swirl around who shall be crowned the Bee King as the celestial broadcast continues. Ding, ding, ding. The audience rings in with their answers, each selecting from the 10 images. Chapter 70. Striving for the top 3. While some have more supporters than others, the number of supporters does not sway the celestial screen's decision. Finally, the celestial screen announces, the third-place winner of this Bee King contest is Killer Bee. Congratulations to Killer Bee. As a self-proclaimed Bee King, you shall receive a reward of 500 points from the celestial broadcast. Yagu, Senju. Wow, I am the third Bee King. Haha, I am third. Everyone has seen my prowess. I am that exceptional, that powerful. Yagu, Senju. Killer Bee begins to boast in the chat, despite it being a group chat. Everyone feels his elation as if he were soaring. Yet the fourth rakage. Wears a troubled expression. Brother, is this truly worth celebrating? Karabi. Of course, in this moment and setting, I feel compelled to compose a song. Hachigaya wrote. Senju. Who would have thought? I could become the Bee King. The world is so wondrous. I am grateful for the heavenly Hachigaya Yalu. Senju Hashirama. Haha. I considered myself quite impressive. Little did I know that in today's ninja world, there are those who surpass me. Senju Tobarama. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves aside, while the front waves are crushed upon the shore. Brother, this time, you have lost. Senju Hashirama. Indeed. I didn't even make it onto the Bee King preliminary list, which clearly illustrates the magnitude of my defeat. At that moment, the celestial screen displayed numerous clips showcasing Karabi's ostentatious moments. Scenes of him battling while wielding 7 blades and rapping. Wandering with a small notebook to learn and perform, and hosting a concert attended by only 3 disciples. A string of over a dozen clips depicted his flamboyance. As expected. Haha. Karabi watched the live broadcast of himself and erupted into laughter once more. Finally, as his clips concluded, the celestial screen shifted to display 10 images for evaluation, with a beam of light circulating among them. The anticipation for the second-place winner of the ninja world Bee King began to build. This time, the celestial broadcast teased the audience as the light moved across the screen. An urgent voice filled the air, heightening everyone's curiosity. The second-place winner is none other than the illustrious Madara Uchiha, known as Banyi, with Senju Hashirama being the first to respond. The scene transitioned to showcase Madara's ostentatious moments, wielding Susanoo, battling single-handedly against multiple foes, striking poses in silence, and receiving flowers from girls without a glance. Madara nearly spat blood. Is the celestial screen this dull? What is the purpose of this evaluation? If he could, Madara would have relished the chance to obliterate the celestial screen, yet he found himself unable to do so. Haha, I knew it was you. It had to be you. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, nearly shedding tears from mirth. Senju Tobarama nodded in agreement, as the older generation of deceased ninjas concurred. Indeed, Madara Uchiha undoubtedly possesses that kind of clout. Congratulations, Banyi. The next statement nearly drove Madara into despair. Congratulations to Senju Hashirama for answering correctly and earning 1,000 points, as the celestial screen announced the rewards for the second-place responder. What the heck? The second-place Bee King, received nothing, while the one who answered got 1,000 points. Madara could no longer contain himself. He felt his spirit ascend to the nether, unable to resist unleashing several jutsu upon the celestial screen. But no matter how he attacked, the screen remained unharmed in the sky. Senju Hashirama, Madara, do not be agitated. You must believe in yourself. The key is to answer promptly. If these points could be gifted, I would bestow them upon you, but alas, such is not the case. Haha. Madara Uchiha. Get lost. Senju Hashirama. Certainly. Now, the moment of tension has arrived. Who will be the first Bee King of the ninja world? Let us gaze upon the grand screen. The celestial broadcast resonated throughout the realm. Everyone anxiously stared at the screen, as a vibrant display of colors swirled above. Might Guy prayed, "It's me. It's me. It's me." Haydn prayed, "It's me. It's me." Dayara prayed, "It must be me." Suddenly, the swirling colors ceased, and all brilliance focused upon a single image. The contenders for the preliminary round exchanged glances of disappointment. It was not themselves, but him. The celestial screen declared, "Congratulations to Sasuke Uchiha for being awarded the title of the first Bee King of the ninja world. Furthermore, congratulations to the first responder, Naruto Uzumaki, for earning 2,000 points." In the same breath, the screen filled with numerous clips of Sasuke Uchiha's ostentatious moments, serving as compelling evidence. It was truly him. I never expected this. Kushina Uzumaki exclaimed in disbelief. Congratulations. Makoto, your son has earned the title of Be King. Makoto Uchiha. Oh, it's nothing. Though I find it peculiar that Sasuke has spoken in the group today. Fugaku Uchiha. Do not fret. Makoto. Sasuke is no longer a child. He must be occupied with something. No one addressed their inquiries, as they remained unaware of Sasuke Uchiha's departure from Konoha, nor did they know that Naruto and others had already set off in pursuit. At that moment, the Sound Four had been defeated, and Kagaya's loyal follower had also fallen to the combined efforts of Rock Lee and Kakashi. Meanwhile, Naruto stood at the Valley of the End, gazing across at Sasuke Uchiha, calling out loudly, "Did you see? Your parents do not wish for you to leave Konoha. Come back with me. Return to become the Be King." Sasuke Uchiha scoffed, regardless of the circumstances. "I will not allow you to depart. Then let us see your abilities." The two charged towards one another, and the battle commenced. In the Celestial Broadcast Group, the crowd remained oblivious to the conflict at the Valley of the End, as the Celestial screen had not aired it, leaving everyone uninformed. Senju Hashirama. I never anticipated that young Sasuke Uchiha would ascend to the title of Be King at such a tender age. Anoki. I sense that the origin of this title is not based solely on current evaluations, but rather a synthesis of the past, present, and future. Kurinai Yui. Indeed, it is evident that these younger generations are striving diligently. Quite commendable. Fourth Raikage A. Striving to be the Be King. How about engaging in a fight instead for a more exhilarating experience? Karabi. Hachigaya Road. Senjalu. Who can rival my strength? Who can match my prowess? I am the third Be King. Oh dear brother, why do you strike me again? As time passed, the Celestial Broadcast concluded, and each village gleaned valuable information from the day as transmission. Chapter 71. Is Jiraiya going to his doom? Nightfall cloaked the northern region of the Land of Fire as a torrential downpour persisted. Amidst the rain, a figure moved swiftly northward, none other than Jiraiya. On a nearby hill, a youth adorned with a straw hat, his eyes manifesting the Sharingan, observed the figure hastening through the rain-soaked night. I asked him, is he headed to the Land of Rain? This path is the only route to the Land of Rain. And Jiraiya is traveling late into the night. It must be of great urgency. Since the advent of the Celestial Broadcast, the dynamics within the ninja world have shifted significantly, with events unfolding ahead of schedule. It is likely that the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, upon witnessing the capture of the One Tail, have begun formulating their strategies. Their Umbu must now be actively seeking clues regarding the Akatsuki organization to avoid being caught off guard. Moreover, Jiraiya is familiar with Konan and Yahiko, who is transformed into pain. He must surely harbor suspicions regarding Amigakure, but can he truly return alive after venturing there? Yakin did not hinder Jiraiya's journey. Instead, he turned away, seeking shelter from the rain. The journey is long, and even if he reaches his destination, it will be by morning. There is still time. Yet, what choices he makes then will be his own. If he insists on courting death, Yakin cannot intervene. After a restful night, the dawn broke, and everyone began their daily routines. Under the Celestial Broadcast, many gazed skyward, anticipating the appearance of new videos. Some had gradually acclimated to the broadcasts after 3 days. Life must go on. Those who worked continued their labor, while students resumed their studies, and shopkeepers carried on with their businesses. On the surface, everything appeared tranquil, yet unbeknownst to them, events were quietly unfolding behind this facade of calm. The sky flickered, and the celestial screen materialized once more. Simultaneously, the celestial chat group reopened. Haha, I can finally speak. I nearly burst. The first to emerge was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been watching the celestial broadcast yesterday. Yearning to voice many thoughts but constrained by a mute status. Today, however, his silence was lifted. Tsunade, how are you managing the affairs of Konoha? Is everything well? Hearing that Danzo is an informant for Orochimaru truly shocked me. He must have fled, right? Alas, I lament my poor judgment of character. Yet, I still believe he contributed significantly to Konoha. After all, I have borne a considerable amount of blame for you. Haven Ti, if you were Hokage, I would be the scapegoat, right? Suddenly, Shimura Danzo chimed in. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Wow. Danzo, you're here. It's been a while. Danzo, why do I feel as if you've become a different person since your death? You've become quite verbose. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Only those who have faced death can truly understand how I feel now. Danzo. Makoto Uchiha. Sasuke. Where are you? Why didn't you speak at all yesterday? Please say something. Fugaku Uchiha, Makoto, do not worry. There is nothing to fret over. Our son is grown now. Sasuke. Indeed. Father, mother, do not fret. I have my own plans. Danzo, Itachi, mark my words. There will come a day when I shall make you pay. Danzo, a mere child dares to speak boldly. Having witnessed our battles, I too have made preparations. I await you, though I fear you may lack the courage to confront me. Makoto Uchiha, though he may be but a child. Let us not forget how some were vanquished by him. Danzo, one day, Sasuke shall avenge us. Inoki, good morning, everyone. Who would have thought this early in the day would carry such a pungent air of conflict? Fourth Reikage A. Those who have perished are gone, while the living remain. The divide between mortals is cleared, and if you have the guts, take action. Does all this prattle serve any purpose? Tsunade, good morning. All, have you dined yet? Jiraiya, I just finished my meal. Another day as Hokage awaits, with countless documents and endless materials to review. I tire of this role. Jiraiya, this position rightfully belongs to you. Hurry back and take over. Jiraiya, patience, my dear Tsunade. I am quite busy at the moment. Tsunade, are you preparing to commence? Have you arrived? Jiraiya, yes, I am ready to infiltrate shortly. Tsunade, what are you two discussing? What is this about deer and infiltration? Am I the only one who finds this distasteful? So early in the day, and you commence with such banter? Tsunade, chuckles Tsunade, have you perhaps been single for too long and are now imagining things? If so, I suggest you consult a physician and spare the rest of us from your distaste. Tsunade, spits, if you dare speak out of turn again, beware, I shall summon Hashirama to be your second grandmother. Tsunade, despicable, Uzumaki Mido, who wishes to be my Hashirama's mistress? Step forward. Tsunade, oh, I misspoke. I meant Tobarama, Senju Tobarama, Sister May, I have arrived. After a brief exchange, the sky suddenly shifted, and a bold proclamation appeared on the live screen. Jiraiya versus Pain of the Six Paths, how Jiraiya met his demise. This video was intentionally placed by Yin Yi upon the screen. The previous 3 days featured random broadcasts, but today was an explicit message from the host. This served as a warning to Jiraiya. Should he persist in his reckless ways after viewing this footage, there would be no further recourse. Upon the emergence of this bold text, Jiraiya, who was about to enter Amigakure, was momentarily taken aback. He was no fool and understood the implication of the message. Could it be that I am fated to die? He furrowed his brow as he gazed at the screen. As a ninja, he comprehended the nuances of retreat and knew he must not proceed recklessly at this juncture. Consequently, he sought a concealed location to observe what the screen would reveal before deciding on his course of action. Within the live broadcast, a faint red hue appeared. The audience discovered that whenever red appeared before a video, it signified future events. Green indicated occurrences in the present. The reappearance of red before the broadcast confirmed that in the established timeline, Jiraiya would indeed face pain of the Akatsuki, with the potential for his demise in the ensuing battle. The scene dimmed, gradually becoming clearer, revealing Jiraiya within the live video, his expression grave as he surveyed his surroundings. Encircled by iron pipes, clearly, he was at a drainage outlet underground. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged from above, accompanied by the ferocious roar of a beast, lunging towards him. This creature bore a singular body with 3 heads. Resembling a hellhound, its heads adorned with black rods, moving swiftly towards Jiraiya. Upon witnessing this, Jiraiya shouted, Frog Katsu, Chapter 72, The Perverse Sage Strikes. A massive frog charged forth. Although I may be clumsy, I shall strive to confront this foe. With that, Frog Katsu leaped towards the 3-headed hellhound, wielding a harpoon with agility and speed, twisting and leaping, delivering a blow that pinned the snarling creature against the wall. Quite the capable one, Frog Katsu. Jiraiya exclaimed with delight. At that moment, the pinned hellhound suddenly split into 3, deftly freeing itself from the harpoon and swiftly encircling Frog Katsu from 3 directions. Their teeth were sharp, and each beast bore a pair of Rinnegan eyes. As the battle ensued, the enemy utilized flanking tactics, and Frog Katsu sustained injuries. Despite having defeated the foe on 2 occasions, Jiraiya was taken aback as his punches merely caused the hellhound to multiply into 2, 3, or even 6, overwhelming him. Above their clash lay an exit, with white light streaming in. The two fought fiercely, and after several exchanges, amidst a series of explosions, Frog Katsu and Jiraiya finally emerged above ground. The nearby structures towered high, and a light rain fell incessantly. How are you holding up, Frog Katsu? I hope you take care of yourself, Jiraiya inquired. Frog Katsu, bloodied and wounded, grasped an iron column, because I am quite clumsy. Injuries are inevitable, This monster seems to multiply with each encounter. Jiraiya lamented as he gazed at the multitude of hellhounds before them. They resolved to alter their strategy and retreat to a confined space to eliminate the creatures one by one. Frog Katsu leaped, while Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine, sensing multiple gazes upon him. Upon entering the cramped battlefield, the hellhounds once again multiplied, the fight reignited, and after several exchanges, Jiraiya charged forward, delivering a kick that sent several hellhounds flying. However, upon turning back, he found the beleaguered Frog Katsu ensnared by 7 or 8 hellhounds. Its face twisted in pain. It murmured, "Indeed, I remain quite clumsy," sensing the dire situation. Jiraiya released the summoning technique and attempted reverse summoning to draw all the hellhounds into Mount Myaboku, where the frog sages would surely handle them. However, to his astonishment, the enemy seemed to anticipate his intentions. And with a series of popping sounds, the hellhounds vanished, the scene fell silent, and a chameleon materialized upon the screen. "Nagato, you are still too inexperienced to leave my back exposed," Jiraiya shouted, lunging at the beast below. To his surprise, upon making contact, he discovered it was merely a shadow clone, dissipating in a cloud of smoke. Not only a clone, but one with summoning techniques. Behind him, the beast path spoke coldly as a massive 8-foot bird descended upon Jiraiya. Frog Katsu guarded the rear, but was pierced through its shield by the bird's beak, collapsing to the ground in grave injury. It turned out that the previous so-called reverse summoning was merely an illusion. Frog Katsu had never left the battlefield. This time, it bore serious wounds. As the 8-foot bird pursued, it dropped explosive orbs resembling eggs, causing enormous detonations. Yet, through it all, Jiraiya's hands remained clasped in prayer, unwavering, utilizing the diversion. Jiraiya dispatched the 8-foot bird, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another summoning rhinoceros appeared. At last, Jiraiya transformed into Sage mode. His previously clasped hands opened, revealing 2 frogs, Fukasaku and Shima, perched upon his shoulders. Simultaneously, the colossal rhinoceros charged forward, and Jiraiya, glowing with sage energy, effortlessly obliterated the summoned beast. "Wow, incredible, Naruto, still recuperating in the ninja hospital," exclaimed as he observed the spectacle outside. The previous night, he and Uchiha Sasuke had battled fiercely at the Valley of the End, both sustaining injuries. He had employed the sage technique bestowed upon him by the screen, believing he could certainly bring Sasuke back. Yet, to his surprise, that individual had also received rewards through the screen's question and answer segment, gaining the Manjikyu Sharingan and heightened power. Although he could not yet wield Susanoo, their strengths were evenly matched, resulting in a mutual downfall. The Leaf Village had brought him back to the hospital, where he was recuperating. However, early that morning, he had tuned into the live broadcast, and as he watched Jiraiya fleeing from summoned beasts, he felt a surge of anxiety. Only when Jiraiya achieved Sage mode did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Perverted Sage, keep fighting. Perverted Sage, give it your all. You must defeat them." Uzumaki Naruto, uncertain why Jiraiya was battling Pain, knew only that Pain was a villain seeking to capture Jinchuriki, and he simply wanted Jiraiya to win. Tsunade, observing the scene, felt a weight in her heart, wondering if Jiraiya had entered Amigakure, and if so, whether he was in grave danger. Gazing at the screen, she noted the formidable strength of Pain's forces. Even a single summoning technique had rendered Jiraiya so vulnerable, making it evident just how powerful they truly were. She gazed up at the vast sky, her fists clenched slightly, and in the live chat group, she composed a message. "Zai has come to as long as you return alive. We shall marry. What on earth is happening?" Everyone was anxiously watching the sky when such a statement suddenly appeared in the group chat, causing an explosion of reactions among the members, with many typing a flurry of question marks. Senju Hashirama, visibly excited, exclaimed, "My granddaughter, what's going on? Have you finally decided to get married? How old are you this year?" Tsunade retorted, "Grandfather, what do you mean by that?" Senju Hashirama replied, "I must prepare your dowry. I've thought it through. It's 20 taels of gold for every year of your age." Uzumaki Mido chimed in, "I too must contribute. My granddaughter is getting married. I must accompany her with a dowry. How old are you now? Let me think of something suitable." Senju Tobarama added, "Count me in as well." Tsunade questioned, "So, it's your age multiplied by 10 taels of gold?" Senju Hashirama affirmed, "Exactly." Tsunade calculated, 39. Orochimaru interjected, "No, you're 53 this year. We 3 are of similar age, have you forgotten?" Tsunade laughed. Pfft. Senju Hashirama chuckled. Pfft. Senju Tobarama joined in. Pfft. Uzumaki Mido exclaimed, "Oh dear, my granddaughter, have you reached that age already?" Senju Hashirama insisted on increasing the dowry to 20 taels for each year. totaling 1,060 taels of gold for 53. Not to mention the contributions from Tobarama and Minato. Jiraiya, observing this scene from outside the rain village, couldn't contain his laughter. I agree. I'll return immediately, Tsunade. No backing out, Tsunade added. Actually, I was just joking. I haven't made up my mind. Senju Hashirama declared, if you think any longer, you'll be buried alongside us. It's settled. Chapter 73. From mourning to joy, they truly hadn't anticipated that without their parental figures, Tsunade would become a 50-something old maid. Singlehood was one thing, but having someone she fancied and not acting upon it was quite another. Meanwhile, the Senju clan had already arranged Tsunade's marriage while in the sky, Jiraiya was still engaged in a fierce battle. Pain appeared, but not just one. 3 forms manifested. The Azure Path, the Animal Path, and the Hungry Ghost Path. The trio stood on the celestial bridge, resembling deities descending from the heavens, gazing down at Jiraiya. Their eyes mirrored each other, all possessing the Rinnegan, their golden hair contrasting with the black markings and metal spikes adorning their faces. Below, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Previously, only one pain had been revealed in the images leaked by Tenbo, but now there were 3. The tension in the air was palpable as Killer Bee was the first to speak amidst the crowd's anxious anticipation. The scene was staggering, laden with an oppressive aura of impending doom. The battle resumed, with Jiraiya facing 2 opponents, successfully slaying 2 summoned beasts with the help of Fukusaku and Shima, Oil, Wind Release, Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. Jiraiya unleashed his sage techniques, igniting a torrent of flames that surged toward his adversaries, the inferno resembling a raging sea. Yet before the 3, it faltered as the Hungry Ghost Path extended its hand. Enveloped in a cloud of smoke, Jiraiya stared in disbelief. Did it succeed? As the smoke cleared, not only did the flames fail to extinguish the trio, but the fiery ocean completely vanished. What was happening? Jiraiya, Fukusaku, and Shima exchanged bewildered glances, and even the ordinary citizens watching the live broadcast were perplexed, as they lacked comprehension of ninja arts. However, the seasoned ninjas understood. Konoha's 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, shook his head slightly. I have never witnessed such a technique. Not even Senju Hashirama had encountered such a phenomenon. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It seems pain is invincible. With him, our Akatsuki will surely achieve ultimate victory. The battle continued. The close combat commenced as Jiraiya charged in with an enormous Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto jumped up and down, exclaiming, "Wow, what a massive Rasengan, Sage, when you return. Teach me this supersized Rasengan." This level of attack could spell death for even the most skilled opponents if they didn't evade. Yet the Hungry Ghost Path began to absorb the entire Rasengan. Naruto gasped in disbelief. Everyone was in shock. The earlier flames had obscured their view, but now they were witnessing everything clearly. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Was he truly absorbing it? They anxiously observed the scene unfolding in the sky. If even Jiraiya's colossal Rasengan could be absorbed, who could possibly stand against these beings? Anxiety gripped everyone, realizing the battle was titled. How Jiraiya met his end.it was evident that he was outmatched and facing annihilation. Seizing the moment, the Hell Path appeared behind Jiraiya, preparing for a sneak attack. Shima deployed smoke bombs to obstruct their line of sight, allowing Jiraiya to pivot and strike the Hell Path with a punch. However, the opponents seemed to possess eyes in the back of their head, effortlessly blocking Jiraiya's assault. Sage Art. Hair Needle 1,000 Needles. A barrage of hair descended upon them, blocked entirely by the summoned Bear Fur. Toad Flame Bomb. A massive fireball erupted. Simultaneously, Jiraiya analyzed the battle scene, gathering valuable intel. Meanwhile, beneath the celestial display, the intel divisions of the 5 major ninja villages were conducting a thorough analysis of Pain's combat capabilities through the live broadcast. The plumper individual could absorb ninjutsu, while another utilized summoning techniques. All possessed Rinnegan. Even the summoned beasts had them. How could there be so many Rinnegan users? It was truly bizarre. While the Toad could cast illusions, Jiraiya's sage techniques were formidable, yet they felt overmatched against Pain. The intelligence personnel from various ninja villages, including smaller ones, were busy compiling all battle data. The fight raged on, and Pain re-emerged. One of them stating, "Never turn your back on the enemy. This is something you taught me, Jiraiya-sensei." Indeed, they were the very children from the Rain Village that Jiraiya had once educated, yet he never imagined that after all these years, they would rise to become the leaders of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya was ambushed, losing an arm, and just then, a cloud of smoke appeared, revealing 6 figures. Jiraiya stared in astonishment at the 6 before him. What? The previous trio had already posed a significant challenge, and now 6 more pain forms emerged, the side-and-sided Fury and Nagato, who clenched his fingers in anger. If only he could obliterate this live broadcast. It had exposed all his secrets, and from this moment on, the Rain Village would face even greater threats. Conan remained silent. They had tried numerous methods, yet the broadcast persisted. After a long pause, she finally asked, "What shall we do?" "Fear not. We shall adapt to the challenges ahead. We will employ guerrilla tactics, ensuring the world experiences punishment and understands the taste of suffering before truly cherishing peace. For the sake of that peace, we shall eliminate anyone in our path." "Yes." Conan nodded. "I will continue recruiting. This time, we shall accept anyone with any abilities into our Akatsuki." She aimed to bolster her village's strength and protect the Rain Village. The live broadcast had unveiled their trump cards, compelling them to respond to the looming dangers, yet nothing could deter their relentless pursuit for the sake of the ninja world and their aspirations. They would never cease their advance. The 6 paths of pain, Deva Path, Asura Path, Human Path, Hell Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Animal Path, all made their grand entrance. The crowd was left in awe, many children gazing at them with admiration. 6 of them. Such a grand display. They looked so impressive, so formidable. Chapter 74. "I am willing to disband my organization," Jiraiya exclaimed loudly. It was evident that, had it not been for the live broadcast from the heavens, he would have remained oblivious to the specifics concerning the members of the Akatsuki in the future. Not only Jiraiya, but even just 3 days prior, most were entirely unaware of the name Akatsuki. With only a select few, such as Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the higher-ups of Konoha, possessing any knowledge of their existence. Of course, their understanding was limited. Now, however, the entire ninja world was aware of Akatsuki and all their names. A revelation brought forth by the live broadcast from the heavens. "We are gods," declared Nagato, the pain of the 6 paths, as the 6 of them charged forward. 3 pains were already a formidable challenge, let alone 6. Nagato stepped forward and violently hurled Jiraiya away, while the Asura Path unleashed attacks with firearms, the explosions resounding in all directions. As the 6 engaged, Jiraiya was struck in the abdomen, spitting blood. Though he managed to kill one with his toad stomach acid, he was ultimately unable to escape. The 6 descended upon him, 6 black rods piercing his body. His consciousness began to fade, and in his final moments, he was still preoccupied with relaying information back to Konoha. But it was too late. He could only leave a coded message on the back of Fukusaku before losing his breath. Seeing this scene, Naruto Uzumaki dashed out of the ninja hospital, charging straight towards the heavenly screen. "Naruto!" Sakura shouted loudly, but Naruto's eyes were filled with tears. He pointed at the still image on the screen, tears streaming down his face. "Pervy Sage, pervy!" Sakura punched him on the head. "What do you mean, pervy? That's a glimpse of the future. Jiraiya-sensei is still alive." "Huh? What did you say?" Naruto sniffled, his eyes brimming with tears. "I said Jiraiya-sensei is still alive. Look at the chat group." Sakura pointed to the chat content on the other side of the live broadcast, exclaiming loudly to AT. That moment, Naruto noticed that Jiraiya-sensei had indeed spoken in the group. "Ha ha ha, Tsunade, you can't go back on your word. You promised that if I returned alive, you'd marry me. For you, I would disband my harem." Tsunade replied, "I retract my previous statement." "Do as you wish," Jiraiya continued. "Tsunade, it can't be like this. Our grandparents have prepared dowries for us." "Ha, I'm so happy. I'm getting married." What does that mean? Is the pervy sage getting married?" Naruto exclaimed to Tsunade. "Baba, you must think this through. He's not a good person, peeping on girls while they bathe, going to bars to find women, and he even enjoys writing those kinds of books. Are you sure you want to marry him?" "Naruto, shut up." Jiraiya countered. "I regret it. I'm not marrying anymore." Tsunade lamented. "This can't be." "But looking at it this way, Jiraiya doesn't seem too good," Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked. "Aside from being a bit of a perv, he's not too bad. My 3 disciples encompass all: yellow, gambling, and poison." Yellow refers to Jiraiya. Poison is Orochimaru. Then what about gambling? Hiruzen replied. "Your granddaughter. Pfft. She has loved playing cards since she was young. Who would have thought she would still be like this when she grew up?" Mito Uzumaki interjected. "Cough cough, it's not growing up, it's growing old." Tobarama Senju sighed. "Sigh. What a pity." Jiraiya continued his journey south, laughing heartily. Now he didn't need to risk his life to glean information about pain. Judging by the heavenly screen, he could somewhat deduce what was going on with pain. However, he remained uncertain about the abilities of all 6 of them. Yet, he had a feeling that finding Nagato might unveil the answers. As he traveled, He engaged in conversation in the chat group, reveling in the joy of being alive. He felt that if this heavenly screen had not aired this video today, perhaps next year on this day would have been his day of remembrance. Observing his own capabilities in the footage, he had to concede that even if he were to battle those 6 once more, he would not stand a chance. Among them was one who resembled Yahiko. Aside from having engaged him in physical combat, he hadn't utilized any ninjutsu, had he? Sigh. How old he felt. After lamenting this, a broad smile spread across his face. Regardless, he was still alive, as long as he lived. Infinite possibilities awaited him. Perhaps in the future, he would encounter pain again, and when that time came, he would unleash his greater prowess, demonstrating that he was not a teacher without merit. The heavenly screen froze, followed by a line of text appearing. The next question will unveil the greatest secret of the ninja world, which has remained unknown from the beginning. I and Konoha, who is the one that pain fears the most? What is this person's relation to pain? Upon the emergence of this question, everyone was left bewildered. Not only the individuals from the 5 great ninja villages, but even Nagato and Conan were perplexed. What does this mean? Conan pointed at the sky in astonishment, glancing back at Nagato. Just moments ago, the 6 paths had stood in the rain, observing the earlier battle with Jiraiya, knowing that certain secrets of theirs had inevitably been exposed. The individuals from the 5 great ninja villages were astute, and it was believed that their ninjutsu capabilities would soon be analyzed. Yet, they had not anticipated that this heavenly screen would not follow the expected course. Opting instead to pose such a baffling question. I don't know. Pain said. Do you have any relatives in Konoha? Or is there something we are unaware of that might happen in the future? Conan inquired, looking at the heavenly screen once more. Pain shook his head, genuinely uncertain. Who did he fear in Konoha? He had never contemplated this. He had never heard anyone mention any acquaintances he had in Konoha. If it were Uchiha Obito, it wasn't fear, it was respect, as they merely had a cooperative relationship. So, who was that person? Pain wondered, while the group was equally puzzled. Ding, could it be Jiraiya? I just watched the video. And one of those people was called Jiraiya-sensei. Could it be that this relationship is what makes them fear him? Someone quickly responded, seizing this detail. The others looked on with envy as the individual provided a reasonable answer. However, soon someone in the group opposed. Could it really be Jiraiya? If it were him, could he still be killed? Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Clearly, the one who had quickly answered the question was not a ninja. Their perspective was too one-dimensional. Indeed, after the heavenly screen reviewed the response, a chime sounded. Incorrect answer. Penalty. Half of your savings. Oh no, my money, the individual exclaimed in the group. Don't be disheartened. Don't shed tears. It's all part of the game. You showed great courage, so keep it up. Tobarama encouraged. The individual nodded repeatedly. Thank you for the encouragement, Lord Hashirama. I truly appreciate it. Next time, I will definitely be more cautious. Oh no, my money. The people of Konoha were equally curious about the question. Who in Konoha could possibly be Pain's relative? Moreover, this was the greatest secret of the ninja world, unknown to anyone. Did even the members of the Akatsuki remain in the dark? The villagers began to speculate among themselves. Ino, could it be you? Sakura remarked with a hint of gossip. Look at your hair. It's yellow. Although the 6 Pains have orange hair, yours is a light yellow. It might be related to family genetics. Who knows, you could be relatives. Sakura, I think you are more likely. Does your broad forehead not resemble that bald head? Perhaps you two are relatives. Ino retorted defiantly, mentioning bald head referred to the Azura path, whose forehead indeed appeared quite large. Sakura gritted her teeth in frustration. Ino pig, stop arguing, both of you. Didn't you see what's written in the question? Pain fears this person and dares not act recklessly against them. Do you really think that Pain, who couldn't even defeat the pervy sage, would fear you? Naruto, who had been peering out of the hospital window at the heavenly screen, interjected. The 2 girls, who had been bickering, paused at his words. So, Pain has nothing to do with us? How disappointing. Seeing how handsome Pain is, I thought he might be a relative. It seems impossible now. Ino contemplated her father, shaking her head slightly. Sakura nodded in agreement. Indeed, my parents are also unlikely to be relatives of Pain. Hearing this, Naruto grinned widely and immediately began typing in the group. Ojizen. Okayasen, is there any relation between our family and Pain? Kushina Uzumaki replied. As far as I know, not at all. However, this answer doesn't imply that I am completely unaware. Konoha's very own wave wind Minato proclaimed. Trust me, our family has no ties to them. Yet, at that moment, the entire village of Konoha seemed to be engaged in a frenzy of familial inquiries. Within the village, everyone was abuzz with questions. Asuma, are you perhaps a relative of Pain? Or does the third Hokage share some connection with them? Hyuga clan leader, might there be an ancestral link between the Hyuga family and Pain? Their Rinnegan bears a striking resemblance to our Byakugan. Could it possibly be related? Is this matter connected to the Tsuji family at the blacksmith shop in the west of the village? The six Pains bear iron nails that closely resemble those crafted by them. Perhaps it's worth questioning him. No, absolutely not. In an instant, the village's Umbu, the intelligence department, and villagers of all ages commenced a fervent search for any relatives of Pain, instigating a lively discussion in the live broadcast group. Uchiha Izuna commented, "Who does Pain fear? What relation does this individual hold to him? And is this the greatest secret in the ninja world? Who might it be? I'm so curious, brother, do you know?" Uchiha Madara replied, "Oh dear, I have no idea, and I find it quite puzzling." Senju Hashirama chimed in, "Could it possibly be me? I believe I deserve the honor of instilling fear in Pain and his associates." Uchiha Madara retorted, "You are deceased." Senju Tobarama suggested, "It could also be me. After all, I excel at inventing ninjutsu. Perhaps one day I will develop a technique to counter Pain." Uchiha Izuna interjected, "But you are already dead. How could Pain possibly fear a corpse?" Might Guy then asked, "Kakashi, could it be you?" Kakashi quickly dismissed, "No." Might Guy, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Ding, I can't wait any longer, and since no one else is answering, I am eager to know the answer, so I buzzed in. What if it were me? I am Pain's relative, the one he fears the most, fiery as I am. Ha ha ha. Regardless of the actual answer, the mere thought of such a possibility sent adrenaline coursing through Might Guy's veins, exhilarating him to no end. Rock Lee, witnessing this, wore an expression of enthusiasm. "Teacher, I believe it's you. Who else could rival Pain?" Might Guy responded with laughter. Ha ha ha. "Yes, with my dedication. I am confident that if I encountered Pain, I would surely leave him searching for his teeth." Uchiha Madara, clearly unimpressed, admonished, "You, an unnamed junior from Konoha, should know that sometimes boasting comes at a cost. Considering the number of esteemed individuals present, do you not think it presumptuous to elevate yourself so?" Might Guy retorted, "Uchiha Madara, you must be underestimating me." "Ha, care to contest?" Senju Hashirama reminded, "Madara, do not forget, you are dead." A series of dark lines appeared on Uchiha Madara's forehead, and ultimately he fell silent. Indeed, he had passed on. How could he challenge anyone? The fact that an unknown junior dared to boast in the group left him questioning whether his own reputation had faded into obscurity. One day, he vowed, the entire ninja world would come to recognize his might. Ding. Might Guy answered incorrectly, penalty of 10 points, the system announced. Upon checking his score, Might Guy noticed he had fewer than 100 points remaining and cried out, "My points, my points." Meanwhile, a previously punished civilian lamented, "I answered incorrectly and lost half my savings, yet he only lost 10 points. This is unjust. I demand an explanation from the system as to why I was punished so harshly while he faced only a trivial penalty. I would willingly trade my points for my lost savings." At that moment, a screenshot-like image suddenly appeared in the live chat. A certain civilian's points, 0. Savings after 30 years of life, 0. 56 yuan. Nara Shikamaru remarked, "Why does that savings amount seem so familiar? How troublesome. Having lived for over a decade and having less than 1 yuan. How terrifying. I hope I don't end up like this at 30. Akimichi Choji added, "That's still better than my situation. I owe my father 300 yuan, I'll spend on food. By the way, there's a new barbecue place opening. Who is joining me for a split bill?" Yamanaka Ino quipped, "What happened to that loudmouth? Weren't they contesting the system's penalties? You need points for that. And with a score of 0, they're worse off than I am." Sakura chimed in, "Indeed, living 30 years with only 0. 56 yuan in savings, how affluent." Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, "Haha, I found a yuan in a corner of the hospital." Chapter 76. Ding ding ding. The full-on buzzin' begins. Naruto, filled with joy, quickly shared his excitement in the group, including the money in my frog wallet. "I now have more than those who have lived 30 years. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. I'll be heading to Ichiraka Ramen soon." Meanwhile, the individual in question sat in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. They had nothing to begin with, and now their savings had been publicly exposed. They could scarcely recall having 0.56 yuan, and now the entire ninja world knew of their financial plight, after a round of mockery in the live chat. The group quickly forgot about that individual's existence. Anoki remarked, "But the penalties may seem minor. The question itself is quite challenging. After all, it is a secret unknown to the ninja world. Even Pain of the Akatsuki might be unaware." "Pain, do you know?" Inoki directly tagged Pain in the group, hoping for more information. Indeed, Pain responded, "I do not know. Who do you recognize among the Konoha villagers?" Jiraiya suddenly inquired. On the surface, it appeared to be a question for the sake of the quiz. But upon closer inspection, it became evident that Jiraiya was subtly probing into Pain's connections with Konoha. "Yourself," Pain replied. Jiraiya, taken aback, responded, "Well, that's fair." Ding. At that moment, an announcement appeared above. Given the difficulty of this question, the system has increased the rewards for a correct answer. Previously, correct answers were rewarded with ninjutsu. From now on, incorrect answers will incur a deduction of 10 points, while correct answers will yield a revive rebirth pill. With the mention of the revive rebirth pill, the entire ninja world erupted once more. This marked the third such pill. The first had been utilized by way of Win Minato, the second had been given to Gaara by Yenyi. And now this was the third. I want it. I want it. I'll subscribe. Suddenly, Conan from the Akatsuki pressed the buzzer, followed closely by a flurry of others eager to answer. After all, with a mere 10-point penalty for incorrect answers, even if they exhausted their points, acquiring the revive rebirth pill would be worthwhile. My answer is the Uchiha clan. While I do not know who specifically, I believe that such a powerful clan should be a formidable opponent whom Pain fears. Conan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Nagato turned to her. Are you losing your composure? If I could obtain the revive rebirth pill, I would give it to Yahiko. I want him to be revived. To see our plan through, and to create a future together, wouldn't that be wonderful? Conan said, her eyes glistening with hope. Nagato nodded slightly. If Yahiko could be revived, he would welcome it. As the number of participants buzzing in increased, the system's evaluation time quickened. Ding. Incorrect answer, deducting 10 points. Ding. Uchiha Madara buzzed in second. I believe it should be the Frog Sage. Although he resides in Mount Mayaboku, he protects Konoha, thus forming a partnership with its people. I think it must be the Frog Sage. Ding. Incorrect answer, deducting 10 points. Ding. Tsunade buzzed in third. I believe it's me. My unparalleled medical ninjutsu is unmatched. Should Pain come before me, he might very well find himself sliced to pieces. Hence his fear of me. Incorrect answer, deducting 10 points. It's me, Kiba. My dog is so formidable. If Pain appears, he'll bite his rear, leaving him nowhere to hide. Incorrect answer. The chat once again erupted into chaos. As one after another, participants offered their answers, each met with a string of incorrect responses. Kakashi, Might Guy, Rock Lee, Hinata, Naruto Uzumaki, the third Hokage, Akimichi Choji, Inuzuka Kiba, and many more. All who could be thought of as ninjas had their turn. And yet all were wrong. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto, who was joyfully sprinting down the streets of Konoha, was nearly leaping with delight. Ever since the appearance of this heavenly canopy, his popularity within the village had significantly improved. And just moments ago, he had stumbled upon a coin in the hospital ward. Most importantly, someone had gifted him 2 discount coupons for Ichiraku ramen, allowing him to enjoy a bowl of his favorite flavor for the mere price of 1 additional coin. This effectively meant that he could indulge in a free bowl of ramen today. Ha ha ha. He was so elated that he bounced about, completely forgetting he was a patient. My grandpa, my grandma, my dad, my mom. It can't be my newborn brother, can it? Even the children playing by the roadside began to chime in with answers, reciting their ancestry, yet all their responses were incorrect. Meanwhile, the other ninja villages were somewhat oblivious to the situation in Konoha, merely enjoying the spectacle. Ha ha ha. That could even brought up his brother. Can Pain truly be intimidated by a mere newborn? And that earlier individual had even claimed that Pain feared his dog. What a laugh. Surely his dog wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps between Pain's teeth. How utterly amusing. While others reveled in the entertainment, the citizens of Konoha were anxiously searching for answers. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Uncle Tucci was attending to customers. And at that moment, Kakashi was seated in the establishment. Upon seeing Naruto, he waved and pointed to the sky. Haven't seen you answer any questions yet. As Naruto entered the shop, his eyes widened at the familiar scents. And he inhaled deeply before exclaiming, for me, ramen is of utmost importance. Ramen, ramen, ramen. He slapped a coupon onto the table, eagerly awaiting his meal with chopsticks in hand. Kakashi chuckled at the sight and turned to slowly savor his own noodles. Uncle Tucci, what makes your ramen so delicious? Every time I finish, I feel my chakra rejuvenating. Ichiraku ramen is the source of my life. Seizing a moment of leisure, Naruto began to flatter. Uncle Tucci's eyes squinted in laughter as he replied, with such sweet words, I'll throw in a few extra fish balls for you. Thank you, Uncle, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, he looked up towards the sky, stepping outside to gaze upwards. At that very moment, in the heavenly chat group, everyone was fervently competing to answer questions. What about the summoning bird? The deceased husband from 3 years past, my girlfriend, and so on. All manner of inquiries emerged. Some individuals, having answered too often, found themselves silenced by the chat group. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained exuberant. After all, the prize for this quiz was the coveted resurrection elixir, which could not only save lives but also fetch a handsome sum if sold. Now, the names of all the ninjas in Konoha had been mentioned, and many citizens' names had also surfaced in the rapid-fire answers. Nearly every name in the village had been spoken. Chapter 77. Did you not expect this? Just then, Uzumaki Naruto pressed the buzzer, though a few others were ahead of him. He remained calm, waiting for his turn, and with an attitude of experimentation, he typed in the group chat, I believe it is Uncle Tucci. His ramen is the best. Inside Ichiraku Ramen. Uncle Tucci was busy when Kakashi suddenly exclaimed. Turning to see what was amiss, he learned that Naruto had buzzed in, stating that he was someone Pain feared, though he hadn't specified what relation he had to Pain. Furthermore, the heavenly canopy had not immediately validated his answer. Could it be correct? Indeed, while others had their answers swiftly deemed incorrect, Naruto's response was still under review by the canopy. Oh heavens! Naruto clenched his fists in anxiety as Uncle Tucci, still preoccupied, stepped outside to gaze at the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly before he shook his head. Impossible. He seemed utterly unconcerned and returned to his work inside the shop. Sure enough, mere seconds later, as the group held its breath, the heavenly canopy chimed, signaling the completion of the review. Congratulations, Uzumaki Naruto, your answer is correct. This person is indeed Uncle Tucci. Now, Uzumaki Naruto, can you tell us what relation he has to Pain? Only you can answer this question. Please proceed. What relation? Naruto had not anticipated this. He dashed back into Ichiraku, asking, Uncle, what relation do you have to Pain? How would I know? I'm just a ramen chef. I don't know any Pain. Naruto scrutinized Uncle Tucci closely. Unable to discern any resemblance to Pain's 6 paths, he casually replied, I suppose he is either an uncle or a maternal uncle. In any case, there is some connection. No sooner had he spoken than the canopy chimed again. Congratulations. Uzumaki Naruto, your answer is correct. You have received 1 resurrection elixir. Under the verification of numerous netizens, Uncle Tucci is indeed Pain's maternal uncle. Pain spits blood. Conan. Who is Ichiraku? Uncle Tucci also rushed outside to gaze at the sky. I don't even have a sister. How could I possibly be an uncle? This is all a joke by the heavenly canopy. This scene was broadcasted across the heavenly canopy, and the entire ninja world witnessed Uncle Tucci. Kuime, is this the uncle that even makes Pain tremble in fear? I had no idea Konoha had such a formidable figure. Tsunade. I just found out too. In my memory, he was merely a ramen chef. Senju Hashirama. A ramen chef? Isn't that the wooden house adorned with lanterns at the corner? The lanterns bear the name Ichiraku, Senju Tobarama. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall. He likely survived the Second Great Ninja War, Minato Namikaze, during the Third Great Ninja War, as well as the Ninetales incident. Ichiraku Ramen remained unscathed. Anoki. Wow. What a hidden master this person is. Kuime. This elder exudes an air of deep wisdom. Just look into his eyes. They are so profound. Clearly a master among masters. Uzumaki Naruto. Profound? Wise? Uncle Tucci, please open your eyes. Since the day I met you, I have yet to discover the color of your pupils. Uncle Tucci. You little brat. I'm going to make ramen now. This questioning is so dull. What uncle? What master? I really don't know. With that, a glimmer of brilliance flashed across his small eyes, vanishing as he returned to his ramen dash making. At this moment, it seemed that nothing was more important to Uncle Tucci than making ramen. The third Hokage, Naruto, for the sake of Konoha, why not hand that resurrection elixir to me? I promise to manage Konoha well during my lifetime. Kuime, you shameless old man. Senju Hashirama. Don't call him Hokage. It's too embarrassing. Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Naruto. Is it? Have you considered defecting from Konoha? This place has no future. Why not follow me and become my disciple? I will undoubtedly make you the greatest hero in the ninja world. What do you say, Senju Hashirama? Madara, you've changed. I hardly recognize you anymore. Uzumaki Naruto. Okayasen, catch. As he spoke, Naruto tossed the resurrection elixir into the air, and because he had been standing beside Uncle Tucci earlier, this moment was captured and broadcasted across the heavenly canopy. The entire ninja world witnessed this, and everyone's heart raced. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a pity. Uchiha Madara, Why not give it to me? Don't you want to become stronger? Second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Moonlight. I want to be revived too. Second Suchikage, Anoki. You can't be revived. He just got an M. Numerous departed predecessors sighed in lament, while Uzumaki Kushina, upon receiving the resurrection elixir, did not hesitate to consume it. Like Minato, she too received a prompt, asking if she would obey the will of the Heavenly Canopy's host. Only those who agreed would benefit from the elixir's effects. Without hesitation, she consented, coalescing her physical form and returning her soul to its rightful place. Reappearing, she chose to manifest in Konoha. Upon spotting Uzumaki Naruto standing at the street corner, gazing at the sky with misty eyes, she rushed over without a second thought and embraced him tightly. My Naruto. My Naruto. Kakashi, standing at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Meanwhile, everyone on the street cast astonished glances. Is that the wife of the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Kushina? Wow, she has truly been resurrected. Naruto Uzumaki found himself in a state of bewilderment, enveloped in her embrace, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. Before finally hearing her call, he lifted his gaze to her, struck by her breathtaking beauty. He had envisioned countless times in his dreams what his mother might look like, yet he had never imagined she would appear like this. Okae-san, he uttered softly. Tears streamed down Kushina Uzumaki's face as she nodded vigorously. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were Naruto. You look wonderful and healthy. Naruto, my Naruto. Thank heavens, you are safe. The celestial screen continued to broadcast this poignant scene, capturing the hearts of all in the shinobi world. Everyone witnessed this touching reunion, feeling profoundly moved. At last, the fourth Hokage and her son have been reunited. The third Hokage mused, are you not feeling a bit embarrassed? Tobarama Senju interjected, with your attitude, if I were Naruto, I wouldn't share the rebirth elixir with you. Tsunade Senju taunted without restraint. Meanwhile, outside Orochimaru's hideout, Sasuke Uchiha clenched his fists. Did he truly bring his parents back to life? He gazed skyward, where he imagined his own parents existed. Yet what had he accomplished? Preoccupied with vengeance, he had failed to rescue his own parents. Yet, if he refrained from seeking revenge and merely watched the celestial screen, he felt he was squandering his life. Sasuke struck a nearby tree with force, its leaves cascading down, his mind flooded with memories of the night his family was slaughtered. That night would forever be etched in his memory. Itachi Uchiha, wait for me. I will avenge our family and honor our parents in the heavens. Simultaneously, in the Rain Village, Nagato and Konan were equally perplexed. Who is this Irika? How did he suddenly become our uncle? Konan inquired, looking towards Nagato. Nagato shook his head. I don't know him. Could he be Yahiko's uncle? But he never mentioned it. This uncle appeared quite ordinary. Yet the celestial screen claimed he was formidable. Nagato, you wouldn't truly hesitate to act, would you? In Konan's eyes, Nagato was the strongest in the ninja world, capable of decimating nations single-handedly. He could attain anything he desired, and his lofty ideals of creating a world free of war inspired her admiration. Nagato, hearing her words, replied quietly, I wouldn't spare even my teacher. Do you think I would let an unfamiliar uncle go? It's just Irika. I shall investigate who he truly is. Besides, isn't the Ninetales still in Konoha? Perfect. I shall capture the Ninetales as well. Konan nodded slightly. All right, I'll prepare, just as they were about to leave. A sudden downpour ensued, accompanied by the emergence of unfamiliar chakra within the Rain Village. Before Nagato could command Pain to act, the figure materialized before them, clad in a white chef's uniform with a black apron adorned with the words Irika. He wielded a metal rod embedded with an iron bowl. His eyes narrowed to slits beneath the chef's hat. I hear you are looking for me. Your uncle? Irika squinted at the 8 individuals before him. Nagato, Konan, and the 6 paths of pain surrounded him. Cold sweat broke out on Konan's forehead. Just a moment ago, wasn't this guy still in Konoha? How did he arrive here so swiftly? You. How did you get here? Even the yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, couldn't move this fast. Irika chuckled softly. I understand why you seek me. You wish to determine if I meet the criteria of not daring to act as proclaimed by the celestial screen. Correct. With a sly smile, Irika exuded an overwhelming aura that made it hard for them to breathe. Let me share a secret with you. Suddenly, 6 iron balls appeared around Irika, hurtling towards Pain and his companions. Your uncle, your other uncle, are you truly going to spare me? Wouldn't I, your uncle, also spare you? How about a bowl of ramen? No discounts, only price hikes. As he spoke, Irika vanished from sight, and the 6 iron balls, as if imbued with life, launched their attacks with precision, striking the Deva path and the human path. Though Nagato commanded the 6 paths of pain, he struggled to locate Irika's form amidst the chaos. As the spheres relentlessly assaulted him, Shinra Tensei shouted the Deva Path, rebounding all incoming attacks, including the 6 black spheres. Suddenly, the spheres disappeared into the rain. Where did they go? Where's the uncle? Conan anxiously glanced at the rain-soaked surroundings. Turning back to Nagato, only to see his eyes widen in realization. Irika stood behind him, still squinting, a familiar smirk gracing his lips, a black rod appearing in his hand, aimed threateningly at Nagato's throat. "Who exactly are you?" Conan asked, her voice trembling. "Please, call me Akatsuki Irika," he replied coldly, enunciating each word. What? You are the ultimate boss." Conan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. They had witnessed the Akatsuki clan's confrontation with the 7th Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki, in the celestial display, realizing this Irika was an extraterrestrial being. Do not conflate me with those emotionless creatures. I am not them, nor are they me. I cherish peace and have a fondness for ramen. I do not initiate conflicts unless provoked. Irika clearly wished to distance himself from those beings. "However, uncle, we have not wronged you," Nagato implored nervously, realizing that even his 6 paths of pain could not track this formidable Akatsuki uncle. Irika's expression shifted slightly. "You haven't sought trouble with me?" No, uncle. I remember now. I once dined at your ramen shop, and the Deva Path even smoked outside your establishment during Naruto's childhood. I sensed you were no ordinary person. So I refrained from acting. In truth, that would have been the perfect opportunity to capture the Ninetales, but out of respect for you, I held back. So, uncle, please rest assured, we will not trouble you," Nagato explained. A hint of a smile breaking through his gaunt features. Even the 6 paths of pain nodded in agreement. Irika realized, "It seems I misunderstood. I thought you intended to act against me, so I came to investigate. Since it's a misunderstanding, I won't impose. Naruto is waiting for my ramen, and I wouldn't want to keep him waiting." The atmosphere lightened considerably. Irika vanished, leaving Nagato and Conan in a state of astonishment. "It appears we have a long way to go. We couldn't even handle a ramen chef, let alone the others from Konoha," Nagato remarked. Conan nodded thoughtfully. "Then let us start by capturing the tailed beasts." Agreed. In a mere span of 10 minutes, Iryu, having made a swift trip to the rain-hidden village, returned once more to the Leaf Village. His daughter, SHBU, had prepared ramen for Uzumaki Naruto. He sat at the entrance of the shop, savoring his meal, allowing himself to glance at the news being broadcasted across the sky. In that moment, he once again embodied the unassuming figure of Iryu Ramen Uncle. At the time, the sky broadcast was on a brief intermission. Yet the chat group buzzed with excitement. Jiraiya was en route back to the Leaf Village, boldly proclaiming in the chat that upon his return, he would marry Tsunade. Some joined in the raucous cheer, while others expressed their concerns regarding the Akatsuki organization. "With such formidable capabilities, what shall we do?" A high-ranking member of the Mist Village voiced anxiously that Pain's 6 paths defeated Jiraiya with just 2 using ninjutsu. Imagine the terror if all 6 were to unleash their techniques. The 4th Raikage, interjected, "Why fret about such matters? We all witnessed the footage from the sky broadcast. Regardless of the Sutsuki, we must act." Pain bears the Rain Village's headband, albeit marred by a scratch, yet I can discern he is still part of that village. Therefore, why not unite the 5 great ninja villages and storm the Rain Village to capture Pain alive? What say you? Suddenly, the 4th Raikage's fervent proposal ignited a spirited response, as if he believed many would rally to his cause. Following their analysis of Jiraiya's battle against Pain, the various ninja villages contemplated the feasibility of launching an assault on that location. Though a consensus had not yet been reached, the 4th Raikage's sudden proclamation commanded the attention of the other 4 villages. Meitarumi pondered, "It has been but a few years since we emerged from the blood mist policies instituted by the 4th Mizukage, and I have only recently assumed my position. Is it wise to provoke war now? Although a confrontation with the Akatsuki seems inevitable, instigating conflict at this juncture would not bode well for the Mist Village." The leaders of the Leaf, Mist, and Sand villages were each weighed down by their own considerations, thus remaining silent. Observing the unfolding scene, Pain mused to himself, "If I cannot best my uncle, how could I possibly falter against you?" With a cold scoff, he inscribed a single line: "All members of the Akatsuki, heed my command. Follow the information provided by the sky broadcast. Should the Rain Village be attacked, retaliate against the village responsible. Deidara, I recall you possess the shadow clone technique. Detonate with fervor," Deidara replied. "This is Deidara of the Akatsuki speaking." Haha, explosions are art. Who wishes to initiate an attack? Come forth and witness the beauty of my art, Hayden declared. This is Hayden of the Akatsuki. You may not be aware of my abilities, but should anyone strike the Rain Village, I shall demonstrate them. Kisame added, This is Kisame of the Akatsuki. The first Hokage should remember me. Hashirama Senju inquired, Who is this? I do not recall meeting you. Kisame responded, I once attempted to assassinate you. Have you forgotten? Hashirama pressed. When and where did this occur? The exchange continued with other Akatsuki members announcing their presence, while the previously boisterous Fourth Raikage fell silent. What is happening? Fourth Raikage, speak up. You suggested we start with your village. Send out your shinobi. Deara exclaimed, eager to showcase his explosive artistry. The Fourth Raikage, gritting his teeth in frustration, retorted, Do you think I lack the courage? With a single command, I could bring ruin upon the Rain Village. His secretary, observing his agitation, frowned and softly cautioned, Sir, please do not act impulsively. Why should I fear anything? If they oppose us, let us confront them. The Fourth Raikage was beyond the realm of calm reasoning. Meanwhile, the deceased former Raikage found themselves unable to voice their counsel. For they were men of resolve, and the provocations from the Akatsuki were intolerable. I am prepared with a contingent. Leaf Village, what of you? Noki, what is your status? And you, Mist and Sand Villages, we too shall send reinforcements. Noki replied. However, the other three ninja villages remained silent, recognizing that now was not the time to instigate war, as it would yield no advantage for them. At that moment, Deidara spoke up again, Lord Pain. I am nearest to the Rock Village. Since Noki has stated he will send reinforcements, I shall proceed to the Rock Village first. Fear not. I have devised several self-protection methods since the last Sky broadcast. Let the artistry of my explosions commence. Hayden added, Lord Pain, I am closest to the Cloud Village. I shall accompany Kakuzu there. Kakuzu declared, I will head to the Mist Village. Zetsu stated, I will go to the Sand Village. The opposing side was also preparing their strategy. Observing the unfolding chaos, Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh. As expected, they are formidable. It seems we shall soon witness the performance of their dance. I hope the Sky broadcast captures these battles. In the current ninja world, the increasing turmoil only served to facilitate the Akatsuki's plans to capture tailed beasts. The fate of the Rain Village held no consequence for Uchiha Madara, should it be destroyed. Pain's hatred for the 5 great ninja villages would intensify, ultimately serving Madara's ambitions. Who shall go to the Leaf? Deidara inquired. Uchiha Itachi, perhaps? Noticing Itachi's silence throughout the day, he continued, Some should not forget our agreement. Itachi, aware of his prior pact with Madara, affirmed, In my lifetime, I shall not raise a hand against the Leaf. I am still alive, and you wish to act against them. His statement served as a reminder to the Akatsuki members that, should a choice arise between the Leaf and the Akatsuki, his allegiance would lie with the Leaf. Despite his status as a rogue ninja, both Obito and Pain sighed in resignation upon hearing his words. Though Pain was extreme in his methods, he was a man of his word. That he declared, The Leaf harbors my most formidable uncle. Thus, we shall abandon any plan to attack the Leaf, redirecting all efforts toward the other 4 great ninja villages. Upon Pain's declaration, the others promptly acknowledged his command. The leaders of the 4 great ninja villages were left in astonishment. What does this mean? Is the Leaf safe? The Akatsuki will not target the Leaf simply because Pain has relatives there? What are their familial ties? The 4th Kazakage, Gaara, questioned. May Terumi recalled, Suddenly, rather than assaulting the Rain Village, I believe we should allocate our forces to protect the Jinchuriki. Moreover, the Akatsuki are elusive. Even if we were to obliterate the Rain Village, it is uncertain we would draw them out. Being that they are rogue ninjas, the headbands of those Akatsuki members bore scars, marking them as rogue ninjas, should they endanger their own villages due to these rogues. The consequences would be dire. The 4th Kazakage, Gaara, asserted, In that case, the Sand Village shall not partake. The 4th Raikage, exclaimed, What? You are all backing down, cowards. We shall confront Noki. You will not falter at this critical moment. Will you? Our 2 villages shall strike from both sides and annihilate the Rain Village. A voice from the Rain Village interjected, What right do you 5 great ninja villages have to destroy our home? Simply because we are small? You are the villains here, waging war against us for your own gain. The Akatsuki have never attacked our small nation. In comparison, you are the true cowards, a woman from a bun shop in the Rain Village added. You 5 great ninja villages launch an assault against us due to rogue ninjas. This is unjust. Let the entire ninja world bear witness to the actions of the 5 great ninja villages, waging war, acting immorally, and oppressing the weak. You are the embodiment of evil. In the quaint village of Yuin, Boss Tian of the grain shop proclaimed, "Today belongs to us. Tomorrow shall be for the village of Chao Run. And the day after that for the village of Long Ren. All the inhabitants of the smaller ninja villages, take heed. This is the true visage of the 5 great ninja villages that a wave of dissent erupted throughout the ninja world. Aside from the populace of the 5 great nations, all commoners voiced their opposition to the impending war. The astonishment levels behind the celestial screen, along with the number of participants in the chat group, reached unprecedented heights. The celestial screen proved to be equitable in one regard. It granted everyone the right to express their views within the group. The screen scrolled incessantly with the cries of Yu Yin's citizens. Alongside the supportive voices from other smaller nations. The 4th Reikage AI shall strive for the well-being of the ninja world, eradicating danger at its roots. He reiterated relentlessly within the group, again and again. A single mention would quickly be overshadowed by the citizens' fervent discourse. He needed to ensure that his voice resonated across the ninja realm. Is it truly for the sake of the people that you annihilated Yuin, claiming to rid them of peril, or is this merely self-serving? The 4th Reikage AI was likened to a brutish fiend, a demon who slays without a flicker of remorse. Demon, demon. Once more, the crowd surged with a wave of backlash. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Terumi May promptly reassured, "Rest assured, our water nation is reasonable. We of the Mist Village shall not partake in this endeavor." Tsunade quickly chimed in. "We of the Leaf Village also refrain from involvement." The 4th Kazakage Raza declared, "We of the Sand Village shall abstain from this action as well." Gaara, your stance. Gaara, still recuperating from his injuries, responded directly, "The Sand Village shall not partake in this endeavor." With the 3 major ninja villages declaring their non-involvement, the burden was unceremoniously thrust upon the Cloud and Rock villages that on one hand, Noki was genuinely reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. However, it was undeniable that figures like Pain were indeed rogue ninjas. A fact evident to all. Even if they threatened war against anyone who dared to assault Yuin, such claims did not constitute a justifiable cause for warfare. At this moment, the situation had become precarious. The celestial screen had proven to be a double-edged sword, exposing the secrets of the Akatsuki and leaving the 5 great ninja villages in a state of vulnerability. Furthermore, the 4th Reikage AI's impetuosity was alarming. How could such matters be discussed in a public forum? Did he not foresee the ire of the populace? Clearly, this matter required careful deliberation. Noki declared, "Our rock village shall also withdraw from this action." The 4th Reikage AI replied, "You may withdraw, but I shall persist. As the 4th Reikage, I assure you, no harm shall befall any innocent civilians. Our target is solely the Akatsuki members." At this juncture, he demonstrated a modicum of wisdom, articulating his position in full view of all, rather than stubbornly adhering to his original stance. Observing this, Noki chuckled. "If your focus is solely on the Akatsuki, then I, Noki, am willing to offer my support. To all citizens of the ninja world, do you have any further objections? Are you truly serving the Akatsuki? Do you wish to become fodder for the Sutsuki clan?" These revelations were substantiated by the information exposed by the celestial screen. He believed that even the common folk should grasp these truths. The chat group fell silent. The once boisterous citizens of the smaller nations had quieted. They had witnessed the true nature of the Akatsuki. The intentions of the Sutsuki clan had been laid bare through the celestial broadcast. In this context, any continued support for the Akatsuki would be sheer folly. Chapter 81. The operation commences, yet Pain remained unfazed, reiterating, "Members of the Akatsuki, heed my command, regardless of who it may be. Anyone who dares to attack Yuin must be annihilated." Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere in the chat group became charged once again, though this time, the common folk retreated. They understood that if the powerful nations truly desired war, their humble voices would be powerless to impede it. For the weak have no diplomatic leverage, whereas the strong dictate fate. The remaining discourse in the group consisted solely of the elite. Noki stated, 4th Reikage AI, let us discuss this matter privately. For now, let us observe the celestial screen. Terumi May concurred. Indeed, some matters are best kept out of the public forum. Let us focus on the celestial screen. The 4th Reikage AI suddenly sent a series of cryptic messages in the group chat, which left most bewildered, save for the Umbu of the Cloud Village who deciphered it. This was a new code developed in response to the celestial screen's emergence, designed to convey secret messages based on the symbols displayed. The 4th Reikage AI's sudden transmission of a string of codes immediately enlightened the Cloud Village's Umbu. It was a signal for them to prepare for action. the fourth Reikage AI's resolve to eliminate Yuin had solidified. Upon observing the photographs of Akatsuki members on the celestial screen, particularly the rogue ninja headband adorning Pain's forehead, his gaze was firmly fixed on Yuin this very moment, outside Yuin. Several members of the Cloud Village's Umbu lay concealed within the dense foliage. They had set forth the day prior, following the fourth Reikage AI's proclamation to investigate Yuin. Embarking on a lengthy journey that culminated in their arrival at the village's outskirts, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Towering iron structures, intricate piping, and a perpetual downpour. Moreover, based on the celestial screen's prior broadcasts, it was evident that Pain was a formidable ninja within this village. Concealed outside the village, they awaited the fourth Reikage AI's command to storm in and apprehend the Akatsuki members. Now, witnessing his words, they understood that conflict was unavoidable. The fourth Reikage AI gazed at the celestial screen and suddenly declared in the chat group, "The Akatsuki is but a pawn of the Sutsuki. A dark force bent on destruction. They have already secured a tailed beast. If we do not act swiftly, we shall find ourselves increasingly disadvantaged. Today, I shall rid the world of this menace, obliterating the Akatsuki, so that all may recognize that we, the Cloud Village, are the true champions of justice." With that, he shouted emphatically before inscribing 2 words in the chat: "Action." Outside Yuin, the Umbu of the Cloud Village. Upon witnessing this, signaled for a full-scale assault, the celestial chat group erupted in astonishment. What is happening? The Reikage is taking action. Has he premeditated this? At that moment, the celestial screen, previously at rest, erupted into a vivid yellow hue, revealing a live broadcast. Beneath the downpour, over 30 Umbu members commenced their advance toward Yuin. Chaos ensued within the chat group. Fourth Reikage, what are you doing? Do you truly intend to assault Yuin? Uchiha Madara, infused with fervor, smirked. The fourth Reikage AI responded with a series of boisterous laughter emojis. These cowards dare not act. But I shall. Today, you shall witness the might of the Cloud Village. As he spoke, he turned his attention to the celestial broadcast. This live feed is incredibly convenient. I can observe the battle in real time. Indeed, the celestial screen had begun streaming the live action. The 30-masked Umbu navigated through the rain, swiftly vanishing into Uin.at. That moment, a summoning of a hellhound materialized. Identical to the one previously showcased on the celestial screen, it suddenly split into dozens of replicas. Disappearing into the torrential rain, the celestial broadcast simultaneously transformed into multiple frames, segmented into left and right. The left displayed the battle within Yuin, as the hellhound attacked the Cloud Umbu, while the right featured a grand screen showcasing 2 figures clad in black, cloaks adorned with red clouds. All eyes were drawn to these 2 individuals. It's the Akatsuki Hyden and Kakuzu. Someone exclaimed in the group. They are outside the Cloud Village. Another noted, recognizing their location. The Akatsuki members were indeed in Yuin, and their speed was astounding. In Yuin, anxiety permeated the air. The villagers watched the unfolding scene, tense and apprehensive, for they were unaware of the true capabilities of Hyden and Kaku, standing at the entrance of Yuin. Hyden grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Is this the village we are to obliterate?" Kakuzu's expression remained icy. "The celestial screen is broadcasting. People across the ninja world are observing us. Do not embarrass ourselves." "All right." Hyden laughed heartily. Charging towards the gate's defending ninjas with remarkable speed, wielding his bloodstained scythe with a flourish. Before they could react, his weapon had severed the bodies of 2 guardians, blood gushing forth. Hyden's laughter echoed, seemingly exhilarated by the bloodshed. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had vanished in a leap. It appeared he had initially joined Hyden at the entrance of Yuin solely to gain exposure on the celestial screen. Now, however, he had disappeared without a trace. What is happening? Where did he go? In the group, the high-ranking officials of Yunin village anxiously inquired about the information at the entrance of their village. The celestial screen predominantly showcased the battle involving Fade 1, neglecting to display any sign of Kakuzu, leaving the people bewildered as to when he had departed. All eyes were fixated on the screen, where the confrontation was a fierce contest of power between the 2 factions. With 30 Umbu from Yuin village failing to even catch a glimpse of Pain before being obstructed by the Hellhounds. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki's Kakuzu and Fade 1 were making their presence felt in Yunin village, demonstrating their prowess live. The tension was palpable, with some individuals trembling as if the battle were unfolding right beside them. What audacity! Were the members of the Akatsuki truly this brazen? Their silence spoke volumes. It seemed to align perfectly with the temperament of the fourth Reikage. Terumi May felt fortunate for not dispatching troops to Yuin village. Otherwise, her village would have been the one facing such peril. The live broadcast continued, and Fade-Wan erupted into maniacal laughter, his form darting about like a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 6 ninjas attempting to flee from Yunin village met their demise. Lightning release, thunder strike. Suddenly, 5 Umbu appeared, forming a lightning release formation, launching a collective assault against Fade-Wan, who was brandishing his scythe at the ground. A crackling sound ensued, followed by a blinding flash, amidst the cacophony. A chilling laugh echoed as Fade-Wan vanished from among the 5. Where is he? The Umbu exclaimed in astonishment. Concurrently, the chat group buzzed with confusion. What just happened? How did that Fade-Wan slip away when he was right there? Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a dreadful scream pierced the air as Fade-Wan materialized behind one of the 5, swiftly severing his head with the scythe. Blood erupted like a fountain. Lightning release. Wind-splitting thunder, the remaining 4, witnessing this horror, charged forward in a frenzy, accompanied by dozens of jonin rushing out from the village, some wielding lightning, others tossing shuriken, all aiming to eliminate Fade-Wan. I will kill you. A voice cried out. It was Darui, who had stealthily approached from behind, utilizing the wind release to thrust a piercing technique through Fade-Wan's body. In that moment, Fade-Wan arched his body, his expression contorted, but to everyone's shock, a mask resembling a skull had manifested upon his face. He opened his mouth, and a beam of light shot forth from within him. Slowly, he turned to regard Darui, uttering, "It hurts. Oh, how it hurts." He widened his mouth once more, his expression twisted in agony, as if he were enduring immense suffering. In the live stream, someone shouted in bewilderment, "How is he still standing? What on earth is happening?" Everyone was riveted to the scene, perplexed by the unfolding events. Indeed, why was he not dead? That wind release should have been fatal. Just then, a voice cried out from within Yunin village. This is bad. Something has happened at the Raikage's office. Simultaneously, a series of explosive sounds erupted within Yunin village. It was Kakuzu, deploying explosive tags to wreak havoc upon the village. Darui glanced at Fade-Wan at the village entrance, then turned to see many ninjas rushing to rescue the 4th Raikage, leaving Fade-Wan behind, who was inexplicably grinning. His expression was terrifying, a juxtaposition of a black and white skull mask and a sinister smile that sent shivers down spines. He has died. Someone shouted. A lightning strike surged toward him. Just a minute prior, such a strike would have been impossible to land on Fade-Wan. Yet now, he stood unflinching, allowing the Jonin's lightning to strike him. Ah! Fade-Wan feigned a scream, then began to laugh maniacally, his joy escalating. Blood trickled from his mouth, his face a mask of triumph. He then began to dance and shout. Come on, let us hurt each other. Kill me. Something was amiss. Darui watched in disbelief as Fade-Wan, having endured 2 attacks, remained utterly unscathed. Just then, an alarm blared throughout Yunin village, a sound that hadn't been heard in years, now ringing incessantly. Darui gestured, and the dozen or so ninjas around him hurled shuriken at Fade-Wan. Yet he did not evade. Instead, he bellowed, let the storm come even stronger, and let those with the ability end this swiftly. His voice echoed to the heavens, and his expression radiated excitement. Finally, the people of Yunin village began to perceive the gravity of the situation. Darui quickly waved his hands, calling for everyone to cease their attacks and observe the encircled Fade-Wan. Kill him, someone urged. However, it was evident that their attacks, despite their intensity, left no mark upon him. Looking at the celestial screen, the situation was dire. Within mere minutes, all 30 Umbu from Yuin village had been annihilated, having never even laid eyes upon pain, falling instead to a few summoned beasts. Meanwhile, inside the 4th Raikage's office, chaos reigned, with everyone gathered around anxiously watching him. Blood oozed from his chest, and injuries marred his shoulder and ribs. Despite having donned the lightning release armor for protection, it had proven futile. What is happening? He roared in frustration, as the wounds seemed to have appeared out of thin air, leaving everyone bewildered and grasping for answers. At that moment, the chat group was abuzz with inquiries. Anoki, where is the 4th Raikage? Why isn't he speaking? Your people have failed. Terumi-me, I'm too cowardly to speak. Tsunade, indeed, in the eyes of the Raikage, we are all merely cowards. He is brave. Yet what has that bravery achieved? He himself has been bested. Gaara, could it be that something has happened to the 4th Raikage? Given his character, he would surely emerge to say something. Why has he disappeared? Hashirama Senju, I can only utter 2 words. Fool. First Raikage, how can you describe people in such a manner? First Hokage, we are not fools. At least we dared to take this step. Some matters require decisive action. Rather than watching the Akatsuki grow stronger, we must eradicate them in their infancy. Second Reikage. Exactly. We in Yunin Village adhere to a hardline approach. We despise the indecisive. If one is capable, they should act. If not, they should remain silent. You all believe we have lost. I assure you, Yunin Village is invincible. Third Reikage. Both of you are correct. We are not fools. We are invincible. Suddenly, this third Reikage began to sing in the group chat. Charge, charge, charge. And the other two AS joined in the revelry. Just then, as if in sync with the lyrics, the live broadcast displayed a series of blinding flashes of light. Everyone turned to witness the three Reikages, mistakenly believing it to be a counterattack from Yunin Village, only to realize that the explosions were originating from within Yunin Village itself. A cacophony of wails filled the air. With people screaming and fleeing, Yunin ninjas scoured for enemies, yet could find no trace of them to at the entrance. That member of the Akatsuki, Fadewan, remained standing, while the others hesitated to attack, having realized that he was seemingly invulnerable. What is going on? What on earth is happening? The first Reikage exclaimed in the chat. Hashirama Senju, fool. Tobarama Senju, fool too. Terumi Mei, I'm cowardly and dare not speak. Fool's theory. Tsunade, I am even more cowardly and cannot say. Fool 4. Anoki, at this point, let us dispense with the English. What on earth is happening in Yunin Village? Why aren't the ninjas at the gate moving while explosions are rampant within? This does not align with Yunin Village's capabilities. Were there not only 2 members of the Akatsuki present? How could it have escalated to this level? This issue has also been troubling all the viewers of the Celestial broadcast. The discussion in the live chat group revolves around this very topic. Is that individual truly invulnerable? How frightening. If he is indeed invulnerable, why does he not flee? Yes, why not escape or retaliate? And what is with that smug grin of his? It is as if every time he is harmed, he wins a prize. The prominent figures have fallen silent, while the ninjas from other villages engage in lively conversation. Each of the major ninja villages has dedicated umbu and intelligence personnel constantly monitoring the Celestial broadcast. At this moment, these discussions have also reached the ears of the intelligence department in the Cloud Village. Report. I believe I may have discovered the reason behind Reikage's inexplicable injury, a ninja exclaimed. Gazing at the Celestial chat group, he promptly rushed toward the Reikage's office, for the Cloud Village had strategically placed its intelligence department adjacent to the Reikage's office for swift information relay. The figure in a cloth robe hurried forward and asked, Do you know why? The other nodded. I suspect so. Just now, I observed the chat in the group, and I wish to examine Lord Reikage's wounds closely. May I? The cloth-robed figure repeatedly nodded. The village is in peril. Although only 2 members of the Akatsuki have appeared, they are extraordinarily sinister, one elusive, and the other seemingly impervious to harm. As if he cannot be killed at all. The individual approached the 4th Reikage, observing his injuries, then rushed to the office window to scrutinize the Celestial broadcast. What is happening? Could it be that I appeared in the broadcast? That is absolutely unacceptable. I cannot be seen in the Celestial imagery. The 4th Reikage, gravely injured and barely able to speak, was still concerned about his reputation. It was he who rashly sought to annihilate the Rain Village, who slandered the other 4 great ninja villages, calling them cowards while proclaiming himself a hero, and now, he has yet to even see what his adversary looks like. Yet here he is, severely wounded in his office. Which is infuriatingly bizarre. While he is struggling to uphold his dignity, the Celestial screen suddenly shifts, as if to slap him in the face. The right side of the Celestial screen unexpectedly splits into 2 videos. One showing him shouting in distress, "It cannot be. I cannot be featured in the broadcast," he exclaimed, instinctively covering his eyes. His body was riddled with wounds, blood flowing freely, while several medical ninjas were attending to his injuries. Were it not for his formidable chakra and robust stamina, he would have surely perished by now. This very scene was being broadcast on the large screen. Senju Hashirama, good heavens, Madara, look, the 4th Reikage has been injured. Senju Tobarama, what is happening? The Celestial broadcast did not show the events leading up to this. How did he sustain such injuries? Uchiha Madara, has this war not only just begun? How could he be so gravely injured already? It seems the 4th Reikage is not as formidable as he claims. 4th Reikage, you all, today, if he were to die, it would not be by the hand of an enemy, but rather from sheer indignation. Terumi Mei, yes, you are impressive, and we are cowardly while you are brave. Coughs blood. The 4th Reikage could only anticipate the ridicule that would ensue now that his predicament was being broadcasted live. And indeed, he was right. He had not seen that prior to the broadcast, Others had mocked him as well. In this ruthless game of survival, the victor reigns while the vanquished are scorned, regardless of the circumstances. He has lost. Moreover, he has lost at the cost of his village's safety. 1 may shout slogans of justice and carry the banner of righteousness to obliterate the Rain village, but victory is paramount. What is the reality? Not only did he lose, but the whole world knows of his defeat. Ding! At that moment, a question suddenly appeared on the celestial broadcast. Why has the fourth Raikage, who did not participate in this battle and remained in his office, sustained injuries? Please provide a detailed explanation. What? He did not engage in battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly interjected, staring incredulously at the question on the large screen. The others in the chat displayed similar expressions of curiosity. Terumi-me, he was injured without fighting. Fourth Raikage, you are quite brave. You are so courageous that you have transcended to another galaxy. You are at home, yet injuries have fallen from the sky. Anoki, Raikage, please clarify the situation. Fourth Raikage A. Terumi-me, I apologize for my previous statements. Please refrain from mocking me. This time it was my lack of foresight that led to this loss. I am truly sorry to the people of the Cloud Village. Such words, while somewhat embarrassing, reflect the courage of a true man. Terumi-me ceased her mockery, snorting lightly and falling silent. Tsunade, regardless. I believe it is imperative for the 5 great ninja villages to unite. The Akatsuki members are exceedingly sinister. Currently, the only one visible in the entire broadcast is that individual named Haiden, while the other, Kakuzu, is nowhere to be seen. Could this matter be related to Kaku? Ding. Just then, a ninja from the Cloud Village's intelligence department pressed the buzzer. I believe that the injuries sustained by our Raikage are connected to Haiden at the village entrance. As long as Haiden is injured, our Raikage will inevitably suffer as well. This revelation elicited a wave of astonishment. Senju Hashirama. In all my years, I have never encountered such a ninjutsu. Sinister. Uzumaki Mido. Could it be a sealing technique? A method that seals Raikage soul within himself, causing any self-inflicted injury to reflect upon Raikage. Although the Uzumaki clan lacks such sealing techniques, it does not mean that future generations have not developed them. Perhaps Haiden has invented a new sealing jutsu to wound the fourth Raikage. Senju Tobarama, your sister's analysis is quite astute, but it remains unclear what the correct answer is. Everyone turned their attention back to the celestial broadcast, which had completed its assessment. Please, Cloud Village's Raikage, provide a detailed explanation. The ninja named Raikage Tion felt a surge of anxiety. The current situation indicated that his answer had been partially correct, but he had only addressed the first part, leaving the latter unanswered. After all, the question required a detailed explanation. Yet, he did not know the specifics. How had Haiden, positioned outside the village, managed to injure the Raikage within the office? Chapter 84. Haiden versus Raikage. Perhaps, as the first Hokage's wife suggested, it is a sealing technique. He has sealed Lord Raikage's soul, which is why Raikage has sustained injuries. Soul? Why do I feel as though my soul is intact? It hasn't left my body. Fourth Raikage A protested. Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one understands the matter of soul sealing better than I do. Without a soul, one is either dead or rendered a fool. Yet I can clearly perceive that the fourth Raikage possesses clarity of thought and coherence in speech. He is evidently not soulless. Senju Tobarama. Indeed, it appears that the Raikage is quite lucid and coherent, not resembling someone who has lost their soul. How could this be? Just as I step away for a moment, someone injures my brother. I must return to the village. Suddenly, Killer Bee burst onto the scene. His fury was evident in the chat group. At this moment, the fourth Raikage had truly grasped the gravity of his miscalculation. He had not anticipated being so utterly cornered. He had even envisioned what he would do if the explosive ninja named Deidara had come. He would have obliterated him with lightning techniques. Yet, he never expected to face Haiden and Kakuzu, whose sinister methods left him inexplicably wounded. Killer Bee, stay put. I assure you, your elder brother will not perish. Rest assured, I still wish to attend your concert. The fourth Raikage A reassured in the group chat. Killer Bee. What? You really want me to hold a concert? Haha, that is fantastic. I have faith that my brother will survive. Go for it. Exasperated, the fourth Raikage A covered his face with his hands. Only he understood the pain he endured. His younger brother, with a concert, could swiftly shift his mood. Ding. Incorrect answer. However, as it was partially correct, no penalty will be applied, and you will be awarded 300 points. Announced the celestial broadcast's evaluation results. This moment, all of this unfolded before Haiden's eyes. He clenched his fists in indignation as he watched the celestial screen. Fortunately, After the celestial broadcast revealed the Akatsuki's roster, he had made some preparations, such as acquiring certain individuals' blood and the secret formation he concealed within a scroll, among other things. Ha ha ha. Only I can answer this question, yet I shall remain silent and let you all guess. Haydn cackled, gazing skyward. Suddenly, he waved his finger, producing a long spear in his hand. Since someone has guessed half the answer, you must already understand that whenever I am injured, the esteemed Reikage A, seated high in his office, will also be injured. Therefore, where will the next injury occur? He suddenly shifted his tone, launching a fierce assault as he plunged the spear into his own heart. Lord Reikage, clad in a simple cloth robe, stood by the window, observing the live broadcast of the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, he turned back, his voice filled with panic. Big brother, in the group chat, Karabi was already seething with rage. If it weren't for Reikage's prohibition on his return to the village, he would have rushed back by now. Previously, everyone had been unaware of this situation due to the absence of the sky broadcast. But now, through a single question and answer, everyone realized that if Haydn, who was outside the village, sustained injury, it would also inflict harm upon Reikage within the confines of Hidden Cloud Village. Now, as Haydn suddenly raised his spear, pointing it at his own heart, while laughing maniacally, he prepared to commit self-harm. What the hell? Is he trying to commit suicide? No, it was not suicide. He aimed to kill Reikage. Oh my heavens. I have never encountered someone so ruthless. Stop him. In an instant, tension gripped both the group chat and reality. Although Reikage displayed a somewhat foolish and reckless demeanor, he was also one who acted with courage. If he were to perish in this manner, it was likely that Hidden Cloud Village would indeed face annihilation, especially as the ongoing broadcast displayed the devastation within the village. The village entrance, several ninjas rushed forth. Some wielded long whips. Others attempted to grapple with him barehanded, while others came from behind to prevent Haydn from inflicting harm upon himself. We cannot let him die. Capture him. They exerted all their strength to restrain Haydn, who swung his spear vigorously, attacking left and right. If anyone retaliated, he did not evade, allowing their weapons or jutsu to strike him. After all, it was not he who suffered. Indeed, within less than a minute, casualties had already occurred outside Hidden Cloud Village. Moreover, within Reikage's office, the fourth Reikage sustained 2 more injuries. Though they were not severe, it was the collective effort of the crowd that prevented Haydn from successfully taking his own life, thus preserving Reikage A's existence. That he glanced at the sky broadcast, dragged his injured body, and charged out of the office. Emerging outside the village, he shouted loudly, Mizuki, gather people to find that cuckoo. We cannot allow him to destroy the village. All villagers, except for the ninjas, retreat immediately. As he traversed this path, he recognized the substantial losses Hidden Cloud Village had incurred. However, the damage was already done, and he must minimize the aftermath. Understood. Mizuki shot a furious glance at the broadcast depicting Haydn, then turned and departed from the scene, confident that given Reikage time, he would surely deduce Haydn's secret. Ha ha ha. Is the protagonist making an appearance? Haydn licked the spear in his hand, softly murmuring with a disdainful expression. The fourth Reikage at the village entrance wore a face of fury, glaring at Haydn across from him, clenching his fist. Lightning release. Lightning blade. He shouted and charged forward. Everyone present cried out in alarm. Lord, no. Such a collision had the potential to severely injure Haydn, even to the point of tearing him apart. But at that moment, the one who would be injured would not be Haydn, but Reikage himself. Until the secret of Haydn was uncovered, Reikage could not act impulsively. However, Reikage was notoriously hot-tempered, and he would not heed their advice. That he had endured considerable humiliation while in the office, and now was his chance for vengeance. How could he possibly listen to counsel? He surged forward, his body enveloped in a pale blue chakra, veins bulging, brow furrowed. Despite the wounds inflicted by his recklessness, he showed no sign of slowing down. The immense force barreled forward like a monstrous beast. Haydn, upon witnessing this, erupted into laughter, swinging his 3-sectioned scythe and loudly exclaiming, Come on, you ox. Exuding confidence, he hurled the scythe toward Reikage with intent to slay, only to find that upon contact with Reikage's lightning release armor, 2 of the scythe blades shattered with a crack. So this is lightning release armor? Quite formidable. He did not even attempt to evade. Was this a display of using chakra to withstand the impact? In the chat group, everyone watched in tension, acknowledging Reikage's undeniable strength. Chapter 85. Their true purpose. He charged forth at an incredible speed. Although Haydn's scythe had broken 2 blades, he still laughed, his arrogant expression harboring sinister intentions. A deafening boom resounded. A surge of pale blue chakra erupted, manifesting as a colossal halo. The fourth Raikage was also sent reeling back, spitting blood. Meanwhile, Hyden was also flung backward, collapsing by the roadside, blood spilling from his mouth that he glared angrily at Raikage, fingers probing his chest, clearly revealing that several of his ribs had broken. What is happening? Am I injured? Under the watchful eyes of the Sky broadcast, some keen observers noted this moment. The other four great ninja villages engaged in heated discussion. Some were from the Umbu and intelligence divisions, while others were common citizens. This seems like a breakthrough. Why did Hyden sustain injuries after being struck by the lightning blade, while the fourth Raikage was also harmed? Could it be that some seal has been lifted, allowing him to be killed from this moment on? One inquired at that moment, seated beneath a large tree. Narashikamaru, who was playing chess with himself, furrowed his brow. He continued to observe the broadcast, noting that Hyden suddenly rose and fled. Clearly, he could not contend with Raikage in terms of ninjutsu, and at that moment, the Umbu of Hidden Cloud Village pursued him. Raikage A also wished to give chase, but there was still an enemy within the village, Kakuzu. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly, and suddenly a sharp whistle pierced the air. Bright and clear, it resonated like a hawk's cry or a wailing ghost. Hyden ran at incredible speed, soon vanishing within the stone forest. The unique terrain of Hidden Cloud Village, shrouded in fog and dotted with stone formations, rendered Hyden invisible, prompting the ninjas to begin a thorough search. Before long, someone spotted Hyden through the live broadcast. From the terrain, it was apparent that he was now heading westward, and his toes appeared to be drawing something in the dirt. The crowd waved their hands, setting off toward the western village. Witnessing this, Hyden clenched his fists in fury, pointing at the Sky broadcast, which had caused him great trouble. If not for the broadcast, he could have quietly performed jutsu, death's grasp. Yet, the arrival of those individuals was inconsequential. He did not believe anyone could wield the lightning blade as long as Raikage did not come. He could kill him. Hyden sneered, a mask of a skull reappearing on his face. The blood-red curse marks emerged on the ground, forming a circle with a triangle drawn inside. He stood within the triangle, his expression icy. Previously, those within Hidden Cloud Village had not seen such curse marks on the ground. What was he planning? Ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village surrounded him. Hyden, there's no escape for you. Surrender to death. All right, I'll be waiting here. Let's see who can make me die. Hyden shouted exuberantly, laughing maniacally. Everyone watched this scene helplessly, for no one knew whether their actions would harm the notorious Hyden or the Raikage residing in Hidden Cloud Village. Just then, a clear sound rang out from the sky. Ding! Congratulations to Konoha Ninja Narashikamaru for answering correctly. My answer is that he is using some sort of ritual. As for what ritual, I do not know. However, I can assert that the medium involved is not a soul, but blood. He must stand within the sigil drawn with his blood to complete this ritual, and the medium he is currently using is the Raikage's blood. As long as he remains within the sigil, any injuries he sustains will be transferred to the Raikage. That is my answer. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in uproar. Who is this Narashikamaru? He seems quite young. He is the son of Narashikaku, incredibly intelligent. Curiosity buzzed through the chat as they wondered if he had indeed answered correctly. But we didn't see any curse marks on the ground earlier? Dirui inquired within the chat. There were. They were covered with dirt, and you didn't notice. I examined it closely, replied Shikamu. Upon hearing this, the ninjas of Hidden Cloud Village rushed out of the village to the spot where Hyden had stood. And indeed, they discovered a curse mark drawn in blood, concealed by dirt. Looking back at the Sky broadcast, as Hyden observed this revelation, he furrowed his brows, drew his spear, and without a moment's hesitation, stabbed it directly into his chest. In another scene, Raikage was commanding the ninjas in the village to capture Kaku, when suddenly, a gaping wound appeared in his chest, blood gushing forth. His eyes glazed over. He looked up at the sky. And indeed, in the broadcast, Hyden was inflicting harm upon himself, exclaiming loudly, "This feels so good." The fourth Raikage staggered, the vision before him growing increasingly blurred. Big brother, Lord Raikage. He beheld the fervent exclamations from Karabi and the wandering ninjas within the live chat. Gradually succumbing to a gentle closure of his eyes, panic ensued among the crowd, as the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village surged towards Fadewan with frenzied determination, driven by a thirst for vengeance for Lord Raikage. In a chaotic frenzy, they surged forth, while Fadewan leapt into the air, brandishing his three-bladed scythe and spear, shimmering under the tempest of lightning. Like a madman, he slaughtered all in sight, indifferent to his own wounds. As if some primal instinct had been awakened within him, compelling him to laugh maniacally. Thud. One of his arms was cleaved by a bolt of lightning. Crack. His leg was severed by another blow. Indeed, after he departed from the blood curse mark on the ground, it was he who bore the brunt of the injuries at that moment. The celestial screen revealed the verdict. Naruto from Konoha had answered correctly, earning a reward of chakra thrice his physical capacity in the western stone forest outside the hidden cloud village. Fadewan was being mercilessly battered, yet continued to laugh, as if nothing could extinguish his mirth. The skeletal visage that adorned his face had vanished, and he gazed at the celestial screen, proclaiming loudly, "Do you know who I am? I am Fadewan, the strongest ninja of the Akatsuki organization." No sooner had he uttered these words than Darui swiftly severed his head, his body collapsing in the stone forest, the smile forever erased from his countenance. The celestial broadcast concluded. Although the hidden cloud village had not been annihilated, they had failed to locate another member of the Akatsuki, Kaku. Thus, this battle culminated with Fadewan's demise and the impending doom of the Reikage, fading from the celestial view. For a long time, silence enveloped the live chat. Until the fourth Reikage broke the stillness with a proclamation. "I am still alive." The first Reikage, Ei, replied. "Phew, what a relief." The second Reikage, Ei, remarked. "You really ought to consider your actions more carefully. If it were possible to rise from the dead, I would teach you a lesson." The third Reikage, Ei, added. "Let us not dwell on anything else. At least Fadewan is dead." At that moment, a name appeared in the chat. It was none other than Fadewan from the Akatsuki. "Haha. I must inform you all. I am still alive." "What nonsense. I clearly witnessed your body severed from your head. How could you possibly still exist?" Darui shouted furiously in response to the chat. "I understand now. You must be deceased and are merely communicating from the so-called Pure Land, just like the shadows of our village. No, someone like you could never enter the Pure Land." "You belong in hell," Fadewan retorted. "Not only am I alive, but I also bring you a delightful announcement. Your village's two-tailed Jinchuriki has been captured by us. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your generous offering." After that, Fadewan fell silent, refusing to respond to any further inquiries. At that moment, the others seemed to awaken from their stupor. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "Could it be that this is merely a ploy by the Akatsuki?" The fourth Reikage, currently in the operating room of the hidden cloud village, was on the verge of succumbing to anesthesia when he heard this news. He abruptly sat up. "What? Fadewan and his comrades have captured the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Notify the Umbu immediately. Contact the two-tailed Jinchuriki." The medical ninja nearby, dressed in a plain robe, gestured for the medical team to approach, disregarding his protests, and administered anesthesia. "You care about appearances while facing death. You're about to undergo surgery, yet you insist on rushing out to proclaim your survival in the celestial chat. Is this the moment to worry about the two-tailed Jinchuriki? You could lose your own life." The plainclothed medical ninja chastised the already unconscious fourth Reikage. She exited the operating room, signaling to the Umbu, "Hurry and investigate whether this matter is true. If necessary, utilize the celestial chat." "Understood." The Umbu replied before retreating. In the celestial chat, before the hidden cloud Umbu could speak, Karabi had already voiced his concerns. "Two-tailed Jinchuriki, speak up. What is going on? Hurry and respond. Have you truly been captured by the Akatsuki?" Yagura? Karabi, though only casually acquainted with the two-tailed Jinchuriki, felt a surge of urgency upon hearing the news of her capture. Simultaneously, the higher-ups from other ninja villages exhibited similar trepidation. In a mere 2 days, both the one-tailed and two-tailed Jinchuriki had been captured. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, had the resurrection potion. But what of the two-tailed Jinchuriki? Surely, she faced a grim fate. Regardless of Karabi's calls, the two-tailed Jinchuriki remained unresponsive. At that moment, the celestial broadcast abruptly shifted. The strongest Akatsuki combat saga, the Undying Duo. Bold letters appeared on the celestial screen, followed by another. Kakuzu intercepts the two-tailed Jinchuriki. At last, the crowd realized why Kakuzu had not appeared during the bombardment of the hidden cloud village. He had never been there, and the figure they had seen was merely a clone. He had journeyed southward to locate the two-tailed Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki's objective was not the hidden cloud village, but rather the Jinchuriki. From the footage, it was evident that Fadewan deliberately drew attention while the pair coordinated their efforts to capture the Jinchuriki, ultimately succeeding. Fadewan had not lied. The two-tailed Jinchuriki had indeed been captured. At that moment, The higher-ups of the hidden cloud village fell into a deeper silence. They were not fighting for the village, which had already suffered significant damage. If they had come specifically for the village, what devastation would they have endured? Meanwhile, the wreckage was still undergoing surgery, and the hidden cloud village was engaged in various rescue efforts. Yet their Jinchuriki had been captured. Did this outcome signify their defeat? A resounding and utter loss. Across the ninja world, anxiety permeated the air. Those who previously felt detached now realized the implications of the Akatsuki's actions, which had spread from the land of wind to the land of lightning, resulting in numerous casualties. The celestial screen continued to shift, displaying a bold title: The Fadewan Combat Saga, The Death of Asuma. The sudden appearance of this title detonated shockwaves throughout the Leaf Village. While ninjas from other villages may not have recognized Asuma, every Leaf ninja was familiar with him. He was the son of the third Hokage, a former member of the 12 Guardians, and currently the teacher of Team 10. Known as the 12 Strong of Konoha, Asuma, teacher, Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino gasped in astonishment at the sight, quickly seeking out their teammate. Nara Shikamaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally bewildered. Didn't they just capture the two-tailed Jinchuriki? Why has the celestial broadcast suddenly shifted to the death of Asuma? Tsunade replied. Teacher, this is an event from the future. The red flashing on the screen indicates that it pertains to what is yet to come. Witnessing this scene, the most shocked of all was Asuma himself. He gazed at the celestial screen, lighting a cigarette. Memories flooded his mind. Once upon a time, he had strived to prove himself right, often clashing with his father. Until countless lives were sacrificed, leading to death and betrayal. Is death not an inevitable part of life? He inhaled deeply, then let out a self-deprecating chuckle. What fear is there in death? In the distance, a flash of crimson appeared within his line of sight, a figure of enchanting beauty, the most significant person in his life. Upon seeing her, a smile crept upon his lips, his previous indifference toward life and death beginning to wane. Yuhi Kurenai rushed towards him, her brows furrowed and her eyes glistening. One finger pointed to the sky, her lips quivering. Asuma smiled gently, replying, It's all right. It's just something that will happen in the future. Who can truly predict it? Kurenai felt a lump in her throat. A torrent of unspoken words reflected in her gaze as she looked at the celestial screen. Indeed, just this morning, they broadcasted the death of Jiraiya. He survived, and since the celestial screen is showing your fate, we must be prepared. I believe you will not perish. She clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed upon Fadewan and Kakuzu on the celestial screen. Resolute that if they were the ones to end Asuma's life, she would never allow that to transpire. Simultaneously, the members of Team 10, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru, shared similar sentiments. The trio, previously scattered, swiftly regrouped upon witnessing the scene. Nara Shikamaru addressed his comrades. Ino, from this moment onward, remember everything I instruct you. Choji, keep a close watch on the celestial screen. Do not miss any details. If I overlook anything afterward, remember to remind me at all costs. Chapter 87. The first Hokage sponsorship points. At the same time, Naruto Uzumaki rushed in. He was supposed to be recuperating in the hospital, but he could not remain idle. After enjoying a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku, he obtained the resurrection potion, saving his mother. After spending some time with her, he hastily made his way over upon discovering that the celestial screen had broadcasted this title. Shikamaru, is there anything I can assist you with? Naruto Uzumaki spoke up, expressing his deep desire to avoid any sacrifices. Especially now that his mother had just been resurrected, he firmly believed that the celestial screen could alter many outcomes, including the grim fate of being killed by the Otsutsuki clan in the future. However, they had only witnessed the moment when Otsutsuki Kinshiki utilized the high heavenly deity technique, while Naruto engaged in a fierce confrontation using the Nine-Tails mode, resulting in a massive explosion. They had not glimpsed the actual future. Thus, they assumed Naruto would meet his demise, oblivious to the fact that this was merely a fragment of a larger picture. Yet, the celestial screen remained silent, leaving them unaware of the truth. What truly mattered now was not whether Naruto would die in the future, but the more pressing issue at hand, such as Asuma's death. That I will not allow my teacher to be sacrificed, Nara Shikamaru declared earnestly, his jagged hairline emphasizing his resolve. Naruto, please notify Lord Hokage and ensure they protect the blood of everyone in the village. We must not allow that Haiden to obtain it, Shikamaru continued. Understood. With a swift turn, Naruto vanished from sight. Ino retrieved a pen and notebook, her focus unwavering as she watched the celestial broadcast, while Akimichi Choji was equally absorbed. Anxious not to miss any crucial details on the celestial screen, Haiden and Kakuzu appeared, having successfully captured 2 Jinchuriki. This scene differed from their earlier capture of the 2 tails, indicating that if not for the exposure by the celestial screen, their future attempts to capture the Jinchuriki would unfold in a similar manner. The duo traveled westward towards the Land of Fire, leaving a trail of slain ninjas in their wake. They possessed a bounty list from the black market, targeting various ninjas for elimination, after which they would redeem the corpses for rewards as they journeyed. Kakuzu was preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth. Observing this, Senju Hashirama questioned, "Is the Akatsuki really that short on funds?" "Indeed, they are," Pain replied. "Could the first Hokage spare some support?" "I am in no position to offer aid. My resources are depleted," Hashirama retorted. Kakuzu interjected, "No, you possess wealth. You provided 103 gold ri as a dowry for your 53-year-old granddaughter's marriage. Clearly, you have the means. Besides, hasn't she declared she won't marry? In that case, why not support our Akatsuki?" Hashirama bristled. "You dare covet my granddaughter's dowry. If she remains unmarried at 53, will you take responsibility?" Kakuzu smirked. "We're of similar age. It shouldn't bother you, should it?" Uzumaki Mito interjected. "Enough with the idle chatter. Hashirama, deal with him." Kakuzu replied. "It seems you are somewhat concerned. I won't pursue her. I'll leave her for Jiraiya at 53 is far too young for me." Haiden chuckled. "Ha! Who would find you appealing? Nevertheless, those 2 Jinchuriki are quite attractive. A pity they are Jinchuriki," the masked figure proclaimed. "I will ensure you both pay for your blood debts." Kakuzu inquired. "Who is this newcomer?" "Another one." Haiden responded. "I don't recognize him. I am the secretary representing the 4th Reikage. My name is Maki," she declared. "What of the 4th Reikage? Is he engaged in surgery? By the way, I seem to possess some of his blood." Maki vanished, fearing Haiden might act on his words. Why was it that despite Haiden's lack of combat prowess, many still fell victim to him? The answer lay in his curse technique that relied on blood. Regardless of one's strength, as long as he obtained their blood, he could eliminate them. Moreover, this technique had the unique advantage of allowing him to strike from any location, at any time, even if his target was miles away. As long as he possessed their blood, he could end their life. As the celestial screen displayed the 2 continuing their murderous spree into the Land of Fire, it suddenly halted, and a bold question appeared on the screen. After witnessing the celestial broadcast, Haiden and Kakuzu have prepared for battle. Where did Haiden acquire the blood he possesses? Incorrect answers would not incur penalties, but correct responses would reward the right to exchange Haiden's blood. What nonsense is this? Who grants anyone the right to exchange my blood? Haiden shouted, his face contorted with dissatisfaction as he pointed at the screen. "If you have the power, come and kill me. Let's see if I will die." While speaking, he retrieved a scroll from his dark cloak and scrutinized the various blood samples within, a gleeful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he sealed and encrypted it. Ensuring no one could pilfer from his scroll, he laughed heartily, his expression brimming with arrogance. Kakuzu shook his head slightly. "Boring." Haiden retorted angrily. "Am I boring? You seem excited whenever Senju Hashirama appears. You never utter a word unless he is around. You even wish to marry his granddaughter. Shameless." Kakuzu's green eyes glinted ominously. "He was once my assassination target, throwing shurikens from 800 miles away. I think he is merely your idol," Kakuzu replied. "Are you seeking death? Let it be. Who fears whom?" The 2 began to quarrel. Kakuzu, a man of few words, discarded the 2 Jinchuriki on the ground and charged forward, while Haiden stood his ground, confident of his survival due to possessing Kakuzu's blood. Cursed technique. Haiden was injured, blood spilling onto the ground as he began to draw his seals, licking the blood from his hand, which belonged to Kaku. "Today, you'll experience my might. This blood contains 5 types of your essence. I will make you kneel in submission." Kakuzu regarded him like a jester, stating, "Once you die this time, I will not sew your body back together. I shall leave you in pieces." With that, he raised his hands, ready to engage. Upon hearing this, Haiden's expression shifted as he recalled an hour prior when Kakuzu disregarded his own beheading to stitch him back together, bursting into laughter. Chapter 88. Where did his blood originate? Haiden chuckled. "I was mistaken. I apologize. From now on, when you see Hashirama, feel free to say whatever you wish, even if he is your idol. One should exhibit a bit of excitement, no? Let us go. I'll carry this one." He stepped forward, approaching the 2 Jinchuriki. Kakuzu scoffed, choosing not to engage further, and the 2 continued onward. The celestial screen still displayed the lingering question. unbeknownst to all that the immortal duo had experienced a brief interlude. As the celestial screen had not broadcast that segment, everyone pondered the question posed, especially the higher-ups from the 5 great ninja villages, realizing that Hyden possessed even the blood of the 4th Raikage. If he had that, could he not also have theirs? How did he obtain it? This was not merely a question from the celestial screen. It resonated in their minds as well. The celestial inquiry suggested that Hyden saw his identity exposed by the celestial screen and made backup preparations. However, the celestial screen had only been active for a few days. In that time, whom had he encountered? The likelihood of him personally visiting each ninja village to obtain blood from the upper echelons was virtually non-existent. Given the timeline, what was the reason behind it? Everyone was puzzled, oblivious to the truth. Madara, Hashirama mused. Do you think your blood could also be in Hyden's possession? It is impossible. Uchiha Madara replied that my blood is not so easily acquired. Regardless, I have been dead for many years. Such matters no longer concern me. He cannot harm me anymore. Hashirama sighed. Being dead is truly liberating. Shimura Danzo remarked, in this matter, it seems the first Hokage remains unaware. In truth, you have suffered the most. What do you mean? I am quite thoroughly dead. Who could possibly harm me? Should anyone dare to challenge me in the Pure Land, I would engage them in combat for 300 rounds. Well, you will find out soon enough. Meanwhile, the live broadcast had ceased, leaving the question prominently displayed on the celestial screen. Ding. At that moment, someone pressed the buzzer. It was none other than Jiraiya. Hello, everyone. I am preparing to return to Konoha to get married. So be ready with your gifts, Tsunade, my darling. Wait for me. Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration. If he were here right now, I would gladly punch him. I suspect that since Hyden's name contains fly, his speed must be considerable. Therefore, I theorize he used body flicker technique to disguise himself as a ninja from various villages, infiltrating them to acquire blood. Jiraiya was in high spirits. After all, marriage was a momentous occasion, a once-in-a-lifetime event. And he felt as if the entire world was radiant at that moment. Is the 4th Raikage still in surgery? Hashirama inquired. Please respond on behalf of the group. Prior to this, did your ninja hospital store your blood? No, the blood of the Raikage is of paramount importance, and our ninja hospital would never store the Raikage's blood in advance. Surely there must be some blood information, right? Perhaps that Hyden used blood information to create new blood? After all, this fellow is exceedingly sinister. Who knows what he is capable of? Hyden, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and directly stated in the group, Jiraiya, you are a fool. This signifies that his response did not gain Hyden's approval. Indeed, a notification chimed, marking it as an incorrect answer. Jiraiya, undeterred, pivoted and asked, Hyden, since your blood was not acquired at the hospital, did you perhaps employ some secret technique to obtain it? Yes. I indeed used the secret technique of the evil god to obtain their blood. Are you frightened by this revelation? Terrified? Even if I am 1,000 miles away, as long as I inscribe this person's name in the palm of my hand, their blood will materialize before me. I can slay whomever I desire. So, who shall be my next target? Everyone, feel free to answer. Those who answer correctly shall be spared from death once. Hyden relished this sensation, basking in the attention of the onlookers. As if he were a deity commanding life and death, the evil god cult. I have heard of it before. Someone remarked in the group that that moment. Noki pressed the buzzer. I know the answer. He utilized the secret technique of the evil god cult, inscribing someone's name in his palm to obtain that person's blood. This is how he acquired the blood of many high-ranking individuals. Noki felt elated, as he had finally answered correctly. The 4th Kazakage, Raza. Noki, you are not playing by the rules. You're merely repeating what others have said. Don't you find that rather despicable? Speechless. Even a guess with your heel would be incorrect. Hyden. Second Sutsuki, Mu. Noki, have you ever considered why that fellow Hyden didn't buzz in himself if what he said were true? Second Mizuki, Kisame. No bubbles, you are indeed clever, but if this answer is correct, wouldn't Hyden be able to obtain our blood by writing our names? Second Sutsuki, Mu. Your intelligence has been devoured by a dog. Woof woof, woof woof woof. What is going on? Why is there a dog in the group? Reporting to the first, my dog is my battle companion, so when the curtain pulled, it was also drawn into the group. It has been observing the curtain for days and suddenly started writing in the group, but all it can say is woof woof. The group was nearly struck dumb. What does it say? Inquired. Says, the dog does not bear the blame. Second Sutsuki. All right then, My point is that Kisame has no intelligence. You lack intelligence. Your intelligence has been devoured by a dog, and your entire family's intelligence has been devoured by a dog. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Mai says, dogs do not eat intelligence, they eat sure. Second Sutsuki. Ding. At this moment, the curtain evaluated. Naka's answer is incorrect. Ha. Hayden bombarded the chat with a series of haha messages, accompanied by numerous laughing emojis to at this juncture. Both Noki and Kisame finally believed Tsunade, and second Tsuchikimu's assertions that Hayden was merely spouting nonsense and possessed no secret technique to obtain blood by writing names. Chapter 89. Does he have blood-sucking worms? Unfortunately, this round of questioning lacks a punitive mechanism. Otherwise, I could compel you all to forfeit your jutsu, for your intelligence is fit only to serve me. Hayden arrogantly declared in the group. Noki, seething with indignation. Hayden, you scoundrel. Hayden laughed heartily. Noki, you sought to gain an advantage and now blame me. Even the dead know there is something amiss with my words. How could you, having lived all these years, not see it? Naka's beard trembled with rage, and for a long time, he could utter not a single word. Ding. He has stored it in advance for emergencies. Replied Kurenai Yuhi. Incorrect. Ding. He acquired it through black market transactions. Perhaps no ninja village would store the blood of high-ranking individuals, yet the high-ranking must occasionally visit hospitals. During such visits, someone could have secretly obtained blood and sold it on the black market. Kurenai Yuhi buzzed in. Incorrect. Ding. He has insiders in every ninja village who assist him in obtaining it. Kurenai Yuhi buzzed in again. Incorrect. Why? Why are all answers wrong? Kurenai Yuhi had exhausted all conceivable answers. Yet they were all incorrect. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Asuma, standing beneath the curtain, grasped Kurenai Yuhi's hand firmly. Enough. Do not answer any further. Fortunately, this round of questioning has no punitive mechanism. Otherwise, such answers would have incurred grave consequences. No. Help me think. How did they manage to obtain others' blood? There was no battle, no personal blood extraction, and no visits to hospitals. How on earth did they acquire others' blood? Kurenai Yuhi clutched Asuma, her face a mask of urgency. Asuma held her close. All right. There is nothing to worry about. I promise you. If I confront these two, I shall simply turn and flee. Is that acceptable? At last, a flicker of a smile passed over Asuma's serious demeanor, and his gaze softened considerably. Kurenai Yuhi could not contain her tears, but they possess secret techniques. That cursed ritual means that no matter where you run, if they have your blood, there is no escape. This is a very practical concern. Asuma grew serious again. Indeed, if these two already possessed his blood, did that not imply that no matter how hard he tried, he would inevitably fail? Meanwhile, in the chat group, spurred on by Kurenai Yuhi, high-ranking individuals from every ninja village began buzzing in, realizing that this round of questioning had no penalties for incorrect answers. Thus, even if there was a millionth chance, they felt compelled to think and act. If they answered correctly, they could potentially exchange the blood in Hayden's possession, perhaps even find a chance for salvation, for no one knew whose blood was in Hayden's hands. Ding. Is it a forbidden technique? Ding. Is it stolen? Ding. Does he have a summoning beast to aid him, like a blood-sucking worm? Ding ding ding. Regardless of how many times it chimed, no one answered correctly. Could no longer contain himself. Nor could Uchiha Madara, driven by curiosity. Hayden of the Akatsuki organization, you answer it yourself. You must know the answer. Tell us. How did you obtain others' blood? Hayden laughed uproariously. You guess, and guess, yet you cannot fathom it. Ha! I assure you, in the entirety of the ninja world, no one will guess it correctly. You shall remain here, ensconced within this curtain, playing until the end of days, until our Akatsuki organization accomplishes all our goals and turns you all into disciples of the evil god. And yet you shall never know. Ha ha! Noki, arrogant, brazen, kill him. The villagers of the 5 great ninja villages were incensed by Hayden's words. At that moment, within Konoha Park, the Inoshikacho trio was closely monitoring the unfolding events in the chat group. Shikamaru's gaze was deep as he intently observed the notes taken by Ino. He picked up a nearby pen and began to list all known individuals connected to Hayden in his notes, then scrutinized the list meticulously. Among the Akatsuki members, who could stealthily acquire blood, reflecting on all that had transpired in the Curtain S live broadcast, suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Shikamaru's mind. Although I am uncertain if this answer is correct, I wish to give it a try. Yamenka Ino clenched her fist and spoke up. Go ahead. Even if you answer incorrectly, the curtain won't punish you, right? Nara Shikamaru nodded firmly and then, with great seriousness, pressed the buzzer. Ding! Nara Shikamaru successfully buzzed in. My answer is, Hyden obtained the blood from Orochimaru's base. What? At that moment, the ever-watchful Orochimaru was taken aback, nearly dislocating his jaw in astonishment. Kabuto, quickly, to the laboratory, to the blood bank, to the blood bank. In recent days, Orochimaru has been preoccupied with his own treatment, occasionally glancing at the sky, while his physical condition has deteriorated significantly. He has been confined to bed. Neglecting to check on his precious blood samples, perhaps they have been lost. Although Nara Shikamaru's response may not necessarily be accurate, the Nara clan is renowned for its intelligence, and since he was able to articulate an answer, there must be some possibility to it. Upon hearing this, Do rushed to the laboratory's blood bank, only to be met with a shocking sight that nearly caused him to faint. His dismay. All of the blood that Orochimaru had meticulously stored over the years had vanished. He hurried back to report the news. When Orochimaru learned of this, he was nearly overwhelmed. In a fit of rage, he tagged Hyden in a group message. You bastard, how dare you steal from my blood bank? Hyden, are you seeking death? You perverse fiend. Upon reading Orochimaru's furious words, Hyden only laughed more joyously. When it comes to perversion, aren't you the more twisted one? What do you intend to do with all that blood? By the way, I noticed you had some of Senju Hashirama's blood cells in petri dishes, and I've taken those too. Ha ha ha. You infuriate me. My Senju Hashirama cells, my blood. I will fight you to the death. Senju Hashirama interjected. What do you mean? I've been dead for so many years. How could there still be remnants of my blood in the ninja world? Senju Tobarama added. Orochimaru, you scoundrel. Why have you taken our blood? Orochimaru retorted. Second Hokage, don't flatter yourself. I haven't taken yours. Yours is of no value. That stinks. Kojiro May remarked. Tobarama, don't take it to heart. The pressing issue is, why does Orochimaru possess the blood of high-ranking ninjas from various villages? He must provide an explanation. Chapter 90. He is my son. Shimura Danzo addressed the group. Lord First, did you see that? This is precisely why I said you have suffered the most. Just wait. One day you will be driven to your demise. Uchiha Madara chimed in. He is already dead. How could he die again? Will his soul scatter in rage? You should take pride in the fact that even after so many years, your cells still thrive. This proves you live on in our hearts, Senju Hashirama questioned. Madara, what do you mean? Ding. Congratulations to Nara Shikamaru for providing the correct answer. The sky has revealed the truth. Kojiro May urged. Everyone, do not stray from the topic. Orochimaru, why have you collected so much blood? You must give an explanation. Orochimaru replied. What is there to explain? Isn't the answer already within your hearts? Hyden, return my blood. As everyone speculated, the reason he had gathered such a vast amount of blood was for research and experimentation. With Hashirama's cells being his most prized possession, yet he never expected Hyden to steal them. Hyden cackled with delight. Return it? Not a chance. At this moment, in Konoha Park, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji, and the recently returned Uzumaki Naruto surrounded Nara Shikamaru. For he had answered correctly and gained the right to exchange blood. However, this privilege could only activate Hyden's scroll once, meaning he had but a single opportunity to swap the blood contained within. Naturally, how the blood would be swapped and into what would be entirely his decision. Many names. Who should we exchange? Ino asked anxiously, eyeing the scroll in Shikamaru's hands. Choji clenched his teeth, suggesting, what if we just burn the scroll? That way, Hyden won't get any of this blood. Shikamaru shook his head. No, this is an opportunity granted by the sky. It knows the past, present, and future, and surely has a way to return the scroll to Hyden according to its own rules. We must respect the sky's regulations. Then how do you propose we exchange? Naruto inquired. The other two turned their gazes toward Shikamaru, who, contemplating the list, declared, the sky has yet to finish playing this segment of video. But it is certain that if Asuma-sensei is truly in danger, it must be connected to these two individuals. Our best course of action is to eliminate both of them in this blood exchange. You wish to kill two birds with one stone. Indeed. Nara Shikamaru nodded firmly. Thus, I propose we exchange Asuma-sensei's blood for Hyden's. Upon making this decision, he searched for Hyden's name, only to find himself dumbfounded upon seeing 5 entries for Hyden's blood. How could there be 5 samples? This cannot be real. Is this scroll deceiving us? Shikamaru stared in astonishment at the scroll's list, His mind momentarily blank. The other three examined it closely and confirmed. Indeed, there were 5 samples. What could this mean? Were there 5 Haidens? Previously, the sky had broadcasted the live battle of Haiden and Kakuzu attacking the hidden cloud village, focusing primarily on Haiden's combat, while Kakuzu had only appeared briefly at the beginning. Later vanishing during the chaos of the village's explosion, they had no idea what attack methods he had employed. This revelation explained why Kakuzu was able to capture 2 Jinchuriki simultaneously during the assault on the hidden cloud village. So, he was composed of 5 individuals, Naruto surmised. Nara Shikamaru appeared equally astonished. It seems we cannot simply exchange blood today. He then addressed the sky. May I inquire if I can retain this opportunity? That way, after gathering more information on the 2, we can act with greater advantage. Certainly. The sky revealed a message, and the Haiden scroll vanished from Shikamaru's grasp. Meanwhile, Haiden, oblivious as the scroll's owner, remained unaware that his rival had already viewed all the information contained within. As the sky resumed its display, the problem was resolved, and the live broadcast continued. In the future, 2 individuals traversed, leaving a trail of death, arriving at the Fire Country's Fire Temple, where they faced Daichi. After Daichi's defeat, his corpse was exchanged for a bounty. This incident quickly spread throughout the ninja world, prompting Konoha to initiate an investigation. Without the sky's guidance, Konoha lacked accurate information about the Akatsuki organization. Even unaware of Haiden and Kakuzu's names, let alone locating them, Asuma led a team, including Nara Shikamu, Ino, and Akimichi Choji, to the Fire Temple for inquiries. Upon arrival, they discovered that all the temple's inhabitants had been slaughtered, with Daichi's body missing. According to intel, it had been sent to the bounty exchange. The group hastened to pursue. Thus, the battle erupted outside the bounty exchange. Beneath the sky, Asuma observed the footage of his confrontation with the immortal duo and finally understood why he was willing to risk his life to eliminate them in the future. It was for Daichi. He had once been one of the 12 guardian ninja, and they had been comrades, striving towards a common goal. For the sake of his former ally, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Of course, a significant part of this was due to the lack of information. They had been unaware of the immortal duo's secrets, the cursed rituals, nor did they know the means by which Haiden committed murder. Ultimately, Asuma was slain. His death was both tragic and poignant. This segment of the video played for over an hour, showcasing the intensity of the future battle. Once all footage concluded, the reason for Haiden's murder of Asuma was simple. Much like his treachery against the 4th Raikage outside the hidden cloud village, he had utilized the Dead Reaper's blood and the evil god's cursed ritual to kill Asuma. Even though the sky had exposed Haiden's secret to all, it was evident that before the sky's appearance, they had been unaware. As the video ended, the sky displayed a 15-minute break. The live chat group fell into an unusual silence. After a prolonged pause, Haiden suddenly appeared in the group, questioning, was Asuma really that impressive? He died. So what? Why did the entire scene seem so sorrowful? Killing the 4th Raikage didn't seem to evoke such sadness, did it?